Dear compatriots, it is my unique honor to address you on this day. This is the third anniversary of our nation's independence, both as the president of our dear country and simply as a fellow Nigerian. On this solemn yet hopeful day, let us commend our founding fathers and mothers. Without them, there would have been no modern Nigeria. From the fading embers of colonialism, their activism, dedication, and leadership gave life to the belief in Nigeria as a sovereign and independent nation. Let us, moment, affirm that as Nigerians, we are all endowed with the sacred right and individual gifts that God has bestowed on us as a nation and as human beings. No one is greater or lesser than the other.
Hello, welcome. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 6:30 p.m. in Kampala, Uganda, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. As Nigeria marks her 63rd Independence Day anniversary, we are bringing three heavy hitters on Nigeria's intellectual First 11 varsity team for a conversation on why we are where we are. Moses Ochonu, historian and professor of African history at Vanderbilt University. Farooq Kperogi, a newspaper columnist and a professor of journalism and emerging media at Kennesaw State University. And Dr. Osmund Agbo, a medical practitioner in Texas. They will join us and discuss everything about Nigeria. They will also discuss their new book, This Life, No Balance.
Based upon our talks with leaders and other stakeholders, we are introducing a provisional wage award increment to enhance the federal minimum wage without causing undue inflation. For the next 6 months, the average low-grade worker shall receive an additional 25,000 naira per month. To ensure better grassroots development, we set up an infrastructure support fund for states to invest in critical areas. States have already received funds to provide relief packages against the impact of rising food and other prices. I said that bold reforms were necessary to place our nation on the path of prosperity and growth. On that occasion, I announced the end of the fuel subsidy. I am attuned to the hardship that have come. I have a heart that feels our eyes. I wish to explain to you why we must endure this trying moment. Those who sought to perpetuate the fuel subsidy and broken foreign exchange policies are people who will build their family mansion in the middle of a swamp. I am different. I'm not a man to erect our national home on a foundation of mud. To endure our home constructed on safe and pleasant ground. Reform may be painful, but it is what greatness and the future require. We now carry the course of reaching a future Nigeria where the abundance and fruit of the nation are fairly shared among all, not hoarded by a select and greedy few. A Nigeria where hunger, poverty, and hardship
Welcome to the show, Farooq.
Yes. Nice to have you again, Rudolph. I know when this started many months ago. I don't know.
You were the first guest.
First guest in the program. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's good to be back.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Moses, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Thanks for inviting me here again.
Okay. OC is on the way. He said he's traveling and he will join us in a few minutes. So hopefully he will join us before we end. Thank you guys and happy Independence Day.
Wish you the same.
Moses, we want to make sure you agree.
Well, to the extent that we can pretend that we are truly independent, I say, in that spirit, I say happy Independence Day to both of you.
Good. So let's start with the speech by the president. He spoke this morning at 7 a.m. Nigerian time. One of our friends, Alexander Gomez, just noted that he sounded exhausted. I don't know if you have had the chance to listen to the speech or read the text. What do you think?
I only saw the clip. Oh, yeah, okay, Farooq, you can go first.
Yeah, he does sound, from the little that I have seen, he does sound very exhausted, sleep deprived. And of course, we know that Nigerian big men don't sleep. And we saw one of his aides brag about how he doesn't sleep, that he keeps working until 3 a.m. or whatever. And I thought that was not a good thing to say about anyone, because the brain needs reset. We need to sleep. And when you don't sleep, you are vulnerable to all kinds of verbal accidents. And that speech itself, the state that he was in, does not inspire confidence. When I see my leader looking that dejected, down and out, sleep deprived, it doesn't. The speech, the occasion, and the demeanor that he exhibited don't go together. So we need him and any other person who leads, who is in a position to inspire people to sleep. We learned that adults need at least 7 hours of at least 6 hours of sleep. So yeah, I agree perfectly that he looked thoroughly sleep deprived and didn't inspire any confidence.
Okay, Moses, what is your take? I know. I mean, I was taken by, because I hadn't listened to the speech, but I just saw the snippets that you played, and I was taken by the optics of it. You know, we can all agree that the nation is plagued by multiple problems that we probably will get into later. And if there's a consensus in the country that that's true, then on the occasion of Independence Day, one expects the leader to come out and exhibit some energy, mental energy, physical energy, so that people can be inspired. People are going through a rough time, at least average people in Nigeria are. And if you take out the substance, maybe we can get into the substance later. The speech itself, the optics of it doesn't inspire any confidence. It doesn't restore the credibility that the Nigerian government has lost for decades now. Citizens' trust in the government has been broken. This speech doesn't do anything to restore that. And of course, the substance itself of the speech and just the regular, familiar, empty promises that we've become used to. and that never materialize in the lives of citizens. So, and of course, he looked every bit as described by Farooq, exhausted, and he slurred some of his words. I noticed that as well. That doesn't inspire confidence at all. Yes.
Yeah, and what do you guys think about the quality of the video? Remember, this was recorded, and this is from his TVC. I was thinking that since I started watching Nigerian leaders 30 years ago or more, it's still the same quality, NTA quality. Why can't we get something right? Just audio and video.
Yeah, as a communications person, I'll have to agree with that. We don't seem to have evolved. We take joy in being stuck in babyhood, perpetual babyhood. You see that quality of video. It's 1980s, maybe early 1990s quality. And we know, NTA. There's a video that went viral a couple of months ago of a newscaster, being hit by some of the appliances of the broadcast industry, whatever, on her, and it was horrible. And while that touched me on an emotional level, because she was a young woman just trying to make it and trying to work, and the injury she incurred might hurt her spinal cord, and we don't know what the consequence that will be for her life going forward. But for me, it spoke to the Stone Age infrastructure that we still deploy in broadcasting. And this is in spite of billions that are budgeted every year, for broadcast industry. We, Lai Mohammed, the former Minister of Information, outraged the sensibilities of Nigerians when he asked for, I don't know how many, it was some outrageous amount so that he could compete with CNN and, the other international broadcast stations. And we knew, I don't know how much of that money he got, but we know that nothing has changed. He has remained unevolved all the years it has existed, and that's sad.
Moses, do you want to weigh in?
Well, yes. In addition to that, you wonder what his handlers are doing, especially those of them in charge of his media and his image. You wonder what they are up to, and you wonder why they are not taking this seriously. The Independence Day speech is among the most important speech a Nigerian president will give.
Yeah. And
so everything has to be right. There is no margin for error, both in terms of the technical production and in terms of the speech itself. So why I don't get why you have this army of media aides, and they can't get something as simple as an Independence Day broadcast right in terms of the technical quality. Because remember, this broadcast has an international audience as well. And so this broadcast has a way of either projecting the image of Nigeria or undermining the image and credibility of the country amongst international audiences. You want to see a speech, especially as those of us who live in the diaspora, you want to see a speech by your president that in all aspects, in the technical production aspect, in the speech writing aspect, in the delivery aspect, in the optics, that makes you proud to be a Nigerian. And we saw none of that in this speech. And the technical, the Stone Age technical quality, as my friend Farooq calls it, I think is probably the most visibly embarrassing aspect of the speech. Forgetting the substance and forgetting the way the president looked in delivering it. But there's just no excuse for that in 2023.
All right. I read the speech before watching it, and if you hand that speech over to someone else, just anybody else, it will come out better than it did on that Tinubu's voice. So the writing was good, but I don't know about the content, which is a different thing, which we have to get to. The only thing I saw in the speech that was something new was that workers, the low-level workers, we get 25,000 for the next 6 months. And this is federal workers, I believe. Not whenever they talk about money they want to give, they are not going to go to the street and give money to anybody. So that's their own idea of solving the hardship that people are facing now. What do you think about that, Farooq?
Yeah, well, for me, that's it falls short of expectations. For a president who was very quick to announce that subsidies were gone on inauguration day without calibrating the consequences that this will have on the lives of everyday folks in the country, this response coming months after this precipitous announcement fell short of expectation. One, as you rightly said, is going to affect only federal workers, and it's time limited. We're talking of just 6 months. What happens after 6 months? And this is particularly arcing because this is since May, we have seen the only growth we've seen is in government, the personnel of government. This is the most bloated government we've seen since independence. We have way more ministers now than we have ever had, in the history of Nigeria. And the governors are taking a cue from that. You read of governors appointing 100 aides, and then the following, when there's an outrage, you would think that they will back down. The following week, you hear, oh, another 94 have been added as aides. So government is being grown, but the people's lives are not growing. And people, although we live in the diaspora, I'm permanently in touch with folks back home. Some of the proudest, most contented, self-assured middle-class people that I've known have suddenly turned to beggars. And they are not beggars because they lack pride. It's an existential torment that they are going through, and they need help. I've never seen this level of desperation, this level of poverty. So adding 25,000 to low-end workers, not any other person. I mean, frankly, it's worse than a palliative, because a palliative is something that takes care of little pain without actually addressing, the pain itself. It's like blowing air into a wound to give it temporary relief, but then the wound itself is still there. This is actually worse than that, because in light of what has become of the lives of a lot of people, 25,000 doesn't do anything. And the fact that it's just for 6 months, frankly, makes me wonder what they are thinking about and why this was going to be a solution to the problems that they have created. It's unnecessary. They could have avoided this. But I'll allow Moses to talk, and then we can talk, because I have a lot to say about the subsidy removal and the consequences it's having on the lives of people.
All right, Moses.
Well, it's the height of insensitivity, I feel, to what this government has unleashed, the hardship that this government has unleashed on Nigerians through its management of the economy, through its fiscal policies, its monetary policies. Every decision that this government has made life worse for Nigerians. And to come out with this announcement, it just goes to show the extent to which the government is disconnected to the everyday struggles of Nigerians. The level of disconnect, quite frankly, is frightening, because this announcement...
All right, so we lost Moses for...
Sorry,
okay.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
So this announcement represents, for me, a doubling down on some of the same policies that got us to this mess. It doesn't represent a departure from those policies. It doesn't represent the spirit of self-critique and self-examination, and taking a few steps backwards and re-examining what you've done and making amends and listening to Nigerians' cries and lamentations and doing something about it. It doesn't represent humility of thought, humility in governance. It represents, quite frankly, an insult on Nigerians, because, in the newspapers, on social media, Nigerians have been groaning and moaning about their everyday struggles. And what do you do about it? You come up with this 6-month, 25,000 naira increment insult. What about the fundamentals? What about addressing what brought us here to this situation? So for me, it's indifferent, it's insensitive, but it's also an insult. And if this is an indication of what's to come, then it's quite frankly, we have to brace ourselves, because it's frightening to think that we are still in the introductory phase of this administration, and that the full effects of some of these policies are yet to unfold.
Yeah,
that is what is really, really depressing about today's speech.
Good. Farooq, the key thing that he talked about was the oil subsidy removal. He continued to essentially double down. He pretended as if there was no problem already, because we read in other newspapers that they started paying for subsidy.
Yeah.
And if they are not paying, there is a subsidy, because if you look at the exchange rate and you look at the price of crude, there cannot be, there's no way there's no subsidy. If they are following, if they floated it the way they told us. So what is your make on this?
That was a subject of my column on Saturday. An Enterprise news report from the Daily Trust, which was based on their own investigation, showed that indeed the government paid billions to subsidize petrol consumption. And so that basically is a backhanded acknowledgement of what some of us have been saying for years, that you cannot be an oil-producing country, be the poverty capital of the world, have no systematic public transportation, and then precipitously remove fuel subsidies and think that it's not going to have consequences on the lives of everyday folks. And right now, Nigeria has regressed to the Stone Age. Most people cannot move. Farmers cannot transport their food products because of exorbitant, extortionate transport fares, which are justified because, the pump price of petrol is unaffordable. And those who manage to transport their goods have to push back the additional cost onto the consumers. And I have heard, a lot of people living in Lagos, Abuja, these are otherwise crowded cities, that the streets are abandoned. Life looks, it's like it's deserted. That Nigeria feels like it's deserted. And given that we have no public transportation, this is reckless and irresponsible. And I have wondered for how long this is going to continue, because frankly, the English say even the worm we turn. That is to say, there's a limit to human endurance of pain, and at some point, people will have to react. And this is practically because we are talking about a situation where government fat cats are getting fatter. The government is being grown. There's not a single instance, not one, of sacrifice on the part of people who are making these policies. They are in fact expanding the ministries, getting more aids, their families, while the lives of everyday folks in Nigeria is regressing, and people are finding it hard to survive. The will to live is leaving a lot of people. And they think that this is going to continue and no one's going to do anything. This is the trigger, as I said in my column, typically what they call bread riots are the triggers of historic momentous mass insurrections. And although Nigerians are very docile, self-hypnotic people who think that everything, but the level of deprivation that I see in Nigeria, I don't know for how long people are going to cope with it. And this has been perpetrated by people who have been beneficiaries of all kinds of subsidies all their freaking lives. But they want to suffocate the people. They want to crush people in the name of some idiotic Washington consensus that says subsidies are bad. We live in America. All of us here in this studio live in America, and we know that petrol consumption is subsidized by billions of dollars every year. In countries of the West, in the Western countries where petrol is not subsidized, there's very well-developed, organized, systematic public transportation. In Canada, you don't need to have a car because the public transportation works. It connects every part of the country together, wherever there are people there. So if you have a car, it's a luxury. But we know that there is gas tourism. That is Canadian who lives in the border. They come to the United States to get cheaper gas. In Europe, if you ride a car, it's a luxury. So you deserve to pay whatever amount that it costs in Europe because they have a very well developed public transportation. In Nigeria, there's no public transportation and people are suffering. I'm getting emotional, but so let me pause and allow Moses to talk because this is an issue about which I really get very agitated.
Thank you. Moses.
No, Farooq has hit the right notes on this issue. It boggles the mind, quite frankly, why the people in government don't see what other people see. Is there something in the water, in Aso Rock and in this citadels of power? Is there something about getting into that space of power and becoming suddenly numb to people suffering? One doesn't know. It's a mystery to me why Tinubu and his government, have persisted on this path of subsidy removal and punishing the regular people of Nigeria without first looking to squeeze out any sacrifice from the ruling classes, from they themselves, without asking or anything of themselves. Secondly, sometimes one wonders, can these people who make these policies, who make these decisions, and I think I want to extend something that Farooq said and something that I think came out in his column, but I would challenge them, quite frankly, I would challenge Tinubu and his government to point to a single country, just one, not two, that whose economy has recovered from implementing some of these neoliberal policies that demonize subsidy, especially subsidy that is paid on a critical commodity, a commodity that is critical to national survival, to mobility, to trade, a commodity that affects everything. How many countries in the world can they point to? But I would challenge them to point to one where some of these policies have worked. They cannot, because such a country does not exist. And that is a fact. So if that is the case, I said earlier that these people are insensitive, they are indifferent, they are callous. You can choose any adjective you want to describe their state of mind, because it's a mystery to me. But to even go beyond that, when you listen to this speech and as you rightly said, Rudolph, you listen to the president double down on some of these policies and defend these policies vigorously and fanatically, it makes you wonder why he's stuck on this path. Because he's a thinking man, he's a rational man. People in his government have a fair level of education and they have the capacity for self-critique. So why are they not saying what other people are saying? That it's not working. The Naira float is a disaster. The subsidy removal has been a disaster. It has devastated the lives of Nigeria. It has devastated and whatever was left of the economy. After Buhari's ATA systematic destruction of the economy, whatever was left has now been vanquished by these policies. But it then makes some of us wonder why they can't see these things. And you are left with no choice but to wonder whether Nigerians who have been saying that Tinubu has a legitimacy crisis, right? Because of all the controversies surrounding his election and all the ongoing litigation surrounding the election and the paranoia that exists within his camp about all the problems that plague the elections, whether he feels this sense of illegitimacy to the extent of hurting his own citizens with policies that would please the international community and the West in particular, so that they would bestow on him recognition and credibility that he so desperately craves. When this line of thought was first introduced, some of us just thought, well, conspiracy theories, maybe, Nigerians, it's a free world, anyone can introduce any leap of logic and introduce any. But, it's beginning to sound that that's the case. That's what is going on. Because how else do you explain that after seeing the outcome of these policies from May, when he took over, to now, and seen how the poverty has deepened, how suffering has deepened, how the situation has progressively gotten worse, the economy is in shambles. How else do you explain his doubling down on some of these policies, especially the subsidy removal that brought us to this mess in the first place? So one has to go back to some of that theory that this man is so desperate to gain recognition and credibility and to be recognized as the authentic, legitimate leader of this country, that he would do anything to please the West. You know, I could even introduce another thought as I round up, which is the Niger debacle, the response to the coup in Niger. Why was he so desperate to go to the last option, to the last? Everyone recognizes military intervention as the last option. Why was Tinubu so desperate to get to that option, to use that as a first option, as an action of first resort? Again, it's beginning to look believable that people who say, well, he did that because, again, he wanted to please France and the United States, and he wanted to use that as a way to overcome his legitimacy anxiety. It's beginning to look like those people may have a point. So that's just, I will leave it there.
I was actually one of the people to suggest to say that, and in my column, that the wild-eyed eagerness with which he talks about this subsidy removal and these nonsensical neoliberal prescriptions that the World Bank, I mean, many leaders in the past, Buhari in particular, was never warm to these things. But, he says it with the eagerness of a child who is discovering a new world. And when he was at New York Stock Exchange, recently, he also mentioned it. We remove fuel subsidies because he knows the target of this rhetoric. And the financial press, look at the Western financial press, Bloomberg, Financial Times, all of them, he has very favorable mentions there. Reuters, whenever they write stories about him, they will always say that, he's executing much needed progressive reforms. So he cherishes the favorable mentions he gets in the Western press. That is more important to him than what the everyday folks back home in Nigeria think. So frankly, most is not even conspiracy theories. It's something that he himself shows in every single word he utters when he mentions these policies and the audiences he targets and the results. He's seen the results. He has very favorable Western perception. He has a very favorable perception of his reforms in the Western press. So, and he thinks that's more important because, of course, our leaders, a lot of them have, him included, have challenges with their self-concept. They think of themselves as inferior, and they have this paternalistic thirst for affirmation from the almighty fatherly West. And so, even Goodluck Jonathan once said that Nigerians were being overly critical of him when people in the West, including Obama, say he was doing a good job. He was basically implying if Obama, the father, he called him the father of the world. Sorry, the president of the world. He said Obama is like the president of the world. He said I was doing a good job. But back home here, people are criticizing him. So there's that mindset, and it runs through every single president we've had. So he is not unique to Bola Tinubu. But I think we should get to a point where we have people who are self-assured, who are self-confident, who have faith in their own humanity, and can stand up and defend policies that benefit their people and not satisfy the West.
All right. Thank you. Moses, let's expand this, because one of the other things he mentioned was the central bank. He said that he was cleaning the house and that the investigators are about to reveal so many things that happened there. So on that part, you can say that they are doing something to reveal what happened. But again, if you talk about subsidy, you know that the people that travel to India with him were actually the people who are the ones bringing this crude and the people who are being paid this subsidy. Why is it that you are talking about removing subsidy, dealing with cleaning it up, but you are not doing anything about the past, the stealing that happened?
That is the thing that really gets one worked up, because it seems like every time they want us to believe that they are taking some steps backwards, they're actually taking a few steps. They want us to believe that they're taking a few steps forward. They're actually taking steps backwards, because we've seen this movie before, quite frankly, with previous administrations coming in and pretending to fight corruption and pretending to want to know what happened in terms of the financial management and the management of the economy. I'm making a few examples of a few people, isolating a few scapegoats that they didn't like to begin with, and that they wanted to teach a lesson, and then trying to milk those cases for as much as they can. In Tinubu's Nigeria, Emefiele is that person, is that poster child, of corruption that they've put up. And it quite frankly just lacks credibility. All the pronouncements coming out of the investigation lacks credibility, because why would you claim that you want to know what happened in the CBN when you are unwilling to even mention this corruption in the subsidy payment regime? You are unwilling to mention it, let alone do something about it. So that shows the level of, it just shows you not to be sincere. Number two, what about the bloatedness of your government? Because ultimately, we want to give, if you want to give Tinubu the benefit of the doubt with regards to the CBN probe, you want to believe that the object of it, the ultimate aim of it, is to save Nigeria money, so that we have money to do things, to execute infrastructural projects, so that we claw back some of the monies that have been stolen. So you are, if in fact you give him the benefit of the doubt and you believe that he's going to actually do that, it will tantamount to him recovering some money from the CBN, but also just channeling that money to his army of appointees and aides. It doesn't do the country any good. So it's the razzmatazz that we've come to expect, that we always see with new governments. They come in and they go crazy with. I mean, I think also they are pandering to Nigerians. I think Nigerians are a bit naive, if I may say so, because they want to see these types of actions. They want to see every government that comes in knows that these types of actions, especially the media that these actions get, tend to resonate quite well with some Nigerians. Some Nigerians, that's what they want to see. They want to see people being handcuffed, important people being handcuffed, especially somebody as big as the central bank governor being helpless. And they want to see the once powerful being rendered powerless. And it goes a long way to buy the government some mileage, and some people are willing to give the government credit for that. And the government knows it very well. But ultimately, this is going to be settled. There's going to be some compromise, and people will intervene. The owners of Nigeria, the elites of Nigeria, will intervene in the matter. Nothing will come out of it. There might be some quid pro quo deals, and then the Emefiele will go scot-free. The central bank mess will be swept under the rug. We've seen it with previous probes. The subsidy thieves of the past have been left alone. The subsidy thieves of the Buhari regime for 8 years, they basically bankrupted Nigeria because of all the subsidies that we're paying to them. That's why we went to borrow all these monies. That's why we're borrowing to pay salaries. The government was borrowing to pay interest on previously secured loans, not to pay the principals on those loans, but to pay interest. We're borrowing to pay interest. That's how bad things got. And if you are not willing to do anything about all of that theft, and you are focusing only on the CBN, it makes you believe, well, Emefiele did the currency swap or currency recoloring policy targeting Tinubu. It just makes it look like this is payback time, and this is just personal vendetta against Emefiele and his tenure in the CBN. So forgive me if I'm skeptical, like most Nigerians, on this issue.
Now, yes. Farooq, let me ask you about this currency exchange rate. When they put it out there, they were saying that the goal is to save money for the country. People who understand these things are now saying that if you don't have foreign reserve, you shouldn't float your currency. And that's why we have the exchange rate that we have now. Do you think they understood what they were proposing? Is this where they wanted to be?
Absolutely not. It's obvious. And but before I even talk about that, I wanted to talk about subsidy thieves and some of the clips of the independence speech that you showed us. showed clearly, the demonization of the subsidy thieves, people who make money from subsidies. And it's a very well chosen strategic rhetorical device, because these subsidy thieves are not visible. So in rhetorical study, we say they are like a floating signifier. So they just leave it to the imagination of Nigerians to sort of guess who these thieves are. And since they're not real people, it's anger that is directed and expended on unseen enemies. So it diverts attention away from them and onto an enormous, an amorphous, almost non-existent group. So it's well chosen. But the question that Nigerians should ask, and I want us to have a conversation about this. We have subsidy thieves. We'll talk about them all the time. Why has no administration instituted investigatory panels to look at these people? How much money have they stolen? Let them account for the money they have stolen. Bring them to justice. Why is that not even a conversation? But every single moment, they whip up people into a frenzy about this so-called class of subsidy thieves. But we have never been able to. Is government that important? Is it that powerless that you cannot actually institute an investigation to these people so that the monies that they have stolen will be recovered? But you know why they're not doing that? Because the governments in power all through are complicit in the theft. And that's why historically subsidy payments quadruple. They increase exponentially during election years. Look at it from Obasanjo's re-election in 2003 until now. Every election year, look at the graph. I look at the graph one and I was like, wow. So government agents are acting in cahoots. So they cannot catch these people because who gives them the money? It's government. The same government that gives these subsidy thieves the money is the one that comes out to say they have stolen. They cannot they didn't dip their hands into the public treasury without the intervention of government. It wasn't like government money was sitting somewhere and then subsidy thieves say, hey, get us this money, let's subsidize for it. No, it was like government agents gave them money. That is why they cannot investigate subsidy thieves. But they use the image of a subsidy thieves, of marketers who are benefiting from it, their families and their small circle, like Tinubu just did in something, as a rhetorical wedge to get people riled up. And then people, shift their attention away from the fact that it is government agents that make that happen. So I want a situation where Nigerians redirect our conversation into saying, let us investigate who are these subsidy thieves. If they are thieves and they are mortgaging our future, they have maimed our present, why do we allow them to go scot-free? No one does that in real life. When someone steals and they are still there, they are harming you and they are still within your midst, and you leave them untouched, unharmed, unaccounted for. It doesn't happen in real life. Why is it happening in governance? So I think, that really gets to me. And I was having a conversation with someone yesterday who was reacting to my column, who is obviously a government apologist. I was talking about, we need to deal with this subsidy. And I said, okay, have you ever written an article, because he's prominent, asking that governments institute probes of these subsidy thieves? No, he has not. So, to go back to your question, I think a lot of these things they are doing is simply they are simply just going, what are the prescription that the World Bank wants? Float this your currency, so the idea is that it's going to bring in investment when your currencies are low against, say, the dollar, or it's going to make people say, oh, okay, my money is going to amount to a lot when I invest there. So that encourages them. And again, that's very naive thinking. People don't invest in your country because they want to help you. It's a self-interested economic activity. And I was reading an article by someone about foreign, companies that exist in Nigeria. They make a lot of money and they take that money out, into their own. So apart from the people they employ, that's it. The bulk of their money goes out back to their own country. So if the motivation for devaluing your currency, of course, I know it's a little more complicated than I'm saying it, is to attract foreign investment, as some of them say. it's a very naive way of developing. No country has ever developed on the basis of foreign investment to its something. It's so while you are doing that, you are killing domestic industries. You know, a lot of industries cannot survive now because of the extortionate cost of energy. Yeah. So you have local industries are dying, but you are saying you are bringing in foreign investment that will not even come because, frankly, it's very calculative, self-directed, self-interested venture. If it's going to bring them money, they'll go there. If it's not going to bring them money, they're not going to go there. It doesn't matter what you do, you know. So that's my take on that.
If I may just chip in with two more points on this currency float thing. I think it is an asinine policy for two other reasons. One is that it is often advanced as a way to cheapen your imports, right? To cheapen your exports rather, to make your exports more attractive. In the context of a monoculture economy where your main export is oil, and the price of oil is determined in the international commodities market, oil market, you have no control over it. That point is null and void. That point doesn't apply. It just doesn't work because oil is your main export. So any other country, if you are another country where you have an export whose price is not determined in the international market, then maybe that would work theoretically. But in the case of Nigeria, that doesn't work. Secondly, the currency float was an escapist policy. What do I mean by that? We had a situation where, for whatever reason, you and I can guess the reasons. In Nigeria, there's often a sinister reason behind these things. We had multiple exchange rates.
Yes.
Right, and it was deliberate. It was intentional. It was a rent-seeking arrangement to allow some people, some well-connected people, to obtain dollars at a cheaper rate and sell them in the black market. It was just easy money for some people, some well-connected people. But what is the solution to that? The solution to that is to harmonize the rates, not to float the naira. If you are going to have a fixed rate, let it apply to everybody. Let it apply to Dangote. Let it apply to the businessmen importing goods from wherever, Hong Kong, in Nnewi or in Aba. Let it apply to the parents whose kids are going to school in Canada or in the US and who need dollar. Let it apply to everybody. That is how a serious, sincere government deals with this situation. You want to fix it. You want to let that fixed rate apply, harmonize it. Let there be one rate for everybody. But how does this government respond to that? In order to escape, again, similar to the subsidy situation where the government does not want to take on the so-called, this amorphous subsidy thing, does not want to do anything about subsidy theft, and instead unleashes, and unloads the burden of that problem on Nigerians. Similar to that, instead of harmonizing the rate and taking away the opportunity that elites use to make easy money for themselves, which is the existence of these multiple exchange rates, the government says, we're just going to float the naira. We're just going to float it. And look at the disaster that has become. Look at the inflation that has been unleashed. Look at what has become of the Nigerian economy. So I think it's part of the pattern. It's another example where the government, instead of doing something that will hurt the interest of people in government, the interest of the political elite, chooses to an option that is calculated to unleash suffering on the Nigerian people, which is basically to float the naira, and make it sound smart. That's the thing. They've made subsidy removal to sound a bit smart. They've made the floating of the naira to sound smart, to sound consistent with some liberal, transcendental economic thinking. Oh, you have to float your naira. The naira has to be determined. The value of the naira has to be determined by market forces. This nonsense that you hear all the time. But it's an escapist solution to a real problem. A problem that can be easily solved, that could have been easily solved by simply harmonizing the rates and having one rate and having it apply to everyone. Instead, you have the naira float, which government apologists are defending everywhere as some smart idea, some smart economic prescription for the economy.
All right, thank you. We have a lot of topics to cover, but we're already in the 49 minutes. But let me ask this. I hear people who defend the government say, like you said, Moses, that this is a wonderful idea, let's go back briefly for one more time on the subsidy. Who is actually paying for this? Because they said that it's the guys that own the car, it's the guys that we are subsidizing this for. But now it appears as if the poor people are the ones who are paying for this removal of subsidy. They are the ones who are spending more than half of their money to transport themselves back and forth from work. Can we ever get back to when the naira will be 700 naira to a dollar?
Well, I don't know whom we are directing this, but I
Yeah.
want to talk about.
Farooq,
But
go
I
ahead.
want to talk about the cost of the subsidy removal. You know, when you said now we know that it's the poor people who are paying for this subsidy removal more than any other class of people. I have a friend who works at who is the CEO of a private health insurance company in Abuja, and he told me that more than half of his workers resigned because they could not afford to go to work from the satellite towns where they live to the downtown Abuja, the commercial center where the office is located. They asked for pay raise, but he's not able to afford a pay raise because that would just tank his company. But a lot of workers say the cost of getting from their satellite towns to downtown Abuja on a monthly basis was way higher than what they were getting on a monthly basis or their monthly salary. So it made no sense to work. And they resigned en masse. And this is just one example. It's happening all over. In Lagos, I've known people who just left their job because the job made no sense. It costs more to go to work than to earn for the work you have done. So all the people who have said subsidy benefited only the rich, now I hope that they are seeing practical examples of people. I mean, how subsidy actually benefits the poor. There are a lot of people who have stopped going to school because they cannot afford the transport fare from their hometowns to the locations of the university to go to. Even within, so it has made a mess of the existing realities in Nigeria. And my problem has always been that if you can make things better for people, don't make it worse. That's what this subsidy removal has done. Buhari has been doing his own removal. They will increase the prices of petrol and call it total subsidy removal. In fact, it's not. I kept a record of my columns about this, and I realized that almost every regime always said they had removed subsidy totally, and that was it. And then the next time, they will rehabilitate the same argument that they use and say, oh, sorry, that was partial removal. Now this is total. Now we are seeing that with Tinubu, who said that was totally was gone for good. But then he spent 6 point something billion because he realizes that if things were left to the vagaries of the international oil market, if the invisible hand were to be the major regulator, by now Nigeria should be paying 1,000 plus per liter. That's the fair price of petrol in the market right now, and it could go to 2,000. So it will get to a point where people will just be immobile. People will just sit and not do anything. And we don't know what the consequence of that will be, because I have learned not to invest too much hope on the capacity of Nigerians to protect their own lives and protest. But we don't know where this is, and I'm sure they say, look, we can't allow this to happen. And this right there is at the core of the arguments we've been making. The point of a government is to ease the hurt that life occasionally throws at them. If you cannot, we live in the United States here. We're not paying the fair price of oil in the market. That's not the fair price we are paying. Even milk, we are not paying the fair price. Because if we are to pay the so-called fair price according to market forces, we would not. That's why European oil, the gas price for in the European is way higher. It's like $8. In some places, 11, 12 per liter. We are paying 3, at most 4 here. Why? Because they know for reasons that grew out of America's culture. People don't like public transportation. And then we have the airline lobby that does not want well-developed public transportation. And the rugged individualism of America want them to have their own cars. So what is the government doing? Say, well, we realize that this is the cultural, this is the cultural milieu in which we live. if oil prices are high as high as they are in Europe or Canada, there's going to be revolt. And we know that historically, any government that supervises very high gas always loses elections. It doesn't matter who they are, what your trajectory is, you lose elections. So that's the point of government, is to make life a little easier for people and not throw them into the elements, the fury of the elements, and say, oh, well, that's the market forces. But they themselves, their very lives are highly subsidized. These are, I call them government subsidized fat cats. That's what they are. Every single moment of their life is subsidized. But the little sacrifice that they make to ensure that that extends, it's just a little bit of that to everyday folks is what they are protesting now. But every single aspect of road construction is ridden with corruption. Every single thing that they do is they pack it up. But now they say, oh, just because there's corruption in oil subsidy, we're not going to tackle that corruption. We're not going to bring to justice the people who are perpetrating that corruption. We're just going to remove it outright. It's like a father saying, oh, the person I have contracted to feed my children has been pilfering the money. So in anger, I'm going to say, okay, you thief that you've been pilfering resources that I give you to feed my children, I'm not going to do anything about you. I'm just going to abuse you and tell people what a horrible person you are. People don't even know you anyway. And then I'm going to stop feeding my children. Let them just starve and die. That's basically what it is. And I think it's reckless and irresponsible. I'm going to repeat that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Moses.
Yes. Have we asked ourselves one question? When it comes to this subsidy discussion, the claim of the government is that we Nigerians collectively now own about 20% or 30%, whatever the number may be, shares in the Dangote refinery that is about to start operations, right? So we bought into that refinery as a way of domesticating refining, as a way of getting out of this quagmire, this conundrum of having to import, being an oil producing country that imports refined petrol. So Dangote was supposed to essentially be a savior in this situation, to save us from this problem of importation, and therefore subsidy payment, because subsidy payment relates to importation. You stop importation, then subsidy automatically goes away. Why did I read recently that, first of all, number one, they've been emphasizing it. Even the spokesperson for the Tinubu government, this Ajuri Galili person, said clearly, and he repeated himself multiple times, just to drive home the point, that even when Dangote refinery starts producing, the pump price of petrol will not be affected, will not drop. It boggles the mind. It's inconsistent with the law of economics, because now you've gotten rid of a lot of the costs associated with the importation of petrol, right? The freight charges, the demurrage, all of this other, the middlemen, commissions, and so on. The refining is being done, will be done in Lagos. Why would that not automatically bring down the pump price of petrol? And why would the government spokesperson, who is concerned or claim to be concerned about the suffering of Nigerians, not be repeating that canard, that the operation of the Dangote refinery has no bearing on the pump price of fuel? That's number one. The second point is this. I read recently that the Dangote refinery is set to start operation around October, November, I don't know what the date is, but that it will be importing the crude oil that it will be refining. Now, to be honest, I don't know about you, but that to me was, such a mysterious. I thought I was educated. I thought I had a little bit of an education, and there are certain things that honestly leave me stumped, because I with my little education can't understand the logic behind it. Now, why would Dangote be importing crude oil to feed its refinery when we have the crude right here? Even if you don't have the pipeline infrastructure to pipe it directly from its production area to the Dangote refinery in Lagos, why not truck? Why not use barges? Why not even truck them if you have to truck the crude, as they do here in the US, by the way, right? So And then when I was so dumbfounded by this news that I read. At first I thought it was fake news, but it turned out to be true. So I put it to my Facebook followers. I actually I was crowdsourcing, as they say. And I said, you know what? I am a professor. I like to believe that I'm capable of logical thinking. But can anyone help explain the logic behind this move to me? And explain it to me slowly, like somebody who never went to school. as you would explain something to a 4-year-old, please, so that I grasp the logic behind it. And I still don't understand it. Because if you have a 20% share in the Dangote refinery, or 30%, that should give you leverage to dictate certain terms to Dangote, or to not to dictate, but to actually be able to negotiate certain terms with Dangote. And I would think that it would make sense for one of those terms to be to tell Dangote, look, Nigeria has this acute need for petrol, and Nigeria is in this embarrassing situation of being a crude oil producing country that imports the bulk, if not all, of its refined products. We are counting on you to bail us out of this problem. And because we helped you, we gave you loans. The CBN, by the way, gave Dangote a lot of loans, in addition to the 20% or 30% share that we bought in that refinery. So because of all of this magnanimity that we have shown to you, we will set aside 400 barrels of crude oil or 500 barrels, whatever it is, that will be refined to meet the domestic production for you to refine and sell to Nigerians directly. And the rest of it, whatever you do with the rest of your refined product, is your business. You want to export it to Ghana, to Ivory Coast, to other countries, that's your business. But at least you owe this much to Nigerians and to Nigeria, that gave you a platform to become what you've become, but also that invested heavily in this refinery, that gave you the capital that have brought this refinery to fruition. So I don't know why nobody thought of that, or I don't know why they didn't think of that. But my go-to explanation for these types of scandalously stupid negligence is corruption. Is that certain people are in cahoots with Dangote himself and don't want to impose that type of condition on Dangote. Because it will mean that then Dangote, if he agrees to that condition, will be refining the 500 or 400,000 barrels exclusively for the Nigerian market, and will have to sell it at a rate that would make sense, that would be consistent with Nigeria providing him with the crude, which will be much lower, which will bring the pump price of petrol much lower than it is today. And that the marketers, the cartels, everybody who has an interest in this business of fuel importation will be affected one way or the other. So my sense is that it is this conglomerate of interests that have scuttled this commonsensical solution to this problem. So it is one angle that I want Nigerians to pay attention to going forward, because I haven't seen it gain a lot of visibility and attention in the media.
All right. So we are going to, before we go to our audience, let them in. There's this breaking news, I think it happened last night, about the case in Chicago, the Atiku case against Tinubu. So we are now going to have, according to the judge, the Tinubu has to, the university, they have to come in, turn in the papers and come in for the position. Let's just imagine that the worst case will happen, which is that we are going to see all the documents. So Moses, if we see all the documents and all the fears that people have been pointing at, they are true, what will happen?
Rudolph, your guess is as good as mine. I think what would happen is we would have had, as Nigerians, a much clearer picture of the person who today is recognized as the president of our country. Whether you like him or not, whether you voted for him or not, if you carry that passport, he's your president. And so what will happen is for us to get full disclosure into at least one aspect, just one aspect of this man's life, the part of his life that he spent in the US, and the part of his life in the US that he spent attending an educational institution. How truthful is it? Now, of course, Tinubu has a lot of other baggage, in terms of his educational history, in terms of even his life history. I think another thing that it reopens some of those controversies. It will, especially if something is discovered in those records that doesn't quite match his claims in the documents he submitted to INEC, in the claims he's made in his biographical documents. But I think that ultimately might be Atiku's legacy, in my opinion, in forcing this university to release these records, so that these things become clear, and so that maybe some of the controversy goes away, or some of the questions are resolved in one direction or another. I don't quite see these documents or whatever revelations come out of these documents making their way into the Supreme Court. I think the election case in Nigeria goes to the Supreme Court now. I don't quite see these documents making their way into that case. My understanding, although I've talked to lawyers and they have conflicting views on this, but my understanding is that it will be hard to get the Supreme Court to admit any new documents, but that may not be totally true. So I don't know the legal consequences, the full legal consequences of whatever comes out of this document. But I do know that, just as a Nigerian, I would like to know. I would like to know the full educational history of the person who sits as president of my country. And I know many other Nigerians who are eagerly waiting for the outcome of this case, to see how this case is ultimately resolved, so that they can have clarity. I think as long as the longer this case continues, the larger the crowd of illegitimacy and doubt grows around Tinubu. It's not just with regards to the election; it's with regards to his biography, his disputed biography, his disputed educational histories. I don't think any country wants questions around this to be swirling around their leader. And so, if the outcome of this lawsuit and these revelations, if Chicago State complies with this order and releases these documents, if nothing else, if these documents give us clarity, I think Nigerians would be thankful to Atiku. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. So Farooq, worst case.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think again, I want to say that we owe a lot of gratitude to Atiku for the doggedness in pursuing this case. But I'm not as optimistic about, I really don't think there's as much in it as people anticipate. And because of the different systems we run, the United States, Nigeria, Britain, I see a lot of misunderstanding in this case. And so people are priming themselves for information that is actually not there. There are people who think that, that's going to show that Tinubu did not attend Chicago State University. He did. If he didn't attend, there won't be records to talk about, or there won't be dispute about what to reveal and not to reveal. And I wrote a column about him definitely attending Chicago State University. And people who had prepared their minds to believe that he did not attend were crossed. And for them, they were like, this man submitted a certificate that was fake. And I looked at this. At the time I wrote the column, I hadn't even seen the certificate. I hadn't seen that what we call diploma here. He submitted a fake diploma. And so I can attend a university. I have the records there. But when it comes time to present my diploma, which are basically celebratory documents in the US, most employers will not ask you for your diploma. They'll ask for a transcript and directly from the university. If I attend in school and I fake and I'm requested to turn in my certificate in a different, and I don't have it, and I say, I think I can do the easy way out and just fake one document and submit. Does that suggest that I did not attend that university? It doesn't. And what I realized is that it takes just $26 to get a replacement diploma from Chicago State University. And it takes between 8 to 10 weeks to get it my sense is that Tinubu realized that he didn't have enough time. He had to fill out a paper. And then if you don't want to fill out the paper, you have to sign the FERPA form. That's the form that gives the right to someone other than you to get your diploma or your transcript on your behalf. And maybe it's a big man syndrome that why should I be doing that? So when I can actually go and fake the document. And so there's that. If people hope that this is going to prove that he didn't attend Chicago State University, they're going to be disappointed, because he did attend Chicago State University and graduated from it. But I think what this might reveal, and this is very interesting, there have been a lot of whispers about him, his personality, who he really was, what he was before he came to the United States. Or is he assuming someone else's identity? Which schools did he attend? And so if you look at the document, they say non-essential, which means that his transcript is still going to be protected from being viewed. But what is going to the non-essential is going to be probably what, there are questions about him assuming someone's identity. What certificate did he bring? And of course, because he didn't start at Chicago State University, he just spent 2 years there. But he brought in documents from Daly College, which used to be called Southwest College, as basis to get admitted there. That will be in the records. So maybe that's considered non-essential, because they're going to see that. So what I think is going to happen is that the spiritedness, the desperation with which he seems to be fighting these documents from being seen, suggests to me that maybe those whispers are true after all. So we might find, at the worst case scenario, we might find out that he did present documents to Southwest College, which became Daly College, that suggested that he graduated from certain secondary schools in Nigeria. And the people in those secondary schools were like, this year, 1968, you say you graduated from here? No, I did not know you. There was no such person as you who attended that. And that's going to give us clarity about the fact that, okay, he presented documents, because he's been very silent about his pre-college education. In the INEC form, the new INEC form he submitted, he just put Chicago State University. That's the only school he attended and has proof of attendance. The registrar of the university has sworn under oath, which is a big deal in the United States. We all live in the United States here, that he did graduate from the school. But a lot of Nigerians don't understand how the system works here, and they're saying he did not graduate. No, that's not the issue. And I think Atiku himself and his lawyers, that's not what they're trying to establish. They're trying to establish what schools did he claim to have attended in Nigeria to get to this. And that's going to unravel his personality. The whispers about him assuming someone's personality may come to light. And I saw one document that suggested that he took GCA levels and his subjects were in the sciences, the hard sciences, and with that name. So we're going to see, before you wrote GCA levels, which secondary school did you attend? Did you claim to have attended? And so maybe that's what we're going to be seeing, because that will fall under non-essential things in my own thinking. But
what is essential? What do you think will be eliminated from?
His transcript itself might be eliminated, because FERPA rules. Moses knows this. Every single year, in fact, now I have my FERPA training to do. You have to guard against grades, anything that is non-directory information. That means their grades, their whatever, those things, they are not to be exposed, because so long as you get federal grant, which most universities in the United States get federal grants, you cannot expose people's grades and anything relating to their performance. And doing that, it's going to get university into trouble. But these are directory information. What was your gender? People say he took a woman's identity and turned it into a man. As unlikely as that is, well, this is going to be an opportunity. What did they identify as when they came in? Was it male or female? That's non-essential. What secondary school did they say they attended when they got there? Well, it will be a high school. That's non-essential. That doesn't expose anything about grades. And I think the Atiku lawyers are more concerned about unraveling his identity. And so, it's going to go to the point, if this person has an identity that is inconsistent with who he really is, should that not be disqualifying? Maybe that's an argument they're going to make. But for some of us, I don't think that's going to be legally a strong argument. But for someone like me, and I'm sure a lot of Nigerians who have had these questions, the mysteriousness about his personality. There's a lot that I know about him growing up in his hometown, but this is not information that I'm going to share publicly because, I'm going to be endangering the lives of people who share this information with me. And two, it's not even, it's not something you can defend with the resources of evidence. So we'll just leave it that way. But this might provide a basis for us to know who he really is. So for me, as I say, once we know the secondary school he claimed to have attended, that's it. That unravels everything.
All right.
Yeah.
Especially since if we cast our minds back to when the late Gani Fawemi sued him,
yes,
he had claimed when he ran for governor of Lagos State that he attended a particular primary school and secondary school.
That's right.
And then, and then later on, he removed those schools, and he claimed that there were mistakes made by one of his aides, who filled the INEC form at that time on his behalf. And now those schools don't appear in his claims anymore.
Yeah.
And so that takes us back to those questions as to which of the secondary schools, So those a lot of we just deserve and we need clarity on this issue. Yes.
All right. So you guys just published a book. I think today is the publication day of your book, This Life No Balance. The other person is, of course, OC. OC is not here. He will still join us if he gets home on time. But what is how did this come about? How did three of you come together to write this book?
My brother. So it is OC and Farooq that that entangled me in this.
Yeah, so it's OC's idea.
Yeah, they got me in kicking and screaming.
Yeah. So he got me. It was his idea. He said, "Hey, we write public commentaries on Nigeria, and we seem to share the same. Basically, we share the same opinions about a lot of things. We are kindred spirits in a way. So why don't you get together and compile our essays in a book form?" And so he said, at the time he didn't quite know Moses, and he said, "Well, your friend, I want him to be part of it. Can you get him interested in detail?" I said, "Sure." So I reached out to Moses and said, "Hey, I have a friend here, Osmund Agbo from Houston, who has this idea that we could bring our essays together, establish common threads, and publish a book." And I was like, "Okay." So I got back to him and say, "Hey, Moses is on." He said, "Oh, great. We have a great idea." So that's how that came about. So the master instigator of the book is Osmund himself, who's not here.
So how did he end up as This Life No Balance?
Well, we're looking for maybe Moses has some. We're looking for a catchphrase, a mantra, an expression that resonates with Nigerians. One that captures the essence of the collectivity of our essays, and we bounce around a whole bunch of phrases because we want to be folksy, we want to be relatable. We want to capture the spirit of Nigeria. And we saw that this life no balance is an expression that that carries the weight, one of Nigeria's dysfunction, continuing seemingly perpetual dysfunctions, the injustices that exist in the country historically and that still continue, the disconnect between governance and the governed, and a lot of the issues that our book captures. We thought that phrase, gives it meaning. It's a vehicle that transports those thoughts, effortlessly. And so we had other alternatives. I don't remember. Maybe Moses is going to remember. We voted on this to say, well, that this captures it. That's it. It hits the nail on the head.
Moses.
No, Farooq is absolutely right. And we thought, this life no balance. And we thought as Nigerians, we can also personally relate to this catchphrase as well. Because in truth, this life truly no balance on many levels, many levels, So we thought this was just perfect. And the other thing is that this phrase, this title has a lot of interpretive possibilities. You can interpret it in multiple ways to apply to so many different situations, both personal situations and official situations, political situations, social situations, and so on and so forth. And I think the title speaks to the fundamental philosophical unfairness of life. If you think about Nigeria as a country, the people who deserve to be given prominence, the people whose intellect deserve to be harnessed for the purpose of nation building, often get marginalized, get abused, get frustrated, and sometimes get run out of the country because they can no longer put up with the dysfunction. So they are run out of the country literally. And then the people who do not deserve, by virtue of their morality, their faulty morality and ethics, but also by virtue of their incompetence and they are lacking of requisite qualifications, are the ones who are given prominence and are patronized and are elevated to influential and consequential positions of authority and of influence. And so we think about this phrase as encapsulating that foundational moral dilemma that Nigeria tends to embrace, mediocrity as a policy and willfully, and also tends to be hostile to competence and education, all of the things that make a nation great. And so that unbalances the social fabric and the political system. So the fundamental lack of balance, it's skewed in the wrong direction. Nigeria is skewed in the wrong direction. And so this pidgin phrase, captures that and captures a whole multitude of other meanings when it comes to our country, Nigeria. Yes.
Now, it reminded me of Pius Adesami's Nigeria They Carry Last, his book. But also, when I was listening to Bola Tinubu's speech today, I was seeing a lot of demands on regular people, make sacrifice for this to happen. I didn't see anywhere he said, I'm making the sacrifice, my people. So it brings to my mind this life no balance where
absolutely
to make the sacrifice while others
sacrifice by the poor and subsidies for the rich.
That's no balance.
Balance. No balance.
So that was all. So we continue. Let me bring in our people so that we can continue the conversation. Please, when I bring you in, prepare your best question. Don't ask 3 questions. I know we have that tendency. Find the best of your questions, and then you can ask our guest. So welcome to the show, Cyril Orji, Professor Nicholas Ovie. Let me start with you, Cyril. What's the question? You have to mute yourself, please. All right. Why he?
Okay. Sorry. I think I should be good now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I thought you had control of everything. No. It was wonderful listening to the panel. I came in a little bit late, but I don't know if this is really a question or a comment. I'm really surprised that people worry about all these technicalities about fuel subsidy and all these things, when the fundamental problem is that we don't have a sincere government. Okay, so even if you look at every problem you think about, so when you think about like the subsidy thieves, you think about what they are doing with Dangote and all those things. So why do we really worry about the goodness or how things? why things are not working correctly if the government is not a sincere government. So why don't we first try to tackle the problem of, can we actually get a fair government? Look at it. If we look at all the baggage around him, it doesn't matter what the court says or doesn't say, there is still that problem. So I'll leave it at that. I'm just basically trying to say, how can we try to build or see that we get a good government, and then we try to start, solving all the problems. You have to get a foundation before you start building. Thank you so much.
All right. So Farooq and Moses, anybody can weigh in if you have something.
Well, just listening to that, there's nothing to disagree with there. I would like to amplify what he said, but at the same time, I would like to also say, we are Nigerians. So when they say one of the stereotypes about Nigerians is that when you ask us a question, we also turn it into a question. Instead of answering with a statement, we answer with a question. So I'd like to ask Cyril, actually, being a typical Nigerian, have you ever thought to yourself, why successive governments, even those who came in with the mantra of, this Hausa phrase, "May gaskiya," meaning the sincere one, the man of integrity, the person of integrity, people who claim that they were coming in to rule with integrity, with sincerity, often end up being probably the most mendacious, the most insincere government in the history of the country. I think there is, it's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer it. I think there's something fundamentally broken about the country that, as people say, can turn an angel into a wretched, insincere entity. But so the question that I have in response to your question is, and I know you were thinking aloud, is what conditions make it possible for governments to be so insincere and to lie so effortlessly to her citizens and not pay a price for lying, for being insincere. In other words, it seems like in Nigeria there is no political cost or to be paid for disrespecting your citizens, for lying to your citizens, for trampling on the rights of your citizens. There are no negative political consequences. In fact, it seems like political insincerity pays, it's profitable. It's a currency that political elites in Nigeria deal with. And that political sincerity, which is what you and I desire, does not pay, as we say in Nigeria, does not translate to political benefits. And so the fundamental conditions that have created that skewed value system is what we need to be addressing. And I don't know if we have time to do that, but it goes to maybe the structure of the country. It goes to the very incentive structure, the political incentive structure of the country. There are fundamental issues that produce insincere governments, and unless we don't deal with those issues, we will continue to have, unfortunately, insincere governments.
All right,
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to build that. Yeah, just very briefly. I think Moses has captured everything I would have said, but I want to say to you that the question is fundamentally systemic. And I think I said it when I appeared here first in your show, that Nigeria was not structured to function, to work. The colonialists who put it together did not have in mind the idea or the possibility that the country could work. It was just intended to serve their self-interested, designs. And since our so-called independence, we have not had any set of people who are sufficiently inspired, invested in getting the country to work, to restructure it in a way that makes it work. So as it is now, it doesn't matter who you are, your level of sincerity, your piety, the depth of your emotional investment in the country, it's not going to work because the system is designed to not work. So it's the problem. I mean, it's great. Something is great, and there are instances that I have highlighted myself of people whose personal example, the power of their personal example, the the sophistication of their intellect has made some difference in small areas. So let's not discount the fact that personal discipline, intellectual depth, sincerity, honesty can make some small differences here and there. But we're talking here of collectively, and the collective structure of Nigeria is designed to not work. And until we get to the point where this is a collective realization and we have enough people who are inspired to make it work, it's going to take time and nothing is going to be perfect, but at least let's have a start. But we haven't gotten to the point where we are all on board in the realization that we have a system that was not designed to work in the first place.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Professor Nebulos. You're next.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, for bringing me on board here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, clearly.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. You see, I see Nigeria as a very big, a huge crime scene where the investigators themselves are the chief culprit. That is how Nigeria is to me. And just about 10 minutes before unless Nigeria enforces a policy of deterrence, Nigeria will continue to be a haven for criminals and criminality. There is no deterrent mechanism in that country at all. So crimes upon crimes are being committed. Corruption, mind-boggling kind of corruptions are being committed on a daily basis. Before you ruminate over the one you see on the pages of newspapers, before any action is taken on that, a huger one is committed. So you just stumbling. Okay, what about the people of yesterday? An individual who stole 80 billion naira, just an individual. Up to today, nothing has been done. And many like that have been committed that they are just swept under the carpet. So long as those ones are not investigated and the culprit brought to book and be punished, then there is no precedent, whether today or tomorrow, that can correct anything at all. Talking of the subsidy you are talking about, sir, you talk about subsidy. That brings me to this crime scene thing, that the governments are in cahoot with those who are stealing. Okay, so that one is established in as much as nobody has been brought to book for all the crimes committed. And so that's how we're going to continue. And like you have rightly mentioned, systemic problems. Yeah, the Nigerian problem is completely systemic. Now, talking of certificate, I do not see any reason why anybody, for instance, will be hiding anything about his certificate, for God's sake. It's like somebody is like me now trying to take care of a public appointment and all that. I say I graduated from University of Lagos. I had my PhD in University of Lagos, and somebody is controverting that. I'll simply help the individual to go to the registry and everywhere where he can get everything about me. So what is there that somebody is hiding? That somebody is trying to hide something? To me, it means that there are some questions that should be answered. And that also speaks to what I call universality of humanity. Because even here in America, we used to have a president who is hiding, something about the school he graduated. He doesn't want anybody to know the grade he got in school and all that. We all know that. So this shady thing is not only in Nigeria, it's everywhere. As to whether this thing will make any difference in the Supreme Court, I understand that the Supreme Court is not a court of evidence, okay? Which means all the things that have been argued in the appellate courts, are those the Supreme Court we decide on eventually. Even if you bring any fresh, I'm not a lawyer, forgive me. Even if you bring any fresh evidence, I understand it may not matter much, at the Supreme Court. But like you all have agreed, we need to know the kind of human being that is ruling us as a president. Okay, because it borders on integrity, and that is the problem that Nigeria has been having since independence. But again, if this man has the magic wand to actually turn Nigeria around and take away hunger from the people and revolutionize the system, of course, I know he cannot do it because you know, because if your hands are soiled with so many things, it's very difficult for you can't come with clean hands, you know, things like that. So if he's able to, let's assume he's able to do that, I think many Nigerians will forgive him for whatever they see as it's seen right now. Unfortunately, I don't think that we have that in the offing. Let me rest my case here.
All right, thank you. Any comment, or should we move to the next?
I'll just to say briefly that, you know, Nigerians are actually, this is one remarkable thing about Nigerians. We're actually a politically forgiving people. And, you know, our political demands, the demands that we make of our leaders are quite modest. You know, I don't know if any of you have observed that. We actually don't ask too much of our leaders. And when our leaders mess up and they fess up, as we say in America, they confess and they come clean and they are transparent about the mistakes of their past. The Nigerians are actually very quick in forgiving and moving past that. Nigerians want to see what you have for us now. What are you doing for us now? What are you doing about our situations now? And sometimes that can atone for past sins. But the problem in Nigeria is that our politicians come to power with many of them anyway, not all of them, with questionable records. And then on top of that, they misgovern us and they make our situations worse. So it puts us in a bind, and it makes us sometimes less forgiving, especially when someone is so determined to hide an aspect of their life. Because if you are running for office, the basic minimum you can do is to open up your life. I don't think you have a right to privacy once you submit yourself to public office. I don't think that you should insist on having a private domain of your life that is inscrutable to your citizens. You should open yourself up. You know, they say in Nigeria, when you run for office, that's when you know about your great-grandparents and what your great-grandmother did. You know, it is the risk. It comes with the territory. If you want power, you have to open yourself up. You have to be transparent.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Very quickly. Well, I don't know if you want to move. You know, I recall too that Goodluck Jonathan, you know, also fought tooth and nail to stop his record from being seen. I was one of those people on the record. Premium Times sent a Freedom of Information Act request to University of Port Harcourt to send his. They want details of his doctoral dissertation, who his supervisor was, what the title was. He refused. The university wrote and said, "No, we're not going to share that information." So it's not even just Trump and Bola Tinubu. There's something about people. Trump is like a third world leader, so he's in that category. There's something about third world leaders that makes them think that there's something about. And it took my intervention. I actually reached out to people at the University of Port Harcourt to help me get a record of dissertations written at the University of Port Harcourt from 1983 to a certain year, and then to check to see if Goodluck Jonathan's dissertation was there, his thesis, as they call it there. And they found it there. So I had to write a column. I said, although I had questioned the authenticity of his doctoral degree, this is the evidence I discovered. He actually did graduate from there. This was the title of his doctoral thesis. This was the name of his supervisor. And I published it as a column. And I was wondering then, what was it? What was the big deal about it? Just say, I graduated. This was why didn't you do it? So it's something that has been continuing. This is not the first time. Of course, Tinubu's own is a little more mysterious because there are questions about his identity. Who is he? Who was he before he is what he is now? You know, are the whispers about his identity true? I think that's where he becomes even more interesting. And then there's an international dimension to it. So I just wanted to throw that in there, that even Goodluck Jonathan did not respond to questions about his doctoral dissertation.
Yeah, but Farooq, maybe why he didn't want people to say it could be that people like you do a search and you find out where he copied most of the lines. So like that, you know. All right, Prof, thank you so much. Let's go to Mazobe Yanis.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Damages. Even though today you appear and sound like Bola Tinubu's 63th anniversary speech, kind of exhausted, as you say. And I noticed something here. To our guests, Mr. Farooq and Moses, Both of you attended Bayero University, Kano, graduated in 1997. Both of you are 50 years old, but Farooq is from Kogi State, while
I'm from Kwara State.
Kwara State, sorry, and Farooq is from Benue State. But were you guys besties in the university days or prior to university days, or how that come about? But that's on the general note. But specific question now to you, Farooq. My question is coming from one of your, interests, which is political criticism, which you're one of your area of interest and specialization. Political criticism refer to political commentary or political discussion in a typical criticism that is specific to relevant politics, indulging policy, politics, and political parties. You graduated in 1997. That is when real conversations start going mainstream regarding democracy. The uniform guys are leaving, the Agbada men are coming in, parties are taking shape, policies are being formulated. Fast forward to 25 years later, where your expectation, being met now, as you see, or the trajectory that you expect that we are going to travel on our way on that, what are you seeing among the young people who are graduating from university now? What is their view and their criticism towards parties and politicians and policy compared to your days? That is to Farooq. To Moses, in your book, in one of your books, Emirs in London, you pretty much narrate the story of the aristocrats of the northern elite in northern Nigeria from 1920 to 1960, about 40 years. How instead of them being the mouthpiece of the British Empire, they decided to leverage their, and gradually started to establish themselves within the Emirates, and that's between 40 years. Between now we are here again today. Today is Independence Day. Between 1960 to 2023, what do you see? Has there any change in regards to our elite of today, in particular the government of the day, Bola Tinubu, who Farooq alluded to the fact that he is enjoying the petrol, the patriotism he's getting from the media, and how he's been welcomed within the elite. So we see that kind of trend again. Our elite, are they leveraging the whatever they're getting from the outside world to establish themselves like the northern elite did, or just hope? Because you, in response to Rudolph's question when he said happy Independence Day, you're kind of reluctant in responding. But you later said, well, if we are to pretend that we are truly independent, then happy Independence Day. So I hope I'm not too off with the topic of discussion, but how do you see those people of 1920 to 1960, then 1960 to 1963, to 2023?
All right. Oh, great.
Well, yeah, we're best friends, Mazi. So we go way back. Although he studied history and I studied mass comm, we took common courses for 2 years. Almost the same number of courses, and so that has continued from them to now. Something else unique. So when I was in the university, I was a student union leader, and I belonged to the radical student union movements, and so I have always questioned authority, taken for granted orthodoxies, and we were the height of we started undergraduate studies when IDB was in power. The annulment of June 12 election happened while we were undergraduates, and then by the time we were graduating, Abacha took over. So the brutality of the military regime and the suffocation of civil rights and all of that, we dealt with that, and of course, as students, we looked forward to a time when we would return to democracy. And I was close to people like Atairu Jega, who introduced me to other civil rights activists and human rights activists, and I traveled to the South to meet with human rights activists. And so I was inspired by all that, the ferment. That was the period of democratic ferment, and young people were looking forward to a time when the military would cede permanently to the barracks and civilians would take over. So I was filled with that hope, that enthusiasm, the passion. And then, of course, after graduating, I went to journalism, and we still hoped that. And when I started journalism, Abacha was still in power, and when democracy was inaugurated in 1999, I had the privilege of covering the Jos PDP convention where Obasanjo and Alex Kwame, fought tooth and nail to get nomination. So I was there and saw all the big political weeks trying to get the democracy started. So I had hopes, but I also had my reservations because of the abiding distrust I have for the elites, which was something I acquired from my undergraduate days. And I was inspired by Marx and Marxist thought, and that something that I took away from that is also I talked about the system, and Marx was always very clear about systems and people, that if the system is corrupt and crooked and dysfunctional, that the morality of individuals is not sufficient to change it. We need wholesale systemic overhaul. So I always knew that. And of course, I had my reservations about Obasanjo, the prison terms that he had, and how that might inspire resentment against civilian populations. I personally wanted Alex Ekweme to win because he was very articulate, he was very well spoken, and as a young man, something I loved. When I attended the presentation, that he blew me over by the eloquence of his speech and all of that. Of course, he lost to Obasanjo, and so I would simply stop here and say my enthusiasm for the democracy that had just been installed was checkmated by my abiding skepticisms of people in power, of elites, and how their interest is almost always at variance with the interests of everyday folks. And I wasn't disappointed that has panned out over the years. So,
all right. Thank you. Thank you, Farooq. Moses.
Yes, Mazi, thank you actually for that question. You are the first person to actually challenge me to connect my historical work, which you mentioned, emirs in London, with current political elite behavior in Nigeria. And that got me thinking. I hadn't even thought about that dimension to my work, but I welcome that engagement. And what one thing that struck me is elite culture is elite culture everywhere. There's a universal quality to it. There's also a trans-historical quality to elite culture. So whichever era you are speaking about, elites are always self-indulgent. They're always self-absorbed. Of course, they always they make investments in institutions of prestige and status and those types of things, and the atmospherics of status and symbols of status and so on and so forth. So that hasn't changed. Whether you're talking about emirs in the 1930s, of northern Nigeria in the 1930s, or political elites today, or royal fathers or traditional rulers today, that has not changed. But your question got me thinking, because this northern Nigerian emirs that were going to London, going to the UK on sightseeing missions, one remarkable thing that I noticed about them in researching the book, and which I thought I wanted to highlight in the book, I don't know to the extent that I succeeded in doing that, is their level of self-assuredness. This was a colonial situation in which, obviously they were subordinate to British officials. They were, in some ways, you would expect them to kowtow to the wishes and, demands and commands of the British colonial establishment. You would expect them to be docile in the presence of British power, or in the presence of the instruments of British political authority. You would expect a lot of self-effacement. You expect them to be self-effacing in their relationship with British power. But still, and there was some element of that, don't get me wrong. But the remarkable thing is that these emirs will travel to Britain and hold their own in the presence of British officials, in the presence of even British royalty, British members of parliament. They were so self-assured that they would articulate even criticisms The criticisms were diplomatically expressed, of course, but they articulated criticisms of British life, of British ways of life, of British politics, and they would draw this contrast, between life in Britain and life in northern Nigeria, and how they could never imagine themselves living permanently in Britain, and this was, for me, very significant, because in a colonial establishment, you don't expect the subaltern, the subordinated populations to be that, even if they were elites, to be that self-assured, to be that self-confident, that kind of capacity to engage with your superior from a position of, it comes from self-confidence, it comes from self-assurance, it comes from, knowing your culture, knowing yourself. And I think that takes us back to what Farooq was referencing earlier. And so that your question forced me to contrast that with what goes on today, which is that our political elites in northern Nigeria, in southern Nigeria, everywhere, now, when they go to UK, when they go to the United States, when they go to these Western countries, how do they behave in the presence of their political counterparts, the officials of governments in these countries? Do they carry themselves with as much dignity, with as much prestige, as much self-assurance as the emirs in those days carried themselves, as I described in the book? I don't think so. I think you and I, if we are being sincere, we cannot say that the political elites today in Nigeria are just as self-assured in their relationship with. No. On the contrary, when they go to these places, they are always kowtowing to these people. They are always, they lose themselves. Instead of finding themselves in those spaces, they lose themselves, and they genuflect, and they are so deferential, and they turn to children. I have been in spaces, I've actually been in conferences where some of these Nigerian ministers, I saw ministers, and I said, these people were, every time a white person spoke, they froze. And I said, look at this person. If they were in Nigeria, they would insist that people praise them and open doors for them, and they will carry security, and they'll behave like gods. So I think that contrast, you've made me to think more critically about the contrast that exists between the elites, especially the aristocracies of those days and the aristocracies of now. I don't see the same type of self-assurance in the carriage of our elites when they relate to Western institutions and Western officials today that I saw with those emirs and that I described in the book. So that's something I think that calls for further conversations and discussions, actually. I think you've opened my eyes to see an angle to the book that I myself, as the author, didn't quite see in terms of the connections to elite culture, political elite culture today in Nigeria. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. AY, you're next.
Good morning, everyone. I have two questions. One is going to go for Mr. Farooq, the other one for Moses. Farooq, I read a lot of your articles and social media posts. I will say you are the true definition of a barrel can be more mighty than an AK-47. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I also know the level of your research. You don't just talk. Especially during election, I read a lot of those your articles. They actually expose a lot of things about what was going on in Nigeria then. So my question to you is, what is the level of Western influence in Nigeria as it relates to our resources, terrorism and banditry, and our top presidential candidate? Do you think any of them is immune from Western influence? In this case, from Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, Evil Concoso, T-Date. And the other thing I would just throw is, have you ever written to the presidency and get a feedback? Are you doing anything in terms of like advice, or do they reply to you? Have you ever tried that? To Moses, it is your position, both you and Farooq, on the removal of oil subsidy and the Naira unification is completely in line with my thought on this platform. So it has become, like, for me, an embarrassment to the nation, the way these policies and implementation were handled. I personally feel that it's just because of lack of understanding and proper planning. They just make this decision. I don't know if they try to show to the country like they do something. But if you watch it very clearly, they don't want to achieve any. There is no plan. Like basically, we don't have a direction correctly. And today, like what Farooq said, if you want to go by what he said, that they remove a subsidy, the pump price of oil is supposed to be around 1,000 because crude oil is around over $19 today. So it worries me because I personally believe that Nigeria cannot afford. You can't remove subsidy. Nigeria cannot afford it. People don't have the money. Majority of Nigeria are poor. So what it means today, even if you are earning half a million in Nigeria, you can't survive the system. So where are we going? What do you think is the solution from here? Because to me, it worries me a lot, right? Because even way it's affecting us. If you are giving somebody 100,000 in Nigeria before, even 500,000, you are taking twice. What is he gonna do with the money? It worries me a lot. What is the issue? What do you think? Where do you think we should go from here? Like, can you provide solution? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ewa. Before you answer, Moses, I want to play a video that I think is connected to something you said a few minutes ago. Let's watch.
Okay. Let's stop these terrorists. Let's stop these bandits. Let's stop these extremists. Let's stop them. The world can do it. Let us be given back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world. They have robbed us of our freedom of doing basic things.
That was our national security advisor. Basically, white people will help us.
Yeah. Yeah. I have written. Thanks so much, EY, for your very thoughtful question and for the kind things you said about me. I have written a heck of a lot of articles on this. I call it xenophilia, which is the opposite of xenophobia. Other countries struggle with xenophobia. That's an irrational hatred of or fear of strangers. But in Nigeria, particularly our elite, we have xenophilia. That is an irrational love and reverence for that which is foreign. And it's part of what society. So there's a sense of there's an internalized sense of inferiority that our leaders have, and there's also a paternal thirst for supervision by an almighty overarching West. And this I came to this epiphany when what do they call this the WikiLeaks leaks in 2011. We realized that even the president Obasanjo would send people to low-level U.S. embassy officials, revealing state secrets, about like Atiku, and then Atiku himself will go and meet these low-level U.S. officials and say, no, it's not true. And they were telling the truth about themselves, about the country. For instance, what's his name? El-Rufai, who had said Atiku had nothing to do. He owes zero debt to Atiku for his political rights. But while he was there, he was very truthful. He said Atiku actually gave him a first public service job, and he's singularly responsible for who I am now. The man you just showed, Nuhu Ribadu said Obasanjo was the most investigated president in the history of Nigeria, and that he was clean and without any blemish. But the WikiLeaks leaks that we read, he said he was the most corrupt president in history, and why he revealed a lot of. So there is and this is true of all the presidential candidates. There's not a single exception. Every single one of them is wants favors and the best of attentions from the West. and they do everything within their power to court the West to get their, and many of them got funding as well from Western institutions. And some of, maybe when the time comes, we're going to reveal these issues. And it's very embarrassing, the extent of the cultural cringe that these presidential candidates exhibited. And that's why, frankly, I was not emotionally invested in the election, because it didn't matter who won. Every single one of them was going to remove subsidies. Every single one of them, just wanted to satisfy the West. That's all it is. And it's probably a problem that is not limited to Nigeria. I think there's a descent into the nadir of lack of self-confidence, lack of self-assurance. Going back to the point Moses made earlier about the emirs being, self-questioning and standing their ground. That level of self-assuredness that we saw maybe in pre-colonial times and immediate past independence is receding. And with this Japa culture now, there's a complete, total lack of self-awareness, self-assuredness in the populace, and it reflects in the sort of people who are leading. So to go back to your point, yes, every single one of them wants to satisfy the West, and there's no sense of anyone wanting to be independent. Second question, well, I try to be as free, independent of people in power as possible. I have never personally written to the presidency, any presidency, or getting any response. When I write, well, if they read it, I want to go work with it, fine. If they don't, that's fine. So whatever I want to put, I put that in the public domain, and I do not make any effort to reach out to people personally. I have what's almost an abiding resistance to being entangled with the power structures, because they corrupt, they contain, and they can blackmail. So that's
all right. Thank you. Moses.
Yes, Ewa, thank you. Thanks for this that question. When it comes to prescribing solutions with a country as complex as Nigeria, it's a tough ask. But I can take a stab. But I think people make Nigeria's problems to be more complicated than they actually are.
True.
At some basic level, our problems are not even complicated. Our problems require political will, political consensus on the part of the elite to come to the table and just agree and have a consensus on what needs to be done. We overcomplicate issue, we overanalyze issue, and then they assume a life of their own, and it seems like these issues are intractable. I don't believe that. I believe sincerely that just changing government, that's no longer enough to bring about change. Just changing the government, the face of government, and having these ritualistic periodic elections. Again, as Farooq said, that might bring in some cosmetic changes. But those changes are going to be very cosmetic. I think there are some fundamental questions that we need to ask about the structure of our country that has a corrupting influence on our elites that makes it impossible to enact meaningful reforms, right? So those structures are a constraint on good governance in and of themselves. And until we restructure in such a way as to constrain power holders, people who wield power, I'm very skeptical. And I think that's what we need to go back to. That's the solution. We need to stop treating the symptoms and hoping that the disease will go away. We need to be courageous enough to say, let us go to the root of the crisis. Let us go to the root of the disease. Let us come to the table and deal with these issues. I think it takes a certain level of what I call political suicide on the part of our elites to do that. It takes a certain level of political self-denial. They have to look at themselves and say, look, I'm willing to sacrifice the next election. I'm willing to look beyond the next political battle. I'm willing to look beyond that contract that is about to get approved in my name. I'm willing to put all of that aside and do what is best for this country. And until we do that, unfortunately, we're going to keep going around in cycles. Because the solutions are there. The solutions are not too complicated, and we just haven't had the courage to embrace them. And it is not about the elite of one region versus another. If there's anything the elite of Nigeria agree on, it is the preservation of the status quo.
Yeah.
Believe me, that's what they all agree on. The elites from the East, because the status quo profits them. It profits them. And so we have to find a way to convince them that, you know what, ultimately, this status quo that seems at this moment to benefit you and that you seem to be so invested in, ultimately, it is not in your interest. It is in your interest to move away from this status quo, to reform it. Because I think, as Farooq always says, and I think he also said it in his this last column that he wrote, once you make life so difficult for the poor, ultimately, you are not safe. When they run out of options, they are going to come for you. So that message is what we need to, if there's a rhetorical solution to this problem before we go to the actual solution, that is the rhetorical. We need to change it so that we send that message as directly and as clearly to the elite as possible. And in doing that, we need to first cultivate a national consensus that that's what needs to be done. One of the things I personally find to be a problem is that once people get in power, whether they are House of Rep members or senators or ministers or what have you, presidential aides, they lock themselves away from what goes on in the country. There's no pipeline, there's no channel through which they can see or hear or perceive the suffering of people and the desperation of people. And they become blind, believe it or not, AY, to the structural defects of the country. But give them another 4 years. Once they get out of power, the same people will be writing tomes and volumes about some of these structural problems. So that says to me that they know what is wrong with Nigeria. Everybody knows what is wrong with it. It's not complicated. It is not rocket science. We just need to convince them that if you don't do something about it, something will have to give. Either an implosion or an explosion will happen. And it will consume us all, including you, who seem to be doing so well in this status quo. You are not safe. So that is a message that we need to pass along to them and convince them so that they act in the interest of the country rather than prioritizing their immediate interests.
All right.
Thank you both.
Thank you, AY. Let's go to Dan. Dan, you're next.
I want to say greetings to everybody. And I've been listening to you guys from the beginning. And most of what you people have as opinion is all right by me. Many of them I don't agree. Because speaking from the street boy point of view, I grew up in the street. I never have this of big opportunities most middle class Nigerians has to. I paid my way throughout. So when most of you guys, who I might call, come from the middle class of those days, your fathers take care of you, they pay for that, pay for this. Sometimes you're out of touch in reality to the people like us. Anyway, the book you people wrote, This Life No Balance, I love it so much because it's a reality of Nigeria. Because Nigeria is not balanced, especially if you come from my point. You know what hunger is. You know everything what it is. You know what is called oppression by somebody who just maybe, like for example, if you're in a situation, you have a friend who went to the university, for example, because you people are talking about elites. So sometimes for me, I don't understand who are the elites. University graduate of your friend will oppress you because he knows you didn't go to university. That to me is an elite oppression. Okay. Anyway, let me keep my privacy and go to the point. Mr. Farooq, you said something that Nigeria was just put together. We are not supposed to be, according to one of your explanations. So do you think that what Nnamdi Kanu has been fighting for the separation of Nigeria in some ways, and Adebanjo said it yesterday also, that we should go back to the 1963 constitution where the regional system were operating, and that was when Nigeria was good. I want you to shine some light on that. If you want Nigeria to divide, I never wanted it, but with where things are going, I think that's the only solution, so that we can handle our things, then come to the center to live. And to conclude, I have just one last question to ask, and I want both of you to share some light. You said that Tinubu cried out that his something shouldn't be released. He wants only the certificate to be released, where they will not find out so many things about him. And to you, you think that if they release such information to Nigeria, you think it should not be, there shouldn't be any change. It will just be something that will be blown off in the air. Okay, now you know who I am, and Nigeria will not react to it. Is that what you are saying? Because I think I had something like that. You are trying to explain that nothing will come out of it. It will just be, okay, now we know who he is, and that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, very quickly. Well, I don't come from privilege. You and I probably share the same background. My father was not middle class. He was lower middle class. He was a primary school teacher. He taught Arabic in a primary school. And he struggled to pay my school fees. If I almost did not write my WAEC because he didn't have 350 naira to pay. So I have struggled all through life, and I do not come from privilege. The fact that I'm a university professor now here does not mean that I've always have had good. No. So let's get that straightened up. You and I were the same, and that's why my sympathies are always with the poor, because I know where I came from. I know my background, and I know that if fuel subsidies, for instance, had been removed when I was going to university, I probably wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be educated. I paid school fees, but the school fees was subsidized. I recall my secondary school was 40 naira per term. But that was a struggle for a lot of people as well. But that was still subsidized. So let's get that straight. And then second, I did not say that I wanted Nigeria to separate, that there was no reason for Nigeria to get together. No, what I said was, and I wrote a series of articles to say that we share so much in common. Several parts of Nigeria share so much in common that even without British intervention, there is a possibility that Nigeria in its present form could still have existed, maybe even larger. And I have given several examples, and it was a 8-part series of articles that I wrote. If you're interested, I can share the link with you at some point.
Yeah, do that, please.
Okay, so yes, if Nigeria works, its size, its complexity, its labyrinthine parts, for me, excite me. And someone like me, with my identity, I thrive better in a country, like Nigeria, because I don't fit in very easily into the boxes, the cultural primordial boxes that people create. So I want a system. I want Nigeria in its present. It's almost. So I do not agree with Nnamdi Kanu that Nigeria should be divided. No, I do not. I find my wife is from Okija in Anambra. So if Nigeria separates and I'll get a visa to go to Biafra. No, I don't want to do that to see my people in Anambra, because they're my people. And my first wife, who unfortunately died, was Yoruba.
Oh, sorry, but his view about separation of Nigeria is not that we don't get along, but it's that some people are marginalized. That was his point of view. Not that we don't get along, but that's problem of some people think they are better than the other side.
Okay, yeah, that, again, if you read me, you know that I'm a very strong advocate for justice and equity, and ensuring that everyone who is in Nigeria has a sense of belonging, and that's not just at the national level, also at the state level. I'm a persistent advocate for that. So if in that, yes, I agree. And if going back to 1963 Constitution, the 1963 Constitution that gives more power to the regions than the center makes Nigeria to work, of course. I'm also a critic. I'm a critic of the enormous power of the center, that makes it so attractive to the point that people fight. And so, yeah, anything to weaken the power of the center and redistribute it to the constituent parts, I'm in on it. I'm a huge supporter of that. If that's what is going to make Nigeria work, and I think it will, it's worth trying. So in that, I agree. I don't know what the second question was.
The second question was about Tinubu's certificate. You said that you don't think anything will come out of it, even though he begged for them not to release it.
Yeah, so that's just my opinion because, well, as someone had said earlier, I don't know who that was. Was that Professor Righteous?
No, Nebulous.
Nebulous. Professor Nebulous said it, or I don't know who it was, that, well, the Supreme Court does not admit fresh evidence. So in terms of the impact it's going to have on the ruling on the election, he already made that point. But then also in the public sphere, where it's going to let people know that, I'm just assuming that we now discover that he is not, or has not originally been known as Bola Tinubu, that identity belonged to someone else. Maybe that's going to be the outcome of this. So what is he going to change? Is he going to make people go out in the streets and drag him out of Aso Rock? Or is just going to affirm what many people had already suspected about him? So even if he affirms it, what change would it take?
But the law says you shouldn't put something that is not true that you could be disqualified if you tender a false document.
Okay, well, maybe the judiciary is independent enough to say, oh, this man has been fake all along, so you cannot be president. Well, if you have faith that will happen with the judiciary, fine. I salute your faith in the independence of the judiciary, but I don't have that faith in the judiciary to make that kind of judgment. That's my opinion, and my opinion is not fact. Let's get that straight. I'm just expressing an opinion. It's not fact. I could be completely wrong. I've expressed several opinions that have turned out to be completely wrong. So if this turns out to be one, and it's just going to be an addition to a long list of things I said that were wrong, and you could be right, and that's fine. That's how our world is supposed to be.
All right, thank you, Farooq. Moses.
Just to add briefly to that, I mean, I think that this is the same Supreme Court that ruled that somebody who came fourth,
yes,
in the governorship election in Imo State, was the rightful winner. He came fourth.
Yeah.
And the Supreme Court in that instance didn't rule that the second person or the third person should become governor, but the fourth person. This is the same Supreme Court that gave the candidacy, the ticket, the senatorial ticket in one of the Yobe State constituencies, to a person who was busy at that time running for president when the primaries took place, who by his own admission did not participate in the primaries. So I'm not as, like Farooq, I'm not as hopeful when it comes to the Supreme Court doing, as Nigerians say, the needful, in this matter. The other part of it is that, the other angle to look at is that Tinubu might actually be, in this time that we live in, one of the, I want to use a word that I prefer not to use, but that's the word that is occurring to me, so I might as well use it. So Tinubu seems to be the luckiest person now as we live in, because you know why? Maybe he's lucky by design, because as they say, maybe you make your luck. In a perverse kind of way, Tinubu's government has put Nigerians in such an existential crisis that the certificate issue is not at the forefront of their concerns now. It's not their number one concern as we speak. It is unfortunate, it is not ideal, but it is the reality. That now what most Nigerians are concerned about is how they will put food on the table, how they can move from one place to another, how they can get a job, how they can get to their job. Some of these issues Nigerians used to take for granted. Some of this, you can always get to your job. But now that Tinubu's government has unleashed such unprecedented suffering in the country, to be honest, the Atiku case, this legal thing that's going on in Chicago, seems like a little more than an elite level abstract obsession, right? So for good or bad, you can call Tinubu an evil genius for creating a situation that now benefits him in the court of public opinion, where suddenly, no matter what comes out of this judicial process in Chicago tomorrow or in the next few days, it may go enter Nigeria. The revelations may enter Nigeria with a dot, with an anticlimactic, disappointing reception. It may meet a disappointing reception because Nigerians are simply too preoccupied with their existential fears and anxieties to care about who Bola Tinubu truly is and what this says about the identities he may or may not have claimed in the past, and which schools he may or may not have claimed to have attended. So we've arrived at a situation in our country where this man, I don't think, maybe I give him too much credit if I said, he set it all up, or that he somehow created this situation to benefit him down the road. That would be giving him too much prophetic credit. But I think now it's a fortuitous situation now that we have where, unfortunately, people are no longer, the people who should have cared about this issue, they no longer care to the same degree because they are watching their very existence being threatened by what the same government, the Tinubu government, has unleashed on them. Yes.
All right, thank you. We have less than 40 minutes. So I will try to get people to quickly ask their questions so that we get people who are in the studio to weigh in before we end this. So, Righteous Man, go straight to your question.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Happy Independence Anniversary. It's been very dull here in Lagos, unlike the previous years when we celebrate our Independence Anniversary. It has been very, very dull. There's no activities going on. People are just indoors, like mourning. So it's not been a good time, unlike before when we goes out to celebrate, go to stadium, go to amusement park, Federal Palace Hotel, and the rest of it. So the story has just changed. So sorry, they just seized light now. That's Nigeria. They just seized light. And I can't afford to buy fuel on my generator. In the compound, nobody owns generator again, It's terrible. Somebody was writing in the comment section that I'm looking so that they should find cola for me, that Dr. Damages should raise cola for me.
They said I should get gala for you.
No, he said cola. Okay. That my face was looking very fearful. You can't live in Nigeria without having this type of my face. I'm telling you, because it's life no balance here. Life no balance. So back to the issue, gentlemen. Your book, the title of that book is catchy. It got my attention, and I would like to have a copy. It's something that I need to read because my son 2 weeks ago called me and begged me that I should do everything possible, even if it's to go and borrow, so that he will leave Nigeria.
Wow.
He's a graduate, he read insurance, but there is no work. He's just roaming around the street looking for Keke Marwa to drive. This young man came to me and said, Daddy, please, if it's to go and borrow, I want to leave Nigeria. That is this story, no balance. If one has struggled to train a child up to university level, and you see that your child going down before you, cannot clothe himself, cannot eat, for him to make expenses, it has to come from your pocket. I mean, nobody will be happy. You can't be a parent, you can't be a father and be happy of it. So that's your book, I need it. And I will not pay in dollars because I don't have dollars. Please make it available so that I can pay in naira, possibly maybe 500 naira or thereabout. If it's anything more than that, I will not be able to afford it. So my question is this. Mr. Farooq, you made submissions that touched my heart. You said Nigeria was structured not to work, comma, and it's not going to work, full stop. So, such submission creates fears into my mind. Dr. Damages, are you taking me off? I don't understand what is going on there.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you. I'm just
okay.
Show the book again.
Okay. So such submission created much bigger fear in me. And then my question is this: since it was created not to work, and you submitted that it's not going to work, so what do we do?
Well,
all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I meant that it was
that's number one. Number two.
No, righteous man, we can't go to now. We're out of
no,
time.
just two, just one. Let me. It's very pertinent, please. Number two.
Hold on, righteous man. Everybody thinks their question is pertinent.
What is the root cause of our problem?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so because a lot of people have waiting in line to talk, I'm going to say very simply that I said it was no structure to work by the colonial people. And after it was handed over to us, we haven't made any effort to make it work. But we can make it work if we want to. So we are not doomed to failure in perpetuity. That's not what I implied. It is that the structure we inherited was not meant for us. It was colonial people who are extracting resources from us and brought us together arbitrarily without any regard to anything. And they got whatever they wanted and left and say, okay, we gave you independence. But we haven't done anything to change it because we have evolved to the point now that we are more alike now than unlike. I told you earlier that my wife is from Anambra. Without colonialism, maybe the chances of that happening would have been a little too far-fetched, but it has happened. My children now that I go with my Anambra woman, who are they? So we are evolving. We are one, and in more ways than in 1960. But what we haven't done now is the recognition that this system we inherited is not working. We need to make it work. And how can we make it work? Let's tweak it in ways that show sensitivity to our peculiarities, to who we are. And some suggestions have come here. One of the people is the AY who said, or the other man, that maybe we should go back to 1960. Maybe let's make the center not as strong as the constituent part, whatever it is. But we cannot continue to retain a system that we inherited that wasn't working, that wasn't meant for us, and think that it's going to work. That was my point. I'm not saying that it's not going to work. It is that it will work only if we get together consciously and tweak it to show regard to who we are.
Thank you, Farooq. Moses, you want to add something?
Just that some of these, we have some proposals, by the way, in the book.
Yes.
About how to go about doing this restructuring and this tweaking that Farooq was talking about. But, in terms of, how beholden our elites still are to some of these colonial institutions. Today is Nigeria's Independence Day. And that's why I so much appreciated the question that was asked earlier about the behavior of the colonial elites, our emirs, during colonialism. One would have thought that the colonial elites, the Nigerian colonial elites, would have been, more deferential towards the West, and that the current set of elites under independence, quote and unquote independence, will be more self-assured, more confident. But the opposite is the case. So one of the things that that we need to do is to again rethink the way that our elites see themselves. Rethink the way they see themselves. Rethink who their loyalty and who they are loyal to. Their loyalty right now lies with the outside world,
yes.
lies with the West. It doesn't lie with Nigerians. And that's one of the things that need to change. But that's never going to change under the status quo, because the status quo is too comfortable. The status quo does not promote accountability on the part of our political elites. They are not answerable to anyone, right? Rather, they can steal money, and then when questions are asked, they can run to their ethnic group right now and they'll get protection, or they can run to fellow elites and get protection. That's not how a nation is run. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Righteous Man. Thank you. Tone, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi. Good evening, everybody. A very straight one, and this is to Prof. Farooq. I believe I heard you when you were commenting about Tinubu's certificate issue, and you did say that perhaps he didn't have much time to pay for his a copy of his degree or diploma, whatever it is, and that it was only £65, and then hence the forgery. Now, I'm going to put a pause on that. I went to uni. I can, even if I don't have my certificate, I can tell the uni I went, and if you go there in England, and they will tell you that so and so person did attend. I had classmates who can attest that they know somebody called Tone. Now, going to my secondary school, I have people that are still living that can attest that I went to the same secondary school. Maybe primary school, maybe one or two people may remember me. Now, my dad's classmate, my dad is passed away now, bless his soul. I can tell you who his classmates were in his secondary school in CKC in Onitsha and his university here. So I find it worrying and disturbing when I hear educated people make these kind of statements. It's worrying. With all due respect to you, sir, it's deeply worrying. And this is what gives people that are still supporting this impostor in Aso Rock the confidence to still stay there. All the lies, there's been tissues and there's been tissues and tissues of lie that's been spawned out.
Can I respond to your question?
Okay,
Tone, thank you.
So the response is, well, the UK is not the United States. They're different. And then in the United States, the diploma, that certificates that we call it diploma in the United States, is just a celebratory document. It's just a symbolic document. No one asks for it anywhere. They give it to you during graduation to display. So his transcripts show that he did graduate from that university. But the certificate you are giving, he got lost. And there are processes to get it back. One, you pay in his school $26. It takes 10 weeks to get it back. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm imagining that, suddenly he realizes that in Nigeria, you have to attach your certificate. We call it diploma here, along with your INEC documents. And it's not there. What do we do? Well, if you apply, it's going to take you 10 weeks. And that speaks to the carelessness of the Nigerian elite, that you are waiting until the very last minute. And that's why we say he looked tired and sleep deprived I'm sure he didn't even practice the delivery of his speech as is done in the West. Everything is fire brigade, last minute. So last minute, we have to turn it in. I can't get my transcript to be, because INEC doesn't want transcript. It wants your certificate. As I'm speaking to you here, I graduated from 2 US universities. If you ask me where my certificate is, I don't know where it is, because no one has ever asked me for my certificate in the US. Anywhere I have gotten a job is my transcript. I write to my school directly and they send a transcript to wherever I'm applying. No one asks, let's see your diploma or your certificate. It's just a celebratory document. So I'm assuming that he's lost because he earned it in 1979. And now he has to turn it in and he said, it's going to take 10 weeks. Let's just forge one and put it there. That does not indicate that he did not graduate. There have been 2 people who came forward.
For want of time, because I want other people to contribute, because there's another question I would have asked you, because I'm sure he did not just come out of his mother's womb and just went straight to CSU. He must have gone to secondary school till now we're yet to see someone that sat in the same class with him.
So that's a different conversation altogether. If you've been following this, you would know that I said the good thing about Atiku's the ruling he got now is that we would know who he was before he got to CSU. But that he graduated from Chicago State University is not in question, except for people who don't even understand what's going on. Because if the legal disputation is about whether to release his document or not to release his transcript, we know that he has a transcript to be released or not to be released, which means he graduated from there. And the registrar of the university swore under oath. If you know what that means in the US, you wouldn't even have this conversation that he did graduate. If he lied, he's going to be in real big trouble. The university said he's going to be in real big trouble. So the question is not whether he graduated from Chicago State University. He did. There's no question about that. It is that they want to use this as a basis to unravel who he was. What secondary school did he attend? How did he get there? That's the question. But a lot of people don't understand, and they want their prejudices and predispositions to be confirmed. If it's not confirmed, they get angry. But that's not the way the world works.
It's not a prejudice. It's very clear that this man is a fraud. It's not. There's no prejudice here. It's very, very clear from all evidence that this man is a criminal. He's a fraud.
Well, all right, that's a different conversation, my friend. The conversation is about whether he graduated from Kennesaw. From Chicago State University, and the answer is yes, he did. Other things are ancillary, and we can talk about that.
All righty. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ton. Let's go to Ike.
What medication would you like to have with us? The panelists.
Hold on, Ike, hold on, please. I think there is X0. He's been trying.
No, don't do this. I've been over here for over an hour.
You want to get me sacked?
I've been here for over an hour.
I just wanted to ask a question and go before I can start.
They try to be considered. It's at work. This is good for him.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you, Farooq Kperogi and Moses Ochonu. I don't know your titles, maybe professors. Thank you very much for coming to the program today. I have this lingering question. I'm not sure, but I want to be sure. Is this Farooq Kperogi that wrote that story during the thick of electioneering that was titled Obituary? That was kind of an attack to Obi or something like that. Was it Farooq?
No, it wasn't Farooq that wrote it.
Okay. Sorry for the mix-up. Now, I wanted to ask you your take on a journalist like David Hundeyin. How would you describe such a journalist, David Hundeyin? What's your take on him?
To tell the truth, I'm not familiar with his work. His work. Yeah, and so I mean, if he's doing journalism, that's fine. Except if you help me describe what he does, that would be great. But I'm not familiar with his journalism. I've heard the name, but I've never read anything he's written.
You don't really read other journalists, because he's quite. I think they're even recommending him for an award, international award.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's wonderful.
He's one of those journalists who did a lot of research about the Tinubu saga, and I think you should read about him. But I've read most of your works, and I think you're one of those journalists that bring us to the spotlight. But please, I want you guys to also focus on those international companies that are doing the dirty deals in Nigeria, because they're deeply involved in why our politicians don't want to let go. Whenever they're almost giving up, they see another opportunity. The World Bank, the IMF, these guys are involved, but there are also some multinational firms, and we would like you guys to expose them so we can continue the expose here, so that their citizens will continue the work, because in their own countries they are going far right. Please, right. I would like to have your contact too, so we can talk more.
All right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. So who is this for? Farooq, is it for you? Are you taking this, or there's something to say?
Is there a question?
Oh, okay. It's not. I don't think it's a question.
Yes, it's a question, because I know you do a lot of research, I want to know. I've seen the possibility of in researching on these international multinational firms that are doing the dirty jobs in Nigeria, especially the oil spillage and all these contracts that are keeping these politicians, yeah, in power. I don't want to make them leave, so we can expose them more and chase them out.
All right. Thank you.
Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible. If you give me the facts and we can investigate it, I'm always glad to expose. I think it was 2011 or so, about this toxic fuel that are exported to Nigeria, and that no one could use in Europe. It's illegal and it's still continuing, sadly, because the sort of gas, the petrol that Nigerians use it's borderline illegal, in many jurisdictions in the world. And so it's not even the quality of, it's not the crude that is extracted from Nigeria that is refined. The refined products that we use in Nigeria is not even it's not the quality. It's not the crude that is exported from Nigeria. So there's a lot for that's happening, and I don't think any change has occurred from exposing that. I recall in 2011, I got calls from senators who wanted me to give them more information, and they brought it up in the Senate, but nothing has come out of it. But sometimes just knowing something, democratizing knowledge of certain iniquities, maybe may have some functions that causes people to the mass awareness of an issue, maybe forces governments to do something about it. I don't know. But it's not the first time it's been happening, and I'll be glad to do anything within my power to expose international conspiracies to bring our people down.
All right, thank you, Farooq. Iken at San Antonio, the next.
Yeah, thank you, the panel of judges. Thank you, the people that came to talk to us today. We really appreciate you guys. It's not easy to do research. And thank you for Dr. Jacqueline Damages for all you do. For me, there are some things you say, it struck me, because when you say political will, there is nothing like political will, because structurally, political system in Nigeria does not have structure. For example, if you come to here in the US, if you're a Democrat, you have a fundamental belief system. If you're a Republican, you have a fundamental belief system. Yeah. So in Nigeria, there's nothing like political will. So we can put that aside. Then let's throw aside the politicians. The individuals, the people of Nigeria are so corrupt that it's sad. Do you guys see the news? The people that talking about they didn't come to work, and they say they didn't come to work on time, and could you imagine in Nigeria you cannot clock in and clock out to go to work, and the Minister of Works forcing them, oh, you didn't come to work, and they are fighting. I'm fighting to justify why they didn't come to work on time. So for me, those things, structurally in Nigeria, both politicians, both people of Nigerians, we need to change completely. When we were growing up, it was different. Probably me and you, Farooq, me and you might be at the same age level, but when we were growing up, it's different from what we are seeing coming out of Nigeria now. But the only thing I will say in terms of Nigeria changing, I think visiting back 1960, 60-something level of regional government, that is the only thing that will change. What we have now is nonsensical. But I want to use this opportunity to think that anybody think that what is happening in Chicago court will change the outcome of anything. That person is dreaming, because what he's fighting is his demography, the information that was, he's not fighting about his transcript, because that one, nobody will release that one. That particular demography, how he made it to Chicago University, is what he's fighting for. He doesn't want anybody to see anything. The only thing will happen that at the end of the day, people see it, then like you said, it will unravel who he is as an individual. I didn't go to secondary school in Nigeria personally. So if I'm joining Nigerian politics, I will not say, oh, I went to secondary school in Nigeria, because the biggest school I went to in Nigeria was 6th Elementary 6. So you cannot see a document saying, oh, he went from this secondary school to this. But what you're gonna see is, oh, he came to US and do GED. GED covers all that for me to get into university. Now you can say, oh, I will get his demography. So Nigerians need to have it in their head that this thing that is happening is ego. Atiku is using ego to prove that Tinubu is a fraud. That's all he's trying to do, and it's not going to change anything. Thank you for what you guys do. Continue researching and being safe, because it's not easy for you guys to do what you guys do. That is just my 1 cent on this.
All right. Thank you, Ike from San Antonio. Let's go to one of Prestige.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Farooq and Moses, nice to have you on this forum today. It's a pleasure having you on this forum. Let me begin from the speech. I watched Tinubu's speech, Nigeria 63. And in my opinion, most Nigeria have not had their independence. A lot of them have been in bondage. So having said that, the speech was there's some substance to what he said, but he looked tired and uninspiring. So I don't know what's going on. He looked very tired. If he asked me, that's my own opinion. So maybe he's doing too much. I don't know. So what I'm trying to say, maybe the advisors that is handling him, they need to spend more time, presenting a good advisor how to solve the country problem, instead of the propagandas, because that's what they've been doing. Propaganda, deceiving the Nigerians, going from what they said, all the whole lying about the visa ban. I mean, I can go on. I have at least about 10 something that I can say right now about their propaganda. So I think they're investing a lot of time on propaganda instead of doing something, try to deceive the Nigeria. I don't know if that's the way they want to govern. So having said that, my question that I'm gonna ask you today. I was on a different platform. There has been something going on because of the dire situation in Nigeria. Do you think that Nigeria should sell some of their assets in order to alleviate the problem we're having right now? Because I don't see anywhere we can get any forests. There's no way. I mean, the oil is depleted. You can't get any forest to help Nigeria in that respect. Maybe they should sell their assets. Would that be a good thing? Buying any kind of national security implication.
Okay.
I mean, we need a dire help right now, not for tomorrow.
Thank you so much. We have to quickly get to.
Okay.
We're running out of time. Okay. So the question is, should Nigeria sell assets to take care of the problems?
Well, let Moses go.
No. I'll be very quick with this.
Yeah.
No. What we need to get rid of is the waste in government,
exactly,
and the excessive largesse that the political elites award to themselves. And we need to find savings in the institutions of government. And if we do all of that with sincerity of purpose, with determination, we can, and we need to go after people who have stolen large amounts of money as well. If we have the determination to do all of that, we can recover enough money to build things and to bring our economy back. No, we don't need to start selling assets. That compounds the problem. It doesn't solve it.
All right.
There's a quote from Mahatma Gandhi that incidentally I became aware of through Moses, where he says, there is enough for everyone's need, but there's not enough for everyone's greed. Apart from the rhyming, need and greed, it's a very poignant statement that captures, the greed of the elite, how the greed of the elite eats into the need of the everyday folks. And when we have a federal government with 50 ministers, and all these ministers are going to have their aides, and you have governors with 100 plus aides, I mean, that's a lot of waste there. That's low hanging fruit there. If you want to save money, Those are very low-hanging fruits there to save money from. So the problem is not the need of the people, it's the greed of the elite. And if you can modulate the greed of the elite, there's probably going to be enough to sustain everyone.
All right, thank you. Pansat, you're next.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Welcome, Mr. Farooq Kperogi and Moses Ochonu to the show. Congratulations on your book. I'll try to pick it up. Now, I have looked at a couple of your works in the past, especially when we had an administration, and I used to think that you were unfair to Jonathan, Mr. Farooq. I'm talking to you now. But then I saw the way you handled Buhari, and I said, okay, this is a journalist doing his job. He's hard on Jonathan, and he's hard on Buhari himself, who's from that. You say you're from Kwara, but when we look at North, we look at everybody. It's not geographic, basically. It's religious. It's
cultural
ways of doing things in Nigeria. Yeah, but that's even-handedness true. I don't think there's moral equivalence, for example, between Jonathan and Buhari, and then, of course, the man we have in office right now. Jonathan is a civilian, he's a Democrat, and other virtues. He's not the smartest bulb in the room, that's true. But it's not equivalent, right? So, but I've noticed that change, though, Mr. Farooq. Just when I'm relaxing and said, okay, here's one guy from your section of the country who's fair. I come to notice that you do give landings, like you're doing in this case right here with Tinubu. You were here in the United States, you're educated, you've quoted things showing that you know a lot of things. Somebody asked you, do you know David Hundeyin? And you say you don't know David Hundeyin. That's a red flag. But more importantly, the soft landing that you're giving, probably you're not doing it knowingly, unwittingly. You're giving Tinubu a soft landing on a hearing we're going to get to know tomorrow. You know that the Supreme Court of the United States, because you're comparing the two, using them almost the same Nigeria system and the United States. The Supreme Court has vast powers. It's not just discretionary, but extraordinary powers, such as writs of mandamus and writs of certiorari, right? I don't know if you're familiar with those writs.
Pansat, sorry.
Hold on, please.
We have 8 minutes, and we have more than 4 people.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, this would really cover a lot of things. I would like to hear Mr. Farooq's response to this, because even here in the United States, the Supreme Court could, even before that intermediate court, appellate court, the petition, the tribunal, they could reach down there and take that case from there, knowing that there was a problem in our system whereby a president could be sworn in before the election was determined. So my question to you is that, knowing that the Supreme Court has all kinds of powers, including these two writs that if you're not familiar with them, it's writ of mandamus and then writ of certiorari, right? They could make INEC something on their own motion by the courts themselves. So how could you predetermine what that's going to do, knowing that our courts too in Nigeria have the same power? So let me also say that, pardon?
I said all right.
A very good answer. I want a very good answer on that, Mr. Farooq. And if you don't have a good answer on it, then don't give me a soft landing. Don't give me a soft landing, because it demoralizes. It demoralizes
my brother.
The citizen when it's inevitable that no matter what, this thing is determined. Do you understand what I mean?
Pansat,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Well, so first of all, thanks for the thanks for the question and for having read me, all this while. But let me say this very quickly, and I'm not the only person who says he has no confidence in the capacity of the Supreme Court to use the judgment, the evidence that might come from this revelation to do anything. My friend Moses said the same thing, and he gave examples. A Supreme Court that will make someone who came forth in an election to be the winner of the election, a Supreme Court that make someone who did not run for an office, who did not contest a primary election to be the candidate for the election, shouldn't be trusted to do anything, logical or legal or whatever. And I'm not the only person who has said it. Other people have said it. So why you are isolating that to me, I have no idea. But I appreciate.
You were emphatic, though. You were emphatic. That's why you were very emphatic to say.
Pansat, he said, "This is my opinion, and my opinion can be wrong. It's not fact." So I don't know where he was emphatic. So
exactly.
Let's move on. Pansat, thank you so much. Chim, you're next.
Good day to everybody. I'll just say good day because I don't know what time it is where each of us is. And Moses and Prof. Farooq, or Dr. Farooq, I'm not sure which one it is. It's a pleasure to be meeting both of you, and congratulations on your new book. I'm getting lazy reading these days, but I will try as much as possible to see if I can get that book and read it. It sounds something that will be very interesting and educative. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have much questions because Dr. Rudolph rigs this election all the time. I go to church, I know he's not happy that I go to church. So I go to church. By the time I come back, the speakers would have spoken. I will not know the basis and foundation on where to start to ask them questions, but that's okay. At least I caught you when you were talking about giving your perspective, your opinion on whether the legal situation going on in the US will have any implications in Nigeria. Fair enough, I share your views. I share your views not because I would love that to be my viewpoint, but I share those views because of the disappointment and my understanding of how our legal system works back home in Nigeria. And that is to say that, ordinarily, if the situation comes out unfavorable towards the sitting president, it should be something that someone should pick up and go to court to say, you know what, bearing the information we have right now, I think this man is no longer qualified to be sitting on that seat. And then it becomes a legal issue to see how to get him out. But fair enough, I share your views. I don't have confidence in our judiciary. But I disagree when it comes to whether Tinubu went to Chicago and all that. I know it sounds conspiratory. I agree. I understand that we need facts, hard facts. We need to follow the trails properly and not make conjectures. Totally agreed. So one thing I left with from church today was the minister. We had a guest speaker, and he was trying to talk about the values and equivalencies of believing in the Bible and the Big Bang. And he used this analogy. He said that the thing is, if you go to court, two lawyers, they all deal with the same facts. If it is something that they've gotten in terms of DNA, the defending lawyer and the prosecuting lawyer are dealing with the same facts. But everybody will try and twist those facts to suit their narrative and their argument because they have a bias. You have a bias to defend your client. This other person has a bias to throw your client to jail. And so everybody will come from that perspective. So that's one of the reasons why I find it difficult going with the legal system. But that being said, the candidate we're talking about, the person we're talking about, in 1999, 98, 99, filled a form. And that form stated he went to Government College, Ibadan. The form said he went to a certain Richard Daley's or whatever, and then subsequently dovetailed into Chicago State University. But in 2022-23, bear in mind that this matter had been tested by, Chief Gani Fahimi of blessed memory, decided to remove that government college, did not mention any primary school, and just soft landed from Richard Daley to Chicago. And then recent informations we're having says that it's a stolen identity. So when people are saying that he didn't go to Chicago, it is that the identity that went to Chicago is not his identity. So, and that's the argument which people like Mr. Hundeyin, who brought up this matter and brought it to the front burner in recent times, are making, which is what Atiku is trying to ride on to see how he can unravel. So my point is, I do not think that I'm trying to be as fair as possible towards him. I do not think that this matter should not be in the front burner, as Moses alluded to initially. I think this is a serious matter. I listen to people. I know people are hungry, but I also know that people want to know if the person who is presiding over our affairs is, for a better use of word, a fraud or a stolen identity. That is one. So I don't know what you have to say about that. It's not necessarily a question, because like I said, I didn't really catch you guys when you were speaking, but I just wanted to express my views on what I think this issue is all about. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, again, I mean, you are completely right to hold the opinion that you hold, but I do know that there is a yearbook photo in 1979 of the class of 1979 that shows a clearly younger version of Tinubu. And the transcripts showed that if there's stolen identity, it's before his graduation. And maybe because you didn't come in here on time, and I say there's a possibility, which we're going to see now, when these documents, the non-essential documents, are released, showing that a person by the name of Bola Tinubu attended a secondary school in Nigeria. Because although he did not indicate which schools he attended in Nigeria in his INEC form, the documents at Chicago State University will show what secondary school he claimed to have attended. And that's what's going to unravel the real person who graduated from there. So for me, where the question of identity theft will come in is that maybe we might see that someone stole someone's identity to get into Richard Daley, or stole an identity of someone who attended Richard Daley to get into Chicago State University and graduated from it. Because the yearbook photo that I saw of him is clearly, unmistakably a younger version of Tinubu. So it is he who actually graduated from Chicago State University. But whether he got someone's identity to get into Chicago State University is where the question is going to be. So we are hoping that when this come out, we're going to see that.
All right, thank you. Moses, you want to say something? Okay, all right. So we are out of time, but if our guests can stay for the people who are in the studio at this point, we continue. What do you guys think? Moses, can you?
We have two more people. We can just take those two questions or three questions together. And
okay, all right. So let's take it together. CM. CM, we can't hear you. All right, we skip CM. He will figure it out. He's a veteran. Let's go to
this one will be Okija, my in-law.
And your in-law.
Professor Farooq, actually, I came to ask this question because you mentioned Okija. That's the only reason.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, like the right thinking Okija people, when they have information, the way they process information. Yes. So I'm gonna show it to you. Tinubu was in 1992 when he ran for Senate under SDP. Yes. He said that he went to Chicago State University, Bachelor of Science in Accounting, that SDP. In 1999, he proposed certificate, Bachelor of Accounting. In 1999, when he ran for governor, he presented University of Chicago, not Chicago State University, Bachelor of Certificate in Economics. Then in 2022, he produced Chicago State University, Bachelor Certificate in Business and Admin. 1999 was Chicago State University. I mean, 1992 was accounting. 99 economics. 2022 business and admin. Okay, so you went to university. You've gone to a lot of university. But from. Don't you remember? The schools you attended. I mean, the degrees you got. Because you say something about that. I mean, actually, you've answered the question by being fair that probably because of identity issue. But when you were asked responding to tone, you were categorically saying that you went to. The way I saw it, I read it. You were categorically saying that he graduated from the university. But also, I don't know. You also say that you never heard about David Hundeyin. I mean, that's I don't know who hasn't heard about David, who lives in US, professor in US, who is always in the social media. He hasn't heard about David. I mean, that's strange to me.
What's wrong with you? What's this obsession with David Hundeyin? Is it?
Yeah,
let me tell you this. Listen,
you don't have obsession.
You live in your own echo chamber, and you imagine that everyone lives in that echo chamber. That's what's called echo chamber insularity. There are people I know that you don't know. So why do you insist that I know someone because you know that person?
No, I don't have to. You haven't heard about him. You haven't heard about him. You don't have to know him. You haven't heard about him.
I say I've heard about him, but I've never read anything he has ever written. So what's big? There are people who have never read anything.
You heard about him, or you haven't read about him. You haven't heard about him.
I mean, you guys, you live in your own silos, in your own echo chambers, and you believe that that's the world, and that's so stupid. That's not the world. There's a world out there that exists outside of your circles.
Yeah, I know that.
People who don't know me, who have never heard of me. In fact, a few days
I've read about you. I've read you many times.
One of my colleagues.
Ochonu, I was with you at Nigerian Word. I read you on Nigerian Word many times. We were even in the forum. Together. Nigerian Word.
You people are this is just unbelievable. There are people, my colleagues, who met in Nigerians who came for a conference in a country in Singapore, and because he imagines that I'm some popular guy, he said, "Do you know Farooq Kperogi?" He said, "I've never heard that name before." I said, "Really?" So he came back and said, each time he always tell me, "Farooq, you're very popular." I said, "No, I'm popular with certain people. There are some people who don't even know that I exist in Nigeria." So when he came, he met people. There were 5 for Nigeria, and they were scholars. I mentioned the name. He said, "I had never heard the name before." And he came back and said, "Farooq, you're right." And I said, "Nigeria is a big country, 200+ million people. Not everyone knows me." So to imagine that because you know someone, everyone must know that person, it's just stupid.
Okay.
I'm sorry that I have to say that.
Yeah, as someone who's in IT, I know how algorithm works. If you view information about Nigeria, if you're on Twitter, algorithm, they push towards you things about Nigeria.
Exactly. So, that's your algorithm. That's not my algorithm.
You haven't heard about anything he has ever written. Understandable. But you say you haven't heard about him.
You hold me.
Yeah,
because I don't know who you know.
Yeah, you are the guest. I don't want to argue with you. You can leave your own echo chamber. But I'm trying to depend on teacher people. Or teacher people, they're smarter than that. That's what I'm.
You are just so stupid.
Farooq, Farooq, there's something maybe you don't. I hope you know this. That people can have a meeting and demand additional dowry from you. Based on this conversation.
To go to the substantive question he asked, you live in the United States. Our degrees, for instance, in my university, degree is in communication, but there's a specialization in journalism. There are those who specialize in public relations. There's organizational communication. In Chicago State University, their degree is business administration. And within business, they have specializations. So his business administration specialization in accounting. How is that a problem? So sometimes you just say, "I have a communication degree." That's what my students say. After that time, they say, "I have journalism." Or after that time, they say, "I have public relations," depend on it. So because the umbrella degree is business administration, but then there are subspecialties within business administration. It's the same thing in communication. There are many majors that are like that. How is that a problem? I have no idea. I mean, people just want an affirmation of their preconceptions. Anything that departs from it must be made with violence, with rhetorical violence. That's not the way the world works. I think we should have some. I don't have any emotional investment in anything, in any of the candidates in all of your divisions and all of that. I don't have that. So if you want to put me into a box, well, that's your problem. But I don't belong in those boxes.
All right, thank you. Let's go back to CM. CM, can you try again? Okay, thank you so much. CM. All right, CM is still in purgatory. Janaba, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, young man, for coming on with Dr. Rudolph show, and thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for having me.
Where is Janaba?
We seem to have lost him.
Yeah. John has run away.
All right. So John, can you hear me? Janaba. All right. CM, can you try again?
Is it NEPA?
CM. All right. So
CM should take off his headphone. I think his headphone is what is causing the problem.
Yeah. So let me ask my own final question so that you guys can round up. So Moses and Farooq, I know you do commentary every time, but columns and everything. What do you think we're looking at? I'm talking about the supporters of Bola Tinubu. Are they any different from the people that supported Jonathan or the people that supported Buhari in terms of how they react to people criticizing their hero? Because a lot of people who are in the public space, they've complained about this idea of being labeled, when people forget what you wrote. Someone actually pointed, I think it was Pansat, that went back to research on what you wrote about Jonathan. But that was a good thing for him to do. But some people forget that you were commenting on Jonathan, you were commenting on Buhari. Suddenly they would think that you woke up now and you started attacking Tinubu because he's you are a person, or you are supporting Tinubu because he's your person. How do you guys deal with this or see this trend? Are things getting worse or are things getting better?
I don't know who should go first.
Moses, start. Moses. Yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, I mean, when you are in the public discursive space and you are airing your views, you have to be mindful of potential backlash. You have to be mindful that your opinion is yours and yours alone. And there are people who hold contrary opinions. And because of the democratization of the information space through social media and other platforms, those people have the capacity to disagree. So it comes with the territory. You occasionally might want to remind people of something you said earlier on, especially when, as Farooq was saying earlier, they try to put you in a box. Some of them know exactly what they are doing. It's an intentional, deliberate, rhetorical strategy to marginalize your viewpoints, to diminish what you have to say, and to muddy the waters. So occasionally you have to intervene to correct the impression that those people try to create. But also, I feel like we as commentators in the public space always expressing ourselves about what goes on in our country. We also need to be introspective. We need to hold ourselves to account as well. The capacity for self-critique, for introspection, I think is something that we all need to cultivate. Because if you are willing to put yourself out there and to put your views out there, you should be ready for scrutiny. And in fact, you should be ready for a higher level of scrutiny than the people that were holding to the people in government that were always criticizing. So I think that's a burden that we carry. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that we should tolerate people who come at us and accuse us of all kinds of things and try to fit us into their preconceived agendas and the way they see the world, the way some people see the world from these very narrow prisms of ethnicity, and they try to guess your loyalties and they try to pin certain loyalties, and those assumptions just don't work. And occasionally you let it go, but sometimes when it's egregious and you know they're doing it with malice and with intentionality, you have to step in and correct them. You have to remind them, look, I also said the same thing about this other person, and I don't play your game. I'm not in those categories, and that is all you can do, unfortunately, because Nigeria has become so polarized that it's difficult for many of our compatriots to imagine that one can stand in a neutral space, discursively speaking and intellectually speaking, and express one's views about the country. I think the going assumption is that everyone has, his or her loyalties, and that those loyalties dictate what one says in the public space. And so it's very hard for our people, and I don't completely blame them. I don't completely blame them, because there have been so many cases of people like us, intellectuals in the public space like us, who have allowed themselves to be, to be compromised and bought over, and to basically be seduced by some of these ethnic and religious and other primordial loyalties and solidarities. So I think that is what is conditioning people to extend that sort of scrutiny and skepticism to the rest of us. So unfortunately, we have to pay for the sins of the few, as it were. Yeah, Farooq, I'm sure, has something to say about that.
All right, Farooq.
Yeah, well, just like, consistently, it's. I've said that my loyalty is to principles, not to people, not to primordial identities, because in any case, frankly, as I said earlier, I don't fit into the primordial boxes that Nigerians have constructed. And I have been consistently critical of government since I started my public commentaries in 2005. Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, Yaradua, and all of them will always have their own army of supporters, who come for you, who accuse you of all kinds of things, who try to emotionally blackmail you into towing their lines. So that's consistent. It's something that I've gotten a thick skin over, that it doesn't worry me anymore. But I would say, though, that in the last few years, months, since I think, to answer your question directly, it does seem to me that Tinubu supporters are so, I think the man's problems, the fraud surrounding, notions of fraud surrounding his identity, his politics, his policies, are so overwhelming that I don't even see any supporters anymore. Buhari had more articulate supporters who are able to come out and be counted, even in the midst of his disaster, than Tinubu has had. For me, that indicates that it's so bad that even people who support him are not prepared to come out in the open to fight for him. Maybe, again, I live in my own filter bubble, which I'm not immune to. Just like the people here who think because they know someone and are familiar with someone's work, everybody else must. And we live in an algorithmic world, but we can also transcend the algorithms, because some things interest you. For instance, there's a story about this Mohbad. I've seen that story everywhere. I've seen it, but I've not read a single story about Mohbad, not one, because it doesn't interest me. I have many things that I need to do with my life. There are so many competing pressures that I see Mohbad. Ask me a single thing about Mohbad that I know. I swear to God, I don't know anything, but I've seen the headlines. I've seen friends comment about it. So we can transcend algorithms. So I'm saying this with a self-admission that my notion that Tinubu doesn't have supporters may be wrong. Maybe that's what I see. But when I write articles that are critical of him, the way that Buhari people will come for me and fight me and insult me, I haven't seen that yet. And for me, my own indication is that it signposts the depth of the unpopularity of both his politics and policies, that only people in government are defending him. Even they're doing the defense so tepid, so tentative, so cowardly, that I think it's an indication to them that this is just an unmitigated disaster. But I have gotten death threats from Jonathan's time, Buhari's time. That was when it spiked. Unfortunately, the only death threats I got in this past election were for a candidate who didn't win the election, because I say something critical about the candidate. So it's not even the person is in power that's in power right now, where I got death threats from the supporters. So it's always people get invested in people and emotions. And it's a consequence of I was reading a book written by psychologists about mass political cultism, how people isolate an individual, infuse attributes on that individual that he doesn't have, and then they surrender their thought processes, their independence to that person, and then they create communities around it, and they get very fierce, and they're very dangerous and threatening people and all of that. And I see that happening. I'm working on an article, political cultism in Nigeria. There are cult groups, politically speaking, in Nigeria now. Unfortunately for us, Tinubu has so depleted his goodwill, whatever, if he had any, that it will be very difficult to form political cultism around him, because everyone is suffering the consequences of his economic disaster and bad choices and all of that. So maybe so that's so far, it could change, but so far I haven't seen any Tinubu supporter sending me death threats because I said his economic policies are strangulating people, because I'm sure even those people themselves are struggling to breathe as we're talking now. I don't know anyone who is not struggling to breathe in Nigeria except people in government and their supporters and all of that. So,
all right, thank you. Moses, final thoughts. Unmute yourself, Moses.
Yes, I mean, I think the thing with Tinubu is that the honeymoon is over. In the next few months, maybe in the next couple of years, we are going to see the Farooq's theory tested, if we can call it a theory, as to whether Tinubu's whether Tinubu has supporters, and if so, why those supporters are not vigorously in the public space defending him the way that Jonathan's and Buhari's supporters did. It is simply possible that people have, a fatigue. It is also possible that people are just too preoccupied with their survival, their struggle for daily survival, and it is also possible that the last two presidents, being Jonathan and Buhari, have convinced Nigerians that politicians are no longer worth defending, and that even if you are going to get in bed with a politician, you do so to benefit yourself. But when it comes to public discourse, you better not put yourself out there, because one way or the other, those politicians will disappoint you. If you invest your whatever intellectual capital you have in any politician, especially in this president, they will ultimately fail you and disappoint you and leave you hanging. So we will see all of those things tested and probably clarified in the next couple of years. But my sense of it is that Tinubu is a spectacularly flawed and uniquely flawed president, so that the task of defending him and defending his politics and policies is just so unappealing to maybe a much wider segment of people than was previously the case with, say, Jonathan or Buhari. And that even in the Southwest, another point that I think needs to be stressed, even in the Southwest, because usually with Jonathan and Buhari, we had this core, reliable constituency of support that they enjoyed. With Jonathan, it was ironically the Southeast that was most vocal in defending him, but also the South-South as well owned him. With Buhari, of course, we know the Northwest and the Northeast and so on. But I think even in Buhari, Tinubu's political hold and sway in the Southwest is not even, it's not total. It's not unanimous either. And Tinubu remains a divisive figure, even in the Southwest. So he doesn't have that core group of supporters who are willing to stick out their neck to defend him in the way that Buhari's supporters and Jonathan's supporters did. So that may be another wrinkle to the story.
All right, thank you so much.
Please. I don't want to talk behind them. Could I ask them a question? I don't want to talk behind them.
Pansat, we're done. Pansat, we're done. There are many people who are begging to say something. I cannot let them. We are done. They've gone over the
privilege. Could you ask them? Because I don't want to talk behind them. I have to say it's a little bit.
Don't worry. You send me a message. I'll send it to them. So thank you, Professor Farooq Kperogi. Thank you, Professor Moses Ochonu. And for those on the comment section, I saw some of your questions. The reason why I didn't bring them up is that it showed me that you've not been following our guests. So there's no need asking questions that, doesn't make sense. But we appreciate all of you and everybody who joined us. Thank you. And we will take a break. When we come back, we will do a review of what happened today. Thank you, Farooq, and thank you, Moses.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bear with me, guys. My computer doesn't like being on for a long time. So let's see.
If you're a sensible thinker and you're a critical thinker, you should subject your own thoughts to the most intense critical analysis possible, knowing that
onye ọma zoro bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo akwa nwa ilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya onye mazuru biko abamba wazara nasari ibya unyane gana mo ulagadori byazigabenu mo ulagadori byazigo abamba wilo chila bigora fuzara ona wazi Mazi welcome up Odoguno Kwerezinaka Onyoma niga delemo Mazi ni mazi kame Ibu go with melody Odogu nachala noka Ezi wane mliga delemo Olagado ni pezigo Ma olagado ni pezigo Amama mwilo chilo Bigora muzoro Anabaze Te Onyama zoro Mama wazara nasari Ibya muyana kwa
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣànú kọ́
It's a new song I got.
Why did you stop the first one? People were enjoying it though.
No. Oh well, I'm trying to.
Come on, doctor, don't do this, man.
I didn't know he was playing. Here.
No, please play it
Yeah,
again.
it was good though.
But it doesn't matter. Play this Yoruba one you play now.
No. The first one you played, please. People were enjoying it. Give it to us
this
again.
This last one. Play this last one.
No, the first one.
What's first one? Culture and Igbo.
The first one. Harry, calm down, man.
Here.
What's wrong with
the
you, man?
Second one.
Chill.
You chill too. The second one, please. Thank you.
Rudolph, don't play anything, man.
Oh God! It's not Igbo program. Rudolph, if I ask.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunyegokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo, akwa nwa ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya.
Onye ọma zoro biko, abụ mmanwụ zoro n'osari, ịbịa wunye n'ịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịazigo, mmanwụ ụlagado n'ịbịazigo, abụ mmanwụ ilochilo, biko rapụ zoro ọ na-agbazi ya. Mazi welcome up. Odogu no kwere sunenka. Onyo mani gadele mo. Mazi ni mazi kama. Ibu go with melody. Where'd you fall? Odogu na chalanoka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olagado ni pesigo no. Mo olagado ni pesigo. Amama wilo chilo. Bigora buzo. Anabazi. Say. Onyama zoro ne, abama zoro ne sari. Ibya muya no kwana mo ofube. Mulaga no ne biazugo, nazaboy. Mulaga no ne biazugo, abama wilo chilo, biko rapu zoro, anabazi. Ice. Odogu kenenu bikechofo, ama kwa mnika gogodia. Waligwe kwelona, ikejobo belebege. Hey, you won!
Rudolph.
Ama kwa mnika gogodia.
None of those who said it.
Waligwe kwelona. Hey, you won!
Move the ball and dance.
Chukwe mekalumo, ike chukwu negaji. Esi nwanne mekene, ebuka mbụ nekene. Ịlapụ n'ife niile na-eme webịa. Ekosili na gị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom. Chukwe mekalumo, ike chukwu negaji. Ka nye gị maịkị ka okobanya na-ekwu. Esi nwanne Maxi, ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a. Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ. Wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọbụ na-echọrọ na nke ebe. Wisdom ọdịrị ekene gị. Fama m iyo. Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ.
Zoro.
Wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọbụ na-echọrọ na nke ebe. Wisdom ọdịrị ekene gị. Fama m iyo.
Zoro.
What are you showing? Children are watching you, man.
Deduru joy na bugwa osa sokoto ujembe mwilo anu solo mwe manofia nara onye nwuro zurike Deduru joy na bugwa osa sokoto ujembe mwilo anu solo mwe manofia nara
I hear those strings.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you guys are saying.
This is not a good choice. Why not Blue Flavor? That one they play music. When you dance well. This one are for drunkards, man.
You can behave yourself, man. What's wrong with you?
Will you keep quiet? Are you alone there?
Behave yourself. Stop chatting rubbish.
My people, look here, embrace me like this.
Time don't come for us to wake up.
My people, it's not time for action.
This is playing where you are.
No more.
Can you guys hear me?
We go on.
Stop.
Because we don't tire. This situation, we don't get too much
Henry, you just cannot. Yeah, that was
make you shine your eyes. Make you not sell your photo. No shishi for right. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say. No shishi for right. If you talk, and I talk, and we all the talk.
So the point is,
no shishi for right. No shishi for right. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say good roads, good health, and education. Them say the way you lay your bed, that's so you go lie on top.
They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you know say your future for chichi.
Them go surely take them back with profit, now you go suffer.
Suffer, Naija. Monkey go the walk, bamboo go the shop. Say that's how we go there.
Make you not sell your photo.
No shishi for right.
If I do my part and you do your part.
To come to do something, yeah, now cheap.
Yeah, Rudolph. Dr. Dameji. Doctor.
I've got
God.
Sorry, guys. That is close. So it's playing, looking the music that is lined up here.
Get a better computer, Rudolph.
Hamsat is
you can give me my Apple, so you can use it.
Yeah, all right. I have Apple. I have 3 Apple computers.
That is the best. You have to use those ones. They're the best.
Nobody won't die there. I speak with no fear. Change out for them, you can't buy my soul. No shishi for your votes. This not the new oats. How much is your vote really want? How much they want to give you for the pain? If we choose wrong, then wait till we gain.
For that, step in.
All right, guys. Thank you. I think it stopped. Hopefully. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Yeah, Pansat, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
You want to play music for us?
Playing, could I with 30 seconds? Or when
Oh yeah. Okay, go ahead. I like that.
Okay.
Amazing.
Nice one. Answered. Nice one.
I'm
Are you sure you're not one of the warriors?
Answered, are you sure you're not one of the warriors?
Oh, so it's an old school.
Oh, so you do know it. All right.
Good. You see, you never can tell. I was almost dismissing Pansat, but now I know he has several talents. So in days to come, I met a musician yesterday at the Chebe conference. He's the son of Emma. He performed Afrobeat, Fela, Victor Waifo. Unbelievable. So I'll be playing some of the music. So for Henry, you said play Flavor. I can't play anybody that I don't have the right to play their music. So it's not just that we don't
What
want
of Magic Fashek? Politics. That one is good.
Yeah, but I just wanted to change things. Today is Independence Day, so we wanted to change.
No. What are we celebrating? Come on.
Right. So let's get your view on what just happened. Let me start with you, Forefathers. You were not here. Oh, Femi was not here too. Austin.
I was
Okay,
not here too.
Henry. Okay, Henry too. But let me start with Forefathers.
Greetings, everyone, and greetings. Thank you for having me, Dr. Damages, and all those on the panel chat and the viewers. I'm sorry I missed all the discussion, so there's no comment on my part. So they can go to the next person, then
Okay.
I'll glean from them what they say.
All right. Thank you. NWC.
Good afternoon, everyone in the panel. I joined late. I came back from Mass, and by the time I joined, it was question and answer time. But from the questions and answers they gave, I saw that virtually all we are talking about our country, they share the same opinion. Only that concerning what the courts in Nigeria will make of whatever the Chicago State University releases on Tinubu's records. And they said that because of the Nigerian compromise system, that the courts may just reject it or ignore it. So, but what I felt was that even if they do that, it is left for the people, having known the truth. And if what we are suspecting is really what will come out, that it's not him that went to that school, or it was an identity theft and other things, that Nigerians should begin to ask for him to resign or to leave that position. And which means if he goes down, I think his vice too should go with him. And they probably, I don't know what will happen next. A new, whatever, those political elites or those who know how these things work, maybe the court will give a ruling that will, maybe people will take it to court and the court will now rule on that if he resigns and all that. Because I don't see him resigning anyway, but if he does, I don't think it's good or is morally right for his vice to remain there. So, but that is about that. Then concerning the when he was going back and forth with Okija about David Hunde, yes, it's possible. Some writers specialize in some areas. Maybe he hasn't taken real deep thoughts or read deep into David's investigative works and all that. You don't blame him. He's a professor. He's very busy. He might be interested in Nigerian affairs, which I know he is, but may not be giving that thought. So let's excuse him on that. Maybe after what you've said here, he might now take interest in David's work. And of course, maybe David might be watching this too, and David will also take interest in his work. And maybe someday they may all team up together, since we are all fighting for a better Nigeria. They will team up together and go deep into working for Nigeria to make Nigeria better. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Henry. Henry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mr. Rudolph. What I wanted to ask your guest, but I wasn't chance to go there. When he said he didn't know about David, if you don't, he will not say. When he say he don't know about David, it's for shocking, because a lot of times they talk about David everywhere in the TV, either from Arise TV, whatever, Twitters everywhere. So if he say you don't want to talk about him, that's different. When he say you don't know him, that's a big lie from anywhere. That's a big lie. But I have a problem with that when he said do investigation about Jonathan when he was president. I have a problem when he could not even do that for Tinubu. I have a problem with that.
But Henry, how do you know he didn't do that? Didn't you hear him say that?
He didn't say it. I didn't see him say it.
Hold on. You see, this is the thing. You know, even myself, I don't follow everybody, everything they do. So before you come and accuse a writer, he writes a column twice a week. There's no way he didn't write about Tinubu. I'm sure I read some. What I'm saying is this: you don't come out and say
no, Mr. Rudolph, don't cover for him. Ask your parliament now if they know about him, wrote about Tinubu before.
He did a lot of it.
What are you talking about? You don't know Farooq.
Go to his Facebook page, you will see Farooq. He wrote a lot, all of them. I follow him.
But what I'm trying to say, all this investigation that's going on about Tinubu, it was David, through David, most every Nigerians know that's what Tinubu about the safety issue. But nobody know from this Farooq. Nobody know about it. For me, I didn't know about it. He was the one who was doing it. But David was the one, everybody know that he was fighting for this Tinubu issue.
No, this issue has been going on even when Tinubu was governor.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
you don't know about it.
During this election time, we'll bring it back again, I'm saying.
Okay, get it.
Everybody knows that David now is doing it. So when he says he's fighting for, he did investigation about, okay, why did he bring the certificate about Tinubu? Let's see it in social media and see that he did it. Have you seen the certificate that he investigated about Tinubu? Did you see it? Have you seen anything about it, Mr. Rudolph? Did you see any? Did you see any result?
So, Henry, I don't want to get into this, so it won't be personal.
No, you have to get into it. I have to see.
Yeah, I think you should Google him and see what he has done. And you have to remember, David is an investigative journalist. Farooq is a columnist. He helps with investigation, so it's a different platform.
Because I saw professor journalist. That's why I thought it's a journalist.
What I said is it's a columnist.
He's a professor in the university.
He's a professor in journalism.
Yeah, he teaches.
So that's his number one job. He writes columns for newspapers. Okay,
but he could investigate too and publish what he investigated.
And Henry, you can investigate. Anybody can investigate. There's no certificate that they give you and say you are now investigating.
Don't shake your head about it. Don't support things like that. We have to fight for that country. Can I bring it out?
Henry, people are doing what they can do. They're doing their thing.
Can I make a point?
But when you say you don't know David, that's an insult.
Rudolph, can I make a point?
Look.
Hold on. Let me hear Austin, then I'll come to you.
Look, I always say on this platform, don't use your standard to be the general standard of everybody. That's the truth. You cannot weigh yourself. That's write the exam, evaluate yourself, and give yourself the score like what INEC did. Professors, your job is your research. There are things that I don't know outside my field. And that is why you're a professor in your field. So if a person says he has never heard of David Hunde, I don't think that's a big problem. Like for example, I'll tell you the point. This Mohbad issue, I never wanted to read about it. Even when I sit on social media, I just jump in. Why? Because he dined with the devil. That is why I don't even read it. You knew that these people are the ones when I look you finish. Like there's some.
But you know the name. But you know the name, right?
Now I know the name Mohbad.
But he said you don't know the name.
Augustine, that's what we call contest. He was dismissive of it. That was why everybody attacked him.
Fine.
That's what I'm saying.
And you could read the seeds. You could read an undertone of the seeds.
I don't know how to talk when others are talking. I don't know. I'm a good listener. I prefer to listen more before talking. If somebody, if somebody dismisses it and say that I don't care about reading this, you cannot push him or.
Nah, he said you don't know him. That's why I have a problem.
Fine. If somebody talks about me something, and I talk about Governor Adams of New York, I say I don't know him. Not be by force. Say I must know. Not be by force. I may know that there's somebody called Adams.
Everybody knows, like Rudolph. Everybody know Rudolph.
And that's Rudolph. I can still say I don't know Dr. Damages.
Rudolph is way more popular than David. Rudolph has worked with Sahara Reporter. Rudolph, Adiola.
Don't
let me talk my own now. That one I talk.
Don't try to romanticize it.
Let me continue what
when you say don't know,
could
I have a problem.
Could I respond to Augustine, please? Let me respond to Augustine, please. Because
wait. Pansat, hold on. I want the people that are here to speak to say something before we now.
I want to respond to him.
Yeah, when it comes to you, you can respond.
Rudolph, you're not being fair to me. What do I do?
You played music. I didn't know you were a musician.
Allow
I'm
Pastor to
really
say something
impressed.
now, please.
So we need to
I
talk
want to
after
respond
this.
to Augustine just for a minute.
Okay, 1 minute.
I'll make it 30 seconds.
Okay.
Augustine, yes, somebody is not by force, right? You're entitled to your opinion, but then you are subject to criticism. You have to complete that, right? You could do. He came here, and he's upset because he was being criticized, right? Now this is somebody whose life is to criticize other people. In Matthew 26:52, Jesus who draw the sword will die by the sword. So he says, put away your sword. You live daily by criticizing others, right? He comes here. I didn't like the way he insulted Okija, who had salient point. You say you don't know David Hunter in this climate we're in right now. It's incredible, right? It's not the issue. It's about credibility. You
Okay,
don't have to know
1 minute
him
is
as your
gone.
brother.
Okay,
1 minute is
Thank
gone.
you.
I don't
Answer.
know.
Thank you.
Okay, let me just say what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
I'll take 15 seconds. Look, I have said on this show over and over again, if I have a friend who always praises me, you are leaving. I like constructive criticism. You tell me what is wrong, how it is wrong, and how you can make it better. So a situation where you say somebody lives on criticism, that is your, for me, I believe that criticizing me tries to make me better, especially when it's constructive. That's by the way. The only thing I wanted to talk about him was the issue of saying Chicago State University, nothing comes out of it. They said that truth will set you free. Even if you do not do anything at the Supreme Court, make we know. Let us know how it happened. If there is something about you, bring it to the forefront. Me, we know. So this is how it is, and this is how it's been done. So the situation where they hide the thing like bag of rice during COVID-19 doesn't make sense. Tinubu may have attended Chicago State University, but why was he hiding it all this while? If you could have brought out this thing into the open, all since people know would look eye for the whole thing. But the way you are hiding it like COVID-19 palliative, hiding it and the rest, that's why it's making it a big problem. Now I keep on saying on this show that Tinubu has access to the military. He has access to the money. He has access to the power. But why is it that the lack of attention from the people to the president is still giving him hard time? He's choking. It's still choking him to make you know that insignificant support from your people matters. It is in this dispensation, as the guest rightly said, it is only in this dispensation that a president does not have full support of his people. Jonathan has a way where some block of people were supporting him. Same with Buhari, same with during the days of Obasanjo. But this is the only time where you see that you have an Oga at the top with nothing at the bottom holding him. So it is a disgrace, Oga. It has now become an international disgrace. And that's why you see some of the judgments that are coming from outside the country. People are using it as a face of mockery to mock Mr. President. It is a disgrace to all of us. And the last thing I wanted to talk about here, it is this issue of people coming here, or let me not say coming here, you can have the right to say anything you want to say. But sometimes they have disgraced us in such a way, especially I'm talking of the recent court judgment now that requested that Tinubu's certificate should be printed out. They have disgraced the judiciary internationally. So us, I don't know whether that kind of thing where they say you disgrace you know wear pants. Now they don't do us. But now that's by the way. But I think that the when it comes to investigative journalism, they should tell us the information. You not dismiss anything that it will not make any sense. Give us me know make sense. We know say yes, it make sense. Fine. But try to make it okay. It will not add anything like what Ruben Abati used to say. Or it will not add. May we know. Let us just know. After we know, next time if we want to vote the devil, we vote the devil again. Knowing that we know all the information at our disposal. So maybe no use us they play ball.
All right, thank you. Femi.
Yeah. So I heard just a part of what Professor Kperogi, that was towards the end. And I'll blame forefathers because I was listening to you this morning on your I think you went on an hour or thereabouts rant. I actually sent a comment there. You probably didn't see it. But anyways, but one thing I kind of observed when he had that back and forth with Okiya was perhaps it has more to do with the maybe body language. I don't know. I'm not a body language expert, but so in a way, if I was to side with him, without the body language, which is subject to everybody's individual interpretations, I'll be like, it's true. Even this case of Mohbad, for example, I barely knew him, and it's possible that someone could be so popular. Just like I see the allusion to people saying everybody knows Dr. Damages. That's not necessarily true. It's impossible for everybody.
I didn't want to hold on, Femi. I didn't want to address that because if you want to know how people are doing, actually go and check their social media following. David probably had 800,000 or 1 million people. I don't even have up to 100,000 on Twitter or anything.
Right.
But that's not the important thing.
So it's too much of a sweeping statement. And the thing is, one thing I've tried to balance over time, I've gotten better at, and it's just an advice. I don't claim to know everything or anything. Is because of our emotions. There's that phrase that people could throw around a lot. I think it's very important. It's called emotional intelligence. Sometimes you have to rein in your emotions. We all have emotions, but if you allow emotions to becloud your objectivity, try to be as objective as you can, no matter what emotions you have. If you allow your emotions to override being open-minded, it beclouds every other thing. You don't even want to allow contrary opinions, or even if the person might actually even be agreeing with you, but just because one thing I do not like, I don't think I want to live in a world where everybody's in agreement, because that's an echo chamber. Like my mom would say, what's the point of then having a discussion if everybody agrees? So that's just my opinion. And I'm not necessarily saying that you should agree with him, but it's possible he doesn't know him. When do you think David? I didn't know David till 2 years ago. That's just the truth. And all of a sudden, I've read his even Kperogi. I only knew him probably 10 years ago, and this guy's been popular forever. Probably even less than 10 years ago. So it's just that. I just thought to just bring that up because I didn't know people were going to speak to that as well.
All right, thank you. Who is left? Okay, let's hear Okija because Okija went through.
Okay. You skipped me. Rudolph, your guest need to apologize to Okija. He called him stupid.
No. Listen. I can defend myself. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I can defend myself. So sometimes I wish we were in the old time, so that we put a call to his wife to come back to Okija so that he'll come back and explain himself. In this, I have a couple of apps on Google Play Store and Apple Store. So, and when I see a Nigerian developing app, I try to find out what they're doing, or path what those people they have into IT. You try to find out what they are doing. You see who is a journalist, a professor of journalism, and he's focused on articles he writes about Nigeria. And he goes to Twitter and sees something about David saying something about Tinubu. He doesn't read it. He's lying. First he's lying. He's telling him he's lying. So that's about him. And he doesn't even. I don't understand the kind of journalist he is. I will buy the book because of David. Moses Ochonu. But if it were for him, I wouldn't buy it. Look at him. Like Tinubu in 1992, I presented that to him, and he didn't even take. He didn't even know about it, and he didn't even acknowledge what I said. Tinubu in 1992 presented a certificate, Chicago State University, bachelor's certificate in accounting. The department is an accounting department, but your concentration could be in a business and administration. So he said accounting, just like I read engineering. My computer, my department was computer technology. On that computer technology, we have a computer engineering and electrical electronics. I got a degree, and they gave me in electrical electronics engineering, not in computer technology. So Tinubu went to accounting, the overall department. He said he got a certificate in accounting. Go to Chicago State University. They don't have such degree in accounting. What they have a degree in business and administration. Tinubu in 1992 stated that he graduated accounting, presented a degree in accounting. There is no such degree. Then in 1999, he presented one University of Chicago instead of Chicago State University, but certificate in economics. It was in 2022 that he got the correct department, business and administration. But this guy who's writing about Nigeria, a journalist is a professor in journalism. He doesn't know about all these things. So what is he writing about? He has no credibility. I'm sorry. Today, I actually this morning I shared his article. I shared his article this morning to people. But now, I wish I could just, take that back.
0 over 9.
There's no credibility. You never hear about David Hundeyin. I say that I'm not saying that you should know about him or read about him, but all this year, you see David, maybe pop up David. You have not taken time to say, okay, who is this David? And you're a journalist. Come on, he's lying. Maybe he's jealous, that nobody takes it serious like they take Jesus. People don't worship him
jealousy
like they worship David. That's the problem. But just like I said, I wish the old days would just give his wife a call, let him come to the village and explain.
All right, Chim, you are next.
Augustine, please, I send a message to you.
Dr. Damage,
okay,
my turn now. I've been on the backstage like forever.
Yeah,
but it's not your turn still now.
Dr. Damages, you seem to have people that you give some privileges. How come I can't even get the link to even come?
But it's not your turn now. It's not your turn. When your turn comes, you speak now.
Okay. Number six. I will talk to you when after action. Go ahead, Chim.
Okay. So first of all, Femi, thank you very much for that analogy using the emotional intelligence things. Yes, you see, the thing is and let's cut some slack to the guest. What I understood when I listened to him 2 times when this David issue was coming up, he didn't say he doesn't know David. He said he hasn't taken time to read David's work. Now,
that's
don't
not
forget.
What he said to Tone. That's not what he said to Tone.
Nah, don't romance here, please.
I take exception.
Forget that thing.
Sorry, I take exception. When you guys were talking, I was decorous enough and I listened to you. And
Stop lying here, please. Thank you.
Please, you see, Dr. Rudolph, I don't know. These are some of the things you need to address. People should learn. We're adults. You can be angry, and which is what Femi was talking about. You shouldn't let your emotions begin to overboil that you begin to, you don't look at things critically anymore. The man said he has heard of David, but he hasn't followed David's work. And it's a fact. For instance, this Mobad thing he brought up, I've been reading Mobad. I haven't made a single comment on Twitter about Mobad because one, I don't have context. I don't understand what's going on. And it's not also an issue of critical importance to me. I'm somebody who, on social media, I follow politics. Once it's politics, I will follow. You will see my comments. But if it is not politics, trust me, even if it is any other thing, unless there's somehow that thing links to politics, that's when you see me. Like, I love music, but you will never see me. Even the David that I follow him on social media. I follow him on this thing. But I just read what he drops. And the honest truth is, yes, we will give it to him. I told somebody was, this whole new Chicago case, and people were praising David. I said, yes, we'll praise David. But the truth is, when it comes to what is going on right now, it is Atiku that owns that space. Why? Because Atiku is the one who has brought out his money to go to court on this matter. So however the matter goes, we will give credit to where it deserves. But that's beyond the point. My issue with the speakers, and when I say issues, it doesn't mean that they didn't do a good job. My issue with them is, which some of us have mentioned, and I think it's Augustine that alluded to that. Let Nigerians hear the truth. What we do with the truth is now our business. Unfortunately, I don't blame people who say they don't have confidence in our judicial system. I don't blame anybody. When you see Uzodinma run from number 4 to number 1, and then you see Lawan, and I'm going to be mentioning names. I'm not going to be here to gloss over any matter. You see Lawan that did not take part in a senatorial election become a senator. You see, and we've had all those several cases. I can go on and on and on. You see what happened in Enugu State, where somebody presented a forged NYSC discharge certificate, and the court says it does not matter. Technicalities. When you see those things, then you would have no choice than to say whatever happens in Chicago may have no bearing ultimately in what the Supreme Court will finally declare. So I understand where people are coming with that perspective.
I know, but can you take a question from me?
Let me
then?
finish.
Look, can you take a question from me?
Okay, go ahead.
Tim, take a question from me.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Yeah, you heard me talk to the guest, right? Because you're giving him cover, right? So answer the question. In the United States, the Supreme Court is unpredictable, right? It has a lot of vast powers. It can use writs. First of all, writ of famous. You could look it up before you respond to me, or a writ of certiorari. It could even intervene, like all the way back to government organizations like INEC. It could go back to INEC and say, okay, look, bring me XYZ. People come and they say, only what's right now, what's with the Supreme Court, that's it. You cannot introduce anything else.
Okay, so, Pansa, can I answer?
Hold on.
Can I answer so that we don't lose context of what you're saying?
Yeah, please, let me put it in a nutshell so you could answer, because it's important. I want you to answer the question I'm asking you, not something else that I didn't ask you. If a Supreme Court can issue a writ of mandamus and a writ of certiorari, right? If it wants to do the court limited, it could say, okay, I'm actually going to talk to the courts in Chicago before we even give you anything here. So there is no way to say what they dig out from here cannot come in. Do you understand what I mean? You said that you could say, look, I'm guessing. Yes, came here.
Okay, and let me answer.
Anything else is subject. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
All right. Okay, so thank you, sir. So here's the point. One, I'm not holding brief for anyone. I'm speaking my own views. I was only based off my own judgment saying, based on the understanding of what I heard him, he's not saying he doesn't know David. He's simply saying he hasn't followed David's work. We can argue about that. That's a different issue altogether. Please, we can argue about that. Now, coming to, I don't know all those legal terms you've used, so I'm not going to stand here and claim I know them. But I do know, based on my ordinary understanding of how the law works, you cannot, if there is an issue, nobody just wakes up and runs straight to the Supreme Court. So there has to be a procedural process where something starts from somewhere and then move. The Supreme Court can't wake up on its own and say we're taking over an issue. I don't think it's heard anywhere. It's not going to happen in Nigeria's instance. Now, they're not saying the Supreme Court will not administer elements of what is coming out from US. I didn't hear them say that. What they are saying is, based on what we know of our judicial system, based on how judgments have passed in the past, they do not see a situation where whatever happens in Chicago is going to become important and will form a basis on which you remove the sitting president in Nigeria. They are not saying the sitting president should not be removed if he's deemed necessary to be removed. They're just simply saying, with what we have as a judicial system, they don't have confidence in what is going on there. That's what I heard him say.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Number 6. So let me say this before you speak. I think we brought you in. I personally brought you in twice, and your connection wasn't showing. And I think somebody else brought you in from the back end. So it's not that anybody is trying to be put you down there, So, and sometimes, when things are heated up here, if I'm the only one, sometimes people help me. If I'm the only one here, I might be paying attention to what's going on here and probably forget some people in back end. So that's probably what happened. It's not like there are people that we give special treatment. So sorry about that.
All right, thank you, no problem. But I want to be in the heat of the action too, But we are all selfish, Okay, now see
action movie.
Yeah, see this guest that you brought. That's why I like this platform. Those guests, I don't have any respect for them. I have zero respect for them. He's talking about popularity, or if he knows David. It's not about how much length of time you have in the business. It's relevance. Dr. Damages is very relevant, more relevant than most of these people. And David too is very relevant. So that aside. Number 2, we are not, we are not a very serious people, and therein lies the the problem. We cannot develop as a people. We are going nowhere as a country, and that's the truth. Because if you want to intellectualize crime, that's a problem. Crime should be defined very, in the very simplest term. But when you cannot even define identity fraud, that's a big problem, Dr. Damages, and everyone that's here. That's a red flag. So, if it is an issue of development, what development strategies that we want to use to move our country forward, then you can bring all your intellectual theories. Then we can begin to argue. But when somebody asks you a straight question, is this crime? And if you say you're an intellectual, you cannot even take a position, a very strong position against crime. State it clearly so that we all will know that regardless of what is going on in Nigeria, you are totally not in support of this. You put a firm statement out. They will just be wishy-washy, dancing around the issue. So this goes to explain to me that as a people, we are not going anywhere. Look at this platform. You have rules. You cannot, try to sermonize or trying to, propound theories about simple rules like don't eat when you're on the platform, don't lie down, put on your shirt. Simple things. Those are just basic. Those are like they say in law. Those are points of law. Those are very common law. Those are yes or no issues. You say this is the issue. This is right. This is wrong. But when you begin to you begin to paint it and you begin to dance around the issue, that is the society that we have built. We are going nowhere as a people. We are going to be stuck in this junction for as long as we all decide that we want to move forward, move backward, move left, or or go right. This man is a common criminal. This is an issue that has been in our courts for ages. How many weeks has this issue been in the courts in the United States, and they've come to a very logical conclusion? Okay, Chicago State University, do look at what you're supposed to do. This is what they have been perambulating. So the fact of the matter is that we're a big joke. I called the first judge. I called his chambers when this issue when I heard he was handling this case. The secretary listened to me, and I can tell from the way she listened to me that these people, they don't know if to cry for us, if to have pity on us. That we are a bunch of confused people. And I was begging her. I know that my plea will have no relevance in this case, but this is the pulse of the people. People just want to have closure, because in our courts we can't get justice. And she said, okay, she will forward this message to the judge, but it's not going to count. So when we can't even get simple issues, like if there's a little child in Lagos something that was burnt because he stole, killed, and a lot of jungle justice goes on in Nigeria. So what about these other people? What about the people that steal identity just to occupy the greatest office in our land as a people? Something that won't even happen in a town hall, in a community town hall meeting. So that's anytime I listen to all these things, I see people just come to, those, oh God, I don't know how to put it, but that is my fear. We are not going anywhere. We can discuss all we want, but we ain't going anywhere. We will just be stuck here. Just going around this issue for as long as we say we are tired. Maybe in the next generation, our children, maybe children, but for we, nothing is happening. You see young people here, when they come, because they have sympathy for Tinubu, because they have sympathy for Tinubu, they will just be doing like this. They will dance around the issue. They won't speak the truth. They come here to deceive the deceiver. You can't deceive. You can't. No matter the people Tinubu pays, to come and launder his image. He just goes in here for me, and he goes out there. They don't make any point, because I know the truth. The truth is as plain as white and black. You know what I mean? So my conclusion is that we ain't going nowhere as a people, and it's unfortunate that this is the kind of society that I came from. It's very unfortunate. It's so disheartening. You know.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, number 6. Thank you
please,
so much.
can I follow number 6, please? Rudolph, I have to go. Let me take my time now. Please, I have to go. Just a couple of minutes. Please. While at it, let me ask that let me use much time as I make room without objection, right?
No, because I have to go.
Number 6, Field laid it down. He laid it down. He was right in everything that he said. But more importantly, the things that he didn't say, things that he said by intuition, right? We have a problem in the country and we know what it is. We don't have any courts. They're cobbling it together. They look at us like we're stupid because they have an army. So, they're just being polite. Everything they're doing it that we're weak. There's nothing to do. Provocation upon provocation. The first day I came on this show, I said to Rudolph, now, Rudolph, if you want, you could dig it out. I said to you, I've been through the movie already. I've seen the movie. Right? They're going to do things where, what can you do about it? Northern Muslims are against democracy. They don't want democracy. Their culture, their tradition is anti-democracy. That I'm happy you're here. If you can respond to me, you really don't come from that demography, but you have the same religion, right? They don't want democracy, period. They don't like technology. They don't want to go to school. 99% of the certificates every one of them is holding out there is bogus because they really don't think that the Western education. Please let me land. Please let me land.
No, but you can't be saying certain things and you land. Where will you land?
It's true though.
When the wait, Pansat. When the premise of an argument, this is a quote, is wrong, the conclusion is going to be wrong. You're setting up a premise that is wrong, so you can't land anywhere that is right. How can you say Northerners don't want to go to school?
Okay,
that
what
they don't
do you mean
like
then?
technology?
Set up a debate between you and
Wait.
Okay,
You don't.
let me. Yeah.
Go and buy Pansat. Buy iPhone 15. Go to the north and see if people will take it from you, or they will say no, we don't use this. Go ahead.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
No, go ahead. You just say that they don't like technology, that they don't go to school. You know, it's not right. But you just like to say things like this. I don't know what you get from that, but go ahead.
It's frozen.
Okay. All right. I'll hand it over to Forefathers. Thank you guys, everybody. I was really under the weather. I didn't know I would be able to pull this off.
American Network.
Thank you for joining us, and I thank all those people who are supporting us by super chats. It's really important. We're about to renew our contract with StreamYard, and it costs a lot of money. But thank you, guys. I will next week we're going to bring a special guest, and then of course next month I think I can announce this. Next month we are going to have P2B on the show.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dr. Rolf, please, sorry to break my own personal rules. I asked for, I know you sent your number last time out. Can you send it again?
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I thought I had your number. Okay.
Do you also use Zelle?
Yeah. I use
Dr.
that.
Constance Ikoku.
On my
How
number.
about it?
6 months. Right, it's on the private chat. Anybody who wants it, it's actually on my Facebook. My number is one of those ones that are out there. I get calls at 3 a.m. from people that, hello, I didn't know you would answer.
Oh, God.
All right, see you guys. Thank you, guys, everybody. Thank you. I appreciate all of you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. And yeah, okay, let's get on with it. This is Sunday night Bible, this thing, isn't it, as they say? But we'll try to round off on what was happening earlier on. I did enjoy the music. I don't know whether we want to do that music again. And I also need to do, yeah, and we want to also do some this in housekeeping. The Iroko TV subscription. Let me get the music up again. And while we do this, we want the viewers, we have 290 something viewers, to go, if you've not subscribed to these two channels, to go and subscribe. It's important. The numbers are coming up. I think today we need 20 out of 297. And so let me get the link and start the music. I think they will be listening to the music. I did enjoy the music, I must say. The Magic Fashek one too was good. Let me see if I can find the song. It's very rare you see those children.
Forefathers, I've got an idea.
Yeah.
Why don't we play something from Mubad, please? I heard that brother.
Oh no, they will ban. They will block it. They will block it.
Sure?
You are not allowed. Yeah. Oh my God, YouTube will come at you like.
Yeah, that's a serious copyright infringement, by the way. Just to let you know, they don't have a problem blocking, taking down the channel.
Yeah, they will first block the view, the stream.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunyegokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo, akwa nwa ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya.
Onyo mazoro biko abamba wazoro dasari ibya unyane gana mo ulaga ni byazigo mo ulaga ni byazigo abamba wilo china bigora zoro.
The link is out there now. Go and subscribe. We need 20 people. Let me stop this because they're not going to go and do this. Why is it not stopping? This thing doesn't stop on time. Yeah, they are not going to go and subscribe while listening to that music. That music is too chilled out. So don't worry. Well, the idea is to get Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo, and there are these good songs out there. Majek is quite good too. So we need people to go and subscribe. Let me get the link out so that they can see the link. This is important. Let's see if we can get 20 out there because the show originally had slowed down now. Let's get people going on that channel to go and subscribe because it needs to get up to 1,000. I think the target now is to get it to 1,000 in the next 1 month. This channel has got about 70-something thousand this is subscribers, the Dr. Damages channel. And there's the one on the Iroko Post, which is Dr. Damages channel 2, has got 272. And we need to get it up to 1,000. And because that will also allow daily programs and more people to be presenting shows. Because now Dr. Damages was meant for a specific purpose, and they need to have backup. And like let's say we go and play Mobad now, and they go and ban this channel. Then where do we go? Only 272 on Iroko Post. So we need to have it there, and we need them subscribing. Let me see whether the number has changed. 2 people have gone over of 200. Where are they all signing off to? You see that they are running. You see Nigerians from 200. It is something that is 264 watching. Maybe they are signing off to go and subscribe. I don't know. Maybe that's what's going on. But if that's what's happening, we'll appreciate it. And we need to, from 272, we need to get to around 290. Come on, we have to be able to do that. We have to. Come on. And the idea is to get it to 1,000. I think once it becomes 1,000, from the point of view of YouTube, it becomes like a proper channel that it can be monetized and everything. And then people, you know, Dr. Damage is not getting paid for this thing other than the donations. See what I mean? So that is where the channel becomes alive. And I think we should have made that the target from the beginning, actually. So the target is to make it 1,000 subscribers. If you want to share it out to your friends, share it out to your friends so that they can come and subscribe. Because maybe the 70-something thousand subscribers that are on Dr. Damages, they are not all present, obviously. We have 264 watching. They are all not present here. Send it to them so that they can go and subscribe to Iroko Post TV. This is very, very important. We need to get it to 1,000 1 month. I will be stopping programs and people are not going to like me, but it needs to be done. And I've seen channels, Nigerian channels, make people, 500 people move on one stream. On one stream that had about 700 something people watching, they made 500 people move to go and do something. Nigerian channel, not any other channel. And I think that maybe pardon?
Can you share the link again, please?
Yeah, let me share it again. Share it again.
Forefathers, before you share the link, I get confused. So I know I have subscribed to that channel. So usually when I'm coming in, I come in first, then I click on the posting on the comment section to get into the chat room. So I want to be sure which exactly, because the one I used to come in is not where I end up.
Yeah, that's stream. The one you used to come in here is StreamYard. But the one that you need to go and subscribe to is YouTube. It's a YouTube page.
I think I've done that then. I think
yes, it appears you have. Sylvester, thank you for subscribing. Sylvester Agbo has subscribed. Thank you for subscribing. The number is not going up fast enough, I must say. It's going up, but it's not fast enough at all. Except this 274 that is here. They're all fake people. They're not real. I don't know, man. Are you guys not real? I don't get it. Why are you not going to go subscribe? If only 1/4 of you go and do it, this whole thing is over.
Father.
Yeah.
That video I was telling you yesterday. The video I was telling you yesterday, Rudolph played the video today, probably with Nasir, NSA boss and those white people.
He played it today, eh?
Yeah, I played it now, not quite long. You can look for it.
Okay, I'll look for it. It's 276 now. It's really slow. Okay, 278 now. It's coming. It's beginning to go up. We need to get it to 290 now. So that, because there's a lot of stuff to discuss today. We are going to discuss things that are, immaterial, and the independence is an interesting day to have reflective conversation, I guess. And I noticed that a lot of people said that Tinubu looked tired. And actually, when I saw him, I was like, what is going on here?
Bro, it's a lot of work, man.
He really looks tired.
It's a lot of work.
You understand Yoruba?
He really looks tired. I guess it's a lot of work. That is the fact.
The thing yellow, man. Things are not going good. It's gonna be
but I don't
I
think
thought he went to rest though.
I don't think it's a burden of leadership that is weighing on him. If you ask me, I think it's the burden of what's it called? Legitimacy, the burden of proving those things are weighing on him. Not the burden of leadership. It's not the burden of leadership. It's the burden of the other things that are weighing on him.
Yeah, everything is too much.
Bufford, I want to ask you a question.
What's wrong with this one? Chioma, you better go and subscribe. What kind of nonsense is that?
Bufford.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Why do you guys subscribe to the to the assumption that if the Chicago University releases the details, that it's not gonna cause the revolution we have been waiting for? Why do you think it's not going to cause it?
You see, that's an interesting question and interesting answer. Hold on. These people are not going to subscribe if we start talking. It's 280 now. It's going up. It's 10 remaining. They need to keep subscribing. Like, if we want to get to 1,000, we have to be disciplined here. And Nigerians, go and subscribe. We know you are there. We can see you. Yeah, You can't hide. We see the numbers. It is showing over 250 are watching, and only about how many? 8 has actually moved to go and subscribe.
Jonathan.
8 people.
So
okay, 10 have subscribed. 10 have subscribed. You hold on, righteous man. Don't worry. We have to get our people used to help supporting the channel. You know, the last thing we need is go and play one music and they ban it and nobody can see Dr. Damages for weeks again. It does happen, you know. They do strike people off for 2 weeks sometimes. And you're not going to see TV program. Nice one. Thank you. They are moving now. I think just 10 people have moved out of 256. I can still see the numbers. You guys are watching and you are not moving. Okay, it's possible the 250s that are watching are the ones that have already subscribed. That's possible. I shouldn't be so hard on them. But there are people there watching that have not subscribed to Iroko Post TV. Let me post it on the screen so that you can see it.
But you know, sometimes it's just like I've got 3 devices here and they're all linked together. So it might be showing as an individual.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I think that's possible. If you have not subscribed, subscribe. If you have not, go and subscribe. Okay, let's get this done. 20, no matter how many people duplicate their devices, even if you have 4 devices, it's still we still need more people going to subscribe. I think it's got to 12 now. See, it's moving. This is one of the highest we moved in one sitting. It's moving. It's going to get to 290 before long. Because they are there, they are just moving. Maybe they are even signing off and going to subscribe to the channel. That's good. And it needs to get to 1,000. I think every single time there's a stream now, we have to move it, and it becomes 1,000 because it becomes monetized and things can start moving on that channel. Let me see. Yeah, I think 14 have signed on. Now that's okay. It's moving now. 14 have signed on. Sometimes YouTube takes a while to update. I think it's just about 6 remaining. Just 6 of you remaining to go and this is sign on. 6 people. Come on, let's get this done so that we can carry on our discussion, because we are going to be discussing a lot of areas, you know, where we are right now. You know, yesterday we were talking about it a little bit, whether, you know, when is Nigeria going to be as developed as some of these countries. Oh God, you see all these pessimistic views. We might be very, very developed in 5, 10, 20, oh my God, 20 years time. You know, yesterday late night. I don't think you were here. I know the question. We have not started yet. This one is just we are just still waiting.
You want an answer, righteous man? Nothing will happen. Nothing.
Okay, 290. Just 2 remaining. Then we are done.
I tell you, I can explain that. Nothing will happen.
Are you back home?
No.
Okay. If you know the mood in Nigeria right now, if you know the tension in this country right now, you won't say what you're saying.
I think it's done now. Righteous man, let me congratulate
Hold on. There is no Yoruba, there is no Hausa, there is no Igbo. No. What we have now is Nigerians, and we are ready to take it out.
Righteous man,
okay?
Your eye don't clear.
Righteous man, that is actually the mistake. There is Yoruba, there is Hausa, there is Igbo.
You don't understand. Look, under the context of what we are facing right now in Nigeria, we are no longer interested in tribe.
You see, one
thing. What we are interested, listen, whether you're Yoruba, you are Igbo, you are Hausa, you are Fulani, you're a Bini person or Urobo, the cost of a bag of rice in Nigeria, we all go to the same market to buy it. So it's not an issue of tribe. It's issue of the economy of Nigeria is gone.
So look at it.
Completely gone.
Righteous man, look at it. This here is my thought. If assuming they actually remove the subsidy, today the price of petroleum would have be around 1,000.
AY, leave it for now first. Leave it for now.
Okay. We'll discuss it.
Righteous man, I appreciate your passion for this, but we need to do housekeeping. So that's why I want to do this. And all the people that went to subscribe to the Dynamics now, I really want to congratulate you. We had just about 22 subscribers. 22 people going to subscribe. So now we want you to go and subscribe to Two Nigeria's channel. This channel is focused on security and our corrupt practices and technology. If you want to know about technology, philosophy, about security, this is what this channel is all about. And those 20 people that went to subscribe to Iroko Post TV, you can go and subscribe to Two Nigeria's channel now. Let me see the Iroko Post again. Oh, that's even, I think how many now? 24 actually went to subscribe. That is one of the highest we've done. And it augurs well because every time now be making people going to sign. But it's 293, you know, it's about, how many? 707 away from 1,000. So we still have a long way to go to get to 1,000 on that channel. And then let's go and subscribe now. Let's do it. And I think we should carry on. For me, my channel is not this thing. I support that at Post TV. So let me answer your question, Righteous Man.
Hold on, I want to ask AY a question.
Another
AY,
one
who are
again.
you working for?
Huh?
Who are you representing? Who are you working for? The Nigerian people or a political
for
party?
Nigeria. I'm for Nigeria. I'm not for anybody. I don't care. I'm for Nigeria.
Then why don't you promote the issue of Nigerians coming out to say no if this thing comes out to be what we suspected?
Of course, people that are here, they are
So
listening.
why are you using this platform to canvass that nothing is going to come out of it?
Hold on. Here is the reason. Here, no. People that are here, they know my position on this in Nigeria. If you listen to me, you know my position. But what is going on? You would have asked a question, right? So that is what I was trying to explain. See, for Nigeria, for the whole Nigeria to come together to revolt, something we must have something in common we are fighting. So here was my calculation was, if the price of petroleum as it's going up, the poverty will be crazy, right? That will force the whole Nigeria to revolt. I think the president, he understood, he now understand, like, this is where we're going. He's scared. That is why the Kaivo increased the pop price again. That's what I was trying to explain. So now you see the tension. People are complaining that the work is too much on him, that the pressure is too much on him because they make very wrong calculation, removing subsidy without thinking of what will happen. So I expect this has been my complaint. Because
slow down. I think people are getting cross that I'm not promoting this other channel quite a bit. So you guys, the 20 that yeah, people look at this guy's already said what was he saying? So you guys go and subscribe now. 2 people have gone to subscribe on this channel. We know you are there. We know, we have proof now you are there. So go and subscribe. If you've done it already, go and do it again. You know what? We are going to play that song for a bit so that we chill out, you know. And today is going to be exciting because I think
why do I call it exciting?
It's not even exciting.
Hold on, why are you playing music? Why are you playing music?
Hold on, calm down, a righteous man.
You are playing music.
No, hold on, calm down.
No, tell me the reason. So with what is going on here, you are not concerned. It's music that is your problem, right?
Righteous man. See, this morning I was talking about security and I almost broke down. See, the problem of Nigeria is a bit much. Sometimes you can't keep up anymore, and you have to relax. It gets you. You will lose your mind if you keep going with Nigeria with the kind of stuff that is going on. And I thought the song, the music was quite good. There was something about it. It just chilled out. You know, it could have been Yoruba, it could have been Hausa, it would still be chilled. There was a day I was in a cab in Abuja. This Hausa music was playing. I couldn't hear what he was saying. I was enjoying it, and the driver just removed it. I was like, what is wrong with you? I took it personal. He just removed it and started playing one of that one that didn't mean anything to me at all. So it doesn't matter. Sometimes music is just music, and it doesn't matter.
Forefather. The mood in this country now, we don't need music. I'm begging you. Don't play music for Nigerians. We don't need music now. I am telling you, you don't understand what is happening.
Righteous man.
There is no need for music now. If you want to play music, play sensational music that is going to, promote the campaign against this selected elite that have destroyed this country. Somebody like Fela music, the Magic Fashek or Africa China. These are music, not this man that is promoting drunkenness, woman, this thing and drink and all this thing. No. Play something
okay. I hear what you mean. I get where you're coming from. But the song is not about what he's saying. He just chilled out. And it's about music. What's wrong with you? Are you not promoting the cultural exchange? You have to have cultural exchange. It's gentle.
Father, I'm afraid of you. It's like you're a politician. We're telling you the mood of the country. Now you're telling me, am I not evil? What the fuck have you got to
politician?
We ask you, who are you supporting?
I'm even barely a moderator. You're calling me a politician. Okay, please, there's not a lot of movement. I think we will just keep quiet and let these people go. And they are not doing anything. Look at that, just only 3 people went and subscribed. We know you are there. 20 is there. Righteous man, have you subscribed to 2 Niger? And Chim, have you?
I have done. I think I've done it before. Should I be doing it every time we come to the studio?
No. Yeah. 2 Niger. I think Femi was there because we had an exchange earlier on today.
Father, what is going on?
Can you share the link? Share the link.
Yeah, it's on the page. It's on the screen. The link is on the screen.
Righteous man, let me say this. You see, we are feeling the pain too. Now, the person you are giving 50,000 naira before, you can't even give 50K again. It's nothing.
Must you continue to give somebody money?
What are we gonna do? You want our family to die?
No, you don't understand what you are saying. What I'm saying. It's better you teach a child how to fish than giving the person fish to eat. If we use a platform like this to mount pressure and to speak against the ills of this elite, it gets to them, they hear it. But if we come here to project, no, it's not going to work, they will not feel it, it will not achieve anything. It's like you're promoting them, they say, okay, yeah, they know. These people, they have read the psyche of Nigerians and they tend to use it against us.
Hello, righteous man, please, forefathers, I just plead your indulgence. Can you make it go round like we always do? It's just an opinion.
I
don't have power to fight people and
can you type this 2 Niger thing into the chat so that I can copy it from there?
Okay, let me do that now.
I'm being a bit lazy, I admit, but if you type
it's all right. Thank you. That's it in the private chat there. And I think 3 minutes, is that okay for everyone? We don't have we are not rushing too much. I think this is a bit early in the day because there's a lot to yesterday. Jonaba, and was it Tone? We went to the end. We discovered things that we never discovered before. Some things we discussed. I don't know whether we were high or something. We were discussing so many.
Chim was missing yesterday. I don't know where Chim was yesterday.
Yeah, Chim was not around. And we talked about the politics of the North quite a bit. And some of the things that came out yesterday, I think that's why you have to ask the right questions to understand the dynamics of the country. I felt like we came closer to understanding the dynamics of what is going on in the North and as related to the South. And if you understand these things, that's how you know how to reach out. And if we know there are fears in the North, there are suspicions in the North, you have to assuage these suspicions to be able to work with them. You completely have to assuage them so that you can work with them. Now, if the South, North, if they collaborate, these leaders are in trouble. They will be in trouble.
But forefathers, based off what you just said, looking back to at least Jonathan's government, Jonathan tried to do some of these things you're talking about, like the Al-Majri school thing he tried to do. He did all his best to try to woo not an interest. I mean, the national security advisor under his government was a northerner. Still, people did not give him a chance at the last minute and wanted him out because they wanted a northern candidate. So my point, I hear you, I understand you, but I'm just saying, is that really enough? That you
see,
try to understand
if think about it from this point of view, I actually think Jonathan had more than enough, if you ask me, because he ruled for 6 years. If he had gone on to rule again, he would have been 10 years longer than any single president.
And,
you see what I mean?
And apart from that, the
no, but that wasn't his
not
fault. That
remove
was
him
a
because of
constitutional
that.
issue.
He was
It wasn't
removed
like
because of his recklessness. It's all the same.
And there was insecurity on top of it. So
It was removed or it was voted out because of his recklessness, insecurity. It's not the money and all of that. Doesn't mean that Buhari is better than him. No, but he's the one that even brought Buhari. His action is what prompted Buhari to become.
I agree with you, John. I do agree. I'm just saying, I'm just picking on that particular thing that Forefather said about reaching across the aisle, and then maybe that will help. Because I have a different perspective when it comes to our psyche as a people. I think for me personally, what we need, and it sounds simplistic, I admit, we just need that one leader that is going to reduce the powers at the center, make it slightly less attractive, and then do as much as possible to be fair to everybody in terms of doing right to everybody. For instance, let's take what the current sitting president is doing. This is a Lagos state government. This is just uproot Lagos and brought it to Abuja. That's what we're seeing. Everybody at the helm of affairs, everybody he's appointing, he is doing it blatantly. So in that instance, are you not creating a situation where when next somebody, maybe from the north or maybe from the south comes and say, after all, Baba Tinubu did it. He'll go and bring this time around, it might not even just be his kinsman. He might even go to his immediate family and go and pull his brother and start giving them appointments and all those things. So there is this mutual fear and suspicion Nigerians show that if somebody goes into office, he's going there exclusively for his kids and kin. That is one of the reasons we're having some of the challenges we have in Nigeria today.
Yes, you are very right with that. I don't know. It was Buhari who started it. He now did that. For me, I'll speak for myself. If all these three candidates, I support Obi. If Obi goes there and does the same thing, I'll be very mad at him. Because you should not, the fact say they do evil and it becomes normal doesn't mean you should do it as well. And what Tinubu is doing now is replicating what Buhari did, and is dividing the country more.
It's worse, actually worse.
It's worse than what we have. So the point here is this: people go to Abuja, or maybe depends on the government house they find themselves in each of the states, and they just go and get members of their community or bring it to government house or bring it to Abuja. And that is what is extremely wrong. And now it trickles down to the people, because I know there are sometimes I've been inside Teke in Abuja, and you will hear comments like, now we they rule this nation, now we they do this. Those things are not meant to be. They are not meant to be, because you claim that now we they rule this nation, now we they do this. If you want to check it, the person is not even doing what he's supposed to do in your own local environment. If you go to some of these places, you will see that their roads are not tarred, their farmers are not giving incentives. But yet you go to hear say, now we they empower, now we they empower. That is why I keep on saying that. May we know they use quest for power and our standards to always think that is the generality of how life is supposed to look like or how life is supposed to be. And that is one thing that the local Nigerian should understand. When he was talking about people getting angry, I said one statement, so your eye don't clear. Because when it comes to election today, that division will start again. Now, Igbo man. The one thing I like about everything, I look, when I will say one thing, when I was 7, we had those who used to serve, we know they have CDS, Community Development Service. So during the Community Development Service, they used to elect executive. They wanted to elect me. I said, no, I'm not interested. And there was this girl, it's an Hajia. I think her name was Anita. No, not Anita. I've forgotten the name. But she was a treasurer. So when She was not coming for CDS some of the time. You know how hard things used to be. So she said she can no longer continue, that she's stepping down from the thing. So because of that, the executive, there was nobody to take over the office. And they want to force that I should take it by force. I gave one condition, that Hajia will provide us all the financial information. I will make sure that every month we have financial information to be sure that we know how much is coming and how much is going out. So when that happened, there was a time where I don't know what happened. They had to call the CDS to the state office. And when they came, there was this woman who is a Northerner, is a member of the NYSC. So when they started evaluating books, immediately he came to our CDS. The first thing he said, the president was from Benue, the vice president was from Bauchi, the secretary was from Lagos, one is Ayo. Then you have the financial secretary, then the treasurer. It was I who was the financial. He left all these people. Immediately he saw that I was Immediately he saw that.
Your time is run. Use 30 seconds to round up.
Okay. Immediately he saw that I was from the east. He now said that if there are financial mismanagement, it should be me. Immediately he said that. The rest of the corpus climbed for his head. They insulted the woman so badly that we have financial record to give you, and it is clean because of this boy. If not because of him, there will be no financial record. So I was just sitting down, and the guy from Bauchi, the guy from Benue, the guy from Lagos, all of them landed on the woman, and so she gone quiet. She no talked anything. It was from there I knew that if Nigerians want to be one, they will be one. But if they say they don't want to be one, there's nothing you can do about it. I didn't say anything. They ate that woman raw, and she just kept quiet and did not say pin again. So we can do it. But just that, trust me, we just like some kind of things where no make sense. We like standards when they're very low.
Yeah, thank you. I when you look at the judges, that judgment from the presidential petition tribunal, the way the judges conducted themselves, it says a lot about our national discourse. They were completely, they completely lost perspective. It's almost like they are behaving like, I got you by, I can do as I like with you now. I can insult you. It doesn't matter what happens to the nation. They don't seem to care. And I think many Nigerians display that trait too. We don't seem to think about each other's, their concerns and what is motivating them to do what they are doing. Because yesterday when we were having that discussion, to me, it's a little bit of an eye-opener. Because it was tied to things I already understood before. Things I understood, that what Ahmadu Bello was talking about, all these sort of things that were going on, we forget why people behave the way they behave. If you understand them, you can reach them. And if you can reach them, you can make a difference. And I think that's where we want to be starting from. So, Femi, thank you for coming in. And I saw your comment. And clearly, you know how they like to do now. They will tell you that these people that are stealing our crude oil, till today, I can't believe it in Nigeria. No big man has been arrested for stealing our crude oil. Not one. Not one jailed. And somehow the journalists still allow these politicians to come to their TV channel and not query them constantly about this. They tell us that they have list of terrorists, people that are funding terrorists. The only person they've arrested is CBN governor. And even then they went and charged him with firearms. So the whole thing is a shambles. This country, I don't understand how these leaders come with a straight face on TV and repeat these things over and over again without any answer.
Okay. Do you mind?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So basically, there were some points I was picking when I listened to Tinubu's speech. Again, unfortunately, if this speech was given to someone else, you probably enjoy listening to it, even if all of it is just for optics' sake. But there's a particular part that I specifically wrote down. Because the reason is that, again, talk is cheap. A lot of time, I just have this idea that people in the top echelons in power, it doesn't matter who it is, as we've seen for the last couple of years or even decades. It seems they just say things for the sake of it. Now, that part that I extrapolated it was something about we are joined by a common thirst for peace and progress, blah, blah, blah. And then there were those choice words, like the fact that we're basically like trying to forge a nation based on the fair application of these noble principles. We are diverse. We all know it. But the question goes back, because it's tied to what you were even talking about, security. Because I was listening to you, I was like, okay, no problem. And then you alluded to the fact of insecurity. First of all, Nigeria is too diverse. It's a difficult country to rule based off of the foundation that we're standing on. My opinion, even prior to the election, was that even if Obi gets there, the way Nigeria is structured, it's a bad foundation. We are living a lie. And as we can blame the West for all I care, there is a Botswana called the Little Miracle of Africa. That country is thriving. They probably suffered the same way we suffer colonialism. Rwanda might be tiny, but at least they've rebranded. They've shown us leadership in some form, even though Kagame is beginning to act in a way or form like is becoming like a dictator. He doesn't want to leave. But that being said, if there is no, there's no righteousness and kind of enjoys the nation. If there is no fairness, we just continue moving in circles, and it starts from the way the country is structured. It will still, no matter how we twist or turn it. Switzerland, that forefathers was used as an example in that is again I call it Zaire money ranting. They divided into cantons, into the federal, the cantons, and they have the communes. They have, and each of them have their own powers. The only reason why Switzerland is so peaceful and is so like developed to the point that someone doesn't even remember that he exists is because there is fairness and everybody controls their own resources. Texas, where I live right now, for example, and I've lived in New York. New York doesn't have the resources Texas has. But New York State, for example, they're able to. New York is based off of and Augustine, for example, any other person, even John, Mr. John, would allude to this. Texas is built of oil. Just ordinary University of Austin. The amount of money these guys control, they don't have to bother about the federal government. It starts from you having everybody having a sense of belonging. Okay, look at recently, for example. This case of they're bringing back this Ruga thing again and trying to make you see what they I forgot who he was in Benue that was telling them, don't bring this thing to, you cannot force it on them. If you allow people to take care of their own selves within their own capabilities, I don't think people would be too concerned about even the center, because look at what happened prior to even as at the early days of Nigeria. Look at the way we were developing. As far as I'm concerned, we will keep going round and round in circles if we do not rebuild our foundation. And it's not enough to blame the West. It is too. I just feel yes, the West has contributed, but we ourselves have to do some introspection.
I agree about introspection, but in terms of have you noticed that in the world, most nations are not actually based on confederations, and the ones that are not, they are actually just as functional as the ones that are. So it tells you that this is why whenever you see things that are present in both sides and the system is still functional, it tells you that there's something else that is missing in our own context.
Fairness.
And it's not only fairness, because fairness is not even in the UK where they have North and South divide. Again, you see unfairness in many nations. That's why you have to do the deductive reasoning and say, okay, what is going on here? Why is our own different? Why is our own different? And the only thing I picked out, this is why I keep picking out security. People don't, I didn't get there because from random thinking. I looked at everything else. Nations are unfair. Nations are confederate and not. Nations have different diversity, but yet the only thing that they have that we don't have is our security and technology. Those are the two critical areas we don't have.
So for fathers, I hear you and I understand what you're saying. But the thing is this: remember that every nation has to look at its peculiarity and then say, based off these peculiarities, what form of coexistence, form of rule of law are we going to apply to give a broad-based sense of equity to everybody? So nations like Canada, USA, where they use the federal system, these are countries that realize that there are certain divides we have. Therefore, we need to institute a legal procedure that gives, no, there's no legal procedure that's going to be 100% fair, because we are human beings, we have our biases. So people, even a judge that is telling you that he is fair, there will be, in passing his judgment, one little bias may come in. It may be that he's a female judge listening to a case where a man is accused of battering a woman, and even if the man is guilty, but you cannot tell me that bias of what? I'm a woman watching you batter a fellow woman will not come in. It will. So the point I'm trying to make is this. Our problem as Nigerians is this. We write the laws that we don't follow. INEC said, for instance, I don't intend to use INEC as a holistic, but let me just use that to buttress my point. INEC said we will use beavers. Anything that does not go through and come out from these beavers, we will discard it. The same INEC went back to the court to say we don't have to use the beavers, forgetting that what they have declared is a law that they are subject to. I'm a Christian. The word of God says that God is bound by his own word. His word is law. He is bound by, that's why he said he recognizes his word above his name. So the point of I'm making is that the law is always something that everybody must fall. But once we say this is what we agree to do, sanctions will be applied if anybody breaks this law. The moment you excuse anybody for whatever reason from applying the sanctions when they break that law, there's going to be chaos. Like somebody said, once 1 + 1 is not equals 2, there's going to be confusion. So that is where Nigeria is. It is not that UK or America has better laws or whatever. It is just simply that they submit themselves to those laws. They say to themselves, if we're going to create, let's say, for instance, like we always say, we want to have, what's this, our federal character policy? Beautiful. Do you know we still break the federal character policy? We still break it. The federal character to protect us, so that nobody dominates the other. But while we are applying our system, somebody will go and break the federal character policy. Buhari broke it. Tinubu is breaking it. So when you do those things, the nation can't work. It can't work.
Let me make a point. So what Chim just said now, it has been one of my biggest fear in Nigeria. I feel Nigeria is not the absence of laws, it's people don't follow laws. I feel you can bring the best system. And the other thing is, it's just like the beaver system, right? It is a very good system if you go study how it works, but people will frustrate it. So what I'm saying here is, you can bring the system, even America, and use it correctly to do an election. Nigeria are looking for a shortcut, a way to break the code. Even the laws. You got to bring laws to Nigeria, they will break it, just like what you just said. We have a federal character system. It doesn't work. They will break it. So now, how do we make people more accountable? That is the question. So
have strong institutions where people cannot break anything, and let there be consequences if anybody breaks the system.
Yesterday, I spent a long time trying to defend the fact that some people say, what if the law is wrong? I said that if the law is wrong, if you think the law is wrong, it's subjective, then you be prepared for the consequences when they catch you breaking it. Yeah. Because you have, sooner or later, because the law maintains a kind of collective intelligence in a way. So by breaking it, you are breaking that collective intelligence that presides all of us.
To support you, forefathers. See, there's a bus stop. Sorry, righteous man, I'll just make this and I'll allow you to talk. There's a bus stop near my house. That bus stop doesn't make sense. Because the way they build bus stops, they're supposed to build in such a way that the buses will go off the road and not block vehicles following them. But this bus stop does not give the bus to be able to go off. It's just on the middle of the road and at a T-junction. And it's the city council that put it. The city council put it. I'm sure that if people begin to make noise, they will remove it. But right now, nobody is making noise about it. But guess what? that law says that once you see the boss stop there and put his hazard light, you behind it must stop. You can't overtake it. You will wait for that boss until that boss finishes his activity. But I'm telling you, that thing is a wrong law. It's wrong. But you are still bound to obey it because the city council has made that law. If you break it and go to court to go and claim, but you know the boss was this delaying me, the city will say, what does the law say? The law says you should stop there, and then you have to stop it. So we cannot keep trying to cut ends. That's the problem with us as a nation. Like you rightly said, the moment, even if the law it has a comma, but that is the law right now, you will obey that law. You can go back and start asking for that law to be reformed or changed or whatever it is. But right now, that's what the law is. And going by the last election,
can I describe one thing I witnessed about law breaking, or at least Nigerians rejecting law? I was traveling in Abuja, I think I was on my way to the train station. And then there was this junction where there was a lot of traffic. There was a traffic warden in the middle there. But the people were not listening to the traffic warden. I was like, but why are you not listening to the traffic warden? You know what the person that the driver that was driving me said? Why should we listen to him? That we are supposed to listen to him. He said, but he's supposed to have the authority to make people listen to him. He said, no, they don't want him to have authority because if he has authority, he's going to abuse it. Literally, this is live experience. It took somebody with a convoy of military to come and break that junction up, and because he wants to go to where he's going, so he came out with the soldiers. The soldiers came out from the SUV, cleared the junction, and so that cars will start moving. And the moment he left, the law breaking carried on. Everybody just jumped into the various lanes. So this is real life experience.
I will tell you this, right? So Canada, Chim, you live in Canada. Canada is one place I see how police can be professional. Police in Canada will stop you, right? In Nigeria, the moment the police start laughing with you, oh, how are you? You will now be cool, like, I don't escape. In Canada, you will tell them, oh, my mother is in the hospital. They will, oh, sorry.
Empathize with you.
About that. Baba, they go tier ticket, give you, no guy won't be.
That's what they do.
They will not tell you, hey, yeah, you can go to court, okay? Take care
yours,
of your mom.
Yours truly has been a victim of that.
Chim, no, man. When I was in Canada,
do their job. Yeah.
These people are professional. I'm like, what the heck? You will think they will not let you go. They will give you the ticket. They, oh, go, you can go to court, okay?
And give it to you nicely, in a very nice way.
Polite. They are very polite and nice.
I beat the traffic distance by just a few meters. The man stopped me. He was under. It was raining. He was the one under the rain. I was inside my car. He came and said, "Good evening, sir. How are you?" So fine. You know why I stopped you? I was even saying. He said, "Don't worry, it's okay. It's my job." He came back. I thought it was going to be like. You know what he told me? He says, "You know what? I love the way you've been mature, the way you listen to me. But you know what? I'm still doing my job. Thank you very much for your ticket. Here you go. If you want to contest it, you're free. Have a nice day." And I was.
That's it.
And he has cut me $150 ticket.
Exactly.
They will have price for everything. They will give it to you.
And the job is done. They are enforcing the rule of law, which is the proper thing to do. Righteous man, the question you asked about whether the revelation, no matter how bad it is, Tinubu will remain in office. Because there's a chance that the Supreme Court will not accept any new evidence. And if they don't, they could still just rule that with the way the previous court did. And if they do, Tinubu could be in office for 4 years, but not being eligible to run again. That is how crazy the situation could be. But we don't know. All this is true speculation here. Because until that document comes out tomorrow or so, we don't know anything. You see what I mean? So that's why I feel that way.
One minute, please. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
1 minute, please. 1 minute, please, Rashesman. Sorry, sir. People are saying that nothing will happen. And interestingly, Rashesman was asking AY whether he knows the mood of the people on ground at home. Listen, Ayo, sorry, AY, I keep calling you Ayo. I just don't want to call you Ayo. I call one of my friends that is Ayo. We call him AY anyway. Right. People are tired. this is not going to slide. It's not going to be like before that, people will just come, take the piece, and it will go. And I think why a lot of people are coming down, just being civil, is they want it to reach its final logical conclusion before you see the other side. When a man tells you, when you slap a man on the left, he doesn't punch you back and all that. He asks you to go to court, and that's just what we're seeing. See, I know Nigerians, they say that we're too playful. At the same time, it could just be one thing that is insignificant that will cause everything to kick off. Look at NSAS, how it started. It was like just play, and it just started. So if I were Tinubu, because the problem I see with Tinubu, God knows I don't have anything against his personality. If he succeeds, our country succeeds. We don't have any other country, regardless of whatever passport, second passport all of us are carrying, or those that have two passports. It's going to be our country. John Abba is still going to be my brother. I will see forefathers. Maybe there's something in Nigeria. He's going to be my Jago is going to still be my brother. It's the same country we've got. So why won't? So I am amazed when I hear people that support Tinubu saying that obedience and all that want to wreck that Nigeria. I mean, that's nonsense. They don't just understand. It's just bigotry. What everyone is saying is that put principles in play that will start, that will set off a series of things that will cause us to start recovering. It's clear that all the people that are surrounding Tinubu are all deceivers. They are deceiving him. They're not telling him the truth. I don't know how many of us are listening to this speech. I listened to maybe 3/4 of it. I was just bored. I said, what is this? You could tell bigotry from it. No clue. They've got no clue, no ideas at all. If by any chance Peter Obi should get there and all that, nobody is saying that he's going to change things overnight, but at least we know from his antecedent, from what he's been saying, that this man knows exactly, he knows what to do. Before you go into a car to drive, you should know what to do. You should know where the gearbox is. You should know how it works. You should know all the functionality of the car. Not that when you've been struggling, I want this car, and then they give you the car, you just be moping like some muppets. You don't even know what to do. So that's just the thing. See, we just got to change our mindset. We just got to change our mindset. People are suffering. People that live in diaspora is suffering as well. It's not easy. Even here in London, it's not easy. That's my take for now.
Paul said that yesterday. Let's allow Jonaba say something. Jonaba has had a very, very long 2 days, and because he was here like how many hours yesterday? We were here to the 15th hour, so we had to just cut it short.
But it was me that was supposed to speak before turn. I need to just excuse me.
I think let's just allow the reason why, because you can see that Jonaba is tired. He came to say something for a reason, and allow him to say something. You look fresh, righteous man. You look fresh. Let's allow
righteous man is taking advantage of us because of his data in Nigeria.
Even though not
good evening once again from where I am, and it's nice to meet fellow panelists, and happy Sunday, happy Independence, and happy new month. Everything happened, 3 things in one. I think we have to be clear about one thing, so that when we are taking things out, the people know the knowledge and the depth of our understanding. The issue is that even if they say tomorrow that there is any forgery or whatever they are trying to get, the Supreme Court is not going to accept a new case. So case closed. It can be used against him in the next election. Or morally, you can talk about it, but politically, you cannot go any further. So let us be clear about that, so that we're going to be in diaspora. We have more access to knowledge and information, and when people turn on to this channel, and then then we are talking out of knowledge, or we invest so much emotion into it. That will not be a good thing, and that's not going to be healthy for that half information. That is the thing. People can protest on the road that, okay, you deceive us, you said, but it's not a legal thing that somebody will come now saying that is going to do anything otherwise. So let's be clear about that.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Jonaba? Sorry to interrupt. On what basis do you think the Supreme Court is not going to consider this? Because you said
it's the law. It's in the law.
No,
you already filed a case. It's the law.
Can I say something to that? My younger sister is a lawyer, so we asked her this question: if you can prove that you have a very concrete evidence to add to a case which you've gone on appeal for before, the Supreme Court might accept it. Now, I understand your sentiments about us not whipping up emotions and having people going into
whatever.
But let's be very clear that in this case, whatever article is bringing is not a new evidence. It's based on a case that has been previously made.
If it is already been filed,
is this? Yes, it's the same documents that he has shown before the appeal court. Now he's just coming based on technicality to say, I am the one, because I am the one as a party to this case presenting it. That's just what he's doing now. And if, of course, it still lies in the discretion of the Supreme Court to say this is going to be tenable or not. But it's not like it's making
in any case, I take your not a lawyer, it's just based on the normal thing. In any case, we should not invest so much emotion into those things, because end of the day, the level of your disappointment and all of that is the too much of hope that you give to yourself, and that is not going to build anything or going to make anything happen differently in the nation. What we are trying to do is that as for now, we the people, we have the right to continue to build on the system and continue to use a media platform to insist. I think when people like Righteous Man come and spend so much time, I understand he's investing so much time because it's important to him and he's crying on behalf of himself and other Nigerians. But it is not supposed to be invested on emotions and all of that. End of the day, your heart broken is going to, the level of expectation, and once it's dropped, then where do you go from there? So let us put everything together and say, okay, have alternative, that if this go this way, this is the next thing I'm going to do. We're going to calm ourselves. We're going to reunite ourselves. Because if not, the voter will get depressed. And next election, they will not even come out at all. And if that is the case, then we are not going forward. Then it's like one step forward and 20 backward. So if we keep giving that impression, oh, it's this and that, and of course we don't have a final say in it. What we can do is what we are doing, putting our faces and putting our voices out there, hoping that as we cry from the bottom of our heart, that the justice will prevail somehow. The Bible says, I don't want to be religious, but the Bible says that the heart of the king is in the hand of the Lord. He turning it to whatever direction he wants for his own good. And as a believer as men and women of faith, after all said and done, then you said, I have done all I could. Let it be to the glory of God. But when we put so much emotion, and so it has to be this, has to be that, trust me, when you fall, it will be hard for you to get up. Thank you.
Thank you. Righteous Man, please go ahead.
Forefathers, please try to coordinate or take actions that will bring honor and respect to every panelist that appears on your platform here, this Rudolph platform. Some comments that people make against some individuals are very disrespectful. You can make your comment without disrespecting anybody, without abusing anybody. You know, I think home etiquette is demanded here. We should honorably behave well as mature people. If you cannot share in the opinion of another person, does not mean that you will disrespect that person and call him names. That is unacceptable.
Sorry,
Very
did
bad.
anybody call anybody names just now?
Yes, if you go to the comment section, look at what one guy is writing about Tony. I mean, Tone, it's not good.
Let me see.
It's very disheartening.
Sorry, what is the name?
Either you block these individuals or you just let them know that this platform does not condone such behavior and actions. It's not good.
Sorry,
That's number one. Number two.
Who is doing this so that I can check it out?
They're up to 3 people. They are Chioma, one Kalakuta or whatever, Jajo or whatever. You know, funny names. And honestly, you know that many people are reading the comments here, but they are not in the panel, okay? And what people comment here, one way or the other, affect their emotion and sentiment about the platform. So they should be cautioned. Either you block them or you caution them. You can't be bringing somebody down because you have privilege of commenting. I mean, it doesn't worth it. I think we all are brought up from homes. We should look at the way we are cultured and taught. I can't come to this platform to insult anybody.
I didn't see any insults today, though. I must say. If anything, somebody praised Tone today.
When you say that somebody is a fraudster, what do you mean? When you say somebody is a dummy, what do you mean?
But it's not today, though. I don't think it's today. I don't think
I
I've
mean
seen
today. I've been going through the comments. I'm not stupid to highlight it. Yeah.
I see. I thought you were referring to maybe yesterday.
It's not correct now. It's not correct. Let's be matured. Even some of the people in the panel, if you go to the comment section, you see what they are writing against one another. It's not correct.
Yeah, no,
insults
are not allowed. We can't be
I may
insult
disagree
people
with your point.
on the panel.
I may disagree with your point, but I will not insult you. I will not go and write rubbish about you. You understand?
Yeah,
we are all one. We are Nigerians. We just come here to share ideas and opinions. You understand? That's the way I take it. So back to the issue on ground. You see, the guest we had, there were some statements made by Farooq. Though he say he criticizes Tinubu, but some statements he made seems as if he has this a little bit seem to liken Tinubu, because when you are defending what you know is outrightly wrong, even if you believe it's not going to work, but condemn it and say this is bad. They are not condemning it. Those who have passion for Tinubu, somehow they hide it. They first give us a preamble like, okay, he's not a good guy, he must abort. No, it's not acceptable. See, when I refer to what is happening here, it's not as if I'm asking for the sympathy of anybody, but I am on ground here and I know what Nigerians are passing through. Okay, so when I bring it to the platform, it's not I'm not asking for your sympathy.
Sorry, forefathers, where's Jonaba? Did he run away? I have a question for him.
So
he didn't run away, he just signed out. He might return.
If the Chicago,
why you come
let some other person talk now.
You're terribly rude, bro. Extremely rude.
Just come in and start interrupting people. It's another pansat out here. They just come in and
if this revelation is released and it becomes an indictment on Tinubu, the Nigerians in diaspora, is it possible for you people to organize yourself and go to Nigerian embassies to voice out your disapproval of him continue to be the president of Nigeria while we do our own down home here? Is it possible? Can you do that for us?
I think what may happen is that, let's say something they find out something that indicates that there was a form of forgery that went on in at the school, clear case, and that forgery disqualifies Tinubu from running to be president in the next election, I think his power right now will be gone, and he may one way or the other resign. This may be the first time you see a president resign in Nigeria, but I don't necessarily know what the school is going to reveal, whether it's at the scale of pure, unadulterated forgery. It could just be one thing that they can explain away with clerical error. You see what I mean? So we don't know until that kind of stuff comes out. Because if a president cannot run for a second term, the power in the context of Nigeria, you're gone. They will just look at you like you are out of this, and challenge that he might be impeached or forced to resign. That's what I think is likely to happen.
Then
Let's see.
concerning the Supreme Court ruling,
I think
somebody came to Arise News, a son, a Nigerian son, to explain that it is not out of content that Supreme Court will not admit a fresh testimony. That if there is a fresh evidence that is credible, that what something in the Constitution, that the Supreme Court will admit it. But if it is a weak evidence that has nothing to do with constitutional issues, then they will not admit it. So it is not 100% to say whatever evidence article brings from this Chicago University, that it will not be admitted, it will not matter. It will matter.
The reason why I think they will block it, and they will have a lot of power to, if they want to try to block it anyway, they will try their best to block the Supreme Court for admitting any new evidence. One, if they admit it and use it to disqualify Tinubu, they disqualify the entire APC ticket. And I don't see that brings Shetima, all of them, into the fight. Everybody will come in, all the APC people will come into the fight. So you are likely to see a situation where they will try to block that from happening. But it will still wound Tinubu grievously if he turns out it was fraud, because the whole judges will know it's fraud. Everybody will know he got the cheating his way to that. So I believe that may result in a first resignation in the context of a Nigerian policy of a president, because his power will be gone.
I want to weigh in on what you just said. We want, if the law, as Righteous Man said, if there's merit to articles evidence, that if it will affect the case considerably, they should admit the evidence. And if we want a country that is reasonable, that is going to be stable, the Supreme Court should give a fair judgment. It is in their hands. They should give a fair judgment, because it will not benefit anybody except Shetima if Tinubu resigns. And in Northerner,
and all APC
when power should be rotating to the south. So that's their own bocom. Tinubu does not deserve to be there. He had a forged certificate, so he should have been thrown out by INEC in the first place. So that is the APC's problem for not doing their own work very well. The Supreme Court should give the people what they deserve. And John Abba left before I was going to kind of respond to his own statement. John Abba, it is unfair for you to say that they should not go to the Supreme Court. Are you a lawyer?
No,
you are not a lawyer. So why are you saying they should not go to the Supreme Court? Let them go. What is wrong with going to the Supreme Court? We want the good thing to be done. And you are saying look to 2027. You are there in America, you're enjoying a good life. You don't want the rule of law to be upheld in Nigeria. What kind of a pastor are you? You are quoting Bible.
Olumide, sorry, I think you, and again, a caveat. I hate putting caveats, because sometimes when you put caveats, it looks as if you don't have a firm conviction about what you want to say. But I always put this caveat based on the fact that I want to give somebody room. He's not here to defend his.
Whether he's here or not here,
Okay, but what I was trying to say is this.
And he can come back later and come and respond. I know he's watching.
So what I was trying to say is this. My understanding of what he said. He was like, do not invest your emotions into what is going to come out in Chicago eventually, and to the extent that you begin to think that, okay, so we've been accused that many of us want a specific outcome. And that outcome, let me break it bare, is that we want Tinubu out of the way. That's the usual. Even when I read comments and I listen to people just think that the whole thing is that we just want. For me personally, no. What I'm asking for is let the law be procedurally followed the way it is supposed to be followed.
Let the law follow its course. That's what we are asking.
That's what I'm saying. So, but what he is saying is that people should not invest their emotions, so that if at the end of the day,
no, that's fine. It's emotional. Shame. It's emotional. People have died. You know. People have died from this thing. People are suffering. It's emotional. Can you imagine the guy giving a raise of 35,000 for 6 months?
Olumide, wait, please. I wanted to say something about. I wanted to also say something about that.
Funny.
Like, yes, Olumide, please. Can I just don't like that approach. That people like. I know Jonaba is trying to like keep the peace, but I don't like that approach of saying of trying to check people's expressions of their emotions, especially because their emotions, as long as it's being done in a peaceful way, is guaranteed by the law.
And I agree with you. I agree with you guys. I was just trying to explain what I heard him say.
And please let me land with this. First, don't stampede people's reactions. Let people express themselves in the way that's constitutional and as they want to. Secondly, for those that are saying that, if Tinubu goes through this, then it means it's just going to be there for 4 years. That's a lie. It's going to be there for 8 years. The reason being that he already has a certificate that's endorsed by CSU. The next election, that's what he's going to present. So on what ground are you going to cut him off?
That he forged a certificate and he will get a kind of.
It's not indicted by.
Yeah, but that will be done then. That's the problem. That will be done by that time.
It's not indicted, except you're going to indict him in the US for that. But it's not. We know that it's not possible to indict him in Nigeria. What's the case?
Why would you not be able to indict him in Nigeria if he? Hold on. Let me just say this. Hold on, please. So why would you not be able to indict him in Nigeria if he actually presented a false certificate?
The same reason why the whole proceedings of the appeal court happen the way it happens. That's why I do not trust.
That is not the way. Okay. Because you say okay.
It's a matter of trust. I don't trust the judiciary based on the precedents and the fact the whole state capture that's happening.
There are certain things judiciary. I want you to give me the reason, not just you don't trust them. Give me what would be their reasoning for saying this stuff that is already proven to be forged is not forged. What would be their reasoning?
Forefathers. The reasoning will be, one, like I mentioned earlier, I don't want to repeat myself too much. One, we had a certain Senate president called Ahmed Lawan who did not contest for Senate, contested to be president of Nigeria, and in an election that was holding simultaneously at the primaries level, but he has become a senator and the Supreme Court ruled that he should go there. That is what people are afraid of. People are saying, based on all those rulings, we don't trust this judiciary.
I still beg to differ that a president that has been found to have forged a document will have credibility to remain in office. Clearly, I find that hard to believe. Remember, he won 37% of the vote.
Like that. There are a lot of
not the president, and there are people that have lost governorships just because they forged documents. Not even the.
But do you know that the president also? Do you know that the president also has immunity? Do you know that the president also has immunity?
That is why I say this thing must go to Supreme Court, because before anybody's eye, before people like forefathers, before their eye open, there are so many of them in Nigeria. The Supreme Court will affirm Tinubu before their eye open. That one is finished.
Let me quickly say something to forefathers. But do you know that the president of the country has immunity and cannot be prosecuted?
Yes.
So on what ground are you going to?
When he wants to run for
no, but it's still the
president.
It's still the president when he wants to run. So you have something.
Ed, it seems we do not understand the seriousness of what we're dealing with, because it's a very, very dangerous precedent that we're laying here.
Right.
and we agree.
It's very, very serious.
I agree with you.
I think Ed is onto something there. I think Ed may be onto something there.
Yeah, I'm saying that the only way to get him now.
See, so many people can use this.
Do not relax and shift the evil day to think, okay, in 4 years' time you're going to get him. No, you won't get him. Based on the way that
the Supreme Court
let me support
Rob short on the Constitution.
Hold on.
The Constitution is done. It's done for.
Chill. You see, this thing we are discussing today, to be honest, a lot of us we throw in emotions. What Ed is saying, we need to listen very carefully. Now, Tinubu 8 years in Lagos. Tinubu, President Obasanjo was against Tinubu in Lagos, fighting Tinubu for that all along. Tinubu 8 years in Lagos, these issues play for 8 years. Chim, you were in Lagos, a lot of people were in Lagos. It played out for 8 years. It's same thing. Now Tinubu... Hold on.
Do you know why I blame? Do you know why I blame for this? It is the Yoruba elders. Even this guy, even Adebajo, Baba, this guy in Ijebu, this Afenifere leader, Baba. This man knew that Tinubu had a bad certificate.
Do you mean
No. Baba Adebajo, the one supporting Obi right now.
They allow somebody talk.
This
guy, man. Can you imagine if we end up with a beer parlor with Olumide? This guy is going to be all over you.
So for 8 years, for 8 years, these issues were related. Tinubu had immunity as a state governor. Nigeria is going to have immunity. As a president, not only immunity, he controls everything. So it's going to be more difficult. I know the feeling of
it's a bit of exaggeration where we say president
control
everything.
True.
I don't know. Yeah, that's why governors are dragging our president left and right from court to court and beating our presidents all over the place. They control everything. All this stuff of the people say sometimes, that's how they say, oh, Tinubu is a genius. Hold on though. There's one point when you were just talking just now that came to mind. When you said that they cannot prosecute him, that is true. But if governor was elected and they didn't convict that governor, they just found out that he forged the document and they disqualified him.
He was not a governor.
No. Let me say something.
But he was disqualified. He wasn't convicted.
No, forefathers.
Was not a governor.
Let me say something.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to be a governor. He had been elected, and he wasn't convicted. That's the point. Because that's the point Ed was making. That he wasn't indicted. But go ahead.
My response to that is that he was disqualified because he submitted a fake document in that electoral season. Right, yes. So you can disqualify him on that basis. But when Tinubu is going to be contesting, if he does in the next 4 years, he's going to be using an original certificate endorsed by CSU. Now, are we saying
there won't be any original certificate?
No, there is one. There's already one in the public. Please, righteous man, let me learn. There's already one in the public.
There's no original. Ed, you're getting it wrong. Listen. Where Atiku is going is not even the certificate. We want to establish the identity fraud. There's a clear identity fraud, but
I think this kind of stuff is stuff that can lead to.
So I get your point. But you can only do that in this cycle. If Supreme Court gets it. But after my point is that after now, all he's going to do is just
I don't think you can do that. I think what you are saying, and I'm not sure it's accurate, because sometimes justice can be applied. I think sometimes justice can be applied retroactively. Just because somebody. Let me give you an example now. Just because somebody killed somebody 5 years ago doesn't mean now you pretend as if you didn't do the person. The judge will just.
You are right, but it's not. But that killing, that person might be indicted for it, But in this case, if there's no indictment for Tinubu, you can't use it against him. Because that's what the law says.
I think I agree with what Ed is saying.
Ed is correct.
Hold on.
Ed is very correct.
No, I don't buy it. The reason why I don't buy it, what is going to happen is that this kind of stuff that could lead to constitutional crisis. because you have a president that has just gotten into office, snuck through the back door fraudulently. That's basically what it is. And it can lead to constitutional crisis, this kind of stuff that can lead to a coup, that can lead to
Father, you are
problems.
also right.
And
you are right, but you're arguing from a moral perspective.
It's not about moral. It's not about moral. It's about constitutional crisis. This is not about morality. Because somebody just broke the law.
Exactly. So you're right. We're already in a constitutional crisis. But what's happening?
But guys,
we are not there yet. Why are we saying we are there already? Until we don't have evidence of what we are saying yet. That is if the school reveals something. It might just be innocent in the end. We don't know. So except the school release something.
The only time Tinubu will be out of this whole equation is if the judiciary asserts its independence and authority, and the judges clearly are able to interpret the documents or whatever it is presented to them, and they say this man is found guilty. Give you an example. We saw the ruling of the appeal, of the tribunal, which you've mentioned, forefathers. And one of the things in that ruling that people have been screaming about is this: INEC presented certified whatever form number they call it, blood forms. And the appeal court said those things were still not enough. With the overwhelming evidence, they still claimed it was not enough, and they made the ruling they made, which is making people say it's a jungle ruling. So I'm my own simple perspective to this is, if the judiciary stands firm to say, you know what, we're going to be blind. You take the evidences as is, evaluate them, and if from what we're saying, this man is guilty of what is being charged, they rule and say, you know what, in the first instance, you are not even eligible to stand based on this ruling. For as long as our judiciary cannot do any of that, Mr. Tinubu is going to do 4 years plus 4.
And for this reason, the Supreme Court, if let's say something comes out that indicates fraud, the Supreme Court will have to accept it now. Otherwise, they know they will create a constitutional crisis
They don't have
themselves.
to accept it. They deem what they think they should admit. Remember, I was going to ask this question: who defines what is admissible? It's the same Supreme Court.
I think they because of the conversation we just had just now, if it turns out that Tinubu is about to sneak in through the back door, they would not want to create a constitutional crisis.
Forefather, I feel if the Supreme Court judges, if they are neutral, they will accept any evidence. I believe they will accept. But if they are not, they will throw it away.
So I have an opinion. So again, it goes back to also, I think Chim actually also mentioned something I forgot to mention. I think a lot of our problems is still structural, it's foundational, and we don't have institutions. And when it comes to the judiciary, if you take stock of what has happened over time, you realize that even when it comes to the independency of we claim to practice democracy, whereby you have the executive and the legislature and the judiciary, but even the legislative is already in itself influenced by even the officers. See the way they even elect their presiding officers and all of you, or what you have now. When it comes to the judiciary, are they truly independent? No. Anything from even the appointment of judicial officers, I'm sure a couple of us here at least know of situations where people get appointed that are not even qualified to be judges. It's a fact. It's a well-known thing. Yeah. If you speak to people that actually are in the thick of it, that's why sometimes when you listen to Dele Faro, to me, for example, a couple of years ago, when he gave up on, he does not even like to be called a lawyer. Yeah. Because if you're not in deep in the Nigerian judiciary is just as corrupt as Nigeria is corruption PLC, period. Yes. And in addition to even the appointment of these judges,
let me be nice now. Today is our birthday.
Recently, because see, we there's something that Ed said. What I'm just waiting for is what we already know is already going to be rehearsed. Are you going to go against the person that is more or less feeding you? The Nigerian judiciary is not only is it so corrupt in terms of the way appointments are made, but when it comes to even the transparency of their own administration and court procedures, there is a major problem. And that's why a lot of times, there's some things that make you lie. You know, when they want to lie, one of the few phrases they'll tell you is based on technicality. I am waiting. You will hear technicality again. You know we're used to this. Because if nothing else has taught us any lessons, I go back to again one of the cases that we all know that even till tomorrow, none of us understands how Lawan go back to the house. How
I've been
someone
saying it.
came
I've
from
been
fourth.
screaming it. How did he get back?
I know.
There is a common
That's a very wrong thing to say.
Let's hear from body.
It is not wrong. There is a common saying. Let me finish. Please, excuse me. No. I'm not going to say. Let me finish.
Okay.
It is my say.
Okay.
You have your opinion. I'm not going to disagree with you unreasonably. There's
It's
a
not
common saying in
opinion. It doesn't
Kenya.
matter, you know. Okay.
See, buddy, you're smart. There's a lot of things you say that I may not necessarily agree with. But let me finish. Lastly, I just want to say there's a common saying that comes out of Kenya. They normally say that why bother yourself going to get a lawyer when you can buy a judge? That's Nigeria. You cannot convince me when it comes to Nigerian judiciary. I'll listen to you. But there's nothing you will say about Nigerian judiciary that you cannot convince me otherwise. Thanks.
On the issue of Lawan, people over time, like, they come over here, they say stuff about it. People in Nigeria complain. What I've observed over time is that, like, we don't usually take time and, like, look into the foundation of this issue. You know, Lawan himself didn't contest this case in court. This particular case was actually took to court by Lawan constituency. And this battle was fought basically on technicality. And every profession.
So what is that technicality? Explain it to us.
I will explain to you. Every profession has its own rule. If you are a chemist or a pharmacist, if you're in the lab, you have what we call SOP to work with. And if you are working outside those rules, you'll be sent out of the lab.
So what is the SOP?
The same thing law.
More superior
listen, Olumide, Lena, come on.
Just go straight to the point.
No, Olumide, you're too much, bro. Calm down.
Court. There's
State,
what we call writ of summon and originating summon. And in that particular case, I would have advised, I didn't mean that I'm very close to the other guy that won that primary. May not. I would have said, oh, guy, don't bother yourself to go to court to challenge this case. Because in them finding that petition at the court, they are alleging fraud, which is a crime. And the matter at hand is a civil matter. So by approaching the court in a wrong way, by filing a writ of summon, by filing an originating summon instead of the writ of summon, that's what actually killed the case. That's why you see the guy didn't complain at all. He just went home straight. That's why the Supreme Court didn't bother himself looking to the merits or the merit of that matter.
Buddy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So what you just said, right? I think Lawan was involved in that case up to appeal court.
No, his constituency was the one that filed. If you listen to Lawan,
he was involved by.
He was
involved.
It was not his constituency.
So my own question
that's
is,
not true.
Buddy, you have not explained anything
now.
You never explained anything now. The guy never explained. Just the theory of someone.
No, take Olumide out. Take him out.
You know,
don't do that.
Go and look at the judgment. If you look at the judgment, that's what the court decided on. And they allege that
which of the cases are you referring to? The Supreme Court or which one?
Fraud. You should have called a witness.
Buddy, I have a question for you. Which of the case are you referring to? Sorry, let me just take you.
I research on the judgment.
No, wait now. I have the case right in front of me because I know you. You always want to state pseudo facts.
Okay.
First, which case are you referring to? Is it the Supreme Court case or the appeal court case?
The appeal court case and the Supreme Court case. Look at it.
Okay, the Supreme Court case was Machina bringing APC to the court. So how does the constituency figure into that case?
You know, immediately, Lawan didn't participate in primary. He went for presidential election, presidential primary. He lost out. Immediately he lost out. The APC national chairman was in the process of trying to smuggle the guy back into the process, on which the national chairman refused to submit the Machina's name to INEC. So at that point in time, the constituency in which the former Senate president came from, they were agitating that they want Lawan instead of Machina, that there is no primary at all. That the APC didn't conduct any primary.
Agitating is not legal proceeding.
Listen, I'm giving you a background. You're asking for a background. What leads to the constituency filing a case?
Continue.
So at that point in time,
the constituents approached the court. At that point in time, they were agitating to the national chairman. The Machina suspects at that point that he suspected that the APC might not end up nominating him as the candidate of the party, and he filed a case at an high court to challenge the APC. And in that case that he filed, if you look at it, he approached the court wrongly.
What do you mean by wrongly? What is wrongly?
Supreme Court didn't listen. Supreme Court didn't decide. The Supreme Court didn't decide anything. The Supreme Court didn't decide the merit of the case. The Supreme Court only referred them to the judgment, to what happened at their court. If you look at that case very well. So
okay,
Supreme Court.
Body, I'm confused. Yes. I'm confused. And I explain to you what my confusion is.
Okay.
So you said Machina approached the court wrongly. I'm wanting to understand what is the wrong procedure in the approach of the court.
Yeah, so there are two things. There's what we call a writ of summon and originating summon. If you are filing a case in the court, if you are filing a case in the court, there are it's a two different procedure. So if you are alleging a crime, that a fraud has been committed, that's a criminal proceeding.
Okay, so he was accusing them that a crime had been committed.
Yes, and the court expected him to call a witness.
Okay.
In the process, in which he didn't. So, because it's not a fault, it's not his fault. It's just his fault of his lawyer.
The constituency was never a party to this case. I have the Supreme Court's verdict here.
Ed is right. Bode, I need to take you on this.
I'm not saying Ed is not right, but the issue is talking about is the issue of that, like the judgment is wrong. And I'm saying the issue of originating someone that I'm talking about. Is that not what decided?
You're right about that. I'm not disputing that. You're right about that. But the point, your basis for this. Your basis for this was that the constituency.
What I want to ask you.
No, what I'm saying, I'm telling you the background of the story. The background of the story that I wasn't interested.
The root of this case. Okay, fine. The Supreme Court gave a judgment.
That was pushing the case.
Buddy, wait.
That's why the APC didn't nominate.
We agree. Okay, buddy, I agree that the Supreme Court gave a judgment. You understand? But what Nigerians are saying, what fair-minded people are saying, is that Lawan does not participate in the primary. This guy won. So what law gave Lawan the right to be senator for that district? What law?
Listen.
What backing?
The party has the right, the prerogative to nominate whoever they want to represent them. That's why I brought.
Don't you think? Wait. Don't you think that it belies logical reasoning that a party?
But you don't take that to the law court. You don't blame the law court for that.
A party
can I add this? Olumide, hold on. Olumide, calm down.
Let me finish before.
This is an internal party issue. Parties have the right to do. That's how the court looks at this thing.
I agree. But what I'm trying to say is that at the high court level, the party supported this guy. At the appeal court level, they supported this guy.
No, the party didn't support it.
Well, listen, I will read it for you now. Let me open it for you. It's here. I have it here.
Oh God.
This guy, let me read it for you. The Supreme Court of Monday declared Senate President Ahmad Lawan as late now as authentic candidate of APC. The court made the declaration in the 3-2 split judgment for a 5-members panel. Okay. The panel was led by Senator Zunwezi. The majority judgment held that the decision of the Federal High Court in Yobe and the Court of Alibil in Abuja were perverse and must be set aside. The guy won at High Court and Appeal Court. Okay. The majority of judgment held that decisions of the Federal High Court were perverse. APC had challenged the judgment of the lower court, which affirmed Bashir Machina as the candidate of Yobe North Central District. Okay. It saw the Supreme Court to nullify the two previous verdicts. They didn't come in until they got to the Supreme Court. They finished the presidential primary. This guy went to beg.
No, let me talk. Who's Machina challenging them? Who's Machina challenging?
Let me talk.
Who's Machina challenging?
Mind? Are you
who's Machina challenging? Who's Machina challenging?
Body. Tell us lies.
Who's Machina challenging?
Body.
You this Abalis, you don't know anything. Just
If I may say
Sorry,
something,
sorry,
you know that
is this how to play politics?
guys,
Hold on, I think we need to listen to some music. Let's listen to some music at this rate.
What Olumide is saying, Olumide is saying the correct thing. Hey, hold on. Hold on.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Can I help him out? Let me help him. Before you go.
You know what? Look at what
Jago has not spoken today. Jago has not spoken today.
I know. There's an allegation of it.
If I may say something, there is a problem with that.
Let me come in and say that Olumide is right. Chim, when nobody else is here, you don't try to do the right thing. Chim, you're smart. Olumide is right. All of us witnessed this. This is what I'm talking about.
But I agree with him.
Right?
But I agree.
You are just coming. You can't. I'm the next. You can't be talking.
Hold on now. There is an order to things. You just came in and do it.
I'm just trying to help Olumide out because he's being ganged up on.
Take Pastor out.
But I need to leave because I just air one view and then I leave. I need to leave. I have an appointment.
Okay, let's AY say something. Then you can say something.
No, Pastor, no. So what Olumide said? Olumide is saying the correct. I'm actually surprised where both they got this information. I follow up this case. Here is my theory. Here is what I think the former Senator Lawa did. What Lawa did, right? When that case got to Supreme Court, I think it was a plan. He was now more like, oh, I'm not interested in the case. He arranged with some people to go to court. Now, when I figure out everything, it was when Bokochiwo, that senator that wanted to expose them on the floor of the Senate. I said, oh, this was the game. If you watch what Lawa did, Lawa stopped him from talking. He said, hey, no, it's okay. There is something. That case, trust me, what Olumide said is fact. But on this, you are wrong. I'm not with you on this.
Okay, if I could quickly add my view, please.
Let me say something. Chim.
Yes, I think it's Chim's on.
I need to leave, Body. I honestly have an appointment. Now, here's the thing. The Supreme Court of Nigeria has been inconsistent. If we go back to 2006, 2007, in the case of PDP and Amechi in Rivers State, because why am I picking this? Somebody said, I think the body said it is the party's right to nominate a candidate. Fine. The party, there was a primaries, and somehow Amechi was about to win that primaries, and Obasanjo stopped that primaries and insisted to Odili that he didn't want Amechi, and they substituted him and brought in Omahai. And then Omahai went, Then Omahai went to the main election and won. By this time,
Omeha, not Omeha.
I apologize for that. Omeha. Then he went to the Supreme. Then Amechi went to the Supreme Court and won an election he did not contest in. Remember, what is the point? You said that the party has the responsibility and the powers to put forward whichever candidate they want to put forward. So if that is right, and they had put forward Omahai, why did the Supreme Court rule that way? Now, coming to this particular one now, they now turned it the other way around. So in other case, listen, I know it may sound conspiratory. These are the reasons why people are saying that our judiciary cannot be trusted, because it smacks of money changing hands. It smacks of
APC to bring smarter politician. You are a political neophyte. You don't big
I'm
facts up.
Are you stupid?
You are a political neophyte. I said you are a
Chim, let me
political
respond to
neophyte.
you before you go. Chim,
I'm telling you that.
you
have to call
this guy. Olumide, I think we should allow Olumide and Pat to have the ground because these two people.
Before he goes,
Hey, forefather, let me have my time. Yeah.
Please,
let
me respond to Chim. He wants to leave. Hold on. I'll respond and
I know. Let me talk. I want to leave.
Let me just respond to him so he can leave.
Why does everybody want to leave suddenly?
Pastor, you met me here.
Can I go on? Chim wants to leave. I want to respond to him before he leaves.
Stop the bully. If you don't research, you will believe it.
Olumide, reach table.
Oh my God, Olumide, you need to chill out. Olumide and Pastor, you guys, you guys are characters. I tell you.
What you said,
he wants to leave. I want to respond to him before he leaves.
You know, he was talking about Celestine Omia. Remember, the case was in 2007.
These guys are crazy, man.
At every cycle, we have different electoral law.
Are you gonna rule or let him go? Then, if you're not gonna rule, we'll go ahead.
So we have to be very careful as well. We at every point in time, this election was being conducted. That 2023 election was conducted basically on 2022 Electoral Act, not 2020, not 2015 or 2010 Electoral Act.
So where in the Electoral Act changes this situation? Can you mention the place?
Yeah, I will tell you. Before it's when a political party nominate a candidate in 2010 Electoral Act. If you check, I can't really say the section precisely right now. If you check, they said when a party nominates, every canary can challenge the qualification of that candidate once that candidate is nominated. But in 2022 the new electoral act, they modified it, they changed it. They limited it to a member of a party, that only people that participated in the primary. That's why you see the difference between the judgment that was given by Yes Sir in the case of the what do you call it? In the case of the deputy governor that affected the governorship or candidate of the APC in that state, because that candidate is a pre-election matter, and someone else, which is not a member of that political party, went to court to challenge the qualification of the deputy governor and affected. So they modified the electoral act. So these politicians, they are very smart. They are covering their hacks too. So that's why those powers are derived from. So for the case of 2007 thereabouts, we are making one at the Supreme Court. If you check with lawyers, with attorneys that are very fast in law, the Supreme Court have departed.
What did they modify it from? From what to what?
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. Listen to me. Don't interrupt me. Hey, the reasonable, go outside. So, for the judgment of then, whereby the Supreme Court made that pronouncement, they modified the following year, the following election cycle, they modified the electoral act that you cannot be even declare the winner of an election except you participated in the full process of election, in the primary and the electioneering and the election itself.
So they've changed it.
So body, it boils down to what we're saying.
No, it's not the court that is changing it. No, it's not the court that is changing it. It's the National Assembly that is changing the electoral act.
What is the court judging on? So it has become law, and the Supreme Court is riding on it.
The Supreme Court is riding on it as they're changing it.
So, but this is where you are all
but the thing about parties, one thing I know about parties is let me just
chooses their candidate.
Listen.
They have a constitution.
In the case of Machina that you're talking about,
they have a constitution. They presented a candidate.
Fight today at all.
You understand?
Sometimes I do enjoy a little bit of this bad this the way it goes on about stuff.
APC follow their constitution. It's nobody's business. It doesn't have anything to do with the election. That's what we are saying.
The issue.
What you're saying? You say nonsense.
Lawan was not part of the primaries. He didn't contest. Somebody who didn't
Let
contest.
I don't know where to start. I don't know where to start with these people.
You can go ahead and then
Okay, I'm going to mute everybody now. This is okay. Olumide, calm down. Okay. Let's try to get this straight.
Calm down. Olumide,
So let's get one fact straight. Somebody can be selected to represent a party, and he can decide to step down at any time during that process, and some other person can replace that party, that candidate on the party's decision, based on the party's decision. That's how it works. So if I just should clarify that, so you guys can go ahead and.
The truth is,
let Pansat talk, please. I need to go.
Pansat, be patient. He's been patient for. I think Pansat messed his match today in Olumide.
Go ahead. You are a free particle now. Go ahead.
Actually, the problem here is, buddy. Now, listen to this, right? Chim, we know, first of all, for courts to be even disciplined in first world, like the United States, it's pretty hard, but they do their best, right? So in Nigeria, there are two things I'm gonna say, and I want to tell you this because I noticed you trying to bend backwards, try to accommodate. So we'll be one Nigeria, and we're gonna be singing Kumbaya, right? We're gonna be nice and all that. Look, that's not the solution to the problem we have in Nigeria. You have to tell the truth, right? So what I'm saying to you is that in stare decisis, that's the word for you could look it up if you have a computer. Stare decisis, there's vertical stare decisis and there is horizontal stare decisis, right? So in the case of the Supreme Court, it's vertical because that's just the apex court. In the horizontal, it'll be a lower court like a tribunal and all that, and then they could override the tribunal. But in the vertical stare decisis, the Supreme Court itself can also overrule itself. Some of these cases that they're citing, they're similar, they're not exact. It's not the same thing. We saw, now, AY, this is where I'm addressing your constituent. Every time I come here, I'm trying to tell you, I know what you guys are doing, the Muslims in Nigeria. We saw that Machina case go through. We saw Tinubu being challenged by his opponent, but they cut a deal because the courts ruled properly according to the Electoral Act and all the laws we have, the Constitution. He did not participate in that election. As a matter of fact, after he lost the second time, he came out and said, look, I give up. I'm not even going to appeal it. Yes. But in order to get the support, his support, because he's Senate president, Tinubu made a deal with him. And then the court, Supreme Court, they all cut it a deal. Now I'm the guy telling you guys the truth. I'm telling Northern Muslims, I'm trying to tell you.
Leave religion.
No, hold on, no. This is not frivolous. I don't enjoy doing this, but I have to tell you.
So, Pastor, how does that concern me?
Exactly.
I'm trying to understand how I come in.
Yeah, here's where you come in. Now, when Olumide was in trouble there, okay, I wasn't here. Buddy and AY, they were singing that tune that I'm talking about. It is your role to help Olumide out because he made a citation.
I was not even saying
I'm not here.
AY was in.
You saw AY change when he saw me.
I was with Olumide. I was backing Olumide, but Olumide was drowning my voice.
You were not backing Olumide.
Olumide was drowning my voice.
You were not backing Olumide. I'm not crazy, right? I came in because
I think something is wrong, man.
He gave a citation. He gave the right interpretation of what's going on, right? So why are you doing this? Because I know you're very smart. The first day I saw you here, you're from God's own state. You have to confront these people, right? For their own good, because what they're trying to do is impossible to do. They cannot.
I think
occupy our judiciary, occupy the presidency, occupy our Congress. Right? So Olumide is right here. He was in trouble. They're shouting him down. He was trying to tell the truth and get us in the right path.
Pansat. So why do you think? Why? Hold on. Let's get to the crux of the matter. So why do you think Olumide was right? What was the technical point he made that was right?
Well, he gave citations. He said the case were resolved twice by the appellate division, right? And that's true. And then he cited the cases. right? And he gave the anecdotes back at the background. Okay. So let me say one thing, then I'm gone. So you guys could have your fun. And this one I'm gonna tell you, forefathers. I tuned in to say to you. There's one thing I've never told you since you've been making the case about security. Why am I against it? Let me just be honest with you. Making Nigeria powerful militarily is just like giving arms to ISIS and Boko Haram. Okay, so if you make them that powerful, right now our students cannot protest, as you noticed in the NSAS, right? If you give them tactical weapons and all those kind of things, they're gonna even take over Ghana.
You are off the issue now.
I'm saying this and I'm gone. Okay,
you are confusing everybody, Pastor.
No, hold on.
Don't bully people here. You are confusing.
I'm not. I'm done with him, man.
How is he bullying anybody now?
I was even attacking Bode today, and you are attacking me. I was supporting Olumide.
You were not.
Oh man,
that kind of support.
Come on, man.
Come
on, Passad.
It's a milk toast support. I know what you're doing.
The people.
Look,
Stop deceiving the people.
AY, you have a footprint, right?
Jago is here. Ed is here.
You have a
righteous man is here. What are you talking about?
Forefathers, he interrupted me. Let me land. I'm addressing you.
Remove.
If there's time, I'll address you.
Okay, AY, let him land. I think he was coming say something about security.
And I'll be gone, right? So what I'm saying to you, but before I actually go to you again, let me just say to him, because you already said some things already. You have a footprint. Everybody knows you, right? Anybody, unless something comes in the front about Peter Obi, if you don't support Peter Obi, you're an evil person. That's it. Everybody knows who you are. Every debate that we're making here, all our youth, they're watching you. You're a young man. You're privileged. You're here, but you keep taking the wrong position. And then you think I'm not here to debate with you.
I'm taking the Nigeria position. I'm not going to follow your
Don't follow me. But then
Peter Obi is clearly my choice out of all the candidates. But I don't follow people blindly. I support.
That is a milk toast.
I'm not gonna support people blindly.
I'm saying if it
stop
be something
information, stop saying things that are not correct.
Please listen to this.
I'm not gonna listen to your rubbish.
If something comes in the future, fine. But
you don't come here to bully people every time. You think you don't have monopoly of violence. Stop bullying people. You are a bully.
Let me address you what I was saying.
You are a bully.
Right? Forefather, I want
Stop
you.
Be a bully.
Maybe
every
you
time you do this to everyone. I'm not gonna let you.
AY, how is Pansa getting under your skin like this? Let it be.
Mute him, please.
No, Forefather, I want to tell him today. It's not the only one that can bully people. He bully people every time.
How?
Visitors will come here. Rudolph will invite people here. You will bully them. You bully everybody.
How? I'm not bullying anybody. These are smart people that come and we debate. And I put on my questions. I'm not bullying anybody.
You do.
Take it out of your mind. I'm asking them a tough question. That's true.
You did the same thing today. Please, every time you do that.
I did not.
You are bullying him. You are trying to harass him now. Leave him now.
He go collect today now. Now only in the
okay, but so give me a time to come back. Right, I want to debate you on the security issue. The line of my
let me give you 1 minute. Pass out 1 minute. Speak and
thank you. The line of the debate I want to have with
only
you.
1 minute. Only 1 minute.
I beg now. I beg.
Wow.
What I'm saying is, forefathers, I believe that making Nigeria, unless we have a new Nigeria, and then our youth come up, the entire country galvanized. If we give these people right now a powerful military in the name of security, they're going to use it not only to conquer the South, they're going to conquer Ghana. Depends on how much power you give. The more power you give them, they're going to take over African states. It's an Islamic government. That's what we have.
Wow.
It's a radical Islamic government, right? It's like ISIS, it's like Boko Haram. There's absolutely no difference. You go and ask a Muslim community in Zaria. They have Shias in Zaria who is a nemesis.
You are completely out of point. We are discussing constitution.
I'm setting up a debate with two Nigeria. I'm gonna come back to debate.
I'm gonna
leave. You want me to leave, right? So I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, bye.
If you accept the debate,
have a good evening.
Forefather,
Move
you
on.
accept the debate 2 hours from now. I'll come back.
Bye.
whenever you guys are ready, when you're done with your crew, I come back and debate.
Is a bully.
AY, come on. Come on. You're turning to one now. I think this Passat is rubbing off for you now.
Passat, you can go. Bye-bye. let's have peace, man. We don't need you here.
Passat is rubbing off for you now.
This is our platform. I will tell Rudolph to ban you for coming to this platform.
You can have
it. You know this one righteous man has been quiet for a while.
Passat is still my brother.
His storm is coming. Righteous man has been quiet, sitting down there.
Passat is still my man any day. Even
I want you to change, AY. I want you to be on the right side.
Okay, I will.
Quick question. Are you watching a replay of some other version of Dr. Damages? Because I see a large screen behind you and I see Jagun, and it's not in the same position as it is now.
I think it's. Oh yeah, it was like yesterday one.
Yeah,
that's probably yesterday one. Yeah.
On
the TV though, that's not on the.
On the most serious though, Passat is my man. It's just that sometimes we gotta dig it, man. It's my man.
No, look. On a serious note, AY, right? You have to come over to the new Nigeria. You hold your opinion, but you cannot be against this youth. They want to.
You are still here. You are still here, Passat.
Yeah. Well, are you accept the challenge?
Okay, buddy, I have a question for you. On a more serious note,
Olumide has been very quiet for a while.
I can see.
Tinubu's policy, this new the address he made to Nigerians today, October 1st, about giving them an increment about 35,000 naira to their minimum wage for the next 6 months. What do you think about it?
Are you the moderator? So
no, I just want to know your personal view. I just want to know.
You still have a constitutional issue hanging on your neck.
I love how you allow this. What do you think? What is your own view? I want to know what your view of it is.
He just allowed it to finish asking the question.
You didn't say
I don't know what's happened to everybody today. Olumide, calm down.
This guy just want power for
Olumide, let me help you answer that question. I think what Tinubu is doing, maybe trying to buy time for the refineries to come on stream. Maybe
6 months.
Yes, because they expect some of them to come on stream by December. Maybe this month actually for.
But those are federal workers. What is going to happen to the rest of the population?
You settle them.
And not much. That guy doesn't have plan for everybody. He doesn't. It's just a period. He doesn't have plan for those people. Sad, but it doesn't.
Hey, Passat.
Thank you for coming in, Passat.
Passat, hello. See you.
I'm becoming more and more impressed with Passat every day. I don't know why. It's not like his arguments are sound, but I'm just becoming more and more impressed with him. I don't know why.
Fransat, I like the way you tickle the guitar, my brother. I like that.
Okay,
yeah.
More for you guys later.
Right. Yeah, man.
I'll see you guys later. I'll be listening in.
Okay, Pastor.
If you get unlimited, no problem. I'm gonna come back in.
Righteous man. Let's let Righteous man. No, Righteous man is burning a lot of data.
Jago has not spoken.
No, I think Jago, when he wants to speak,
Jago taking his
he's taking his time. Whenever you want to speak, you are free to interject, Jago.
Yeah.
Righteous man is burning data in Nigeria. Are we still donating data to him? Because this one, the people were supposed to be sending data to Nigeria, and it's been very quiet.
Righteous
man.
He's sleeping already, I guess.
He's not sleeping. No, he's not sleeping. No, Righteous man is not sleeping. He doesn't sleep on live. So,
Passat is a bully, man.
AY.
Yeah, go ahead, Righteous man.
The network is out.
His move the network is gone. I think Passat, one of the skills I think he has is the ability to just come in, interject, and challenge people
Yep.
Even when he's not making any point, he will still manage to stress the argument for 30 minutes.
Yep.
It's a skill. I don't know how he does that.
If you allow
I'm
him to
impressed
ask
by it.
question, he's gonna go for 10 minutes.
It's impressive the way he does it. No matter who, he will come at you. And Peter Obi, I feel sorry for Peter Obi. Peter Obi comes to that. They have to watch out for him.
He will not
Are
go
we
he will not do that.
are we going to have a special? Are you going to have a section tomorrow on your channel when this thing comes out tomorrow evening?
I think I probably will. If the news comes out, especially if it is very, very decisive about the outcomes. Let's say there is kind of forgery going on. Yes, definitely. But if it turns out that it's just the one,
the judgment is already out.
We don't know. Yeah, the judgment to release is out, isn't it? But
yeah, the judgment is out. So
no. But in terms of releasing this thing, we've not seen it yet.
The merit of the matter, whether there's forgery or not, the court
you don't know now. Tinubu could just pick up the phone, call Washington, and they say, "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!"
And the court is
but the issue before the court
was not
about forgery or not. The issue before
Yeah.
the court was not of forgery.
Right,
It
just
was
man,
to
go
say
ahead.
release the
No, I think
documents.
the issue was to
Righteous
release
man, go ahead.
information
Anytime,
to
go ahead. You're free, righteous man. Go ahead.
What I think his attempts is that
Let's allow
Let
righteous
righteous
man.
man speak. I think he has a question.
Forefather, you are the one to donate the next data.
I don't have any problem. I've been donating data to Nigeria forever. Every 10 or 12 days, they are finishing a lot of data.
To Nigerians, it's not to me. I mean me, myself.
To you. How many
Yes.
GB do you normally use? Is it
I
based on
use,
monthly or?
I use monthly. I use 55.
Oh, that's nothing now.
Righteous man, I thought you wanted to ask me a question.
That's nothing. You'll be surprised about the data we chew up in Nigeria. We are chewing up 125 GB in less than 12 days. In Nigeria, some people are chewing data and it costs money.
No. See, I subscribe for 55 for a month, but it lasts only 2 days.
Oh, okay. No problem.
So in a month, I may be using almost 600 to 1,000.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. You are really making a lot of sacrifices to be here. You are a family man. You don't have to be here, really.
Righteous man, I thought you wanted to ask me a question.
So when are you sending the next data?
I think I don't have the means to send it yet. I think I have to go through Dr. Damages to you. That's what I'm going to do. I will go through Dr. Damages, then he will wire it to you accordingly. So yeah, it's the least one can do. Now that's nothing.
The question
really.
I want to ask AY, do you have any personal thing with Obi?
That is so funny. So I think the problem most of you guys are facing is the moment people don't toe your line 100%, you think, no, listen to me. In all the candidates, Peter Obi is my best. I never hide that. But I'm not a blind follower. I'm not an obedient. I'm for Nigeria. The day I hammer on Tinubu, people with, he doesn't like Yoruba, I don't care. You can say what you want to say. In 2015, I supported Buhari. When Buhari started messing up, I went hard on him so badly. People were asking me, it's because I'm not from the north. I said, listen, if you were there when I was supporting this, my friends, some of them are watching this program. Me, I'm for Nigeria. I don't care who is coming. If Peter Obi
Okay. You know why I asked you that question? I've never heard you spoken evil against Obi. You understand?
Let me finish.
Hold on. Why I asked you that question is that Mr. Passat, okay, he made a statement. He was accusing you of being against Obi. And I want to hear from you. I don't hold anything against anybody until I hear directly from you.
Bro,
that is why I asked you, do you have any personal thing against Obi?
Righteous man, let me be clear to you. I'm from Edo State. In Edo State, we are not loyal to anybody. If you go talk to people from there. The support you see Edo people gave to Peter Obi is because they believe he can get the job done.
Did you give him the same support? Forget about what Edo people, you in particular, did you give him that support?
I gave him support, but listen, let me tell you. People,
oh my God.
Let me, hold on.
Did you give him the support?
Hold on. I'm not.
What's in one sense? You are not on grant. You can't vote.
I can't vote. Secondly, listen to me. People
no, I know you cannot vote, but you can influence people that are going to vote in Nigeria.
Hold on. You can't force me. If I tell you, I'm not scared of anybody. If I don't want to support Peter Obi, I'll tell you I'm not supporting Peter Obi.
No, nobody is forcing you.
I have reservation about Peter Obi because Peter Obi, even the job he did in Anambra, I was not 100% convinced. But I still believe Peter Obi was the best candidate out of all of them.
So did you support him?
Support how? To go and vote?
Did you influence people back home here to vote for Peter Obi?
Who? Influence who? How?
Well, you say you're from Edo State. Are you telling me that every member of your family lives abroad?
Obi, but what I'm telling you is, what you are expecting me to do, I'm not a blind follower. I'm from Nigeria. If Peter Obi is the president today, I will say the same thing. I'll be attacking.
No. You've not answered my question. You've not answered me. Like in the US. Hold on. In the US, listen, can you allow me to say something? Let me say something. I'm not in America. I'm not in the US, but I have my candidate for every election in American presidential election. You understand? I do also tell my friends and my clients, like my clients, most clients I have are from Edo State, Bini people. Most people I build houses for in Nigeria, they are Bini people. I'm telling you, I have few Igbo clients. So when I discuss with them, they are very friendly with me. Each time I discuss with them, I always tell them why I prefer Republicans to Democrats. Okay? Irrespective of the candidate of the Democrats, I will tell them why I prefer Republicans, because they stopped slavery. The Democrats wanted slavery to continue because they were enjoying it and making their billion. Okay, that is my point. So for you, AY, did you support Obi? Did you influence anybody in Nigeria to vote for Obi?
I told you, hold on. I told you I supported Obi. However, I was not having full confidence in all the top candidates, including Peter Obi.
Accept that answer now.
What answer do you want from me? I have my reservation. If Peter Obi call me, I'm going to ask him those questions. I have my reservation. Peter Obi as a governor, I was not convinced with this level of his work in Anambra.
Were you in Anambra State?
Come on, man.
During the time he was...
I know what is going on. I have friends in Anambra, not one, not two.
And what was the result? What did they tell you? What was the information they passed to you?
Yeah, it was an average governor. It was an average governor. He performed like an average governor in Nigeria.
So, righteous man, if you ask me too,
we should start deceiving ourselves.
The problem with this election is that
you want people to follow your
campaign.
No.
Wait.
AY, you are getting it wrong. I never want you to follow Obi. I asked you a question. You said you supported Obi. I said, okay, that support, what was the... Yeah?
Righteous man, if you ask me to pick today, you said pick between Peter Obi and Dave Umahi, I will pick Dave Umahi. I'll pick Dave Umahi. I'm not even going to pretend to you here. You people, I cannot support what you supported. I believe Peter Obi was the best candidate in the election, but I have my own opinion. I'm not going to follow you, bro, even if you are my father.
Hold on. Can you tell me the indices why you are going to vote for Umahi instead of Obi?
Based on performance of Dave Umahi in Ebonyi State.
What did he perform? Can you mention the things he performed?
Why? Don't answer just question. You know, he's has his mind made up already. You see that kind of the line of
righteous man.
This is why you want to debate.
Do you think that if APC had a sensible candidate and they campaign based on issues and what they have to do for the people, do you think that he could have won straight away like that?
Who?
The reason why we want to be there is because he won. He won free and fair. You understand? But if campaign was done based on issues, if APC had a very good candidate, You understand? A credible candidate, and they campaign based on
Listen,
issues.
listen. In the history of the modern Nigerian politics, listen. In the history of the modern Nigerian politics, there is no politician today alive
Don't
that have
listen.
Don't bully me. Let me explain myself. Excuse me. Can you listen to me? Can you listen to me? This is my time to talk, so give me my time to talk. Let me talk. It's my time.
Tell me the legacy.
There is no governor from 1990 date. No Nigerian governor, ex-governor, that have a clean record, that did not steal the state fund, that did not embezzle, that did not earn gratuity or pension.
Okay, that's it.
Mention that person if not to you.
What other legacy?
He left surplus now. If I'm not mistaken, he left the surplus.
No, mention.
What do you mean? Hold on. Onumide, if somebody does something good, don't just say, "Oh, it's just like what more?"
What are you guys talking about?
Others have not done those
Nobody
things.
can break the record of Obi.
I said it's good.
Not for this time. Nobody can break the record of Obi.
Righteous man.
That is where the country.
Let me ask you a question.
Yaradua was collecting pension. Obi never collected any pension till today.
Collecting pension is not a crime, guy.
It's not a crime, but he was contented with what God has given to him, so he didn't want to touch Obi's pound.
It's good. Peter Obi has a lot of good stuff.
I don't want to go there. Let's not go there.
When I heard Peter Obi was not collecting pension, that is a big one. It is a good thing.
Is there every state governor that was collecting pension?
Let's keep the sentiment and face the issue.
You said what?
Is there every state governor that was collecting pension?
There is no governor in Nigeria that does not collect pension. Mention that person.
You are a liar for that. Show us the record. Show us the record.
Please don't call me a liar. I have not called you a liar, please. Okay? Be very careful of your words. Be very careful of your words. You can present your word without making a name, okay?
Look at the issues here. Dave Umahi is talking about. Dave Umahi built an airport. He built a university completed. Yeah. He built standard hospital completed.
That's right.
Come on, let's build.
Do you know how much? Excuse me. Do you know how much that Ebonyi State is indebted?
But there was a development.
What kind of development are you? What kind of development are you talking about? The highest illiteracy in the southeast is from Ebonyi State. Highest percentage of illiteracy.
You are demonstrating the same thing here. You don't know how to finance infrastructure. You don't finance infrastructure with your cash. You borrow money to finance infrastructure.
But at what cost, buddy?
What's that?
At what cost?
Okay, those infrastructures, what are they needing? The airport. How many people travel to Ebonyi State? What does that airport generate? What income? What income does that airport in Ebonyi generate to Ebonyi indigenous? How does it increase their internally generated revenue?
It's a matter of policy. When Jolly was building here in Taraba, people said,
hold on.
The way
look at the traffic in Taraba today. Due to insecurity, that people are using Taraba airport.
Okay, hold on. Body, calm down. Why did you say you don't fund infrastructure with your own money? Why did you say that? Because I think you could use either way, loan or your own money.
Yes. The reason is this: when you have a big project like airport, and when they give you the bill for it, they might say it's going to cost you like, let's say 30 billion.
Yeah.
You don't have a capital sitting down in place for you to execute such. What you do in that kind of project financing is that you approach the capital market, or you approach a bank, a consortium, and tax that on your revenue. That you go to accrue over years.
But sorry to stop. Not only in Nigeria, even in America,
even in
Canada, even in UK. No,
because I'm speaking from the standpoint of I did element of what it was.
So hold on. So are you faulting? Hold on. Are you faulting Peter Obi for funding project with capital? That's money that he has.
No, nobody's faulting. It's righteous man that was.
Then why was the point raised then?
My answer to that question My answer to
We're
that
speaking
question
about
is
the level
that
of indebtedness.
that is why I'm upset with Nigeria. You understand? It was between two men, Peter Obi and Tinubu. You understand? It was who was the better candidate of the two based on the issues. I would have voted for Peter Obi. You understand? But if they have brought in a credible candidate, a credible
That is
option,
better.
we would have made it issue based. So I would have been able to challenge Obi. In Anambra, this is what you did. This is what you did. Why did you leave 20 billion without doing this for these people? Without doing that, without doing this? That
is
I would have
not
asked that question, you understand? But who was the better of the two that we had? You understand? I would have gone with Obi if we made it issue based. But when you now tell me that he's the only candidate who can solve the problem in Nigeria, I mean, forget that Bocom.
No, I don't think they said that. I don't think anybody
I
said
never
that.
said. You see how you guys misinterpret somebody. I never said Obi. Listen, I never said Obi will solve the whole problem in Nigeria. I never said so. I said his record, when you come to Human Development Index, he had the best in the whole Nigeria. He got international award for it. There was no other governor that had that award.
On what statistics? On what data?
That's human. That's hold on. That is based when they say HDI is based on certain data. You know that.
Yeah.
So and if he's able to win it internationally, so
on data of people in Anambra.
Don't just quote anything.
yes, of course, not on the nation. Is the Anambra is where he governed. What do you want him to get it for? Hold on, sorry. Let me address this because we have to be fair here. We have to be fair. Hold on. We have to be fair here. You don't expect him to get HGI for Zamfara. Sorry, Ed, we're going to come to you.
That's not what we are saying. This guy, you know what Righteous Man is saying? He's trying to take a national comparative analysis. He's not talking about Anambra anymore.
Yeah, but is that not what you are saying they are doing for Tinubu too?
No, he's comparing. He made AY to compare Omaki with Obi. And I'm telling you that, like, we are talking about infrastructure at this point in time. At the point in time, somebody has a capital. He kept it somewhere. And somebody has a capital. He's investing with it. You know the danger of having the money today and not investing it and keeping it in future. You know the depreciation that can come into it. Yeah. You know the consequence of infrastructure delayed. On human index that you are trying to advocate for.
I think there's argument there.
Today, and you don't build it
there is
today,
argument there, but hold on. You can't just build stuff for the sake of it, without just because you have the money in your pocket. If he decides that okay, some other person may find the money useful to use, then he can pass it on. It's not like he's stealing it.
You know who the best political leader is?
Please, my brother, you hold on.
And what content? You know what Awolowo would have done with that kind of money? Do you know what Awolowo would have done with that kind of money?
Do we have free education in this state at this period?
The best political leader in the history of Nigeria. He wasn't afraid of doing anything.
Who is that?
If you compare him with other candidates, it might be fair.
To come and chop it.
But that doesn't mean we should celebrate mediocrity.
Chop the money.
Righteous man. See, what people are saying here. Peter B said.
This my brother that said I was lying. What's his name?
I know I took that back.
What's your name?
Righteous man, don't dwell on that.
No,
What's your name?
Body.
Righteous man.
Please, what's your name? What is your name?
Body.
That's my
body.
Okay, Mr. Body. Respectfully, I address you. And please, I know you are a matured man.
Don't
listen to me. When we are discussing issues, you should minimize, you should know the type of language you use. We are not kids. I don't think you are older than me.
I already apologize.
Okay.
Righteous man, leave it. Okay, let's allow others to come in because the others have not come in. Ed has even left. Hold on, AY, hold on. Let others come in. Yes. All these people, I'm going to send you people backstage if you don't allow other people to talk. All these mic hoggers. Yeah, go ahead.
So Can we change the subject, please? I think we just.
Yeah, I want to change the subject to something more.
But before you change the subject, I've been told that Righteous Man identified the drug dealer amongst us. Righteous Man, you confirm that.
I noticed again. I don't know if it's okay for me to point your attention again to. I think it's again, it's my opinion. It would be best to use the method of because for example, I'm not even talking on my behalf now.
I mean, you took my questions. I was asking Righteous Man a question. Let him answer now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll let him. I just
what's the question, please?
Jago is right there. I don't think he has said like one word.
I know, we know. We are going to.
Yeah, I think we should go back and going round. Like,
so please,
John,
what was your question?
You said
your question, please. Your question.
Jago is a gentleman. Jago, go ahead.
No. If you want to be fair,
your question.
When Jago wants to be rough, Jago can be rough.
Jago was spitting fire yesterday. Jago was spitting fire. I saw him yesterday.
Yeah, when Jago wants to be rough.
It's okay. I'm just saying.
John, please. What was your question? John, what was your question?
We are gentlemen. We have to let the gentlemen say something.
John, what was your question, please?
Can you hear me?
What was your question?
They said you identified a drug dealer. Is it true?
Me?
Yeah. So
who is the person? Who said so?
The comment section.
It's the comment section. Don't mind them. Those are people. So Ed, I think I want to change the topic to proper Sunday lessons. You know, we either go religious or historical or scientific, or we want to talk about where we are in 60 years, because we were talking about it yesterday, where we talked about Chongqing in China, the advancement, or we talk about whether do you have to be Muslim, Christian, or Jewish or religious to even go to heaven? Do you have to be that?
And just start another war for
hardcore.
Yeah, you don't have to. You know, these people that say we have to be certain things to go to heaven. That could be an interesting discussion.
Brother Forefather, before you change the subject, I've been here for about an hour and a half or so, maybe, and I was listening before, and I've heard, actually from the beginning, I've been listening to the two gentlemen who were speaking. And a lot of times when you invite guests on, I don't actually come onto the platform. I just listen from the outside and check out what's been said and how the communication goes. But I must say, man, the level of entertainment, for real, Nigerians, we're the best in the world.
I'm telling you, man, it's unbelievable. I just started just laughing because it's just hard to
need award today. He allowed Bagos.
I just let it
the best
go,
in the world, man. I mean, even Pansat, mate, it was impressive today for me. I really enjoyed his assertions and his off-key manner and his guitar playing. It's all been fantastic. So I just wanted to say that before you change the subject. Yeah. Let me leave it there.
I was enjoying it myself. That's why I couldn't interject, you know. Odumide was over every case.
Man,
rolling all over the
firecracker, mate.
I was ready for Passat, my friend, today.
Are you ready for
The problem is Nigeria is missing out from good governance. You know, Nigeria is really missing out. The country is
But Nigeria is missing out on you. You best go home and give them firecracker in there.
Go back home. God forbid, they will finish me.
Maybe
yes.
Maybe I will follow what Femi said. Like maybe we should start taking turn, like what Femi suggested. Like
I guess when we go in the religious route or the development route,
that's another contentious.
or we go through development route, then where we talk about we explore the world and see the areas that are most developed and see where we fit into this and what we could do to catch on the fastest route. I think because there's a lot more technology available now, we can't necessarily use the timeline that other people use. Maybe we could get there faster because we have access to technology and shipping, internet, and all the rest. So we could look into that.
Do you not think that we keep banging on about our refineries? yesterday I was reading something. In fact, I think I'll try and share the link to the private chat. Maybe everybody will look. And apparently, Toyota is developing a hydro car, and they are very, very serious about it. And yet we are still talking about fuel. And we know here
hydro car with water.
Hybrid
yeah,
or
water.
electric car?
What? No, water. Hydro is water, isn't it?
Hydro? Really?
Yeah.
Hydro
I
or
didn't know
hydrogen?
about that. I will read it.
And
Hydro car is that. Have you got? Let me check with Toyota. I've not seen
pushing
that.
for electrics. We're
Yeah,
pushing for electrics
what
as
it
well
says,
in the
right?
UK.
Either hydrogen,
Aggressively pushing for
it's taken out
electric.
of water.
But all the fuel engine are being phased out. I know the male.
Oh, you mean hydrogen cars? Okay.
Hydrogen car. Yeah, that's what
It's hydrogen, not hydrogen.
Yeah, the exhaust is water that comes out. But hydrogen goes in. Yeah, yeah. That I don't know whether that is going to fly because people are afraid of hydrogen. Seeing the Hindenburg, this a crash where the whole balloon just came down on fire. So nobody wants to go near hydrogen.
But that is air. But that is the air. We're talking about cars this time. It could.
Yeah, it should work, but there's a lot of option for battery now. There's so many things that are going on in battery research that they feel like because hydrogen you still have to fill it up. You have to go to station, use gas, but this in a battery you can just swap the battery and battery you can charge it too. So I don't know. I guess people can decide
why
which
they
one
are
they
turning
prefer.
towards that is because it's readily available, it's cheaper. It's cheaper and readily available. That's
hydrogen,
and it's harmless. So that's why they are turning towards.
Which one is hydrogen? Are you talking about hydro?
Yeah, hydrogen gas. Yeah, it's
Okay,
it's a catalytic process of separating hydrogen out of water. So you know,
you have to create
hydrogen. It's been known for a while. So,
but it's interesting that it hasn't taken off all this while because it's been around for a very long time. They're even using them on air vehicles like drones and stuff like that. But maybe because the fuel itself is not something you can use on a large scale where you just have them in every kind of station. It's not like this is what they call it, electricity.
It's
just
a work in
plug it.
progress. It's still a work in progress. Like, or you know, at the point where we are talking about solar, you can't like say, oh, we want to run our plane on solar. We want to run our car on solar. So, you know, it's just a matter of time. We'll get there.
Check the private.
You know, the value that you're talking about, they mostly before.
Please, you guys should remember to fix your electricity first before we talk about
exactly. One of the biggest
but I have information here about the hydrogen car. It says as of 2021, there are 2 hydrogen cars publicly available in select markets: the Toyota Mirai and the Hyundai Nexo. The Hyundai Quality was produced from 2016 to 2021. Hydrogen combustion cars are not commercially available. What is the main problem with hydrogen cars? Unfortunately, a hydrogen fuel cell offers few advantages over battery, with several deal-breaking disadvantages. The problem that show no sign of really being overcome include cost, lack of infrastructure, and relative inefficiencies in delivering hydrogen to customers. So it's not something
that is the last point I wanted to add, because if you want to deliver hydrogen to customers, you have to create a whole load of infrastructure. But electricity, almost every home has it, and it is already built into our systems. So I think that's why using battery is going to win out. There's solar, there's all kinds of sources of electricity out there. So it's just to get a more efficient battery. At the matter of fact, the batteries are quite efficient. Some of them can even go further than this petrol. This can go. So I think that is going to win out this over time. And I think that is what is pushing hydrogen further back, because you have to have a whole set of ecosystem for it again.
And like you have gas stations and the likes,
yeah. And but in Nigeria so far, what I've noticed is that I, for one, wants to move to solar. And but I don't see a lot of wind turbine in Nigeria, in Africa.
I must say, a lot of these things, a lot of these new technologies that they're coming out with, as interesting as they are, they're not sustainable. None of them are sustainable as gas and crude. None of them. They're all great, because I tell you why. You see a lot of what's coming out of Africa, Congo particularly. with the cobalt that is used to gain battery power.
Yeah.
This battery power still needs electricity, and electricity today comes from fossil fuels. So we have to these wind turbines. Do you know how much a wind turbine costs? Do you know how sustainable it is? How expensive it is? I mean, all these things they're not sustainable. But
From
people,
what I gather,
we like to hear of something that sounds sustainable. But when you enter into it and you understand what's going on, you find out that in actual fact, it goes right back to fossil fuels again. So as much as it seems sustainable, they're not sustainable. None of them.
These windmills that you just mentioned about. Have you, in Germany and the Netherlands, they're very big on it.
Yes, there may be, but then
what percentage does it contribute to their national grid?
Reading the texts. As you read the text,
it's still something. It's an
no,
alternative.
what percentage? That's
I don't know.
Because
I don't know.
the only where there are two places we have comparative advantage, which is hydro and gas. So
yeah,
we have that in abundance.
Yes,
leverage on that.
We must make use of it. We can't just be looking at what other people are doing alone, unless we really do look into it. It's fanciful. It's fanciful and nice and gleaming and clean, and all these people would want to talk about how the environment is this and that. But once you understand the expense that's going on to put these things in place in the first place, and how long they actually last, wind turbines, they last about 10 for 15 years, and what they cost to put one up is in the billions. It's not all these things.
I must say, I'm not sure it's up to the billions, because the components involved in wind turbines are basically steel, carbon fiber.
Can I ask you, forefather, have you ever seen a wind turbine? Have you seen one?
Yeah, if you're in the UK, you have to have seen it now.
No, where I saw mine was in Spain, and they are so massive. Massive things, and the wind to get the turbines going round, it's a lot of wind power that they use, and then they have a lifespan where they're no longer functional. They don't go on forever and ever. Like it's not I think it was Tone that said windmill. Windmill is completely different from a wind turbine. A windmill can go on for as long as you want.
It's bigger than.
It's massive.
It's massive.
These things are.
Personally, I'm not sure why wind. I don't see any component in wind turbines that prevents them from working.
Wind turbine work on the same principle with hydro.
Buddy, I have a question for you. I think
you're
enlightening us.
So I don't see anything.
Sorry, forefather. The contract President Buhari government gave to Siemens.
Come on, man! You're taking us out again.
No, it's still electricity. That's what I remember. Cement contract. What's going on with that contract? What?
It's still work in progress. They're still in the country. They're still installing transmitter all around, transformers all around.
So when are they thinking?
Where?
When are they thinking? Where are they?
There's nothing like that going on. Nothing like that going on.
You can check.
I think it's happening. I checked that out.
It's still going on.
I did check it out.
It's still going on. They were in the country.
Yeah.
You know, they are still even in Lagos that you're talking about. They install almost about 2 big transformers.
Okay, somebody say Olu said they are working on it.
It's
a big contract. Hopefully, it's gonna help. It's gonna help.
You know, it's still working progress.
For Nigeria.
You know the issue is this. You know the issue most time is this. All those stuff, they are not kind of stuff that you go to shelf and pick up.
I know.
It's a long-term thing that you have to enter a contract with a Siemens. They manufacture. They come around, they install. So, and it's because of the COVID of the thing. The plan changed. I think they're supposed to deliver everything by 2026 or thereabouts. So they have to change the deadline all over again. So that's all I know.
They were supposed to you see what and this in Buddy, you are really, really slick there. What you did there, that is diabolical. Because the data that you gave, the two ends seems to be conforming to what you say is trying to give people the impression that something is happening and it's all right. That's what my point. So when they were supposed to deliver it was 2025, which means that if it was
I said the plan changed because of COVID. I said I don't know what's going on again.
Hold on now. That's
I'm
my
not speaking
point.
for the government.
Hold on, I know. Let me make my point. Are you ready now? I just read it once and I remember. What are you telling me? So it was supposed to be 2025. You told me it's 2026.
No, that's
then what they postponed it to was 2030.
I said, I don't even know.
Yeah, but you say you don't even know. That's one thing I find strange. That how can you know 2026 and you don't know the when they pushed it?
I say it changed. I don't know when it was.
Okay, it's all right. I'll leave that. So the point is that was very frustrating for me because
don't prosecute me for that, father.
No, I'm not. Sorry. See, the thing is, at least you were sharing information. To be fair, I don't know what I was thinking. So the point is that I was frustrated by it when I saw it because this is the kind of stuff it gives me trust issues where our government say they want to do one thing, they just keep postponing. They never do anything, and it just confirms. I don't like my suspicions to be confirmed. It just confirms my argument that these people are just coasting us along. They are not looking to govern us. They are not looking to fix anything. Now we are going to be looking to 2030 again. 2030, who says something else is not going to happen?
No, definitely.
I just hope by that time, all the mobile power plants and all the plants that the states are building actually kick in and start generating power for them. But if that is national grid, how are you supposed to transport the electricity?
You know, that's what we've been advocating over time, that like the state should come on board since they signed that deregulation law for state to like have their facility in place, generate power, distribute.
I think they are doing that. I think Abuja is building its own now. 300
it's the federal government of the thing.
But who is going to fund the
gas
state?
company?
Who will fund the state's power project though?
No, the state have to source for funding.
It's very cheap, actually. It's not that expensive to get power. I don't know why states are always struggling with these things.
It is doing something along that. They signed an agreement of Fushent, which I saw online. Let's go back
to the topic that we're discussing before we get round into Nigeria.
You have to sign power purchase agreement. What do you call it? They call it purchase agreement, something like that. You have to guarantee that you're going to buy it.
Yeah, purchase order, isn't it? Or this in the purchase
kind of power purchase agreement, something like that. Because the state have to guarantee that we're going to produce. Are you ready to buy? So
yes, you have to give them a reassurance, legally binding reassurance that you're going to buy it. You're going to buy it. So this is the German energy this is a kind of
energy mix
chart, isn't it? Yeah, energy mix, key term. So this is renewable, which is quite significant for the 4%. And look at the wind one, offshore wind and onshore wind. So altogether is about 20% of German energy supply. Solar, 60-something%. That is a lot. No, 10%. That means 10%. So of this in the energy production in Germany. So it means solar is kicking in, renewables are kicking in. All these are renewables, really. All these ones are renewables. So if you put all of them together, that's what they amount to. So they are kicking in, and their prices are coming down, and it's just going to get better and better. And I don't see any reason why. The only reason why I don't like it for Nigeria, because it involves a lot of technology. Some of all this stuff they are doing involves a lot of technology, and we don't necessarily have the relevant skill sets to start mass manufacturing all this is yet. So our priority is generating electricity. So whichever way we can generate it, we should do it, from coal, from gas, from anything. We have to whatever we can get, because we need that electricity to be able to industrialize.
Yeah.
So
nuclear power plant, who cares?
And
whatever they can do,
build it anywhere, just do anything. I think when I say technological revolution, we need like 100% of everybody needs to start learning technology. If you are going to school, you have to learn technology, because it's the language of the future. Forget it. And because we are behind, we need to move headlong into it. And this is the thing, that it doesn't cost anybody anything to do. Even I don't know why they don't do it. It doesn't cost him anything.
So that is the other thing. Look at Hope Uzodinma, for example. He said he want to send 4,000 people outside the country. If Hope Uzodinma has said, I'm going to build an ICT school, or whatever he's going to call it, in such a way that he will train the youth in technology,
even if they have to work remotely, like build a village, ICT village, I would have supported him. Now you are talking about you want to export people to Europe and Canada, so they will be dancing. They want to go to Europe. Come on, man! Like,
what does that say about him? What does that say about him?
You know, that's
His
the quality
mentality.
that's the quality of
There is
mind.
a breaking news. I don't know whether it's true. There is a breaking news.
Okay.
I don't know how true it is. Yeah.
What happened?
That Mr. President has approved 35,000 naira increments.
No, 25.
It's just for 6 months.
No,
That's
that
just for 6
was
months.
part of the speech in the morning. It's 25,000 added to their for 6 months. We've been talking about 25,000 naira across board for federal workers.
It's palliative now, palliative increment.
Yeah, for 6 months. So.
There's actually an update that after the meeting with the labor unions, that there's no cap on it. There's no 6 months cap anymore.
Oh no, 6 months is there. The only thing that happens is that, like in the speech, maybe the lower cadres. That's what they mentioned.
That's what I'm telling you.
But
There's
now they remove the cap from the lower cadre.
Yeah, no. Yeah, and then he said that he's removed that cap for 6 months pending. There's going to be discussions.
Oh, pending the determination of the minimum wage.
So he's removed that 6 months. Yeah.
Okay, pending the determination
But
of
is
minimum
the strike still going? Is the strike still going?
No,
to
they
hold?
suspended the strike.
They have to make.
So the increment is
so
not
come back
guaranteed
tomorrow.
now.
They did suspend it yet?
Yeah,
they're going to be having their meeting.
They have to meet with their
tomorrow.
organs.
They're going to have to, yes. That's how we did
discuss with them.
But the increment is not guaranteed. You can take it away anytime.
No, right now, if you go, the update is that they've agreed that there's
I'm just seeing it on TV now. I'm just
You're right,
watching
righteous
it on
man.
TV.
You're right.
Right. There's no 6 months limit after their meeting this evening.
Yeah.
So they're still going to continue discussing. That's
until they were able to fix the minimum wage.
Yeah, exactly.
So is the minimum wage that they are looking to go on strike for?
No, more than that. You know, there are a lot of issues they mentioned.
A lot of issues.
Okay, can you enlighten us, bullet point it, please, so that people understand what they are actually demanding?
You know, the labor talks about the issue of the minimum wage, which is called as a result of the removal of first subsidized inflation, and the issue of the refinery, and the issue of the CNG. Those are the issues that they discuss about.
Okay, so they want the refineries to come online.
Oh, definitely.
Maybe they should be focusing more on that and than the minimum wage talk.
People don't have to eat. People don't have to die before the refinery start working.
Because the refinery one is going to ensure that spending is going to mean anything. Because all the salary you are paying, if the refinery is not working, it's just
But
wasted.
don't you think that the money we spent on refurbishing of these refineries would have used it to put new ones up? Maybe
true. I'm not sure too. Dangote spent 17 billion. They spent about 3 or 4 billion on this.
We are serious.
It may not be the size of Dangote's own. I think it's the largest in Africa.
They are co-locating. Another information I heard, they are co-locating a new one inside the Port Harcourt refinery.
I'm not surprised. Is that what they are doing right now, or they are looking to do that?
That's what they are doing now. That's what they are doing with Port Harcourt. So, and the deadline.
I'm not surprised.
The deadline is what is it? When is the deadline?
That of Port Harcourt should come up through by at least 50% by December.
That's what they said.
And
Dangote should be on this month. From what they said, that it's going to start receiving crude oil.
Dangote will be hot this month, but it's not going to produce.
But let me ask this question: Is Dangote not a businessman?
Yes,
of course.
Okay, is he not going to make profit out of his investment? So why are we not believing that the refinery is going to make
the issue is the landing cost, the insurance, shipping, transport. So those stuff will be off.
Yeah, that might be.
So that's the area we're looking at.
But when they interviewed the group managing director, he said that they are going to sell based on what is obtainable from international.
Selling based on the market does not mean transport costs. If the price of a commodity is $90, if you are not.
Buddy, you are one of those people that sometimes drive me crazy. Like sometimes make me want to kill lawyers and all that, because they always try to confuse ordinary people that don't understand the topic. All you could just tell him was that the cost to import was not going to be removed, and Nigeria owns 20% in there.
So that's
that's a big. It's simple. You just started compounding him with big language and all that stuff.
Okay, is Body a lawyer?
I know.
No, he's not a lawyer. He's just he's like one of them. They use professional language a lot.
Because if he's a lawyer, it's part of the problem of Nigeria.
Nigeria
needs to look into that renewable energy source.
One is more learned than a lawyer.
The gas can provide more than 50% of our electricity. If Germany can be generating,
you mean Dangote?
No, I'm saying electricity.
Dangote will be generating electricity as well. Will be generating
I'm
power.
quite surprised. CNG is quite effective, because recently when I was in Nigeria, I was spending about 60,000 a week just to power some generator. And when they converted to CNG, the price completely plummeted. I was surprised, and it appears the generator is working better, which is weird.
And it can create jobs, If they encourage these companies,
but converting it now is 125,000.
Yeah,
I think by the time you buy the cylinder and everything, isn't it? Yeah, that's what it costs.
It's going to come down with time because there's more push on it. Because
you save the money within 3 months because petrol is so expensive now. You save the money when you go to CNG within 3 months. That was what I observed anyway. So in terms of
most homes in Lagos are no longer using generator. Most homes.
Really? What are they using?
If NEPA sees this light, you just sleep like that.
I thought you were going to say solar.
I thought that's what you wanted to bring in. Like just
solar is another renewable source. They can tap into solar.
Verify. You have people in Nigeria. Verify from them. Once NEPA sees this light now, nobody. It's just few people.
My brother uses solar in Lagos. He uses solar in Lagos. People use solar.
You can use solar to power your AC.
Yeah, some of the stuff. Yeah, the big items. Yes, correct.
We have some AC that runs on solar.
I think we need.
No, those ones doesn't last. That AC that runs on solar doesn't last.
We don't manufacture solar. So that's another problem. We don't manufacture solar panels.
Most solars in Nigeria. Most solars in Nigeria from China.
That is doing it.
Most solars in Nigeria are from China.
We have a company in Maiduguri right now. That is doing
in Maiduguri?
Yeah.
Okay. They manufacture solar panels.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have their name?
Is that a Chinese company or a Nigerian company?
It's a Chinese company.
There you go.
I think they said there is one in Sokoto as well.
And they partner with Borno State government on the issue of the electrification of their new school infrastructures. So they started.
But it's interesting. Why are they locating all this in the north? Is it because they have more sun? Is that the idea?
They have more sun, cheaper.
Why the land?
One of the problem of Chinese solar panels, it doesn't last long. There's a building I finished 2 years ago, and they did installation of this Chinese panel. It didn't last up to 8 months.
We said something about hydrogen gas.
Sorry, buddy. I think Rachasma is reporting something that as stakeholders in Nigeria, I have to watch out. What are you saying that solar panels normally are meant to last 10 years or so? Are you telling me solar panels are taking that in Nigeria?
There's this building I completed. My client lives in Germany. I completed it about 2 years ago. So he did the installation of this solar panel, and I think it was a Chinese owned. Though my friend advised him to buy India or Korea owned, but he went for the Chinese owned. After 8 months, the whole thing it just packed up.
Thank God that but we know why it packed up though. Is it the solar panels, the inverter, or something?
No, the solar panel.
Solar panels pack up.
It started developing moisture.
The issue is
moisture inside.
Is the coating of the surface.
That's interesting.
The coating of the surface, and secondly, the connection. The way they do connection in Nigeria, they don't usually heart it. They don't usually heart it. So whenever there is a thunderstorm, there's a strike. So it's usually
but you can't build without hearting.
They don't. I've seen cases.
And you know what? I've seen it too. I saw it happen. How many?
How can an engineer build a house without acting? I mean,
you'll be surprised what some Nigerian engineers are up to. They had to go and pull the wires out from the ground and had it replaced in Nigeria. It's awful, and it destroyed a lot of electronics.
Yes,
what that engineer did.
That's suicidal now. You don't try it.
So he kept blowing this up. Nobody knew that, and nobody knew that was the reason why it was happening. It was some other person that was coming to fix electrical stuff said, this stuff is not supposed to be like this. So
in the construction industry now, we try to advance, and we no longer use chambers to channel waste. We don't use chambers again. That's old method. We use 9.9 charisma pipe now. Okay. So anything, even if you throw a head of a newborn baby there, it will flush without creating chambers.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what we're using now.
Okay, I think we have to look. I guess nobody has told me that Nigerian solar panels are failing.
Like it's we can't really, as in nothing's absolute in engineering. What about situation whereby something blocked it? How do you remedy that? Since we don't have a chamber, that means you have to break the pipe.
No. The size of the pipe is called 9.9. Okay. That 9.9 is as big as, just look at this circumference. Okay. Yeah, very big. So the design is that you have only one chamber. That chamber is the one that flows from up down to the bottom of the house, that they connect it to the sockaway. And in Nigeria now, we're no longer doing the old sockaway. We do what is called digestive sockaway. It lasts for 100 years. You can't evacuate it. Yeah, it dissolves and turns to dust. So all those old systems,
that's interesting.
Yes, if a current engineer, you don't work on those.
Is he body now? That's the new one. I've never heard of that. What did you call it? What kind of sockaway did you call that? Digestive sockaway. 100 years. Yes. So, but does this thing the whole place up?
Do you?
No. See, the moment you construct it, okay, you can use it to generate gas and supply gas.
Is it underground still?
Gas
is underground.
Yeah, it's underground.
Okay, that's interesting.
You dig about 10 feet or 7 feet, depending on the size of the house. Okay, then after it, you cover it. It undertakes some processes, channelings. But after you put the chemical, there is a required chemical, the percentage of chemical you need to bury along. So by the time you start using the sockaway, for 100 years, you will not open it because it is free of odor. Rats and all these rodents cannot inhabit it. All these cockroaches. There's nothing free of odor.
So where did this technology come from? Where did this technology come from?
It was developed in Ghana. It was developed in Ghana. So they started, using it. And then they started exporting it down to Ivory Coast, from Ivory Coast to Benin Republic before it got to Nigeria.
Oh, you just put the chemical once?
Yeah. You seal it up. At least I have done in Lekki. I have done in...
What are they called again?
Digestive sockaway.
Digestive sockaway. Yeah.
Or is this
man? Sorry, are you a civil engineer, a building engineer, or an architect? Which one are you? What's your specialty?
I've told you what I do.
Is a contractor.
Okay, it's called biodigester septic tank.
Yeah.
Who told you that I'm a contractor?
You are the one talking.
Reach out to righteous man.
I'm just saying you, righteous man. Don't come after me.
Did I tell you I'm a contractor?
Let's see.
So I need to protest. I need to protest for father. Jagun, Ed, and Femi, we need to give them space to speak.
Honestly, you know.
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, that's
Femi
true.
going around the
That's true.
first, you know.
Yeah, they will not. Ed will not interject to save his life.
Bros, I tell you this, AY, for this level, we did 15 hours yesterday. Oh, we need to conserve our energy.
Yeah, 15 hours, man, and we
So
went deep. Righteous man, let's let Ed come in and Femi come in, please. We can carry on.
Let Femi come in.
Ed has been busy, you know. It's really
Okay.
it's preparing for tomorrow.
So where do we go with our energy supply or technological innovation? What would you advocate in terms of to short circuit some of all these problems we keep having? You can come with electricity, because electricity is one of the biggest problems we have in terms of technology, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of our probably in the top 3. Maybe in addition to security, you definitely have to put power, because it doesn't matter what other thing. Whether if you like, we should build all the roads and railways, and power is of critical. In fact, it's a security issue. Let's just be that way. Now, of course, you know where I align most times, so it's not going to come as a surprise to you if I go the technology route. If there's anything that gives me joy about Nigeria, is actually Nigerians. So let me just emphasize it. It's not Nigeria per se, but Nigerians who again continue to hoist Nigeria's flag single-handedly. Nigerians they're just suffering, no support from anywhere. It's just that Nigerianness, that I can do spirit, like we go die. Now, so I just want to be clear there. Now, I did tell you, and eventually I'm still writing my scripts on my YouTube channel, because I want to just point out things that have to do with a lot of things that are actually going on under the radar in Nigeria when it comes to technology. We think there's things that are going on, but anyway, now so I want to dispute 2 things. Please, real quick. I'll try to be as short as I can, and I'll veer off a bit before I come back here. Now, I just want to correct something, and I'm not one to try to name names, so I'm not going to name names. I took social history of America intentionally when I was taking my classes when I was in New York, and I can tell you unequivocally that it is not actually true that the Republican Party of today is not the Republican Party of yesteryears. Let me just correct impressions now.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot to correct that. That's right.
I'm not going to go into much into details.
The cross aisles, those
Exactly.
those
And
sneaky
there's a lot of things that
Democrats.
happened before, even prior to Essing hours time, that made things change. So even with Robert Kennedy, a lot of people refer to Robert Kennedy. What people don't realize, and I didn't realize this until several years ago back, that even the Kennedy family, their background, even after the proclamation, they're still held slaves. But that's a topic for another day. So I just want us to be careful about what we think happened and the reality of what happened. There's a reason why blacks vote tend more towards Democrats. So I just thought to make that known so that we're very, very correct.
I wanted to point that out. I forgot.
Now, anyway, so I just deviated. I didn't have a choice. The other thing I'm going to speak to technology again. I'm going to keep you as brief as I can. There's another thing I want to debunk. I've said this often. I was born in Kaduna and I lived there for a good chunk of my life there. I'll tell you this for free. Northerners are some of the smartest people. I went to school with them, and I saw, in fact, some of the most celebrated people I know are Northerners. When it comes,
God bless you, Femi.
I'm not. This is not sentiment. It's what I experienced.
Yep.
And then when it comes to technology, this notion that because again, I think we should be careful with our sentiments. I have sentiments too. This notion that Northerners and technology, it's a lie, big lie. In fact, in Kaduna, there's a hub. Maybe when my channel comes in, a lot of people will be shocked. There's a major hub called the Collab Hub in Southern Kaduna, where I mostly grew up. Kawo, Mado Belus, and Mando, and so on and so forth. They're doing something. In fact, then they have another major up in Josh. Keep in mind, I'm not mentioning Abuja. They have another major up in Josh. Sorry. In Borno, irrespective of what's been going on for the past 2-3 decades, some major technological hubs that they have there as well.
Same thing in Kano.
Same thing in Kano, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Same thing in Kano.
All this big truck have been manufactured in Kano.
Yeah, there's some I do not know, and I wouldn't claim knowledge to. So the reason why I keep bringing these things up is that these things are happening in spite of ourselves. So again, it's despite my own sentiments, I would not like to hear things I know that are not true being said and not say anything. Now, the reason again why I keep harping on technologies, as of today, there's 61 female startups in Nigeria that I would enjoin people to look out for. 61 females. In total, I think as of tonight that I'm speaking to you, there's nothing less than close to 500 plus ops, including startups, including the one owned by Bosun Chijani. That's why I am hoping, I may not be a fan of Tinubu, but I'm hoping that guy doesn't disappoint people like us.
Yeah, I heard much about Bosun Chijani.
That guy is... If Nigeria doesn't, or if he's able to navigate because there's too much politics in Nigeria, for crying out loud. So I hope he will be able to because if there's one thing I feel would take Nigeria out of the doldrums, it's ICT. Nigerians are doing amazing things. And if power Nigerians don't need too much to survive.
Everywhere.
Governments, even the palliative, and this is where I'm going to land. Even this palliative, Body, you can dispute this as well because
no.
Even that palliative, you see, one of the reasons why I had a major problem with this palliative thing. Look at what is happening now. What has happened to that palliative thing? It is better that same money if they had put it to do certain things.
Yeah. Exactly what I said. I agree, honestly.
Exactly what I said.
You know one thing about us is that we like token. Forefather was asking today, Righteous Man came with a breaking news that 25,000 per month for the next 6 months and thereabout. You know what? Labour are happy. They've gotten their own token. Nobody's thinking about development. If you go to them and say, "Oh, this is not necessary. Let's be hungry for a while and think about development." People will say, "Oh, do you want us to die before we start having those stuff?" So that's our pain, that's our challenges. So how do we navigate it? So that's we need a leader that can communicate and give us the idea of, this thing we deliver it in 6 months. I remember the point in time during Buhari's regime, they promised to close Abuja terminal down, Abuja runway down, for 1 month or thereabout. I'm not sure if I can recollect.
Yeah.
The whole nation was at the edge. The whole politicians in Abuja were shouting. And they deliver that runway within 1 month. That means we are determined that we're going to put our refineries in place. We're going to put power in place. We can do it. But one thing I've noticed is that our people are not serious. I work in a Nigerian system. I know our attitude to work. It's not good. Nothing to write home about.
Forefather, if you ever work in Nigeria, you understand what Body just said now. The attitude to work is so bad. To be honest, I completely changed
I work in the north. I work in the south.
I completely changed my attitude to work when I moved to Canada.
They treat the job. They don't treat the job well. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. They don't want to work. People will just want money. They just play. People don't want to do anything.
I've noticed that in Nigeria. Everybody seems to be on looking for a way to escape somewhere.
And to buttress on what Femi just said, right? I'll be saying this here. Sometimes we actually underrate people in the North. The North, some of the smartest people I've seen, my friends, they are from the North in Nigeria. But that does not defeat the fact that the South are more educated in terms of percentage.
The population, yeah.
The population, but in the North, they have a lot of smart people. People don't even know. That's why when I hear people making generalized statement, I'm like, yo, chill.
I don't even understand that why people just do that, because even when I went to Zaria, people that are selling sugar cane, I've seen somebody selling sugar cane, and in one hand is carrying his mobile phone, and I don't know why they assume that people there don't have technology.
That is why I said you need to speak to everyone. You need to listen to people to understand what is. People have come here every time they let's stop making all these statements. We have a lot. What Femi, another thing Femi said I love. He loved Nigeria. He believed in it. Sometimes I will see bro, no office. Which company you won't go for this America, for example, you will not meet Nigerians.
That's all.
If you don't meet Nigeria, there is problem. I'm telling you the fact. I've gone into meetings that what did this person they do here? Nigeria everywhere. Like, bro, forget it.
Yeah, it's almost like
that country in terms of
you know the time I use. I said every rock you turn over in Nigeria will show up around the world. They're everywhere, and but I think we are there, but it hasn't done anything for us as a people.
You know,
and
oh, sorry.
I think my concern is that yesterday, by the time we finished discussing, we were very, very a kind of, I don't know. We're not like downbeat, but the kind of outcome from the discussion is indicating that we are really in a bad spot here. And Nigeria has not built anything. We've not really built much. Yeah, you see Lagos Island shiny and all that, but nothing as sophisticated as what other people are doing out there. And our leaders are not necessarily challenging us to do anything. They don't. Look at the speech today. There's no message really. It's like, oh, we are diverse people. Some people say we are going to break up, and that is it. That is the whole message for the country. You have to have an energizing message that brings people together and want to work together. How does that bring the north, south, east, west together? It doesn't bring them together. You're just giving them platitude.
Yep.
You see, what's fascinating to me about, especially in terms of energy at the moment, for all that we have in energy terms. I wonder what people think about the pipeline that's going to Algeria, Morocco, and going to enter into Europe and taking away all of our gas at the moment. Whilst we don't even own that pipeline, it's the ownership of Chevron in America. The gas will be entering into Europe as a whole, which will be giving them even more of flexibility with their geopolitics in Europe and further afield. I just wonder what people think about the fact that we, at this moment, are not using our gas, because gas really is the most affordable and the what would push us right over the next 10 years. We could solve our problem with the gas that we have. And I just wonder what people think about that.
You know, like what I said in the past, like, you know, when we are talking about the infrastructure delayed is like you postponing the evil days.
Yep.
When all these companies were coming, our government never make an incentive to them for them to venture into gas. We can defer our profit and reap it in future. Allow this company to invest in gas. We have almost about close to 6 thermal plant stations that were built under Obasanjo that was supposed to be powered by gas. Or Shotoko, Olukula, stuff like that. None of them have gas pipeline passed to them.
It's pathetic.
In the recent history, I think I've mentioned it before.
Hold on, none of them is functional, or what? What are you saying?
They have to transport gas to them with a truck.
Okay, I see.
That's the issue. Instead of us to have an instrumentalized pipe taking gas to those stations, that's the cheapest. That's the easiest. You know, I told you, like, the one that Jago was talking about that we have right now is the KKK. The one that is coming from Niger Delta, from Kogi.
Yeah.
to Abuja area and the likes. That's why, Olumide mentioned one power station being built in Abuja. So that will help. And these guys will help us in our industry as well, around Kaduna, Kano. I think in a recent history, that's the first intervention of how do we use our gas locally on industrial base. So our government has to look into that, seek investment in that direction. I think that's what the idea of Tinubu having.
I think part of the problem with gas, I think for energy generation, I think they should have done it a long time. You are correct. The issue with gas is that I think they see it as a kind of dirty fuel from the point of view of
it's the cleanest fuel. Yes,
that's my point. It is. But the problem is for cars, because most of the petrochemical that we get is not necessary for energy generation. You see, so they look at it from the point of view that for a car, petrol is what you should be focusing on. For industry, diesel. So they don't care too much about gas as much. They are flaring gas. They've been flaring gas for decades in Nigeria. They are not tapping into it.
You know the issue is this: we are even more of gas nation than crude, and our petrol than fossil.
That's all right.
And which is another crazy. How is it that we have so much gas? And they didn't decide to just build so many gas power plants and
even those places they find oil in the north. Much of it are gas. So
it's crazy. It's crazy what our Nigerian government, the kind of incompetence. This is beyond incompetence. We all know that.
It's exactly.
Oh, Chim's back.
Sorry, before Pansat, is that Pansat or
yes, Pansat,
before he says this,
yes.
I just wonder what happens to the gas master plan of March of 2010. That's Jonathan.
I remember. The Greenfield.
Yeah, the Greenfield gas master plan.
It's all fraud.
Welcome back, Chim.
You remember.
You see my problem with them. They will tell you, they'll give you hope.
Another issue that led us
but it doesn't amount to anything.
We are going to pay something like 26 billion to a particular company. I don't know if you remember. Most workers, most staff on NNPC were immersed in fraud. Even Ministry of Petroleum. They are still on the case. The arbitration is still in the UK.
So what about the AKK pipeline?
It's still ongoing. They're still working on it.
They're still working on it?
Yeah, they're taking it. Yeah.
I wanted to say something. I posted a video on the private chat for you to Niger because about 10 or 12 years ago, I saw a program where Germans came to the Sahara Desert and they had the schematics. They had everything ready to go to tap energy from Sahara Desert and to Europe and sell it in Europe. And they were going to give a few countries around the Sahara Desert some energy. In 15 minutes, the Sahara Desert produces enough energy to power the entire Africa, right? So, but anyway, I came across that. I think it's the same video. It's about 5 minutes long. It's from Dutchville channel. If you could play that, because that's what we have to do.
This channel is too hot.
What do you mean?
I don't want to flag Dr. Damages. They are too hot. If I was able to crop the video, maybe it would have worked. But if I play them as it is right now, they are going to flag it. And
okay, but so because that's the kind of stuff we should be talking about, right? That Sahara Desert has our energy. I mean,
in terms of what? Sorry, Pansat. Where is the energy coming from? Sorry,
it's coming from the sun, from Sahara Desert.
Okay, the solar energy. Okay,
right. So they came there to steal it. I mean, they had it all done. The schematics. All Africans have to do is just to take that stuff and do it, because they were eventually stopped politically. That's the only thing that stopped it. But that's over 10 years ago, a decade ago. If Europe had this Sahara Desert, they wouldn't need anything else. They wouldn't need solar. They wouldn't need wind. They wouldn't need fossil fuel. Problem is that they cannot politically take it now. So some countries around there were able to successfully stop them. But that German company, they had it done. All we have to do is to take, since they were going to steal it from us, we should just take that schematics and implement it. That's all we have to do. And every African country will have power. I'm talking about it's ready to go. So
I think there are 1,000 ways. That's the problem with our countries. There are 1,000 ways we could become prosperous. The problem is our leaders are standing us down, and if you try to force yourself to make it happen, because of the system that has been put in place, it will try to frustrate your business. And this is the problem with the environment that we operate in, and we have to shift it. I think there is an element of it happening sometimes in Nigeria, like during the time of Obasanjo and maybe Jonathan. You saw a bit of innovation, and Nigerians started coming back home to Nigeria to start investing. But
Obasanjo
insecurity got out of control. And pardon?
Obasanjo tried.
Yeah, he tried. People were beginning to come back to Nigeria, but insecurity started shot through the roof. Yeah, go ahead.
But but you know that I mean, in my own view, yes, these things are not rocket science like Pansat has just presented. Personally, I think our problem is we have a what's it called? What's that small generator in Nigeria? What's that small generator? There's a fund. I pass my neighbor mindset. We have
that is the classic mindset of Nigeria.
Yes, not just Nigeria. Well, okay, Nigerians in this instance. So why do I bring that up? It looks to me that we always want to have one very prominent person standing out in the crowd of a community to whom everybody goes to. It's very prominent in the north, but right now in some parts of the east where it wasn't the norm, we're starting to see elders who are offended when they see that this Pansat of Nkechi's son has suddenly become very successful. So that mindset doesn't let our leaders realize that they owe it to their people to develop the environment so that we have more people pulled out of poverty, pulled out of economic want, and there is general prosperity for everyone. People still want to be Christmas. They gather in their house and they're the ones feeding everybody. I don't understand how people feel happy about those kinds of things, because to be honest with you, I don't like it when my cousins come to beg me for money. I would rather give you money, go and do your business, succeed. Sometimes people come to ask me, bros, give me this. And I say, how much is that thing you're asking me for the term? It's okay, I can't give you. How other way can you succeed? It's okay, I can go and do this business. How much is the business? Then I give you half or a quarter of the money. And not because I can't give you everything, for instance. Sometimes it's for you to go and think out of the box, how to make the rest and succeed.
You saw how this
Messiah all the time.
Who
let me share this.
This concerned about security, about energy. I give him a video to play. He blocks it, right?
Hold on, I'm not blocking it. This guy. I'm not blocking it. I don't want you to come and. I don't want you to come and include Dr. Damage's channel with the video from this thing. So this is the project he's talking about. It's a desert tech project. Let me just flag it on. That's it there. Just to be sure, Pansat, I hope you are saying it. Desert tech. That's the videos. This is so DW. So and so they are talking about infrastructure they want to build in the desert. See, Africa has more than an abundance of sunlight.
Due to contractual issue that they couldn't agree. So.
And this technology is not even that advanced. It's basically mirrors. Like if you are made, because there are two types of solar energy, isn't it? There is a photovoltaic one, and I think the other one that has to do with thermal. This thing. That thermal one is basically mirror. Create a mirror and point it at a focal point, hit some kind of liquid or gas, and use it to drive a turbine, and you have this in electricity. So it's not that advanced. This is why
I want you to. The issue here is this technology, right? But maybe you could get permission. I wanted this thing to be played because it's very, very important. The reason being that they thought they can steal it. They've already made the schematic, so the technology is there. And this is over 10 years ago. Right?
Will you be there when YouTube? Are you going to be there when YouTube sends us?
I'm saying try to get permission to play. Don't do it illegally. Get permission to play, but it's important in the sense that
everyone can go watch it privately.
They go watch it privately. We want people in Nigeria who are in office, this administration that we have now, or other Africans, Ghana, They should know that this technology exists. All they need to do is to work together and tap that. That's a big resource. But now let me address something you were talking about behind my back, which was that the North, this nirvana of technology. Now, when we say people have to embrace technology, it doesn't mean that you went and installed satellite in or you have a good phone. Okay, like Rudolph was telling me to bring iPhone. Look, you have to educate. Technology, you can only attain it by education or by training. Even if you don't want to go to college, you have to go some kind of technical school. You have to have that in mind, that you have to educate a lot of people in that area, right? You have to embrace other Nigerians. You cannot be an island. You can't isolate, for example, the Southeast. You build trains in your area, or like you say, oh, the North is doing good now. Or look at, you were naming some cities that have some hub, right? That's not technology. It doesn't have barriers. It's scaled. It's scaled. Even for the entrepreneurs who are going to deploy it, you need the entire country. That's why Nigeria is the giant of Africa. Is the population of Nigeria. Everybody has to be educated to a certain degree, but you also have to train people in professional, like China did. You always hear talking about how well China did. Do you know how many people China sent over here in the United States in the 70s and 80s? Engineering, hundreds and hundreds every year. You go to the campus and they're in the tech department. They're in the chemistry, physics.
So,
right?
But that was deliberate, and they did it so that they can tap into them later. But we send them to come and settle here.
Right. So that's right. But who's gonna go back to Nigeria for you, right?
But again,
those people, they put something together to attract people to come back, and they're secure, right? You have to have security.
But again,
why don't we?
Yeah. Let's even say the security is there.
Right.
I'm not sure how many of us followed the Jonathan Goodluck power plan when we had is it Dr. Barton Naji as the Minister of Communications? Sorry, Minister of Power.
Yeah,
yes.
Barton Naji, I followed.
All right. Yeah. So you know that guy resigned the job and left.
Yeah.
You remember?
Him out.
All right. So has anybody ever found out why that guy left that
job? He had dry interest. He was
that is wrong. That is wrong. He didn't have any interest. Hold on. I know where you're going to. Hold on. Okay. So, and I see, there are times when I want to respect this, like forefathers said, we don't want anybody to come and complain about this platform and pull it down. But let's put things in context. Dr. Barton Naji was already in that industry as a private person running his own company in Aloji in Abia State. Before that was the basis on which Jonathan went and pulled him first as a special assistant to advise him and then made him minister. So he had no interest, as we were saying. So he had clearly done what you are supposed to do when you have a company, handed it over to other people to run, and left to go and become a minister. Now he was bringing Manitoba Energy from Canada and some other institutions to come and run the transmission. Yes, to come and run that. We don't have the capacity to do. But we had some politicians, some of them that they had just given license in this current dispensation to come and set up a refinery, who did not have the competence to go into energy and were asking for license. And he refused. He refused. And then they went to the presidency. And the presidency called him and said, okay, cut this guy some deal. And he told the man clearly, how am I cutting people deal in an industry where first of all, we are lagging behind. We don't have internal local competencies. We need to bring these people need to go and learn first. I can't give a Dangote, for instance, a license in power. He has no capacity. He hasn't. So those were the people who went behind and sabotaged him. And then what they realized when he wasn't playing ball, they said he had interest. And the man said, you know what, guys, I'm beyond this. I already had my company running before I was made minister. So take your ministerial appointment. And he went back to the job.
Two quick questions
for you.
Yes.
That was exactly the same thing that happened to Ugozi Wiola when she was Minister of Finance the first time. They push her out So President Obasanjo now changed her ministry. That was why she resigned. So they push her out of that place.
That is not even correct in that instance. That is one of the areas where I point. Obasanjo is my man. He's one leader I love, and you guys know I always mention his name. But Obasanjo was culpable. They were planning for 2003 elections, or was it 2007 elections?
2007 election, yeah.
And they needed her to do budgets from where PDP will pick up money from, and the woman refused. So that is why they went and told Aneni, and then they came up, and the next thing, do you know what the man did was, he knew she was doing a good job. He respected her.
Can you tell us the status?
And just change her portfolio.
Yeah.
Yes.
You painted Batinaja as being a successful engineer in the area of power generation. What's the status of Geothermal today?
Geothermal is doing well in Aba. Are you there?
Geothermal is not doing well. Go and check. They are just coming back to business right now.
Well,
you guys
I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue to that. But it doesn't take away that at the time when
he has the expertise. I respect him for that.
Yeah,
he has the expertise.
nobody.
No, he has
tell
the
you,
expertise.
Nobody.
I like
the
that.
let me just. I'm gonna be
coming in now. Oh, you will spoil the whole.
I'm gonna be done because I can't get my videos to be played. Okay. I can't land. But what I'm gonna say, then I'm gonna leave it again and then come back again, right? To give you guys a chance to, your youngsters. I know you want to talk about sexy stuff, but let me tell you something. Nobody in the Southeast is supposed to be doing any good, okay? In business, we're under attack. Maybe you guys don't know. Some of you from other parts of the country. Maybe you don't know. None of them.
What about this guy
is part of Nigeria problem?
I'm telling you, that's a contract from the federal government.
Pardon?
What about this guy, Innocent? He's got a big contract from the federal government.
But hold on, let me tell you. Innocent is supposed to be a giant in Africa because he's manufacturing automobiles, right?
Yeah.
He's not. Not only are the Igbos actually not patronizing him, probably because his price is too high, but the thing is that Nigeria pretends that he's not there. Okay. Yeah, a little bit. Buhari
is not patronizing him.
But listen.
But before now, they were not patronizing him.
Let me land and then let me land before we go to tangents. I left you before to make me stop, but it doesn't mean that I cannot stop you. I can stop you. I want to do it with courtesy. Let me land, okay? They're counting all this time for me. I'm gonna take about 3 or 4 minutes and I'm done. Right? What I'm saying is that let's not pretend Southeast is under attack, especially from the Yoruba. Actually, it's not this time.
Oh my God! Okay. Hassan, you need to stop.
Leave it. Let him do
He's just going at people random.
Let me land. I said,
Hassan, you are just coming here like
if I say something that's not true, right? You poke holes.
Oh my God!
If I say something that's not true, I leave myself open. You just poke holes on whatever I said.
Okay. Yeah, but you just generalize people just now.
Forefathers, not only your voice really irritates me, to be honest with you.
Okay, I don't care. You just generalize people just and pass out.
It's not.
You just say Yoruba people are attacking Igbo people.
Yorubas are here. They will attack.
I know now. If you went here, I will say it.
Come on, man.
Yorubas are here. Jagon is here, and others. Femi is here, right? And others. Listen to what I'm saying to you, because you know what. The Yorubas doesn't belong only to the Yorubas. The Yorubas belongs to me too, right? The Hausas belong to me.
So
the point is that
Yoruba.
I am now
he owns it now.
What is the problem in the country? I'm gonna tell you. Somebody like Innocent barely survived the court action that was going to take him down. Okay, he actually won the case. He's supposed to get money from them, but still, it doesn't matter. He's under attack. They tried to actually put him in jail, right? From a 19-something deposition or something, right? And they would conspired, and it's the Yorubas that are doing it to the Igbos. They're competing with them for what I don't know what. They don't want Igbos to even have a train. They don't want them to have a seaport. They don't want to have anything.
No.
So that's the truth now. They're being manipulated.
That doesn't sound right.
Let me land now. Poke holes when I'm done. I say 2 minutes. I mean, it's by observation. Everything I'm saying is by observation. Google it. In the last administration with Buhari, they said, the Jonathan administration had a lot of Igbos. But if you look at Jonathan's administration, there is nothing out of the ordinary. Jonathan picked even his INEC chairman naively is from the north, right? You look at the ministers, it's evenly divided. They voted for Buhari based on the fact that he had some Igbos in his cabinet. Not that they're overwhelming, it's just that they had some. So we'll go from frying pan to fire. So now what I'm saying to you is that unless you address these issues, how are you gonna fix it? I just said to AY that people in the north should go to school, embrace technology. If we go and we spend 400 billion naira to run an election that requires beavers, that's technology. We don't want hand coalition, right? Don't turn it off. Don't turn it off and say you're embracing technology. You're not embracing technology, you're being stupid. That's why we spend up $400 billion so that the elections, the laws are passed. You have to embrace that technology. Now, can anybody sabotage the technology? One of the things that makes me sometimes, I just shake my head is that the takia you're doing is so childish and so stupid. Anybody could do it. Anybody could do those things you're doing to your fellow countrymen. They're just not doing it because it's like unbelievable. Now, this very thing now that came back to Nigeria was after Jonathan. Before Jonathan, we thought we moved on. You're never going to have a Buhari come back into office, a despot, a coup plotter, right? That not only didn't go to school, he doesn't know anything about economics or anything. But you've already and you said you love technology, you go to school. How? How are you going to you go to Kano, you mentioned Kano. The guy you have as a governor is taking money, wads of $100 bills and putting his Babariga, and people are videotaping, contractors, and they show to everybody. But you're going to go arresting everybody else without arresting him. You make him the APC chairman. But you go and you pick up Emefiele. That's terrorism. That's kidnapping. That's what you're doing. Everybody can see, but we can't do anything because you've got the army, you got everything. That's why everybody just ignoring you. They're scared.
I said,
let me land, please.
I thought you said a few minutes now. You've had a few minutes already. Bansan, you got a few minutes. You can't go forever. Thank you, Pansa. Thank you. You managed to attack the Yorubas in North, South, everywhere. You're attacking everybody, Pansa.
Forefathers. Yeah. You see, when there's a direct attack that affects people, they have a reason to react.
Yes.
I think it's very unfair when you just generalize. I was glad, even though I wasn't on the panel at the time when someone, I don't know who exactly, had mentioned the fact that I think one of the invited guests, I think, mentioned that even in the West, it was, and Bobby, even though I don't agree with Bobby a lot, Bobby, I think I've listened to him enough to the point where he would agree with me that even he has mentioned it, maybe softly. Not everybody likes Tinubu in the Southwest. Yes or no?
And I agree with you, Femi. Yeah. I agree with you.
That's one thing about Yoruba.
We got to be. I'm saying sir.
70% of, I dare say, Femi, 70% of Yoruba people do not back.
And I was thinking that high.
We got to be very careful when we make.
I said it. As a matter of fact, I accepted you. Femi, you're not being fair because here is when we talk people.
You cannot be insulting people's intelligence.
Let me respond. Let me respond to Penny first. Let me respond.
Pansa, before you respond to Femi, see, Pansa is my uncle, so I'm going to use a local nuance, Igbo nuance, to address him. Since I know he's an Owerri man, so I'm going to call him Nda Pansat. So under Pansat, you're going to try and withdraw that statement.
I'm not an Owerri man. I'm not an Owerri man, and I'm not going to withdraw it because I didn't say anything.
Okay, so I don't think it's fair to say that.
Listen. Hear what I'm saying. I'm talking to you. Let me say, if you think this is an Igbo man talking, then you're gonna feel insulted. I'm talking to you as an African, Okay, I'm a Pan-Africanist. Please
hold
on.
Deceiving us.
Femi, let me say to you, right?
Stop
If
deceiving
the
us.
way somebody talks normally, right? For instance, yesterday I said Dele Faratimi is the best Africa has to produce as a courageous. If we have a president like him, this is gonna, because he is, right? Is he Igbo man? No, he's from the Yoruba. But that is a guy that's an upstanding citizen, right? So now when we normally do this generalization, we don't
It's
mean
you
that.
that is doing
You
it.
are the one that just generalized.
It's you that is doing it.
Hold on.
Stop confusing yourself, man.
It's a matter of speech, right? I can't land.
When none of your governor, both in the east and the south, they never started using those on car. A king in Yoruba land have been buying those on car, using it as his official vehicle.
Let me land. I'm talking to Femi for now. Hold on. So Femi, what I'm saying, I like Femi a lot.
Something that you are mentioning concerning I think what's the name of this bank? Is it or GTB Bank? That's a business.
Yeah, hold on, please. Buddy, please. Poke holes in what I said. Don't say something that's silly, right?
No, that's what you said. All your talking point, I will censor it one by one.
Can I land with Femi? Then I will address your issue. I'll be gone in a minute here. What I'm saying is that Femi knows that every time I see him in a platform, because he's also a freestanding citizen who's calling things based on true or false, right or wrong. At least I've said it 7 or 8 times in front of you that Femi, yes, you're a standing citizen judging things by true or false. But it's not one of those. AY is not. AY is not one of those, right? So now what I'm saying is that normally when we talk, if you're gonna prevent me from speaking this truth to the Yorubas who are very myopic, right? Just because a dozen or so of
another insult,
right? If a dozen of you are on the right path, we have to bring everybody in, or withdraw your support and go do whatever you want, because our problem. We got a 3 stool. Okay, you got the Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas, right, and then the minorities, right. So what they're doing, the Yorubas are conspiring with the Hausas, mainly Fulanese, to suppress the Igbos. If you don't know that, if you don't want to hear that, I don't want to talk about that.
You need to ignore Pastor.
So what you're saying,
just come here, you revert issue.
So you're doing it, but you're doing it because somebody did that in the past. That's what you're saying.
Can we move forward?
No,
I don't understand
how stupid will Lawolowo be.
Did you hear what he said, Tim and Femi? Did you hear?
Remove Pastor. Very good. Get him out.
Come on.
He said, we're
doing
it because
the same issue Innocent is having with GT. His funny war is having with First Bank. Are they killing? Is Yoruba man killing a Yoruba man? What are you talking about?
I don't think it will help us. I don't know who is currently the administrator right here now, but I don't think it will help us, because in this particular dispensation under this election, Pa Ayo Adebanjo has stood out consistently to talk about Peter Obi. So to that degree, I'm not sure it will be fair to say Yoruba people.
And the leader from East is calling some forward from another region rascals.
Afenifere supported him.
Nobody said anything.
Afenifere,
yes, and many others. So I don't think, Pansat, in this one thing, I don't think I agree with you. See,
Can I just say something?
I've said it before. Orji Okalu is my senator. He's my senator. He's from my state, from my local government. Our villages are not too far away from each other's. But if Orji Okalu is on the ballot in any political party, and you have Dr. Akinwumi of the AFD on the ballot, there's no way I'm going to vote for an Orji Okalu.
I'm going to vote for the doctor. I'll vote for. I will never vote for Orji Okalu. But sir, this is not about that. Please keep don't help me again. Don't support me again. Okay. From today, when I'm on the panel, you do your own thing and I do my own thing. Okay.
I am your brother. You cannot deny me.
It's not about Peter Obi. Buddy just said this is the discussion I want to have. He said the Igbos did it in the 60s, right? Therefore, what do you expect that they're gonna do it now in 2000 and?
You complain you're not being fair. You're not being fair in your assessment. That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Okay.
So what did the Igbos do in the 60s?
No, you got to be quick here, Tono. You can't do that laboring. You got to be quick. And be quick because someone's going to take over. Oh yeah.
Okay. Uncle Pansat.
Yes, sir.
Is it fair the statement you just made and all that? Oh, surely all Yoruba people are not bad. There's some wonderful Yoruba people. In fact, my best buddy is a Yoruba man. I refer to him as my brother from another mother. I don't think this is fair though.
No, but I didn't say what you think I said, right? I didn't say all Yorubas are bad, right? I just gave you that my best person, Dele Faratimi, Padebanjo, I mentioned the same thing yesterday. Those are not Yorubas. Okay, it's like Yorubas, they say Awolowo. Awolowo to me is not a Yoruba. Awolowo is one of our fathers. It's, it's modern.
So who are the Yorubas then? Who are the Yorubas in your eyes?
Oh, they are Jagu. Jagu is right here. But listen, Jagu, you heard what Buddy said, right? That is the key.
Everybody heard what you said.
What they're doing to the Igbos is
you draw a comparison that doesn't make sense,
right?
You said
you are now visiting the Igbos.
What are you talking
have nothing to do with that. They have nothing whatsoever to do with that. Whatever anybody did in the 60s, every
Can I make a contribution?
You see now have nothing to do with that. So what you're saying
Can I make a contribution?
What are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying?
Righteous man, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think what Passat was, what he's trying to sell to us, which
Poison.
I partially I
Poison.
agree. But I wouldn't want to say
torn.
You say what?
It's cool.
Go for it, righteous man. How can you support Pansat?
Go on. We're listening.
No, I said he made a point, and that point he made, he misdirected it.
Okay.
It's not Yoruba per se. It is a Nigerian conspiracy against the Southeast through economic policies. For example, the percentage of Nigerian importers are mostly from the East. Like the Southwest, we say that Igbos are into buying and selling. But can you explain to me why there is no functioning international airport in the Southeast?
And it's because of the Yorubas now, if that makes sense. All what you're saying is complete bullshit. And you see, when Pansat, wait, I'm not going to listen to more diatribe rubbish. You see, when Pansat is speaking, really, we should just allow him to speak and land and then just move on. Because everything he says can be clearly ignored, to be frank. It's just rubbish. It's just fucking rubbish.
Yeah, I
you know what I mean? Fucking arsehole.
Yeah,
I have to say
I agree.
You know, arsehole.
Oh, easy, man. Easy with
Go and
this.
pick up your guitar, bruv. Let's hear some tunes. I think that's what you're good for around here.
Righteous man land.
Righteous man, there's no point in following anymore because I will beat you up. If you're going to speak that Igbo, Yoruba nonsense.
Oh, Jagon, calm down now, please. I'm
calm. I'm calm. I'm listening. As we know Pansat, we should just let him speak and try and if he can close, then let him close. But you can't support that kind of talk.
What I was saying, I said he is wrong to narrow it to the Yorubas. It's not about Yorubas. It's a conspiracy of the Nigerian state, which consists not only the Yorubas but other tribes. Because of the Biafran War, the Igbos have not been integrated into the mainstream of Nigerian affairs. That's why they choose the weak Igbos and give them position in the federal level and think it's a compensation. Just like this man, Ochonu and Rochas Okorocha. I don't think that if they come for any presidential election, that any right-thinking Igbo man or woman will vote for them because they don't represent our interests, but they represent the interest of those who picked them up. So Perhaps was wrong to say Yorubas. No, I don't agree. But it's a conspiracy of the Nigerian state to make sure that their economic policies does not favor the Southeast. Can you tell me why? Can you tell me why? Hold on. Can you tell me why there is a railway from Sokoto to Niger and then to Port Harcourt, but they bypass the Southeast 5 states? There is no railway there. Can you explain to me why it should be so?
Because there is railway in the Southeast. It goes through Enugu. I know that railway track, and it's being fixed right now.
Forefather, I know what
Enugu.
Righteous Man is saying. Righteous Man is not saying there's no railway in the Southeast. What we know is that there was a new gauge. Hold on, guys. Let's be honest. See, I'm not here to play ethnic tribal politics, but I'm here to be able to call out government policies that are wrong. The current government of the last government of General Muhammadu Buhari decided to create or design a new rail system, passenger rail system, for instance, from Lagos to Ibadan. There is a rail system that runs from Lagos through Abeokuta to Ibadan and to the north. But they created another one, and that one, they expanded it. There's an Abuja one that goes to Kaduna. The question people are asking is, why were you doing all of that and you didn't consider the Southeast also? That was the question all through the 4 years or 8 years of Buhari, people were asking. Now, to this whole thing about the Southeast being marginalized, it's a known fact. I'm not speaking because I'm Igbo. I have asked this question. If you decongest Apapa, decongest Tinkan Island, you are helping Lagos. You are helping Lagos because Lagos will become healthier. Lagos will become less congested and become a far beautiful city.
But why is it that because the Lagos is developed, is the Southeast that is being marginalized? Maybe it's the South if you are talking about the seaport.
No.
Why is it the Southeast?
No, South is also screaming, but it just happens
because there's an element. Hold on. Because there's an element of the development of the South that is being marginalized, that is being owned by the Igbos. I'm not sure you guys should be saying that because in reality you are inland.
I know it's not my turn yet, but I have to stop this because
I didn't finish my thought, but go ahead, Loco.
You will cause problem. You understand? When sometimes you people make indicting statements, you just think it's fun. You don't know how damaging those kind of words is going deep into people and just irritate them. You understand? I will not even go to talk about what Pastor said. What Pastor knows is a man that is a blade. He can cut through anything, whatever. So, like Jago said, ignore him. When he's done, don't argue with him. Let him win his argument and let him go. You understand? That's for Pastor. So, no problem.
Can I take my complaint
problem
back?
is
No,
hold on.
Can I take my marginalization back? If you feel marginalized, you raise the issue, right? I'm talking about my own marginalization. Maybe you're being marginalized. Why don't you talk about your own marginalization?
Against the Igbos. That statement is also wrong, right? Because if you are saying Nigerian state, that means you are accusing every tribe in Nigeria apart from Igbo.
That is what Righteous Man said.
So I'm talking about Righteous Man now. I'm listening to Righteous Man. You understand? They said that is also wrong. Don't ever say that. You understand? Because you don't know how you're affecting other persons. Because other persons.
No, Pastor said the Yorubas are the problem of the Igbos. I said no, it's not correct.
Hold on. If you listen to what I just said, I said I don't want to go into what Pastor said, but Pastor Martin is a blade. If you listen to what I'm saying, it was the cut through anything, pierce your ear, annoy you.
You came here.
Just leave Pastor alone. Let him speak.
Okay, but
speak and
local,
but for you, I'm directing this word to you because I don't know you to be that kind of person.
Maybe this is not a panel to discuss this, right?
It's a serious discussion. Right? I said when you said the Nigerian state, you are indicting everybody.
We heard you. You said that. You're gonna say that 10 times. I heard you.
What I'm saying is that's why that was the reason. Most of
the Nigerian state, the concept of the Nigerian state is not narrowing it down to specific ethnicities. The Nigerian state.
Hold on, I did not say anybody. I say you are indicting every other tribe apart from.
And that's what I'm saying, and I'm disagreeing with you, sir. The Nigerian state includes all Jews of Kano. It includes
what is his name?
No.
Please ignore Local P, right? His mouth cuts like a razor blade. Just ignore him. Let him finish
the Nigerian
and
state
get the hell out of here.
against the Southeast.
Let him just talk
So
and talk. When it's
if
done,
you take it as
he's
an
just here
umbrella,
to make
the Southeast is an umbrella body. The Nigerian state is an umbrella body. So
can we have
anybody that's
order?
not from Southeast is under the Nigerian umbrella. The Nigerian
Let's
state.
have order.
Anybody
Right?
that is from the Southeast is everybody from Southeast. Even if you think it's been a puppet by other tribes, maybe like you call that is not no. It's the Southeasterner. You understand? Even if you hate him, whatever, it doesn't change his tribe. It's the Southeasterner. Right. So if you say the Nigerian state against the Southeast,
that's your opinion.
The Nigerian state
Okay?
against
You're entitled to your opinion.
So like I said,
but please
you don't
stop being
generalize.
disruptive here, because every night you're here.
I'm just saying
insulting the Igbos.
I know you before.
Almost every night you're here insulting Igbos.
If I answer
right?
you,
every night
if I answer
you and forefathers. Every night you're here insulting the Igbos, right? So here I've come to talk to you, please, right? And you don't want to talk about it now. Right? Behind my back, you're going to talk about it. Every night you're here talking about Igbos. Every night, right? Unfailingly.
What about that? You crazy?
So today I'm here to talk about it, and I'm saying respectfully, I'm saying this.
So, like I'm saying, please
making the country to be fair, right? If you make the country fair,
every tribe is bad. The problem we're having is people.
Let me land. Local, let me land.
Who love Nigeria.
Passat is a bigger problem than Nigeria.
We cannot live our time.
Why? Every night
we cannot live our time, live our busy schedule.
And forefathers
come here and be discussing
the Igbos, right? Every night you hear talking about Igbos.
Oh, even me?
Right? Yes, you, Local P, forefathers, and others, right? Every night you're here insulting the Igbos. Here I am just to make a little complaint.
God bless you. I agree.
You won't let me talk.
No, right? Thank you. Now,
so I could dig out the tapes every night.
Win now.
Right?
You win.
And this Local P.
Okay, I agree. Anything you say is correct. I agree. Please, you win.
I'm trying to avoid attacking you because obviously there's no need for that.
So let me
talk.
Let
me talk. I'm not going to attack you. Let me talk.
Papa, remove Passat. Remove him.
Please, look, we can't continue.
I'm better removed than not.
Every day.
You don't allow me to talk. If you're not going to let me talk,
that you always raise, right? That we should use it.
Passat, let Local P speak. It's time for Local P.
Your point that you always raise that we what's it called? We should use the platform for solution. Yes, you understand. I 100% agree. Because if we come here and talk, we have some. I don't. If I mention somebody's name now, it goes continue to talk. So I don't want to mention and they make it not talk.
So I've come here and I called him a parasite with forefather.
So
right?
you understand. So
they come over here. They
please always not say things to offend other persons. See, because some people, when it comes to tribe, right? Their tribe, they take it to heart.
Anyway, I'm gonna leave
because
if
even in their own part, even they say maybe they are
bye, Passat. Take care. Have a good night.
AY, why don't you go to your own people's platform?
Who are my people?
Who are my people?
So, like I was saying,
I don't know. Maybe
I
don't know where the hell you're from. But like I said, every night you're here insulting people.
In the name of God, please.
And it's not fair.
In the name of God, I beg you, please.
That you treat the Igbos fair.
Remove Passat. Passat time
treat the Igbos fair.
If you're
not gonna do it, bye. You go ahead and do your thing, but there'll be a reckoning. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not just saying it that there won't be any consequences if you don't listen. I'm trying to tell you.
Pransat,
cut it out. Stop.
Pransat, do you think Nigeria would be better in your mind without the Yoruba people inside? Maybe to be left to you guys, Igbos and the rest of Nigeria, would be a much better place.
Just go on your own. I will go on our own. That's good enough for me.
Well, I don't understand. No, I'm not sure the answer. I'm really putting a question to you. Would it, in your eyes, would it truly? Because I, people have different and varied opinions. Nigeria is what it is, and we have all been beaten. We are all in some level of pain for that country. So I understand your emotions to a degree. Your insults and the way you take things is quite abysmal as far as my reckoning is concerned. So,
you
no,
misunderstand.
honestly, I'm just trying to frame a question so maybe a decent conversation can persist, because the way you communicate, it's full of stinging nails and there's very little fact. There's very little factual basis.
You could demonstrate that by reprimanding Local P as it's going
No.
on.
I'm speaking to you, not Local P.
You wanna talk to me, right?
Yeah. I'm speaking to you now.
Here out of order, right?
But I'm not a.
Now, two of them every night they're here insulting.
You see, you're taking away. I'm asking you a question, and God knows where you are. Where are you going to? Wait. I'm trying to put a question to you, so maybe you can remain on the panel and we can have some kind of a decent commune here amongst ourselves. If in your mind, Nigeria, the way it is, the way that we've all been affected by Nigeria, no matter what tribe or what peoples, we've all somehow been affected to the negative by Nigeria. In your mind, would it be better that some people are cast out of that nation in order for you to have the Nigeria you want?
Let me answer you this way. I'm going to modify the question because you didn't put it properly.
Just answer me and all this perambulation.
Let me answer you. The problem of Nigeria are the Yorubas.
Well done. This is what I need to get out of you, and I feel that was where you were. So within that,
See that kind of discussion is not getting us anywhere.
It won't get us anywhere. Of course, it won't get us anywhere. It's a dead-end conversation.
Answered, you have to stop. I'm gonna reduce this volume. Yeah, and I have to stop it. I have to stop it. And one of the things I want to add is that sometimes when people say that the Southeast is marginalized and they start talking about seaports and all those things, they forget that actually is on the side of the South. And if you look at where the Southeast is, it's hard to develop it faster than any other part that is closer to the sea.
No, wait,
anyway, you can't.
No name land.
No. Let me hold on now. Let me just finish.
Why can't we have decent?
Let me finish what I was saying.
It hasn't begun.
Who will you pay more? Something that you have, right? And they shut it down, and something that was working efficiently before, and they shut two of them down, not working anymore, and a seaport that was about to be commissioned, not yet tested or used, about to be commissioned, has never been commissioned. Who do you think it hurts more? You understand? Yeah, I know there's supposed to be seaport in the Southeast, you understand, which have never been commissioned since 1985, if I remember vividly, as against two seaports that were working full time before and they shut it down. Who do you think is going to pay more? You understand? So when people talk about let's stop this thing, because if we personalize everything, then make everybody scatter, maybe go their own way. But most of us don't want it. You understand? So we are everybody.
The point I'm making that whenever they say that, they have to also recognize that they are actually a kind of setting aside other people's other people that are actually being marginalized right next to them. Because you can also say the Benue people. You can say the Benue people and the people around that area should have all the infrastructure that they want. Everybody will say they want the infrastructure. What is the difference? Is it because
let's be honest. We're having a conversation, and I hear everybody. I am not a support. Pansat, please. I'm not in support of the rhetorics. I'm not. But I understand the sentiments. I understand where the emotions is coming from, and I'm not trying to balance any issue. This is me, the way I think. Now, when we talk about seaports, Loco said, who was asking a rhetorical question, that the seaports, 2 seaports or 3 seaports that were in the South working functional and were shut down, and the one that was planned and never executed, that who does it hurt more? It hurts whoever is into the business where a seaport is needed. It has nothing to do with the location. Right now, the seaport in the Southwest, which is the mainstay seaport of Nigeria, is predominantly used by the people from the Southeast origin. Fact. So the point, because let me tell you where my for me, this commercial
But
strategy.
before
let him finish. No, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish now. Let him finish. We're going to see now. We're going to wind down now. Let him finish.
Loco, this is not. You were talking. I let you speak. So here's the point. Somebody was arguing that why are people in the Southeast coming to live in the Southwest? I've been in the forum when someone asked that question, and I said, very valid question. And
These things have been asked and answered.
Yes, and I said to the person, a lot of those people who are moving to the Southwest to live don't want to move to the Southwest. Imagine you are a big importer, or that's your business, and you used to come through Port Harcourt or Warri that was more proximous to you. It's been shut down. You have no choice now than to move your business headquarters to Lagos, so that it is easier and closer to where that seaport Lagos.
Yeah, we understand all this, Jim.
We already know
understand all this, man.
Let him finish now.
A conversation.
Let him finish, but try to make it a bit short.
I'm about to round up now. If you interject like this, I can't finish.
Loco, let him finish. Let him finish.
So when those people who are into that business decide to move closer for proximity's sake to where their businesses are, and remember, commensurate infrastructure are not being set up in Lagos State. In fairness to Lagos State is bearing a huge burden, and there isn't enough infrastructure to take the volume of people who move to Lagos, set up their businesses. It's not as if we're expanding the roads in Lagos and creating more infrastructure. That all of us know Lagos is suffering. Lagos is bearing an unfair burden because the federal government is not doing what it needs to do. Liberalize these things, open Warri, open Calabar, don't even open Onitsha. Open other ones. Let people go to other places and have choices. When you set up only Lagos, you set Lagos for failure. And that is where for me personally, that is where my own point is. I don't want to go into this whole Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa conversation. I am saying the policy of government is not helping Lagos State develop in a healthy manner. That's my point.
We understand this very well. And the thing is, if I may, the thing is, the time that we discussed this thing, myself, AY, and the person who actually put it forward was Righteous Man, speaking about his own experience as a businessman moving from the Southeast and having to relocate to Lagos. And we all supported him, not just in his narrative, but in the facts that you've just laid out, Jim. All these facts are clear to us as Nigerians. The problem is that if somebody like Pansat comes on board and blames Nigeria's policies on one people's or a people's, it's not sufficient. You see where I am as a Yoruba person. Me, I know the ills of being Yoruba. And if you're Igbo, you should really know the ills of being Igbo. And we should be able to speak to ourselves. We don't really, even though we should be able to speak to each other, no doubt. But we can't speak to each other in the way Pansat is doing it, because that's just going backwards. It's not progressive at all. It doesn't encourage anybody. In fact, it encourages people just to be more desperate and more hateful. And that is what we're trying to get. Everyone can hate. It's so easy. You know, if Pansat is in my before, the slap I will give him, he won't recover from. You understand?
Oh my God!
So,
come on, man. Let's not be threatening people with violence.
No, it's not threat. It's not threat.
He's an elderly man too now. So
I'm afraid it's not. I'm not threatening him. I don't want to be violent to anybody. I'm saying that what it wells up in somebody is not nice. So this kind of, if I'm speaking to Pansat directly, I can't start cussing him that he's an Igbo. That's disrespectful. I won't disrespect him in that way. I can't start doing that. And if I was to do that, I
have Yorubas in my family, so I actually.
That's the same with me. For real. There's not one peoples that I don't have in my family. I have Fulanis, I have Hausa, I have Igbo, I have Bini, I have them all, and they're ordinary human.
Okay. The device has packed up.
Let me, if you don't mind, let me take something from what Jagun and even Chim mentioned. I think
I wanted to contend with one point Chim made about the Southeast being the only ones that they are the ones that need the
I didn't say
coastal.
so. I didn't say so.
You said something about they use it most, that it hurts you most because
exactly.
you are the one that will use it most. You forget that all the oil that comes from the south there tends to use all that shipment comes from the south
but
this area.
Father, that is a corporate Nigerian business. I'm talking about individual business people using a
Okay, I understand you too, and even then, when we were in PH. We know that a lot of people that are not necessarily Igbo people use the seaport. I agree. The Igbo people use it more. Generally, the people from the Southeast use it more because they do a lot of trading. But that it still doesn't negate the point where you, like, whenever you are talking about underdevelopment, you just completely exclude the people that are in that region and you just make it look like it's only you. And let me make this point. Some people that say the ones that are saying those, not the Southeasterners that say this in generally. And one other thing, the Southwesterners, you have to accept that the Southwesterners have some advantage because they have access to this ocean. There's a continuity of landmass all the way to this Ilorin. They have that geographical advantage that has been bestowed upon them. Nobody did it to them. And then the south and the southeast is on their own side. They have their own arrangement there. What you want to do is strategically think about how you can organize your own areas so it benefits both sides. Because one of the arguments I always have with that about that area is that both of us, the south, the southeast, that are in that area, what you tend to have is one side points finger at the other side, the other side points finger at the southwest, then they will point finger at the southwest. Then later on, Pansa will come and point finger at the north. It's like, why is everybody pointing finger at each other? In the end, everybody is in different positions, and you have to make the best out of the position you are in. The Benue people could be complaining too. People in the north can complain too. Why do we always have to act as if we deserve everything best than other people?
Hey, forefathers,
please, I beg, Biko.
Go ahead.
So, I was trying to make a point, and again, sometimes, when you hear certain narratives, and you have some facts, you want to voice out your own facts, especially the real life experiences. I don't know if anybody remembers there was a time there was a national freight. That was just because we didn't just have Nigerian Airways and Nigerian railways. We had national freights. That was ever before
National shipping line.
Yeah, national shipping line. In fact, I'm starting from national freight. That was ever before we ever knew there was ever going to be a Dangote trucks and all that. My father was a chief claims officer. They had a major hub in Kaduna. Now, when it folded up, because this is Nigeria unveiling itself. When it folded up, it was about the same time Nigeria Airways was packing up too. He transferred to Nigerian National Shipping Line. We had 20-something ships. This was in especially Apapa and whatever. At that time, the Warri ports, I don't even know the state right now. We had One and Calabar. There was even another one. Now, by the time he transferred just before he transferred to Calabar, the Calabar ports, it was already becoming, even NNSL, they were already selling off the ships. It was becoming moribund. They were becoming insolvent. Now, the reason why I bring these things up was as far back as that time, and I'll put dates to this. This was like late 80s, early 90s. Now, it was as if he foresaw this thing, and that's why sometimes I do not blame people when they get frustrated to the point where they leave Nigeria. Now, at the time, he told us something. We were so small, we didn't understand some of these things. He was so annoyed to the point where he predicted that Calabar and One would get to a point where they would be non-functional. That's eventually what happened. Now, keep in mind, there's been this ongoing discussion for who knows how long now, more than the number of years we've been hearing about them, about the dredging of the Niger River all the way up to, is it Owerri or
Onitsha?
Bonny.
Onitsha.
At some point, you will hear, we don't even know where the monies are going to. They'll tell you they're doing some surveys. You know these stories now. I don't think all of us have forgotten so soon. So there were monies that were allocated. We don't know what happened to these monies. We don't know where they started. And so as much as, and I'm one of those that daily speak about fairness. So when people make sweeping statements about saying things like, especially when I understand where the passion you're gonna, and that's why I keep insisting that we individual nations before we're a country. I am Yoruba undeniably before I'm Nigerian. It's impossible for you to see a Jewish man. Not before they tell you that they are from Israel, they speak more about their being Jewish, more about being the country being Israel. So it's important for you not to kowtow to where you come from, first of all, but not to the point of now making sweeping statements, especially in the light of the fact that there are people who actually know there's a degree of unfairness. And everybody, let's not get it twisted. Everybody has most people have a problem with the way Nigeria is. And that's why I warned my cousin when we had a conversation, especially getting towards his election. He said some things. And I told him, right now it's okay because it's your Tinubu or whatever. I said, keep in mind, when the tables are turned, do not complain. Because I've seen some of my uncles I disagreed with in the past, even during Obasanjo's time, who did some things that were good in the beginning, but now messed it up. I saw when they will look away when he did certain things. And I used to tell even my mom, she's late now, may I saw rest in peace. I saw my uncles. I used to tell them then that the moment another person gets there and you start complaining, I'll just start laughing because you decide to look away.
Absolutely.
So that's, again, like I said, again, let me just round up now. I have a very close friend. He lives about 15 minutes from me. Ikechuku. We make fun of ourselves. He called me Obasanjo. I call him Ojuku. Now, there are times he wants to do things. Doesn't it surprise you, as a matter of fact, that when we are abroad, especially, some of us, we don't even see all these Igbo Yoruba. See, it's amazing how this is light when we're in Nigeria. I keep that
bearing in mind that Pansa is in America.
Yeah.
So, but my point, if I may, is I wasn't talking from the concept. I'm talking about how to enhance our development as a nation. I think it's self-defeating what we are doing to ourselves.
Of course.
If we have potential for 12 seaports, for goodness sake, let's have those 12 seaports functional. It will help bring development to those places. If we have a seaport in Benue, in Makurdi, or whatever, whichever place is closer to Benue State that needs a seaport, and things are getting there easier, and we're not damaging our roads, who is benefiting? We. If we decongest Lagos, because Lagos is an extremely overstretched state and city in Nigeria. The potentials of Lagos is being subsumed because of the overbearing nature of the population we have in that place. And my point is this: let's liberalize what we need to liberalize so that every part of Nigeria will develop. If it pays us to do this, I'm not saying this from a perspective of ethnic coloration. Far from it.
But do you think that the problem of Lagos is not just infrastructure in terms of, because there was a time when you said Lagos is congested, I was like,
of Lagos.
Yeah, there was a time when you said, when that seaport area, because of the congestion you see in that area, I was like, oh yeah, that needs to be fixed. But recently when I saw what the Chinese were able to do with cities, I was like, okay, all is possible. You can always find a way to transport it over flyovers, and if you build the right infrastructure, you can almost do anything. That's what I've come to find.
Yeah, but we don't have enough roads. So for instance, Apapa Osho, the expressway, is heavily stretched. The amount of importation activities going on that road, when you're pulling all those heavy duty items, they don't allow the road to last.
I agree with your argument. See, my own argument even goes further than even what your argument is, that the from the south, because the rivers that runs through to the River Niger is coming, it goes to the ocean. They should have dredged it, because Nigeria has a natural highway through the middle of Nigeria to almost Abuja and further up. We could have freights coming through there, but the Nigerian state, because of all these divisiveness and the sellout nature of our leaders, we've not even tapped into the potential of our people at all. What is possible in that country? Yeah, Paul, I can see your finger. I don't know. This finger thing is very powerful.
Yeah, it looked like, I discovered yesterday that the finger, you give very, very good attention to the finger. So I said, let me use it. It's a strategy.
You got me with that one.
Yeah. So please, I want to beg, guys, can you please help me with 5 minutes so that I will not also become a barbarian, so that I can dissect this thing a little bit. Yeah, I work in the maritime sector. When I was struggling to get to Unilag, I couldn't do it, and due to my father worked 31 years, 7 months in Nigerian Ports Authority. So I'm a maritime boy. My mother sells food inside the port. So I'm a wharf boy, and I live in the wharf houses. So, and I travel.
But you're not a wharf rat.
If you want, well, I'm not a wharf rat, but I may be aiding and abetting because people bring things to my mother's store. Yeah, you know. So my first visit to Calabar, it is because I work in the maritime sector. My first visit to Port Harcourt, it is because I work in the maritime sector. I'm from Delta State. My first visit to Delta State, it is because I work in the maritime sector. And all this time, I never traveled by road nor air to Port Harcourt, Calabar, and Delta State. I travel by ship. It's called Baco Liner. And when Baco Liner was working, my Eastern brothers never had a problem because Baco is a German ship. It's called Express ship. This ship was working. It's an express ship. This ship baths in midstream water. Then they use the flat barge to pull out everything. So these are ships that can work in places like Kogi, can even go far more because you can use what we call dry dock. You know, once you go closer, you offload everything. Then you use the flat barge, then the tugboat will pull everything and everything. So my Igbo brothers is enjoying it. Port Harcourt have 2 seaports. Yeah, the pontoon. Port Harcourt have 2 seaports. Delta State have 2 seaports. We have Calabar Port. What happened is that this port keep messing up by the day. These are just purely negligent by government.
Negligence. Simple.
It's not about anything. But what happened is that when Hebrew invest in Lagos, when they start opening those oil depots, those tank farms, all the way from Tinkan, all the way to Kirikiri Lighters Farm, all the way down to Kirikiri. Why government is trying to micromanage Lagos? Lagos is cheaper for government to manage. The sheep are just there in the outside bar, what we call outside bar. When you stand in bar beach, you see sheep. For some of us who go to Lagos back in the days, we see sheep from Lagos Island. You see those sheep. Those sheep are outside bar, waiting for them to call. So this is where government fail. It's not like the Yoruba people are enjoying. The time that government want to try to invest a little bit in this seaports, due to the anger with Obasanjo and Atiku, when Obasanjo sold all these things through this today El-Rufai, through the BPE and everything, Atiku bought Port Harcourt. Atiku buy Warri Port, called Intex.
Oh, Atiku also bought Warri? I thought it was only Port Harcourt.
He bought Warri. You understand? So to frustrate Atiku is to let those places just go commercial. Just like what happened in today, the new airport terminal in Lagos. Every time government fail us, we would trickle it down to individuals, say Yoruba is doing me, Hausa is doing me. When you look at the seaport very well, my brother, who run that seaport? It's more of the Northern.
You see?
Than any other tribe you can think of. If assuming you see a lot of Yoruba there, you say Yoruba is doing it for his own interest. But it's more of the Northern.
Hey,
today, as we are talking, Port Harcourt Port is still working.
Okay,
that's but Port Harcourt Port is still working till today, but it's bringing more of the oil installations, all the heavy duty installations in Port Harcourt. They are bringing it there. And when they bring it, you and Igbo man, if you try your container there, you don't die because the custom there, their mouths don't tear. You can still ship a container to Port Harcourt. Make a container now that you are shipping it to Port Harcourt. Kim, you are in Canada. Put your final destination, Canada. If shipping company will allow you to go, and your container will land in Port Harcourt. But custom will finish you because their mouth don't tear. It's like the way KLM will land in Abuja or Lagos and fly to Port Harcourt. Completely wrong. Never happen in any part of the world.
When you say the amount don't tear, do you mean they are expensive to settle?
These guys are wicked. These guys, they live in bribe. They don't live in anything. So duty, they just say, go bring this money. You understand? And remember the oil companies too, just bribe. They don't clear because you don't want to waste your time. So if you ship a container now, if you have ever shipped, call your shipping company, say final destination Port Harcourt. You are talking as an Igbo man, and you are the one doing that business. No, just take inquiry. Call a shipping company and say final destination Port Harcourt. If they say we don't run that route, it goes that route.
Yeah, but why don't they fire all these people that are causing all these problems?
Government institutions.
So when we say government fail us, it is not Yoruba fail us.
I agree with you.
When we say government fail us, it is not Urobo fail us.
But I agree with
Delta State, we have 2 airports. We have 2 seaports. I'm supposed to cry more. The 2 seaports just died. Cocoa Port, Warri Port, it just died. The ports are still there. They even dredge it all the way to Alaja due to the Delta Steel Company, Alaja. You understand? So that because it carries those heavy iron beams and the lights. But the water is just not deep enough. This thing that I'm telling you, if they bring a better dredger today, say you find a better dredger from Russia, from anywhere today, within 1 month, those ports will work. Nothing is wrong with those seaports.
Yeah.
Other than you just import cranes that will take these things down.
Under whose jurisdiction and control?
So now when you talk under whose jurisdiction now, Igbo man have been Minister of Transport. Not enough.
No.
Yoruba man has been minister. No. So when we want to, because this topic, when
the federal government's responsibility,
it is completely federal government. It has nothing to do with state. It's completely federal government. That's why I said. So when you talk about marginalization, like Forefather keep asking this question. When you talk about marginalization, local, then we the South should complain more because if Port Harcourt is active, if Calabar is active. And if Warri is active, we are cashing out. You understand? So I think we are supposed to even cry more. But what I'm telling you is that the system failed us. I was talking to my in-law. He's a big-time journalist. I asked him, I said, I saw you when you run documentary of almost 1 hour in Dangote refinery. What is going on? The man laughed. He tried to micromanage. Then later he told me, he said, the refinery is as good as 100%. But guess what? They are still negotiating how to run pipe from the Niger Delta. So just like you bought generator, you don't have money for fuel. They never envisage how you run pipe now, like they run pipe from Warri to Kaduna refinery. So these are the problem. You understand? So remember Dangote bought Port Harcourt refinery, I think Yaradua revoked it, and somewhere along the line tried to negotiate to come back to Port Harcourt or Warri. Later, Lagos gave him land and everything. So, okay, now where do you want to connect your pipe from? What houses you want to connect your pipe now to Lagos? Because Lagos initially claimed, they launched, they say, oh, we discover oil in Lagos. Oh yeah, take the oil in Lagos and refine in Lagos. Now pipe want to find its way now from so all these things. But what I'm asking is that, is it that Dangote have invested that money? Federal government invested 20% in Dangote refinery, and they've not made all this proper arrangement. So our problem is that we have too much big man in institution. Look the nonsense Keyamo is doing. Look the nonsense our ministers are doing today. You understand? All I'm saying is that, my brother, let's not trickle it down to individual that, oh, they punish Igbo man, they punish. These guys just fail all of us. They just failed all of us. It is Bako Liner. When Bako Liner go under, that's where the problem comes.
And left, and everybody is pointing at me. Clearly.
No, Tim, I point at you because you said this is what the Igbo man, individual investors is going through.
Yes, exactly.
So you bring it back to yourself.
You backed him up. You backed him.
Tim, you bring it back.
I was trying to stop you, but you continued.
Tim, let me talk one funny joke so that my Igbo people will curse me very well. But I'm ready to take the course. An Igbo man, an Igbo girl is getting married to a white person in Nigerian contest. And the sister said, no, we don't want. They don't understand why would a white person want to marry. You don't want. Eventually, the marriage took place. They had a baby, and they lost the baby. Now the elder sister started crying. Now she's more than the bereaved. They started thinking, this one that you are crying more than the person who lost a child. It looked like you have hand in it. And they complained. And you know what the girl said? The girl said, will be Aba, will be fake. I tell my sister, no marry Lebanese. Lebanese self na fake. If fake, marry fake. I will go take it original. These are the problem. Our leaders is creating problem for us, my brother. Let's not even thinking anything. It's messing businesses in Lagos. That Apapa grid that you are seeing is messing businesses in Lagos. Everything is messing it.
Ask a question. Can I ask my question?
Go ahead, I'm done.
The Nigerian problem, is this spiritual? Because I can't imagine.
No.
Wow. Hold on. This is why I'm asking the question.
Evil.
Hold on. We have the best brain in the black world and one of the best brains in the whole world. But we can't agree. We can't solve our problem. So is this spiritual? Is this something beyond?
Righteous man. Let me answer this question quick. I don't want to take over this program. Nigerians, we are not as smart as we call ourselves. If Nigerians are so smart, where are Nigerians' investment in Canada? Where are Nigerian businesses in US? Where are Nigerian businesses in the UK? Don't tell me African stuff because it's meant for only Africa. Where are Nigerian businesses? Nigeria can be assistant general manager to manage your business. We don't know how to manage ourselves. That's why we don't have businesses. So when you say Nigerians are good, if they employ you to manage another man's business, you might do it very well. Because somebody has paid behind you, say they will sack you if you fuck up.
Let him come back. Let him come back.
In other words, your submission is that we are academically good, but when it comes to theory, we are flat. Is that what you're saying?
That is the bitter truth. We can manage another person's business. We don't want them to sack us. But when it comes to our own, our big manism, right? We will lose the business. Our big manism will make us lose our business.
Our problem, I'm afraid.
Guys,
go ahead.
You said business. Business is a broad-based word. What do you mean by business?
He broke it down now. He said not your African store.
I just broke it down. Nigeria.
Let's keep up, man.
Business. Nigeria own this company. The way you see the Jewish people take over the whole New York, take over New Jersey.
The whole New York, the whole world.
Business. They hold this company. They hold this.
You need to define, because here in the
UK. No. We
have
to. Bros. You're looking for too much of this nitpicking. I think he made broad statements for the thinking person. We're all thinking people here. There are in the UK, as you well know, there are side businesses on the street that black people have. All these small Jamaican, Nigerian restaurants scattered all about the place. These, as much as they may be employing people locally and are good for small businesses, they're not industry. They don't put us into world.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yes,
what I was looking
they don't put us into world recognition. You know, in the UK, the amount of Indian and Pakistani millionaires and billionaires are 81. The amount of black billionaires are 4, but none of them are billionaires. They're like on that 200 million pound set. That's their level. But there's only 4. There's only 4. This really underlines Paul's point that realistically, we talk a lot, mate, but we do little. And we have to realize that. And we do little based on the level of ignorance. All we want is for ourselves. And not people that work with each other.
Let me explain. Okay, let me explain something. Yeah. The average Nigerian person, you asked to come here to study medicine, some, if you're very brilliant, but a whole lot are students. How many of us actually get into engineering to make something? It's a traditional thing. Somebody mentioned years ago that is it the Chinese? Was it you that mentioned, or Pansa, that the Chinese sent a whole lot of people to come into the US to train, and they had to go back.
It's me.
Yeah.
No,
Okay, it was
Chinese
you.
always do that, Tone. They always
Yeah,
do
to
that.
go back. And even in my uni, during my uni days, all of them are into one technical course or the other. Here, when you talk about pharmacy and medicine, it's the Indians and Pakistanis. You don't beat them. You don't beat them. So it's all about, it's how see, listen, the way our country has been created. Okay, when I left the military and had to come back here because my mom used to live here when she was alive. I had to come back here, and I was thinking, what do I go do myself? Okay, had to go back to uni. Went to uni, read what I was influenced by my mom to read. Finished. Okay, that was in the height of IT. I know that. I go into IT. When I got into IT, I worked as a contractor for an investment bank. The guys that are traders, they're analysts and all that. Most of them, 90% of I found that 90% of them do not have any degree at all. And that was when I started looking, because I read economics and finance as my degree
Your
and all
major.
that. But yeah, but I had to do IT. That was when internet working was in vogue and all that. So I said, hang on a minute. I saw the kind of so I started being interested and all that. But today, I don't work for anybody. The kind of money I would slave to work for 6 months is what I'm making in a month. So that's part of the industry. So if you do not know, if you don't have that nurturing environment to get into business, to get into industry, you can't just get it. It's not just magic, And talking about those African stores, it will interest you. Most of the food that we eat as Black people, especially Nigerians here in the UK, are sold to us by Pakistani people.
Anyone else but us?
Yeah.
It's not just
Even
Pakistan.
Chinese.
Historically, in the UK,
Chinese are into Africa food in US.
well, exactly. Historically, in the UK, it was the Indians. Then the Indians made their money. You see what happens here in the UK, and what's been happening is that everybody who comes into town engages in the Black community to get their feet on the ground, and then they lift off from there. Firstly, it was the Indians, then the Pakistanis, then it was the Kosovo. And they were from a war-torn element. They came into this country and started to sell us our meat, our fish, our dry products, and all the rest of it. Right now, it's the Afghans. The Afghans are in London, owning all of the shops and butchers, and all our African and Black people are going there to patronize.
Is it not that? And you see the average Nigerian auntie, she's holding 2 free jobs and all that, running after the
that's because we don't think. If I can, you see what Paul has said. We need to be diligent in how we listen, because what Paul has said has underlined the whole episode of our lives and the pity of our existence on this planet. It came from clearing up Pansat's rubbish. That's why Paul came and explained everything graphically to us, even though we already know what Paul said is not new. It should be known to us. But the fact of the matter is that we are still steeped in this idiotic tribalism that is keeping us going backwards. It's astounding. We don't have to break down all our personal stories about how we are doing this and that. We're all in some business or we're doing something. The fact of the matter is where our minds are not together. If you see the way the Jews, the Chinese, every other race that has made it in the UK, they work together. In the Indian subcontinent, they are enemies of each other there. But when they come to England, they're best of friends and they're making sure they're getting on with it. They know who the public enemy is. Whereas for us, we'll be stabbing ourselves in the street and then complaining about racism. It doesn't make sense. All these levels that we have just simply don't make sense.
So just to add to what you were saying, and you hit the nail on the head. I didn't even know you were going to go there. So when we talk about the success of the Jews, and I alluded to that earlier on in our conversation when I used that I pass my neighbor generator illustration. The Jews, when a Jew walks into a society, if a new Jew is landing, let's say in Calgary where I live, if he is leaving from San Francisco, his rabbi in San Francisco will give him an introductory letter to the rabbi here in Calgary and will tell the rabbi that this guy is into timber. So every property developer that is of Jewish descent building houses in Calgary needs to patronize this young man who is into timber, because of course you know the role timber plays in building houses. You will suddenly realize that if you as a black man were into timber and those Jewish builders were buying from you, right now that their brother has landed in Calgary, the worst you're going to get is they may still give you a portion of their business. They will switch to that guy. Or if you're unlucky, they will automatically switch to him and you lose that business. And that has consistently said this, that amongst our so-called African store owners, there's an unhealthy competition amongst them. Some of them go to the customs in this country to sabotage the importation that their sister company is bringing in. But there is a mall, a new concept mall here in Calgary. It's Asian. I'm trying to TNT. That's what it's called. TNT. TNT. If you go into TNT, it's all the Asians, predominantly the Chinese. You see the Koreans. Then you start seeing the Pakistanis and the Filipinos. They all own their different stores within TNT. At the till of TNT, everybody collecting your money and giving you a receipt is Asian. There is no single black person in TNT. And TNT has several outlets across the city. So I said this to somebody one time. I said, is it a bad thing if all the African stores come together, approach the city council and ask for a land, go there and build something and have a commonality somewhere where everybody goes to, rather than spreading African stores across the whole city,
over the place,
and all those things. So our problem is, thank you, is coming from you. We don't cooperate. We don't support each other's business.
You know why? Chim, it's tribalism. Let's just call it. Even in the comment section, you can see. I don't understand why some fools will come for about 7 hours.
Don't worry, forget Tone, don't go there. Forget about them.
Don't go. That's a waste. You're wasting out. It's a waste of your effort. It's a waste of your energy.
No. Listen, guys. I don't understand why somebody would come for 8 hours. You stay in the comment section. All you're doing is either chatting up a woman or just hurling insults.
Tone,
what kind of
Tone, we all came into this world.
There's something wrong with your brain.
There are people who are looking for husbands.
Allow them. You remember the song called Enigma? You remember Enigma or Lagbaja? You don't know those people. These people are invisible. They are Enigma. They are Lagbaja.
Apart from that, when I look at the comments, just to give you an understanding, Tone. So hopefully it would help you not going. I read your comments on the comment section yourself, and some of them are not. That's why when I had to speak to you, that are you the same Tone? Because it didn't seem like you were the same person. When you write on there, it doesn't seem like it's you. The thing is, on there, there's an invisibility. Wait, bros, wait now.
Diago, that day, let me just say something. That day.
No. We don't have to go because we've spoken about that. It's not a problem. It's not, bro. It's not. Wait, let me land. Let me just land.
No, bro.
I'm not gaslighting you. Let me just land. Let me just land.
You're now gaslighting me. Yeah, I see.
How? I mean, that term, I don't even understand. Gaslighting. That's a bullshit term.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I respect people. I heard you. All evening, AY has been receiving uncalled abuses from Chioma, AY ignored her totally until he responded. So will you say then when you read AY's response and all that, then AY becomes a troublemaker? Is
No,
that
no,
right?
no.
Because I never knew that was you. I never knew it
No,
was
it's
you
okay.
that
Look, bros,
said
listen.
something that was out of order, and I told you, bro, you are out of order, and now I become a bad person.
No.
Listen,
I don't agree with where you're going. You see, I'm not trying to personalize this thing. All I'm trying to say is that the comment section is for the you can't be on here for 8 hours listening and not being on the panel expressing yourself, and you're not taking entertainment. It's just bare entertainment, and it's a lot of rubbish being spoken, horrible rubbish at times, but it's just entertainment. Just the way we
listen, maybe we are coming from different schools of
definitely we are.
I'm a very responsible person, and at the same time, I take jokes. But when somebody starts poking, listen, there's a thin line between personal insult, and that's why I keep saying to forefathers. 3 weeks ago, Dr. Damages himself had to remove somebody. Do you know that person? He had to apologize today. He apologized to me today because the personal insult was just getting too much. It's listen, if you abuse me and say your head is big or your glasses, you're not looking fine. Look at the way he's talking. Listen, it's just to me. It's a reflection. It's a reflection of how you hate yourself. You hate yourself because these people can come here.
You know, to be frank, guys.
Calm down.
No, guys, you see, really, truly, do you see this area? You see this area where they're chim, if you may.
I won't engage him.
Yeah, chim. All I'm saying is, you see what we're speaking about now. It is detracting from the community, our conversation. It's very boring, to be frank, boring, and it speaks about a thin skin. We're supposed to be, you see, if you're a politician or you're a big man, you're a leader in our community, right? You're going to get eggs thrown on you every single day of your life. If you can't handle it, then, bro, you're going to suffer under it. It's simple. It's very simple. You have to grow up. You can't be complaining about the comment section.
Honestly, to me, when people are insulting
you're telling me someone insulting my dad. Listen, I don't know these people from Adam. I don't even know this.
The only insult that really affects me is if somebody is on the.
See, when you start hurling personal insult at people, listen, we shouldn't condone rubbish. We're condoning rubbish.
Tony, if I may, sorry, Jackman, hold on, please. Listen, I'm not asking you. This is my view, and it's up to you to take it. I come here to make constructive inputs, and I would rather banter and argue with those of you here who have decided to put up your faces and have a conversation.
Yes, sir.
And deal with the Scarface.
There's nothing else, bro.
I went to that side comment today just to let the people there know I'm human enough. But I went there and I joked around and I left. I didn't abuse anybody. I didn't go and engage anybody. I laughed with people there.
Yes, sir. So every so often I look at the comment section and I go through, and I'm just laughing. It's just laughable.
Yeah,
it's laughable.
Please, let me quickly say something before, because I think we really this. So I want to follow up with something Tom said before I forget, please. So there's something about the way I used to think when I first moved to the US, and I later realized from listening. There's this guy called Roland Martin, who some of us may know. He has very strong channel now.
Yeah.
He has an app for it and all that. He's on YouTube. He used to be with CNN. He's Black American, basically. Now, just to let you know that there seems to be something that Black people all over the world. This is not even a Nigerian thing. It's a Black people thing.
Yep.
And there's this lady.
It's called collective ignorance.
Yeah,
that's what it's called.
She had a TEDx. She's actually like an activist. Her name is Maggie Anderson. So there was a time she did some kind of like mini kind of experiment. She called it empowerment experiment. And a lot of people might actually have heard of this before. And this came from her as well. She realized that when you try to she looked at how long it takes for $1, for example, to circulate within the Black community. So she said that basically it doesn't even take up to a day. She said it takes an average of 6 hours.
I've done the same study. The actual, me personally, I've done that same study, and it's true all over the world where we are located.
So,
I had a business directory called UK Black Links in 1992. I beg your pardon. I just sorry. In fact, go on. I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, go on, please.
Thank you, sir. So, and then she said, compared with the number of days it takes within the Jewish community, which is about 20. And then when you now go to the Asian community, not surprisingly, it takes about 30 days for it to circulate within before it leaves. However, you'll be surprised that the blacks, and this is not even about being racial or whatever, it's just the fact of why blacks generally seem to differentiate themselves with they help other groups to differentiate themselves. Now, she now said that blacks have an estimated 1.3 trillion gross national income, but
2.7 now, 2.7 today in America.
It's within the black, and it's ironic that blacks actually account for the reason why you have a lot of rich
others,
if you will.
Asian and the Jewish.
Yeah, we're not exactly Asian and the Jewish, but we now come down to our own Nigerian level. I think it was Paul or even Jago, both of you said it all. I told one of my friends we organized a couple of boot camps in conjunction with some of our partners in Nigeria.
Femi, I need one in Lagos. I have some kids that I want to send to tech school. Please, before I forget,
we're getting
please.
There, but you see where my dilemma is now. So one of my friends now told me, we like shortcuts. Because if you don't tell us, our problem is not just Nigeria. So you will know what I'm talking about very soon. So told me one day the guy looked at me. He said, "Femi, see, I have one problem with our people. When the guy was making it free, what we're trying to do was let's not even just complain like forefathers would say. Let's do what we can within our niche. We're trying to build critical mass of Nigerians that pull more Nigerians into IT. Let's do it the right way. But you know what a lot of our people were doing? And this was at the time we were making it free. What they were now doing is they'll come to us. They'll tell us, sometimes the boot camps could be like 2 months, 3 months, but intense teaching. We follow up with people. Like you would think that our lives depends on it as if we don't have other things to do. But what was that happening is that you would have Nigeria, a lot of our people, this is not even Yoruba, Igbo, that's why I said this is not even, forget ethnicity or religion now. They'll come behind to us and tell us, this is they call Dagbo. You must have heard of it.
Dagbo.
Don't Dagbo you now.
You know how it is now. They will come to us and tell us, can't you just help us? Just help us do the interview, do the exam, and if you have issues with. But the thing is, my friend, very principled guy, he will tell them no. Now, the reason why I'm bringing these things up, we're trying to build a critical mass because we studied how the Indians, the Pakistanis, the Vietnamese, among other people, have been able to get to where they got to. It wasn't
to overcome. Yes.
We don't want to do that. We
don't.
We need a mindset shift, a shift in the mindset.
I keep saying it.
The heavy lifting is a problem.
Forefather, if you're around,
psychological problem.
My hand has been up. My hand has been up. Yeah,
it really has.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Very good submission. This night is very interesting. Yeah. I want to ask a question.
How to better?
You didn't ask question or your submission.
Are you?
Go ahead.
Oh yes, sir.
So my question is this: do we agree or do we submit to the fact that the concept of spirituality?
This is where it was.
Do we believe in the concept of spirituality? If we do we?
Wait, let me finish, Joe.
Let me finish. If we believe the existence of the concept of spirituality, do we believe that spirituality superimposes the activities upon men and thereby decide how human being acts? If we believe that, then That was why I asked the question, could it be that the problem of a black man, not Nigeria now per se, black man generally, is spiritual? Because if spiritual control the physical, and we're having these problems with schools, with grammar, with professorship, PhD, we are still shamble. We are still looking like I can't understand.
Righteous man, if I could,
Pastor Ed, over to you.
I hear you.
Pastor Ed,
Now,
over to you.
Sorry,
That's true. You're right.
I hear you. There is a place of the spiritual. I believe so. However, while the spiritual might be above the physical, but the spiritual works according to your free will and free choice. So it is spiritually wrong to steal people's property because there are implications for stealing. So when something is stolen, you have set in motion spiritual consequences that you cannot avoid. And I'm intentionally going to use the election as an example. Nobody forced our professors who are electoral officers from fraudulently manipulating election. It was their free choice. But when they chose to do that, there will be spiritual implications for their action. So my point is this: whatever happens in the spiritual is a function of your choice. These are laws. The law of, we call it spiritual, but the law of whatever goes up will come down. It's a law. If you jump from a story building and you think your father is a native doctor, forget it. You are going to splatter on the bare floor and your bones will come and pick up your bones. But spiritual events have happened as a splatter. That is my own submission.
Chin, if what you're analyzing is true, then how come my grandfather was disappearing and appearing?
I don't know.
That's a deeper question. Or you don't go somewhere.
It is your grandfather that told you that.
You tell me.
It is your grandfather that told you that.
I don't know. You tell me.
It can only be.
You gave an example. You said if somebody falls from one-story building, he gets his bones broken. You understand?
Oh yes.
There is no amount of spirituality that will save that person.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. The one I saw as I was growing up. Okay, there's this palm tree that is more than 3-story building in my area. My uncle climbs that palm tree and jumps from there, and nothing happens to him. So
what don't you think that can be training? Don't you think that can be training too?
So
that can be training.
So righteous man,
guys, if I can, Jim, very quickly, Jim, allow me to enter.
3-story building and he didn't get any injury. That's not easy.
Jim.
But that can also be training.
It depends on where he landed. It depends on where they landed.
Because really and truly, I don't know if we want to get into esoteric. I don't wait, guys.
Today's Bible study that we can go here everywhere.
No, we don't want to go too far into jungle.
We all remember the Ejibo air crash, the Hercules C-170, is it?
30.
Whatever it is.
30.
All right. So recently somebody posted an exposition of how that thing happened. The pilot that flew that aircraft was adjudged to be one of the best pilots that the Nigerian Air Force has ever produced. In fact, there's a record that says that the owners, the people who designed that aircraft, because of that guy had flown that aircraft several times, even when he had problems, and safely landed it, that even the guys who designed the aircraft were like, how did you do this? And we're planning on luring him away from the Nigerian Air Force to come and work for them. Now, that aircraft a report had been written that aircraft needed to be serviced. And they were planning to service it at the end of the month before that air crash happened. But on this fateful day, that air crash has 4 engines. All 4 engines failed one after the other. To the extent that with the expertise of this pilot, who was known to be a fantastic pilot, the air crash, the plane or the whatever it is landed and crashed and everybody died. So that's negligence. Someone will say spiritual, their village people were chasing them. There was no village person
No,
chasing
no,
anybody.
hold on, Chief. Hold
Before
on.
you come back, righteous man. Let me speak, please. I haven't spoken for a while. I've interjected, but I've not spoken my piece. If I may, thank you. I really don't want us necessarily to go too deep into the spiritual, but I understand why righteous man is asking the question, and he asked the question specifically to the black man and our level. You see, I've always, from a young man, I used to call this world a serve you right world. It serves you right if you win. It serves you right if you fail, based on what you do. This is a spiritual law. Now, as far as we as black people are concerned, our horror is our own doing, largely. When people come up and start speaking about the Igbo, Biafra, something, my brother, now you're doing. If not to speak the Yoruba Malays, now the Yoruba doing. If not to speak about the northern difference between the majority and the elite, it's their doing, it's them. All these are spiritual matters where we can feel ourselves as spiritually astute, spiritually aware, or spiritually strong. Now, these things are what will take us forward. Unfortunately, something within our psyche, which is what I'm always discussing on this channel, because our psyche is highly damaged. Something to do with our psyche is not allowing us to love each other or to understand our surroundings and how to win this game on the planet Earth. I don't know what it is that we've forgotten about ourselves, but there is something missing from our being. It's obvious that there is something missing. And to me, that thing that is missing is self-love and communal love. That is the spirit element. There is no point in thinking about all these things that are, juju and all. Yes, we can go into that conversation and speak about, the Ifa and speak about all these spiritual systems. However, things are quite basic. We in Nigeria, we all know, no matter what ethnicity we are, we all know we've got one of the greatest countries in the world. We all know this. We've now spread around the world. The world knows of our individual power. They know of our individual power. But they also know that we can't get on with each other. So we are easily attacked. And we are not thinking about how to love each other and understand what it is to be a family. I mean, in a country like Nigeria, I as a Yoruba man, I'm only honored to have Igbo people as my countrymen. I'm only honored to have people from Tiv, Ijaw, all these people with their uniqueness, their differences. I mean, goodness gracious, I'm not going to pull these things out of my own spirit, but it's there with my brother. He has it. So how am I going to join?
So, Jegu, please. Let me ask you.
Righteous man, hold on.
This problem that is facing the black man now,
is the pastor. Let Ed contribute. Let Ed contribute.
Affecting us in this platform. This problem that is affecting the black race, can we say it's affecting us also in this platform?
I can answer that. I used to have a company called UK Black Links. It was a black business directory. Based on the spend power of the black pound, we were spending in 1989 £10 billion a year. In the UK at that time, there were only 1.2 million black people actually here, African and Caribbean, in the UK. 1.2 million in the whole country. I was surprised that that number was so small because I thought that we were bigger in number than that. But only 1.2 million black people were spending 10 billion a year. What simple maths tells us that from that 10 billion, each and every single one of us, man, woman, and child, could actually be a millionaire. But we were not. We were always suffering and complaining about racism and all the nonsense that we complain about generally. So now, four of us or three of us came together initially, and we added a fourth as directors. We built a company called UK Black Links, and we were trying to galvanize the black pound. In our beginnings, we were the fastest building company, small company in the UK at the time. You understand? I met Tony Blair. We went to the States to meet the people in the States. We were giving awards all over the place. But within 3 years, this company was finished. And it was finished not because we were in the black community, but it was largely finished because we, within the company itself, tore ourselves down. With all the power that we had, we tore ourselves down. So, the spirit that you're speaking about that is damaging on this platform or any other business that we do, unless we are really mature in ourselves as human beings, unless we are emotionally balanced and emotionally mature, but we ain't making enough. We're not going to make it nowhere.
Let me add one thing to what Righteous Man asked about this platform. So, Righteous Man, what I will tell you about this platform, I want to put a question back to you. Do you have multiple bank accounts in Nigeria? And is those multiple bank accounts domiciled in just one bank? Just answer that question real quick.
Ask him why he's asking first.
Right. So, Righteous Man, do you have multiple bank accounts in Nigeria? And is those multiple bank accounts domiciled in one bank?
What is
Righteous Man?
Yeah.
He slept off.
Righteous Man is gone.
Oh, okay, he's gone.
Oh, he's awake.
So
I'm
Righteous Man.
here.
He's here.
Do you hear the question that I asked?
I do.
Okay, so if you have multiple bank accounts, is those multiple bank accounts domiciled in just one bank or different bank? Just a question.
My choice.
It's just a question. No, it's a question.
It depends on my interest.
No, it's just a question. If you have 3 bank accounts, is it those 3 bank accounts are GTB, Zenith, and Access Bank, or the 3 accounts are just in only First Bank?
Are you a spiritualist? How did you mention the 3 banks I'm using?
Okay, now good. You already answered my question. Okay, now good. You already answered my question. So, Righteous Man, sometimes one mistake that we make, we might think that we are not being corporateful to some extent. It is a lie. It is a myth. Why? What do I mean by that? Where I'm coming from, I have like 7 bank accounts in different banks because GT Bank is very good with current accounts, because Stanbic IBTC is very good with my dollar accounts. My First Bank account is just there for me with my peace of mind. You understand? If I make any mistake, I must reach inside the bank to correct it. So that is where my savings account is. You understand? I know that I can't just call Ronke, I'm having problem with my bank account, say, 1 minute, sir. They press. Sir, done. Now I don't send money, go give who I don't want to give money. First Bank, I go reach Nigeria, go correct the account. So sometimes when you think that we are here arguing, we are not just here arguing.
No, you get it wrong. That's not.
I think you got it completely wrong.
This is where I'm going. I'm telling you that don't think that we are not being corporateful as you think. No, we just have our different idea. Like I said, one bank is good with one type of policy. Another bank is good with another type of policies. People do something. Look at Chin.
Oh.
I have a friend who knows Chin. And this friend called me all the time, talk about Chin, but we never come to the platform. Will blame me, why you attack Chin like that? I will sometimes blame Chin, but still say, don't let Chin know. You see the monitoring spirit that we're
now
talking
you don't
about.
know. I don't know now. I'm gonna follow you.
So, Tom, people will just have this monitoring spirit that they will follow you anywhere you go. But they are Scarface, they are Enigma, they are Lagbaja.
Do you believe there is a monitoring spirit? Do you believe there is a monitoring spirit?
Let me comment section now. Monitoring spirit now. Let me comment section. I went to Anambra Day in my city. Guess what? Like 30 people keep attacking me that will never come to this platform. For you did do anyhow, you did fuck up. You did do anyhow. I like that when you talk. You like them so much, you did not come online to come and support me with what you like. Or you did not come online to come and attack me with what I said. You understand? Even in the airport,
Paul, how does that? I don't know how. Paul, I don't know how what you're saying. And from where you began to where you are now, I haven't understood how you've answered or entered into the question.
He asked a question that's
so long-winded, bro. Just
in this
long-winded.
platform.
We're all around the planet, and you ain't land nowhere.
Are we having spiritual issue? Are we being cooperative and everything? The answer is yes. We are selling our different ideas and we are bringing our problem. Sometimes when we vet our problem, another person will bring solution to our problem. Another person will make us understand that why I think that my father was very perfect. No, the information my father gave to me was just not that so perfect. Yeah, that's it.
No,
that's my question.
Again, you know, as I said, if the righteous man asked a valid question that could have gone anywhere, to be frank. However, he was asking it specifically to our people all over the world, no matter where we are. What Femi was saying about the spend power that we have, which is so much. The spend power, the black spend power in the States would make it the 16th richest country in the world, just by itself.
Yes.
Richer than Spain, richer than a lot of countries in Europe. Now, this is a matter because we have a power that is just being decimated, not by anyone else, by ourselves, because we don't know how to spend money. We don't know how to encourage each other. We don't know how to build. Now, these things are fundamental things because they are spiritual. You see, in building a business or in building any entity, it starts from within. It's invisible. Nobody knows it. In fact, when you make utterances of it, there are many people that will put you down for thinking such a thing. But all of a sudden, because you have determination, you are able to bring something that is invisible to the visible. This is a spiritual thing. It's spiritual law that these things happen. It's the power of the tongue and the power of thought. When they say that this world was spoken into existence, you have to give it a lot of understanding because these things aren't small. But because our thinking is so, I don't know how to describe it. It's so not deep. It's full of fear. It's full of, oh, I'm being hurt. I want to cry. But, bro, if you know the pain that people in this world have been through, we'll try and grow up, man. We're weaklings. We're children. And when we make some of our utterances, I'm thinking you're a pickney. You be picking. You're not a full man. You're not behaving like a man. You ought to be put aside. You ought to be kept quiet in a nursery somewhere. The Nagasaki and Hiroshima happened. Nuclear war happened on Japan. You know what Japan said after the nuclear war? They said, okay, we accept our defeat. They said within the next 30 years, we are going to be number one in 5 things. These are things that we as a people don't utter. We don't speak about the fact that, yeah, you cut me and I'm gonna cut you back without any violence. I'm going to cut you back differently. I'm going to cut you back because I know who I am and I know what's in my head. These are the things, these are the elements that we need to be bringing to the fore. All these kind of these things that give us laughter and these things that give us guile and these things that assist us in belittling ourselves. But it's in our tongue. It's in our tongue. You know, we're saying it. We're bringing ourselves backwards all of the time, and then we're asking ourselves why. What do you mean why? Why? Because you did it. You did it yourself. You damn fool. Which is where I come across. Because I can't. Yeah, I in this country, since I've landed here in this country, I told all those black people out there, I don't deal with any racism. I understand that racism is there, but it doesn't affect me. If anybody comes in front of me and deals with any racism, I deal with them straight away. And then I move on. You understand? Away from that, I'm not looking for racism anywhere. All black people are doing in this country, looking to see how to march. What march? We've done all the marching we wanted to do in the 60s. We've seen where it got us. Marching is useless at this time for our people. Because what it is, all we need to do is come the Ras Clark together and stop. These things are quite impassionate because we waste a lot of time and energy on bullshit. And we want bullshit to bring us to Nevada. It's never going to happen. Never. So I leave it there.
Yeah.
So Jago, sorry for this. So Jago, I'll take it from where you stopped, and I'll align with something Paul has always spoken about. You see, if I had the powers, I will ask that we cancel religion, or maybe decongest. I think it's time to decongest our churches and mosques.
What do you mean by religion? Do you mean religion? Wait. Sorry. Let me put the question. Let me put the question. Okay. Do you mean religion in terms of Orthodox religion, or do you mean that the word in the Bible is to be thrown in the bin?
No.
Okay.
So I'm saying, don't take it literally what I'm saying. I think one of our banes, in my opinion, is that we've become we think we're Christians and Muslims. In fact, in my own opinion, what we practice is religion, not the actual spirituality that comes with Christianity, for example, or Islam.
Can I speak after you, Femi? Huh? Can I speak after Femi?
Yeah, I'll let you. You said?
Yeah.
He wants to speak after.
Femi said when you finish, he's going to take.
Okay.
Go ahead, Femi.
Okay. Granted, I'm a Christian, but I get so annoyed by the fact that for every single thing, and I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Again, it's just my opinion. And I know that maybe because of the level to which we've sunk, people are left clutching to straws to the point where they're left with any other thing but church and mosque. Because the white people that brought Christianity are the Arabs that brought Islam to Africa. They're not just shouting God, God, God to the point where, in the words of, I think it was most recently the current president of Uganda, who has his own problem, and the Mugabe back in the days was like, we make it look as if God doesn't have other things to do. For me,
yeah.
In fact, I was surprised when I will use only examples I know, and I'm sure it probably is the same in other places. When I go to the US, I don't think they care about, I'm not saying that they don't, but I don't think they care about religion. The same Christianity, for example, the way we put this matter. I don't think it's religion. It's just the fact that we've now relegated things that we should be doing. We want to kill if God was man, the guy will be tired of Nigeria, for example. And I just feel to the point, I don't know if it covers what Righteous Man is saying, but that's what just rings him. Sometimes it just irritates me because maybe just to land. There was a time myself and my sister who spent time in England, we have a conversation again about Nigeria because we all have these table conversations, whether we like it or not. And one of the usual refrain, just like the same thing that happened to my mother passed. May God help us. My wife says
Start calling God.
In fact, there was a day she got so mad at me. She actually said, have I become evil? I said, no. It's just something about when you've experienced other countries. And of course, I've been to UAE. She lived in UAE. Dubai that we see today, it's not like they're not religious now. But God did not come down. They don't spend all their time going to mosque or churches or whatever, so that I don't know, to the point of war righteous, it's just the thing that came to my mind, Jagun. I mean, that thing just irritates me. I'm sorry, I just had to say that.
I mean, just to let you know, don't be only God tire for us. Devil said don't tire for us. Devil too don't they fed up with us.
Let me just going to bed and then
Paulo, you be crazy, man.
Please let me speak out of that was my question.
Hello.
Let me just add this thing to what Jagun said. Why he was, a little bit frustrated.
I was going to speak out of Femi.
Every time I want to say something, somebody wants to say something.
Somebody wants to say something for a very long time. I know this is his own area of stress.
I know you want to sleep. Good night. Good night, Righteous Man.
You never supply me tom-tom.
Righteous Man. One love.
Righteous Man, I hope you are convinced now.
Where is Uzo?
Uzo is probably chilling out somewhere.
Mr. Paul, you need your tom-tom, right?
Yes.
Okay, just give me your details.
I tell you that I said send your contact to Dr. Damages.
I did in the private chat. I put my number there.
Then I will tell Dr. Damages to give you my contact. I will inform him. Let me just do that now.
Okay. Thank you. Good night. God bless all of you.
Yeah, good night.
Well, lovely.
Yeah. From about what Jago was saying, why he was. That's how I was at the point. I think that was about, he gave me maybe a year or so, where I was like, I used to call our men. To be fair, it's still a fact, isn't it? We are the least performing men in the world in terms of of all the great races in the world. Yeah, of all the great races in the world, we are the least performing. And but after that, I went on to realize the reasons why. I wouldn't say I realized, but it's just my observation. The reasons why is because of things that have not happened to us. It's almost like, you know, when they say baptism, you have to be baptized by certain things for certain other things to happen, and we've not experienced that. And I feel almost, I'm beginning to think now it's deliberate that all these Western powers.
Sorry, if you could be a bit clearer. Not experienced what?
The baptism of fire, like other people did.
In terms of what?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Downright something that unites all of us.
Let me real quick and allow you to continue, because I know it. Me, I did mine the other way around, where I saw all of the deficiencies within us and how the white man, so to speak, has been the person to mash our desires up. Now, after reaching that point of blaming the white man, I had to take a seat and think. And I thought, bruh, the fault is not the white man, it's ours.
It's ours. But I will, if I ask you now, give me one flaw you say that we have, and I'll give you the same flaw you see in every other group.
Oh, yeah, this is it. This is why I say it's the love factor. When I was 6 years old and I traveled back to Nigeria, and the travel this time where reggae music was really penetrating my soul, and I was understanding from the Rastafarian all the stories of ill. Going from Lagos to Ondo State, entering in my village, bruh, the wall of trees on both sides of the road, thick. You couldn't see into the forest. And I thought to myself, there is no way Oyinbo can come through here without the assistance of our people. No way. There's just no way. So you have to understand that even in the very, very beginning, now we are the people that led the Oyinbo to destroy our very kingdomship and our people. So, bruh, it's not that we haven't tasted baptism of fire. We've tasted it more than anybody else. The only thing is we want to run away from who we are. It doesn't matter where we go in the world.
Okay.
Yourself.
The reason why I don't subscribe to that.
I know where you're going to. You're looking at cases like war that affects us.
Ed, your audio is a little bit bad. It's coming so fast.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We hear you, but it's like jumping in and out. Say something.
So I'm thinking you're looking at scenarios where we have some sort of collective calamity before us as a group. So maybe
or collective glory. Something that unites us. Yeah.
Collective ignorance is what unites us.
I thought about it. I mean, you've given examples in previous discussions about places like Japan, how that's how they suffered during the World War, and but I also thought about places like Ethiopia that has to fight external forces like Italy. But today, Ethiopia is not doing as well as it should really be doing. There's still a lot of fights going on, as inter-ethnic fights going on in Ethiopia. So, does it not tell you that there's more than just having that moment of calamity befall us? Does it not tell you
that is not the only scenario. If you had looked at Ethiopia more closely, they were defeated in the end. That is the truth. I don't know why you use that example. They were defeated actually. They were. Oh God! Please, people just go and do the hard work. I can't always drag everybody. You have to do the hard work and find out.
What you said, the British,
Yeah, depending on how you look at it. They were not necessarily colonized, like make them speak their
But
own language or stuff like that.
Italy
But
had them. I
there
mean,
was a
they
time
speak
British
Italian. They
controlled the
eat pasta.
territory. The British controlled the territory for a while and handed over to them. And if you look at Ethiopia, they carved up Ethiopia, removed this thing, Eritrea from Ethiopia, and landlocked Ethiopia, basically jailing Ethiopia in inland. So some of the events that has occurred, if you look at it closely, even when I was speaking to Ethiopians, I was like, man, how did you guys manage to lock yourself indoors? How did you let that happen? It's like our people, we don't think deep. We don't think in time. These people, they knew they needed it. They were building the Suez Canal maybe 50 years ahead, and they got the Ethiopians and all their people to be divided and separated them. And before you know it, they went ahead and built the Suez Canal, and now they were using it and landlocked Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the most powerful country in that region, 100 million. All the countries surrounding Ethiopia outnumber all of them
120 million.
together. Yes.
120 million.
Is it up to 120 million now? So they outnumber all the countries surrounding them put together, and they landlock that country to reduce their power. When I look at it, when I looked at the map, you just think that the enemy literally drew that map for them, so that they will keep the most powerful country landlocked, so they are not able to do anything. And that's exactly what happened. And then they got them fighting each other too. Again, they were fighting each other. So they were Eritrea, because of it, is one of the strongest military in sub-Saharan Africa. Eritrea is highly militarized to make sure they keep Ethiopia where Ethiopia is.
But they did that to China too. They did that to China, right?
Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
China has mainland China, and it also has Hong Kong. It also has Taiwan. And these people,
yes, I think
they are China, right? So
how do you mean?
I mean, Taiwan and Hong Kong, those are disputed territories. They refuse to be part of mainland China. But that does not stop.
They can't refuse.
Went on to lose. I don't know what kind of correlation you're trying to create.
Hong Kong is not Hong Kong, and Taiwan is its own country.
No, let me.
Can I land? Sorry, Jeremy. It's actually, as in Hong Kong, Taiwan, they all have common Chinese roots. But the British came and annexed Hong Kong, separated it from China. The same thing to an extent with Taiwan. And these are not, a unit as a country today. But we see that mainland China today is doing well. So is it because your point is that because they divided Ethiopia into different groups, like even the Eritreans, they would not tell you that they have common heritage with the Ethiopians. If you really ask them, I have an Eritrean friend.
I don't know how that is a galvanizing thing, all the stuff you talked about. What I'm talking about is events that unite people. What happened to them is dividing them. That is the difference here. So the Chinese, what they experience, as a matter of fact, a Chinese official thanked the Japanese official that he says, "Thank you for doing what you did to us. Because of that, you're waking us up now." And they never looked back since then. And the same thing, the Japanese that were bombed and all the rest, look at how they are organized today. South Koreans, they were destroyed. It's North Koreans, they were destroyed. Look at how they are all building. So what that does is that it makes you set your differences aside and you work together to build. Yes, it concentrates the mind beyond anything else. In other words, it increases the collective intelligence.
So that's leadership that does that. Because the point you're making, very valid, is that every time certain nations have had this kind of problems, you go into a closed door situation. Even the South Africans, even though it might not be exactly 100%, you find that most nations that have shut their door at some stages, the Chinese, whoever you want to call it, always come back when they're coming back with a collective mindset. Because at that point, the leadership helps everybody to come together and have this common, purpose. That's where Nigeria severally has lost it. We've had opportunities where we will have a leader that will come and galvanize us. See, I know when people get angry that Jonathan was removed, people were hoping that the Buhari would have come, said, okay, yes, we have played the politics that we need to play. But guys, we need to come together. I want to build a nation of common people, whether you voted for me or not. But the man started on a wrong front. First statement he made international, he started talking about 95% and 5%.
5%.
So those things don't help us to build the collective mindset that you're talking about. It's all about leadership. It's all about the day we get a leader that is.
Repeat what you just said again. That it doesn't help build this thing. Repeat what you just said. Sorry.
I said that thing doesn't help us build a collective mindset. You understand, where we are working all in tandem towards an objective. Don't get me wrong, guys. Even in the midst of our 200 and something million, there will be one or two saboteurs. Even in China, there are people who are still pulling separate. Even in India, anywhere, even in Israel. But that leader will help get the larger pool of the population to say, we are working together. I have an Indian colleague in the office, and this guy is Punjabi. If you know what the Punjabis, who we are in India, and if you were following the Canada, India policy.
I really would like to get back to the point before I don't want to go.
I agree with you. What I'm trying to say is this, that even in India right now, the majority of Indians are behind Modi's government. They are backing him and supporting him strongly. And that's why you see whatever successes the man is making. You understand? So we've not had that opportunity, or maybe we've had it, and the people it was trust in their hands to manage it filtered away that political capital, and that's why we are not making that collectivity. That's the point I was.
It's interesting we use the term political capital, isn't it? And then while you said that, I never thought about it from that point of view. And the idea behind why leaders emerge when the conditions are right is because the people themselves are ready. If you are not ready for certain kind of leaders, if you see them, generally the system will destroy them. You will not want them to exist. You bring another. You see, Churchill that was the hero in the UK, World War II hero. The moment the election ended, they voted him out because he's not needed anymore. Because the environment creates the leader, and that's what I tend to find. And this is why when you tell Nigerians, you are the ones creating these our leaders, because it's not necessarily okay. You people are helping, but we are also aiding them. We are also creating these our leaders ourselves. So what you tend to find when nations are united like that, it will create leaders that will take that unity that they have and use it to build something. But if the people have not experienced those things,
who get the power by force, like in a let's say a Sterling, or in our own case military rule that we didn't vote for. What did they do with it? How did they? I mean, I'm juxtaposing those people. I'm comparing what you said with someone like Kagame in Rwanda. You understand? So you get into office and you are thinking about your people. You are thinking about what suits your people best. We've had those opportunities. Let's forget about the
electoral. But let me give you the scenario now. But what forged you yourself? The people that took power, what forged them? Did they come through the kind of PLA war that happened in China, or North Korean or Russian Second World War? No, what forged them was fighting civil war, hating tribalism, or whatever, Nigerian games, and then they came into office. So their vision is different. The vision that they have is different. If you come from a pool that is united, that you want to set your differences aside because you see a bigger picture that you want to work for, when you emerge, that is what your eyes on that horizon. That's all you see. You want to build.
It's just not only one way now. So what?
I'm trying to find other ways of doing it. Believe me, I've not found them.
It's not just only that way. I understand. I know
then
when you said so.
Give me examples because I'm trying to find it.
Or Singapore.
That's where I was going. You know what happened to the Singaporean leader?
What happened to the Singaporean leader?
The guy was due to be executed. He didn't even know. By the Japanese, they were there. He didn't even know. He said he just left by mistake, and the people that were with him got executed.
So what we are saying is that you are talking that one, but Singapore rules that country not because of they were passing through pain, like external forces. Like you use it all the time. They didn't go through external forces, but these guys, school in the US, understand the way things work. You understand, and bring it, and at the same time try to whip his people to stand still. They call him names. They call him everything. You understand? Because change is difficult. People that I'm trying to help, when I tell them go do this.
Are you saying Singaporeans didn't go through anything? They went through. They were one of the poorest. That's the reason why they even let them have independence.
But all I'm telling you is that the UK take over. Did they throw Hiroshima? Did they throw like they throw weapon like they throw
Not be everybody
Hiroshima
they throw
and
bomber now.
Nagasaki?
It's
Did
not
they go
everybody
through
they
what
throw
Germany
bombers
went through?
now.
No, because when you use all those things, you talk about the Korean, you talk about the Germans, you talk about
Forefather,
this. They didn't
so
go
what did
through that.
Singapore go through that galvanized them, forefathers?
They
Exactly.
experienced. I just told you that. I just told
They
you
went
Lee
through
Kuan
what they
Yew
went through was
they were
rejection.
captured by
They went through
Japanese
rejection
soldiers.
because
That's not
Singapore is
what, yes,
just a small
Jago,
piece of
correct.
territory.
Jago, correct.
So they were
That's what they went
colonized.
through.
In other words,
And
they
through
were
that
colonized.
rejection,
And also
they came.
multi-ethnic group
Yeah.
and
They were
multi-religious
colonized
too.
by an external aggressor. So
Pardon?
different from our
Ed,
colonization.
actually, what helped Singapore
mm,
was when they were rejected from the Malaysian Union.
That's correct.
They were part of
Yeah.
Malaysia,
Mm.
and
This
the
is it.
Malaysians said that the Singaporeans were dirty, were
Simple.
unproductive, were not
All
bringing
these
anything
things.
to the table, and
Mm.
expelled them from the union. And the
One
man
time.
Yeah.
called these people together and said, "Okay, these Malaysians are not wrong.
Mm.
We are actually dirty people. We are unproductive, but we need to prove them wrong as we move forward." And what we actually do-
Chim, there's something that surprised me when I later realized that that's the one time when, unlike what we have right now, which understandably, the Igbos, a lot of Igbos would rather leave Nigeria. For example,
not correct,
I mean,
not
that's
correct,
also,
but not correct.
Let me
but
say
go
some
on.
Igbo. Let me just it's just relative. I'm just looking for an analogy. There's
Okay.
people, but in the case of Singapore, that's the one situation where they actually cried leaving Malaysia.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I don't
Imagine, is that not the galvanizing factor? Like I said,
But
it's not
again,
necessarily.
Father, back to what I was saying, it goes into my narrative. They pulled them out. The man now said, "Okay," because he was well educated, which is what Paul was saying. He now said, "Okay, you know what? I need to change the mindset of my people. Truly, my people are poor people. They are dirty." He started sending them abroad to go and study. I've repeated it here several times because I've read the man's book. Singapore has one of the most educated civil service, not Britain, not America. Their civil service is world class.
It's proper.
The best brains work in their civil service.
I was at school with Singaporeans. They're not jokers. They're simply not jokers, bro.
One of the cleanest
they're kind of when the Singaporean people I went to school with, when they were in our school, Chinese people don't speak English, and all these were Chinese Singaporeans. The clipped English that they were speaking isn't playtime English. They were a class above, a class above. We have to realize that what we need to happen for us isn't going to happen by some hocus pocus higgledy piggledy.
I'm sharing something now. Sorry, I'm sharing something.
It's now that's going to take us where we're going.
I do see he was present in World War II. Say Lee was among the Chinese men around. Was he a Chinese man? I didn't even know.
They're Chinese now.
Yeah, I didn't know they were Chinese.
But they're Chinese Singaporeans.
They are multi-ethnic group and multi-religions. Multi-ethnic and religion.
So you see, rounded up by Chinese, and look at that, executed. So that was the story I was telling you. And these are the kind of stuff that forges people. That's what I mean. And then they went and got rejected again. And you can see how that kind of stuff can govern. What I mean by it's not necessarily war. Something that unites the people, something big that unites the people is what, because it says, okay, is that what you are calling us? Okay, we will teach you.
Yeah,
we will show you.
Okay,
that's what galvanizes
the idea
people.
of it uniting
let me ask you
people
one
is,
question.
can I say something about the idea of it uniting people? It's actually a function of the response of the people. Because if the people decide to still be fighting inter-ethnic wars, it will still be that case. So that's where the culture also comes in and leadership.
I really don't
somebody like
subscribe to that. I really don't.
Somebody like Yu Shanshu, the infrastructure that he put in, the laws that he put in, they weren't easy laws.
At all.
You have to follow. Well, he didn't care about what you were thinking about. But he had a mind to take them out of their malaise. That was his mind. And somebody had to take
people
that
were willing to obey his orders. People were
Yeah,
willing to carry out his orders because they believe.
Everything is easy.
People were not willing to obey his orders. This man became
No.
a dictator.
No, he didn't. Come on, man. A dictator is one man. People enable him. He's not a heavy lifter. He's a thin guy. People had to obey his orders to do all those crazy things that he did.
So my question to everyone.
Yeah, people will work with him. They are committed.
Hey, hold on, guys. My question for everyone, Forefather, especially you, from what you are saying, right?
I would ordinarily take like our civil war supposed to unite Nigeria, but unfortunately, no way. Today, what do you think can unite the country really? What is that
That's
thing
a
you
deep
think?
question, bro. That's deep. We're all looking.
Exactly. Why that's the question.
Where,
Because it's also
what
a
can
function of the way we react to these things. We've had multiple times, multiple things that should have united us as a
multiple
people.
times.
So it's
no
our
civil
reaction.
wars shouldn't unite us. I don't know why we are mixing that one up.
This is also
Why
this
should
is also
civil war is the
Somebody's
opposite?
talking. Somebody's talking.
Ed, hold on. Civil war should not unite us. It should actually divide us. It's when you have a common enemy from the external enemy, that's when it unites you, not the other way around.
Okay, so forefather, here's my view. Why civil war should have united us?
No.
After we fought that war, there was a reason why we fought that war. There was a mistrust that led us to fight each other. It's like when two siblings fight over their father's property when the man dies. Remember what they say, that when two siblings fight, a stranger comes in and pillages what they are fighting over. We fought a war that the leader of that union at that time, said, no victor, no vanquished. That was a pedestal for him to begin to show that no victor, no vanquished, and begin to say to, let's take one example and I drop it off here. What sustained Biafra for 3.5 years? A small part of the country held the bigger part of Nigeria for 3.5 years. He should have asked that question. Those engineers that were building those weapons that were destroying federal troops, he should have called them and said, guys, how did you guys do this thing? I want you people to come and start replicating this thing for the larger good of Nigeria. How did you build all your tankers? That's when the engineering ingenuity of the opposing side that resisted him would have been brought into mainstream to build for Nigeria. But that's not what we did.
He just answered his question because it wasn't a uniting factor.
Today.
Hold on, he wasn't stupid.
Still will not apologize.
How are you guys so? How are you so in a hurry to condemn your people so quickly? You are so. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. How are we so much in a hurry to condemn our people when in reality you are describing the wrong thing? What you just described is what I said will happen, because it was a war against ourselves. You are gonna find that they will not want to tap into those people to build. But if it was external forces, say, where is that thing that you built? Come on, we need to fight together and defeat those people. Let's go and fight them.
Let me disagree with you.
Why would you want to build it so that tomorrow you go to attack Nigeria again?
The development in East Germany is coming from West Germany. After they unite, it doesn't really matter. The development in East Germany today comes from West Germany.
Now, come on. Now.
No,
Jesus Christ. Why do we compare the two? Okay, fine. I give up. I don't have the energy.
You have been too monolithic. That's all I'm saying.
I don't have the energy. You are understanding it the wrong way. I said it already. If you fight against yourself, it weakens you. If you don't fight against yourself, it's null and void. But if you fight an external enemy, it unites you.
What about West Germany and East Germany?
You are making it look like they fought each other. They didn't fight each other. It doesn't divide them. They don't have any reason to be divided.
They divide themselves and they break. What are you talking?
No, it wasn't. It was the superpowers that divided them. They didn't divide each other. It was superpowers that divided them.
So when they came back, who developed the East Germany today?
Paul, calm down.
Is it not the West coming from West Germany?
Paul, calm down.
But they don't fight each other. They didn't fight each other. They've always wanted to be together.
Let me try and be a little bit accurate. The conversation was about what would unite us. We spoke about Singapore being rejected as a group of people within a country. This united them. We spoke about so many other issues that were calamitous that united people. Where the opportunities, the various and many opportunities that we've had in Nigeria in order to unite, we have avoided them. So therefore, after the Biafra War, we should have become a seriously united country. the end statements to say that we are there's no victor, no vanquished is a powerful statement if taken seriously. Unfortunately, again, it was just words. It wasn't meant. It wasn't meant spiritually. It wasn't meant with any dignity. It was just clap English. Let me finish, please. Now, the opportunity, if given, to embrace the Igbos again in real terms, that you are our brothers. We do not want you to depart. We see you as important people to this nation. What you have been able to achieve by yourselves and the example that you're shown in holding the whole country for 3.5 years, how the bloody hell did you do it? We'll like that to be a part of our nation. That opportunity was missed. It wasn't given. Let's be accurate when we're speaking, please. Otherwise, we just go into all kind of inflammatory speech that means nothing. We need to listen. Honestly, we really need to listen to each other. So we don't.
This is not about words. If it was about words,
I agree with you.
It's beyond words. You can agree with him what you want. See, it's not what I was saying.
Can we please let her speak?
You can hug him all you want. You can hug him all you want.
Please, we overshadow her too much. Can we let her speak?
You know, you are all in agreement. Let me just say something. See, you can run from the truth all you want. You sooner or later, you guys will circle back and find out, because I did the hard work of checking these things out. The stuff, the way it works is that it's not about words. What I found out is that human beings will talk. It means nothing. There are certain things that are subliminal, that is out of your control. That's the only way you can set your differences aside and operate as an entity. If you say, oh, victor, no victor, no vanquished, it means nothing.
Because it's not. Now you're saying what I said.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm talking about in the context of go on. It means nothing. In reality, what is going to happen is that they're going to remember the Igbo people fought them, and they're going to do everything to try to sabotage them.
You're correct. You're correct. No. Forefathers is correct.
Even if he meant it, it's not going to matter.
No. He meant forefather,
it's not going to matter.
Your premise is right in that it tells us the level of immaturity we have. That's all.
Culture.
It's not immaturity.
It is immaturity. It is immaturity because we had an opportunity.
Can we let her speak now, please?
Rwanda did not do that.
It's just human nature.
Rwanda did not do that. Rwanda went the opposite way. They saw that as an opportunity, and we can see the dividends of it today. And if we're going to take it on the global basis, we saw what happens to the Axis forces in the Second World War. We saw Germany. We saw all of that. Do you know that the origin of the World Bank?
Rwanda is not that civilized.
That was.
No, I need to add, because we can't. You can't just be saying stuff as if Rwanda is Japan.
Let it
no, but he went on. He went on.
I just feel for her today.
No, I just have to correct certain facts now. I just have to correct certain.
No. It's pretty. Let the guy land, man.
Go ahead.
If we go on the global context, what we note there as the World Bank, its formal name is actually the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. It was not created for the African countries, really, that benefit from it today. It was created to reconstruct Germany and those other Axis forces, right? How did the West as a collective respond to that sort of inter-country crisis? If we're going to take the West as a collective, they saw that, okay, these people, we've really beat them, we've crushed them, but let's bring them back into the fold. Let's create the Bretton Woods institution to see how they can get back to their feet.
On one condition.
Say that again.
Just on one condition. They give them just one condition.
Okay, yeah, add that. I mean, I don't know that condition, but you can add it.
Oh, they just said that they won't build no nuclear weapon, no nothing. So they frustrate them on that.
They couldn't have a standing army.
No military, no military even.
Yeah. But even at you see, we could have done that in Nigeria, because really the defeated Biafra, for example, didn't even need to create a military if they were going to be absorbed into Nigeria. So it would have been easier for us. So this is where the leadership and even the culture, because we have a culture of suspicion amongst ourselves.
which is the immaturity I speak of.
Exactly.
Biafra is within the country.
Today, with the way that the East has gone through, as in the whole, and I'm not trying to like particularize it to the East, but with what the eastern part of Nigeria has gone through, you still see in the last elections, you see people from some part of the country say they will not vote for, and it's not just that they will not vote for an Igbo man. That would have been maybe fair enough. Not right, but maybe I could say that was fair enough. They had to go back to the words with which Igbo people were mocked in a war that took place over, that's like about 50 years now. They went back to those words. You know that word that refers to give me water. They had to use that word to categorize or to characterize Igbo people today. You don't see that in Germany. You don't see that. I mean, you don't see that in the West relationship with Germany today. So these are the cultural issues.
See, let me do another correction again, please, before you add another one that I have to correct. Sorry, I'm just exhausted. See, this is exhausted. When a nation fights other people, I'll repeat that again, not yourself. That's one. Rwanda's GDP per capita is below half of what Nigeria is, and if you think Nigeria is bad, let that GDP per capita goes to the level of Rwanda, then you understand. And secondly, in the case of this in Germany, what they did with Germany, they learned their lessons from the First World War. That the Second World War is what they are trying to correct the error of the First World War. They tried to treat Germany terribly after the First World War. It didn't go so well. It created Hitler. He united the people against them. So now what they did was, we have to do it differently this time. We have to treat them better, integrate them within the system. And that seems to have worked.
That's what Nigeria should have done with Biafra. Is that what the point we're making?
Yeah, but the Nigeria learned, and remember, they have the luxury of being the superpower to call the shots. They divided this in Germany in half. They didn't keep Germany together. One side went to the Soviets, and the other side remained with the West. And then if you look at the Japanese and the Singaporeans, that one is interesting, because you can argue that maybe they could have decided that they don't care. But they cared because China was there. So they worked with those ones, developed them as a counterweight to China. And that is what they represent today.
Who developed who? Who developed?
Oh, the West enabled them to develop. If the West didn't want them to develop like us, they would have underdeveloped them too. But they saw that they needed to counter China's rise too, and maybe, or probably the Soviet Union too. They had to support those ones to make sure that they develop, just like they did with Germany.
Fail. We just blame the West too much.
I'm not saying, hold on, I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying that they treat both different sides differently. We are not useful to them in terms of strategically. We are not useful to them.
The Irish and the Italians were punished. Even coming to America, they were punished. Somewhere along the line, they gave them leverage and they used it. They sent them, okay, go to the fire service, go to this and that, and everything. And they bounced back. The Jewish are hated by Caucasians. Not today like they want to tell you. But these people bounce back. There's a way you put yourself, you will be forced to reckon with. You understand? Like I tell you today, forefather, the fund that is growing the world today is called capital flight. Whenever place that fund find opportunity, the funds go there. When Bill Gates understand to develop the software in America costing $2,000, and to develop that same software, we cost him $12 in India. He moved to India and he moved that fund to India. That was what brings these people today. So certain things, when we have all these opportunities, we cannot make use of these opportunities very well.
This still meets my criteria, though. It still why do we keep talking about blaming the West? This thing, before you start making me call you an apologist for the West, because if that's what you want to be saying, nobody's blaming the West. I just said that if another force fights another force.
You keep talking. So when you talk about Singapore now, that's why I use the word. You talk about Singapore. You made it sound like the West developed Singapore so that they can go close to North China.
I said they enabled it. I didn't say
Singaporeans
they developed
worked hard for themselves to be forced to reckon with.
I said they didn't block them. They didn't have any interest in blocking their development.
Okay, so
because it works for them too.
What I just want to say
for us, they have an interest in blocking us.
What I want to say in the light of your theory is that it is not a one size fits all. You know, you've said that it has to always be as if it is that when there is an external aggression against you, it forces you to unite. No, I'm saying there are multiple fronts and opportunities that you can leverage to unite and accomplish a goal. And we've mentioned this.
I did agree to that, and that's what I was saying. And that the first definition I gave it was that a uniting factor. I didn't specify whether it's conflict or anything. Something that unites the people.
Since everybody was heard, could I interject?
No, you're free to interject. This is a
Hold on.
an easier time.
Is I can to bomb
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Are you?
Right. So, you understand Jamaican language?
Every day, brother.
Because me understand pidgin. You feel me?
How you did now?
So watch that me I talk it in a Jamaican, because sometimes we have to talk, make them don't understand. You feel me? Nigerian problem or African problem is you are very hard to get angry. You feel me? And that's a problem. The problem is Africans act all what you'd call moral. You feel me? Like the Africans want to be the epitome of morality, but only to white people and Chinese and Arabs, never to the black man. You feel me? And that's the African problem. He doesn't get mad with the other races. And if you don't get mad at the other races, you cannot be a Singapore. You feel me? Because Singapore got upset because Malaysia treated them bad. Who are you upset with? We're not upset. We're not upset. We see France destroying the Francophone countries. We're not mad. The Francophone people not
and
mad.
that one is telling me that I'm blaming Westerners. This kind of stuff.
Especially the Senegalese, you know, they the last ones gonna get mad. You feel me? Because they're French. And we are Ghana people, right? You think they mad at America? I mean, their country is being proclaimed as bankrupt. I mean, these people not mad at America. Why you not mad at America? You mad at Nana Akufo-Addo? No. That's not the man. That's not the man to be mad at. You need to be mad. Yeah, they need to be mad at that army base that has confiscated their airport and their country.
Ikafaya, are you referring to Nigeria or Africa?
I'm referring to all Africa, including Nigeria. And the thing is, none of you are different. You just act like you're different, but none of you are different. All of us is crazy in the same way, bro.
So
we're just not good.
Ikafaya, are you including the Caribbeans also?
Of course. Okay. Hold on. Of course, I said it. All of us as black people, we kind of crazy the same way. Like the way we do bad things is the same way all of us do the bad thing. That's why I see like, why are we being hypocrites all saying, or the tribes are different, the this are different, but we do wickedness the same way. First of all, why we all love the white man? How come we all different and so different, but we love the white man the same? You feel me? Isn't that hypocrisy? If you love the white man the same, then that means you need to prove to us that you love black people more. And if Africans can prove to themselves that they love black people more than white people, that's the answer. That's the answer for Nigeria, Cameroon, and the rest of other my Negroes. You see me? You're not gonna get anywhere until you give privilege, until black privilege control Africa. No, we need to take away privilege from Europeans in Africa. We need to take away privilege from all of the other races. Nobody should get rich in your country if your people stay poor.
Let me say to you, I can, brother, real quick. Yeah. You see, whilst I fully agree with your premise, we have to appreciate the sickness that we've all been through. So whilst your answer is correct, how to get there is another issue. And I will put to you that how to get there, the first thing we have to do is to take out the enemy within. Because it's the enemy within that is standing right in our way in defense of the outsider, whoever they may be.
So this is the challenge. Hold on. So that's the pastor.
Then what about people that are busy saying that we are blaming foreigners? Are they enemies within? Where do you start from?
No. You see, my brother, the example has been made. It's only because we're not paying attention. Hold on, bro. It's only because we're not paying attention that we're not learning any lessons. We going on like the lessons aren't out there. There's been a recent example in Niger. It was clear to everybody that the first person that they took out was their prime minister. He was standing in their way. This is before. It's not to say that they didn't understand that it was the French that was oppressing. But they took out the person, the stool pigeon that was in the way. They took him out first. That's the enemy within. And then they went for the French.
No. Hold on. All right, wait. All right, one second. I know what you're saying, Pime. I know what you're saying. The thing is with when you say tricky stuff like that is you try to, that's skimming off the top. It's like you skim off you blow off the frog off the bear. You feel me? But what our problem is, we are enemies too.
This is what I'm saying.
Like everyday people. Hold on, wait. Everyday people. The thing is, right, if you get rid of Tinubu, almost anybody you get to replace him is just like him or worse.
Yep.
You feel me? So what we gotta do is stop people from being sellouts. We need to go after the white loving people. That's why we have to pay attention to our women. Because our women, we as men, notice how many women comes up on this program or want to come speak social cleanliness. You see them? Where are they? Which women did you have? How much women did you have to reject off the panel? None. You know why? Because they love the white man more than you. You see me? And they are instructing their children to love the white man. So it's mostly men fighting this war. And colonization is so tricky that it is affecting our women, and we don't notice how powerful it is against our women. So we actually fighting a tug of war if we don't control our woman. You feel me? Because it's like she's there teaching the 5-year-old that Europe is nice, Europe is good. You gotta go there. Look at that shoes. Look at that thing. Look at that hair. She loved the hair. She loved the European hair. You feel me? And our system promotes that stuff. We need to get rid of those things. We need to get rid of white loving. We need to get rid of white hair wearing. We need to make the woman comfortable in her skin and her hair. We actually have to give her confidence and compliments about herself, her hair, and we got to be strict with her in terms of giving affection to these other races. You see me? We need to be very strict. You can't have your woman just up and go marry to a European and go live in goddamn Scotland or Greenland. You cannot do that. We should stop these things. We control our woman. No, she don't. She don't. She do.
I can't fire, but it appears that Jargon said the same thing. Sorry, I just wanted to add to what you are saying. It appears Jargon said the same thing, but in a reverse way. Instead of not loving Europeans, Jargon said loving ourselves, isn't it? Isn't that what you said, Jargon? That we should love ourselves more. So it's like the same thing. We should prioritize ourselves, isn't it?
Yes, now.
Isn't that what you mean? I can fire. We should prioritize ourselves.
No, definitely. We should bow to each other. We should bow to each other. We should respect our woman, and if she doesn't respect us, we make her respect us. You see me? This is not an ask question like, oh, are you loyal to blackness? No. You do not ask black people if they're loyal to blackness. You have to. It's a must. We need to stop giving people choices as to whether they like blackness or not. You don't have no choice. Or get out of the race. Go somewhere else. You feel me? Get out of the race. Now, if you can't get out of the race, you have to love it or get out of earth. You feel me? I think that's what is our issue. Like, we going around acting like we have choices whether we love Nigerian people or not, and you Nigerian. We going around acting like we have choice whether we love Africa and African people or not. Like, bitch, you don't have no choice. And if you think you have choice, we need to dispose of you. So you holding up time. And we need to win. We need to win, and all these white loving behaviors from our people and Arab loving behavior from our people is keeping us poor. You feel me? One set of people praise European white man, and one set of people praise this dirty Arab. We need to get rid of these things, and I know it's hard, but let's go slow and try to what you call manipulate our education system and see if we can get some black consciousness being taught in school.
Well said. Can I just ask you, Forefather, because you promised me yesterday that you'll play today, even though it was apt yesterday, but at this present juncture, it is very apt. I sent a minute video yesterday, and I've sent it again today. Please open it and just have a quick look. The discussion will continue from there.
Okay, the video. Okay, yeah, that's the last one. Let me see.
I only sent one video. It's a YouTube video. It won't last long.
I'm gonna get it now. Let me just put it on.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. I think conversation just overtook it yesterday. I think. Let me put it up now.
This is a reggae group in Jamaica, Black Uhuru.
Okay.
Black Uhuru, you mean? Yeah, that was a nice. No, so you want me to play it, Jargon?
Yes, please. Hopefully there's volume where you are.
Yeah, I hope so too.
We need this book.
Can you?
Hold on there.
I can fire. Hold on for a second. Can you hear it, Jargon, when I play it?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Pure water.
That's it. Hopefully you guys heard it. I would like to know what you guys perceive.
Yeah, they're making our kids dummy, stupid people.
Well, let me just say, when I saw this, and you can see the laughter on it, it was a comedy. It's a joke to the TikTok watchers
or whoever was looking at that. This, when I saw that, I thought, what a horror. This is the kind of mental shrinking that our education is about. They were saying, if you do well, doctor, lawyer, engineer, or whatever. If you do poorly, then all of the kind of menial jobs, like the menial, are not important. Now, when you see this kind of thing, this is how we are in Nigeria. Our artisanry, the way we use our hands, has been divorced. It's stupidity. What we want is high intelligence, follow white man to wherever they're going. Now, I don't mean it in any rude terms, because we are all of a slightly middle class background. But because of that kind of education, you can see how it squeezes the infant minds from creativity and from thinking. They've just shrunk their thinking from babes.
You see that?
So I just wanted to add that. All on there, brother. I just wanted to add that for our understanding that from babes, from youths, we are just producing more ignorant people into adulthood.
We growing terrorists. They're becoming terrorists. They're becoming easy to be transformed into hostile people. You see, these are the books we need to be famous in Africa. This needs to be famous in Africa.
I can't fire. Let me just add something. I think what I find a little bit peculiar is that even till now, and I'm not so surprised, to be fair, because I catch myself doing it sometimes. The conditioning is deep.
Yes, sir.
And that's why I find it a little bit forgiving when some people say I'm blaming the white man. See, I'm beyond racism. I don't have to. I keep saying it. I don't care whether you are racist towards me. I know that we created this problem for ourselves. Maybe our forefathers messed up. Yes, you are racist towards me. You are a douchebag. But yeah, I had it coming. That's how I look at it. Weakness. People treat people that are weak. If people that are weak, they will treat you badly. That's what happens. It's just, if it was even written in the Bible that they would, what the poor man has will be taken from the poor man and given to the rich. It's just what it is. That's the nature of the world. I don't cry for that one. But sometimes when you hear it, you just feel like, why are people still thinking like this? We thought we have moved past this stuff, and suddenly we ended up talking about I'm blaming the white man. It's a common sense thing. Let me give this analogy again, and because anybody that hears this analogy, I don't want to have to repeat it again to that same person. Because if you have a house, you don't lock your door and your window. Somebody comes and steals from inside the house. It's your fault that you left the door open, but it doesn't mean the thief is innocent.
No.
It's just as simple. That is the point. Whenever I call white people are like the thief. And we are like the careless ones. So we are ultimately responsible to protect ourselves.
Yes, sir.
It's just that simple. As a matter of fact, in the true world that I see, I don't even blame the white people. That in the context I just gave just now, at least the thief is a thief. But in the real world, the white man is doing what he's supposed to do. Care for his people. He's actually honorable. Doing what he's supposed to do for his people.
Look at what's happening today, right? Why is ECOWAS fighting for France? How you do stuff? What about the Africans? Who does ECOWAS fight for? And then you hold on. Then when Niger gets defeated and France install another president that gives them 0.8% of the uranium revenue, right? And Niger stays poor and become a torment to Nigerians because they're gonna rob you, all that. Who do you blame for this type of behavior? After you secretly or you outrightly support people from overseas to damage your own people. What's the sense of that? We need to get rid of these people, even by force, man, because these people, shit. And that's what Namni was talking about. Like, he was getting annoyed and be like, man, that's why we have to pick up arms. The guy from South. You feel me? That's what make him upset and be losing his faculties for him to go overstate like that, because the things we are doing is only benefiting Europeans.
Let me ask you a question. What way is there London?
Repeat that.
Are you in London? Or are you in the States?
I hardly like to tell my location because I'm a black identity extremist, and I'm not too. But we in the belly of the beast.
Sorry, let me just show you what the document that they found that what they said about ECOWAS. This in
I'm not in London.
I didn't see it.
To black revolutions. It says the Regional Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS.
Good one, Niger.
And norms that align with GFA principles and could serve as a forceful diplomatic partner for the United States. We were not wrong when we were drawing connections with the chairperson of ECOWAS, current president of Nigeria, Mr. Tinubu, and other forces. Now, I understand the current president of Ghana is Mr. Akufo-Addo. We know that Mr. William Ruto is the current president of Kenya.
3 sellouts.
That the people are made aware of what has happened in their country. I would imagine they're very likely to know that it was U.S. meddling that was involved in their previous governments. And this is a bit of a smoking gun, I believe. And it is my prayer and my hope that they will continue to stand for their people. And perhaps they might be on some level trying to weed out some of the remnants of some of the previous administration and thinking, and who knows what other.
There's no need for me to go on. I think the idea was just for ECOWAS, really. I don't know why I bothered even going further. But the idea was that the West see ECOWAS as a tool that they use, and they've been saying these things regularly. And ECOWAS seems to be formed like that. That's why when I asked Prince Adewale about that, this thing, he was like, they couldn't form a defense pact, but they just had to form a force whenever they need to use it. What kind of force is that? Normally, when you have a force that is international, it's based on a defense alliance. That's how it's supposed to be. But ECOWAS seems to have an international force, but it's not defense alliance.
I want to tell you something too, Nigel.
It's crazy.
You know, it's management. It's what it is. It's people management. That's how you manage the whole location of people.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
They're sat where they're sat, which is why Nigeria, at this particular time, being the head of ECOWAS, and whether they have the chairmanship of ECOWAS or not, Nigeria, as we all know, is still the head of ECOWAS. Nigeria is such a terrible stool pigeon as a country for the West, and not.
This is I want to say something, right? Nigeria and the rest of the country should have never allowed ECOWAS to arrange ECOMOG. You feel me? It's like, so that means ECOWAS doesn't go by its name anymore. It should be called WACAWAS. It should be called WACAWAS. The war the War Organization of West African States. You feel me? Instead of the Economic Organization of ECO. You understand? Why isn't ECOWAS, that is the Economic Organization of West African States, why isn't it in economics? Why is ECOWAS not in economics? Because it isn't. It's not in economics.
It does have economic this in dimensions. They do trade amongst themselves.
So how can you want to give away a profit such as a uranium, the uranium, what you call, I would say, the uranium location of West Africa, where economically the uranium would make Nigeria rich and Niger rich, including the rest of ECOWAS countries. And not only that, if ECOWAS is using its brain for the people, then they would see a electricity source for all ECOWAS countries.
Simple.
In Niger.
Simple.
So
it really is simple.
Yeah. So what's going on? I mean, like, shouldn't ECOWAS be dealing with economics in terms of what they can get for the betterment of West African people? That should be what ECOWAS is supposed to be. Not formulating an army to take over Niger to give back France in the name of democracy. What I don't mind them going in Sierra Leone because nobody was trying to take Sierra Leone, but France is trying to take Niger.
But the thing I've observed is that I think that what that Prince Adewale said keeps coming back in my head over and over again. He said that the reason why ECOWAS couldn't form a kind of solid block of, let's say, defense alliance. Do you know how powerful that would have been? Like, I don't think coups will be happening if you have a defense alliance.
They won't.
Because if you remove a government, the other governments will come and remove you. That's the defense alliance. Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Now, because what the prince said was that Francophone countries have defense pact with the French. That was what was preventing it. But look at what has just happened now. 3 Francophone countries have broken out of the control of the French. And what is Nigeria doing? Instead of taking advantage of that and saying, you know what, let's form a defense pact with all these nations. Bring them under our sphere of influence.
Okay. Now you're talking.
You see what I mean? That's an opportunity there that they have. That the French have lost control of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that you would, because let me tell you something too, Nigel. You feel me? The only reason why I support the coups is because the countries was in the hands of foreigners. I support coups that oust foreigners out of their country and out of their political affairs. I support any coup that does that. You feel me? Right now, Nigeria is under duress. Listen, Nigeria is under duress. They got a 4-year prisoner as president, and not to mention what they know about him. So the man is handcuffed. That man is handcuffed. So when we look at things, it's like, aren't we captured? You feel me? It's like Niger and Mali and Guinea is maybe the only free ones. What's his name? Gambia. All of them want to be friends with United States. The United States and you poor. United States have never done anything about any increase in anybody's wealth. Why you want to be these set of vultures friends? What are you achieving? Oh, biscuits? The little what they call it, what they call the food, what they call it, this thing they give aid. It's a bunch of biscuits. You feel me? And they make your people suffer in order to give them biscuits, and we not mad. Sometimes we don't even think they the ones who did it.
I think we are. I think even when we know it, I don't think it's not like we are not mad. I think these things. I think see, I can fire. Let me just say this. I think this is where we need to be reappraising the way we look at things and begin to think that there was this social experiment that was done where if somebody is getting attacked or hurt and one person is walking by or so, they will help that person. But if many people are walking past, nobody will help the person that needs help. So what that says to you is that the way we respond to things is not as clear cut as we think. It's not, no matter how much you like to think about it, that we are going to respond in a certain way. Why are we not mad? We are not going to be mad because we are not in that space. That's not how societies respond. Societies respond to certain stimuli. They have to have something that unites them before they behave in a certain way. And Nigeria right now doesn't have anything that unites it. Neither does almost all West African countries or all African countries. Tell me one thing, one nation in Africa that has one uniting factor. Sub-Saharan African country. Not one thing, no mission. They don't have anything they are driving to. They're not saying, oh, our mission is to build strong trade ties. This is the drive, and this is this, and all nations are working at it. There's nothing. No mission at all. And that is what you are seeing. You have to have a uniting factor. And maybe we can wish that our leaders are doing it right now. But history and psychology has taught me that when you're looking at things at a macro level, just wishing it is not going to make it happen. Something needs to give. So that's how things happen.
Yes, sir.
Good point, forefather. Ikafaya, one of the points you made was you support coup in those countries because if it's to get rid of the West, of the foreigners in general. I also support that. I also share that idea. But however, over time, what you find in these African countries, these dictators will come in. They themselves, they don't have plans for the people. They just want to hijack power. It's just
so what? So what? So
yeah,
what?
Because what I'm saying is you drive the foreigners away, you grab power. Our expectation is work for the people of the country. But they don't do that. That is where my worry is.
How you know? No, first of all, which time in Africa, which time have anybody ever had a coup and exit any foreigners and have the country for themselves? Which one?
Uganda.
So you need to look. It's more complicated.
Right? What I'm trying to say is you don't have no experience of that. You're talking about things that is foreign to us. What Niger, what Burkina Faso did is what Thomas Sankara did. You see me? So I am with them. To me, we all must suffer because of us. But we're not supposed to suffer because of them. You see me?
Yes, of course, I can.
So if we are suffering, let us suffer. And if we are growing, let us grow. But not because of them we suffer. And not because of them we grow. We should not owe nobody for our great growth.
I understand. I understand and agree with that fundamental view. But you see, we have to also understand that all we are human beings, and we feel pain, we feel joy, and all these other elements.
Yes.
Now, when the Francophone countries first had their independence, which was a really false independence, all of these countries saw the wickedness of France. There were a lot of deaths, a lot of putting to death. They took all of their bits and pieces out of the country. They destroyed. Hold on. They destroyed what was there before. Now, in them leaving, they've had governments and coups, and they've had dissatisfaction.
Yeah.
Now, even now, at this point of time, in a country like Nigeria, if those Africans don't get it right in that country, you see the French reappear.
France will destroy it, yeah.
You understand? And it's going to reappear because the people want different, the people want better. We have to understand that it's high time we get it right. There's hardly any more time for mistakes and errors.
What we need,
we have 400 years of mistakes and errors.
Let me tell you, big man, what we need to capture our media. We need to capture our air. We need to capture all of that. So that means if our people is suffering, it's our business. You see me? And no one can come and say things in our people's ears. We need to be like the United States and Russia. Security, as what Nigeria said, security. But it means information security also. That means only you disseminate information to your people. Cut off the dissemination of information from Europe to your people. Let them stop listening to anything Europe. Let them own. We have to control these things and make Africans only hear Africans, at least for 50 years. I say 100 years.
Seriously, that's a bit long now. If Chinese people were listening to themselves right now, who is going to build all this stuff that they have? You have just, I can't find you.
At least 50 years. What I mean is like, we should steal. No, what I'm saying is we should steal technology. We should not be scared of stealing technology. You feel me? Right now, Benin, we just not showing our people interest, especially Nigeria. Nigeria don't even have huge research centers where as soon as a dude makes a goddamn bicycle, they grab him and install him in there. You feel me? Nigeria, we don't care about each other. We don't have no African love, no black love. If you meant to know that we're gonna put money into these individuals.
But I believe we do, though. I seriously believe we do. At least we have just as much as any other.
So when did Nigerian government grant money to innocent car company? When did Nigerian government do that? You ever heard of that?
Okay, I understand what you mean. But my point is that the reasons why Nigerian government is not doing that is the same reason why the country is poor. It's not because they don't love each other.
Yeah. It's because they don't like each other. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Like me and you too, Niger, and my other brother, half Jamaican right here, we too ugly for the government to be giving money for us to be living in luxury. Didn't you know that? You didn't know only white people deserve luxury? Oh, you didn't know? Go ask the other Nigerians. That's how they think. They don't think you deserve no luxury. Until we get these types of behavior out of our people, we done for. Now, I think that the half Jamaican brother right here in the glasses, I think he deserved millions. You feel me? I think he deserved a section in the bank full of gold and all that shit, where he can live in luxury and his family live in luxury, and we all look good. That's what I'm thinking about my people right here. I want all of you to be rich, that I can come check you for some stuff. But our people not thinking like that. You know how much of our people, Nigerians, have the way of success for other Nigerians? But you know what? They withhold that because they think that only the French crackers deserve money. Only Switzerland deserve money. That's why they carry their bank money to the Swiss bank, because they don't think that that type of money belongs in Nigeria.
No, I don't think so. I just look. Let's just put it in a proper perspective.
Go ask your little Christian cousins that, bro. Go ask your little Christian cousins that.
Hold on. Let other people add to the conversation.
What I mean by that, if you want to put it in proper perspective, even here in the West, if you steal money, you're going to hide the money. You just steal money and go keep it in the bank, like in your bank account, when you know you cannot defend it. You're going to hide money. So those money that you see in Swiss bank, you see in other places, these are stolen wealth. These guys just don't know anything. The problem we are having is that the monarchy system of government, before we buy this so-called Western part of government called democracy and leadership, our monarchy system of government is catching up with us. You understand? Like a king in Africa is not questionable at all. And remember, when we started practicing this so-called governorship, president, and everything, the president now is even more powerful than the king. Nobody asks a question. The highest you can do is to gossip from afar. That is what is affecting us. The money Nigerian is making today only make more money than Nigeria as a country. The country is broke. Nigeria is just a shifter. That's so many things pass. But guess what? Because it's shifter, it's just going to shift everything down. As a country, we are a poor country. We don't make money.
No,
so when you talk about the innocent and everything, all I'm telling you is that the money is not.
I apologize.
Okay.
These chat people are getting out of control.
The money is not with the government. The money is with the individual in government. It's not like government have money and government say we will not help. Government is broke, and government themselves, they are not being creative enough to look for every loopholes to generate money. I'll tell you one funny thing. I've been to White House twice.
So why you want to govern? Why these small-minded people want to govern them? If you do not have the capacity to think about things, why are you there? Why you even want to be there?
No, they have the capacity to think about things, and what they think about is working for them. They think as an individual. When they hold power, whatever they think about is working for them. Their kids is going to Ivy League schools. They are doing well. People around them is celebrating them. People who talk down about them today is celebrating them. So this is the mindset. So the concept of the government, the concept of being a servant leadership, we don't really have it in Africa. When we go there, we become Lord. We don't answer to nobody. So this is the problem. So when we talk about the West, like Fofana keeps saying, they leave their comfort zone and come to the place where malaria will kill them. They do everything to go give back to their people. You know, like we said, the biggest drone that the US is building today, they build it in Niger. What I tell people, I say, look, that is a lie. That place is called military zone. Who know what they are taking from that place? I don't think they are building anything there. I believe they are taking something from there. You understand? So when those soldiers go back, they tell them, thank you for serving my country. Because truly, they serve their country. They go scout for things and bring back to make their country a better place. But in our own case, we have people who are Lord over the people. So until we change that mindset, there's nothing really much we can do.
Are you actually saying what I am saying? And you can't say there's nothing that we can do. We're talking, we're doing something about it. But what I'm saying is, you're actually saying what I'm saying is like, you're saying that people are individual. So that's what I'm trying to say to you, that we have been taught not to like anything black. You feel me? Like me looking like this and shit. They don't want me to be rich.
Yeah, but the way you look is not very helping now. You can't, that's not how black man supposed to look. You don't bother to trim your hair a little bit and you are saying they don't want you to this. But if it was like Paul now, or like Jago, or like Ewa, you get what I mean now.
Hold on. So what's the rich look? Your look? You people? That's the look.
No, but if you look, you can't use yourself as a good example.
Tonight, let me talk, man. You see, that's what you Nigerians got wrong. Y'all think if you carry yourself like a Christian, finance is gonna come to you. See, you look rich, but you still broke.
It's not about that. It's your women are not going to want to look like want to come at you anyway.
Hold on, trimming and shaving is a rich look. Come on,
okay. So, but you are supposed to look trim now. It's not. That is not a white man thing, is it?
Yeah, but
why are you supposed to look trim?
Who? Hold on. Who says that? Who says that?
Who says that? I will also say this to you, though.
Oh my God!
No, I'll say this to you, though. Both of you, even I can. Whilst you may be saying all these things about Christianity or Islam or anything, if you read the book, you'll get different understanding from the understanding that you're given overall. It says in the book that a man is not supposed to trim his beard or hair, and wait there's a difference between the Egyptian and the Hebrew. If you look at all the Egyptian paraphernalia, they're crisp. Everything crisp up. You understand? Cut clean, like they just come up from the barber. However, the Hebrew is completely different. You understand? And it's there in the book. So it's when you see, I'll tell you this. I can.
Well, whose book are you talking about? Their book again?
Bro, let's not get there because we can go round and round. I don't want to go round and round back to the Bible.
I want to defend something.
Hold on there. I want this to be part of your understanding because these things are deep. You see the Caribbean and the upbringing of the Caribbean youth for the last 400 years or so. It is made a lot of Caribbeans angry to anything European. And whilst I understand, wait. Yeah. The West African or the African in general, they have followed a different trait of the white man. The white man that was in West Africa, Nigeria particularly, they was of a high class. They weren't your normal run-of-the-mill white man. There were high class and middle class white people that came into Nigeria over the years, as opposed to in the Caribbean, where there were all kind of structure of white people. There were white people who were the overseers, if you like. These were coming from the working class people. There were white people who owned the land. These were coming from a higher class. So your understanding of the white people is more total than ours, and you understand the white man as a hate figure, whereas we understand a white man differently. We've had to learn about the different levels of white man that there are.
Yeah, the white man throws a rock. When you turn your back, your head is bust, but when you turn around, you don't know who did it. That's what the white man do to the African.
Well, I think I understand what you're saying.
Fair point. Fair point. Technically, that's what's going on with us, and I think that turnaround. Okay, go ahead.
Let me talk about something, man. Let me talk about something. You see, sometimes we go too much with the status quo, and it makes us actually stupid.
Not sometimes.
Because you're not doing things off your own accord. And that's why we are Rasta. Because part of being Rasta is not being ashamed of your hair. Your hair that the Almighty created you with. That means you are beautiful in whatever form your hair grows into, because the Almighty said so. And if you don't respect your hair, then you do not respect the Almighty. So I want to say this. Stop your little girl, stop cutting your little girls' hair, you Nigerian people. It is colonization, and it's a sign that you're ashamed of your hair.
Cutting off the head thing is a bit. I think it's because of lice.
Hold on, let me
No, it's not
talk.
because of
Let me
lice.
talk.
Come
Hold on,
out.
let me talk. Because
I'm just suggesting why.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Let me talk
It's
because
control.
you two Niger is a bit what you
Apologetic.
call tame. You're a bit tame.
I know. I'm
You
not
see
the
me?
one.
They tamed you. They
can
tamed
fire.
you to think that they tamed
I'm
you
not
to
so
think
sure.
that having your hair in a position where white people like, that's the way. But let me tell you this.
I can fire.
Yeah.
I can fire. Are you a Rasta man?
Yeah, totally.
Do you mind taking off your hat? Let me see your hair.
What's going on, man?
Please, no, no. Okay, cool.
Real
Were you
deal.
born that way? Were you born with locks?
What? Yeah.
Born?
Well, I
No, when you
wasn't
were born.
born. Hey,
When you were
let me
born, did you
speak.
have locks? Huh?
But I wasn't born with the scissors.
No. When you were born, did you have locks? Did you have did you have locks like a Rastafarian on your hair?
Yeah, but it was never cut.
No, I'm just asking. Were you born that way, or you just made it up?
Everybody knows you wasn't born that way.
No.
Actually, there's some people that are born that way.
Yeah, I see. That's why he's trying to research because he says it's one of them. Yeah.
Let me decipher it.
Tony is one of them.
No. Wait, I'm going somewhere. Wait. Calm down. The real Rastafarians are the people that are born that way. And we call them Dada in Nigeria.
Who made that order?
You're looking at one.
You want to start another fight here.
See, you read that. Hold on. So you read that in a book, or you heard that? That's an order from Rastafari.
I'm looking at one. There's another brother that comes on here, Dan. You may have seen him. He was born that way as well.
Tone. You are walking into two areas. Rastafarian is a different thing from the hair type.
Can I speak?
No, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Can I speak?
Rastafarian is a religion.
Hold on. Can I speak?
Rastafarian is a religion.
To Niger, don't explain Rastafari because you're not Rasta and you don't know nothing about Rasta. Don't explain.
No, I'm trying to correct him.
I wrong vibe that Rasta because who you need.
Let me speak. If
I must say, I can.
I'm telling you,
hold on. Let me speak. A Rastaman, whether he is new or a long time Rastaman, a Rastaman fights for the upliftment of black people. He is a warrior for Africa. Any man that is not Rasta. If you have on locks and you're not fighting for black people, you're not fighting for Africa, you're not Rasta. You feel me? But Rasta love Africa. Rasta preach love towards blackness. Rasta preach respect. Rasta understand that they love their locks, they love blackness, they love their people. That's it. That's all it takes to be a Rasta.
Jagu love his people. Jagu, are you Rasta?
It's a spiritual state. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's a spiritual thing.
What spirit?
It's not about you having some hot spliff or growing your hair. No, that's not Rastafarian.
You're deciding that?
Spiritual thing.
Are you deciding that?
Oh my God, tone.
telling
See. I think there's breakdown in communication here. Tone.
There really is. There really
You
is.
really don't understand our
No, hold on
superiors at all. You
there,
don't
I can't
understand
better.
our superiors at all.
Like, just understand, at the end of the day, there should be also a cultural thing to it. And maybe his own culture may be different from that.
Paul, listen.
I can. Are you in the States?
My mom is half.
Why are you asking where he is? People stop asking where his location.
That culture. My mom is half Caribbean, so I understand a bit of that culture. So it's just that it just play a word. We call it dada in Nigeria. That's what we call it. But that's what I'm trying to let him understand, that it's a
is dada the same thing as Rasta?
No, it's not the same thing as Rasta.
It's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
It's like calling Dada Christianity.
It's not the same thing. You see, Dada is not Christianity. Tone. Dada. I have Dada in my family. Dada is a Yoruba something, where there's a way that the hair grows that they will not cut the hair. There's a certain way that the hair grows in. They won't cut the hair, and then as it grows, it locks. That's Dada. You understand? It's a natural phenomenon.
So that's a long time tradition.
Hold on.
Is it a long time tradition?
It's been with us forever. It's been with us forever. It's been with us forever.
It's not about not combing your hair.
Yeah.
See, now he's beginning to understand what we are talking about.
No.
Thank you, Jacob,
You have to understand, please. You see, when you began speaking to him, I thought that you should present more than to fish around asking questions that would lead to miscommunication.
Yeah.
If you're going to speak about Dada, speak about Dada and let a man understand where you're coming from. Don't do this because he just came into this argument, this unnecessary.
He should have told me that there are people in Nigeria.
That's right. That's how you communicate. You can't communicate by speculation. You put to him that
locks.
Pardon?
They are naturally born that way. It's not because
I'm saying to you that when Dada is born, there is a way.
My man is surprised.
Tone. You have to understand. Also in Yoruba, there are some tribes in Yoruba. The child may not even be Dada. There's a way they see the child. They leave the child, the hair will lock.
That's right.
That child will stay for long.
There's something about that child that will say that you mustn't cut his hair.
So I have one of my younger brother. I live with these Yoruba people. One of my younger brother, Godwin. You know, my mother cry and cry and cry. He has that Dada that you were talking about. My father just got his scissors and said he's going to take that thing down. My mother was scared that this boy would die. My mother ran to all the old pastors.
Listen to him. Listen to him now. Why are you listening?
So, my mother ran to all the old pastors. And I'll tell you one funny thing.
You're not interested.
Because this is a very serious issue for Tone. I think you guys don't understand. You were not here when we had Paul. Hold on.
That Dada you see, that Igbo people call Dada, Yoruba people call Dada. Oh, Father, hold on now. Please, hold on.
Oh, you were hearing me, eh? So you were hearing me. As if you didn't hear me. What is
culture? So when it happened to my younger brother, my father don't believe. My father, to my dad, is completely nonsense. So my father want to take the hair down. My mother run to everywhere. And as at that time, my mom, not so long, my mom lost her own dad. And my father respects his father-in-law very well because his father-in-law is his boss. So that makes my mother have that control in the marriage. My mother didn't suffer that African thing where the man has so much power over the woman because his own boss, he married his boss' daughter. But he just lost my mom just lost his dad. My mom literally run to everywhere, run and do everything. My father said, he is not spending 1 cent. He's going to take this hair down. And my father did the way he wanted. I guess that's where my father started finding his way back. Because my father is Jehovah's Witness. And my mom never entered the kingdom hall one day. My mom have that power. My father didn't have that control. I guess my father used my own brother to gain his power back. My father said he's not doing any ritual, he's not doing anything, and he's going to take this head out. and my father take the head down. That's my brother.
Well,
Still
I
here
want
today.
to say
He's
this to you.
44 years old today, as I'm telling you.
I
can't fire. Hold on. I'm trying to get us to be on the same
some
page.
Yoruba
Okay, now let me ask you a question
the hair
before
grow
you interject.
like the
Let me ask you a
Jamaican
question.
people. But there are tribes that the child were born with it. Like my brother is like you told. He was born with it. But some Yoruba tribe, they leave the hair to grow. And the hair will stay for ages. Even then, like the Celestial people, they are happy, they leave the hair. They say those child are strong child, are powerful child. And everything, they grow the child, they start teaching the child spirituality. They start finding the child path, what the child will be in future, and everything. Before we even go to Jamaica. Go ahead.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
let
I will let you ask. I just want to highlight something. 30 seconds. Tone, we've had this discussion before about this, and there was a bit of a big debate about it, whether it is natural or whether it is this in nurtured. But it appears both are done. I think this is something that Akanfire is learning, that wearing dada is not new for Africans. It's something that they have been doing. It's a cultural thing, and so Akanfire, you get where Tone is coming from now.
No, I'm saying that's where we got it from. Then it's like it may be a culture in us ever since wanted to come out. You feel me? But I'll tell you
that is what is catching up with you. You have a lot of responsibility with that hair in Africa. When you carry that hair, it comes with a lot of responsibility. You see the way you are fighting for your people, it is the task that you choose for yourself.
I know that. Listen, that's why I be telling y'all people, y'all maybe see me, but I'm not no simple dude. I've been into Black consciousness since like '93. You feel me?
Wow.
I've been like this for '93, from like '93. You feel me? So
that's a long time.
I've been fighting for Africa. Like, I've never changed. This is how I am all through the years. You feel me? I don't even keep friends too much because people are not genuine in terms of wanting to see Africa rise, wanting to see better for Black people, and I'm enemies with them people, including Black people. And I have to say something about you too, Nigel. You're doing yourself a disservice by combining your channel with Kaiser. He don't like Pan-Africanism. He don't like Africans. He don't like Black people. He's a LGBT dude. You feel me?
No, I don't think so.
My advice to you is your channel is not growing because of that little person. You feel me? Their channel cannot go past 26 people.
It's not fair to come out for us to be bad-mouthing him when he's not here. So I think we as men, we have to do it when he's there, isn't it? So that's the best.
Don't buy market.
Tonight, I'm not a hypocrite.
I know you will say it in front of him. I know you will do that.
In front of him too. And why I'm saying this is because he keep cutting me off because he don't like my straight point of view.
Does he cut you off?
All the time. You feel me?
I didn't notice that.
Yeah. And that's why I know that they're fighting against Pan-Africanism. You feel me? And you, because you're kind of borderline, you feel me? You may be you kind of accepting anything. And me, anything don't goes. And in the conscious world, anything shouldn't goes with people. We need to fight against those who fight against Pan-Africanism. You feel me? Anybody who is objecting Pan-Africanism, objecting Black consciousness, these people are our enemies.
It's true. I wouldn't call them out. Remember, everybody's in a different journey. You started 1993, isn't it? I barely was anywhere around during that time. So people are in different parts. Sometimes you give them time. Like in my case, there are cases I've made that people didn't believe until later on. They will tell you, "Oh yeah, I discovered this, I discovered that."
There are people who will wipe you off the map with arrogance, using arrogance and ignorance take you out. Like you ever heard of Blaise Compaoré? What did he benefit? What did he benefit from selling out his country? But he was willing to do it real quick. Ever hear about Mobutu Sese Seko? Becoming the god of DRC when he's only giving up. Yeah, he's giving up all of Central Africa to the Europeans after he killed our freedom fighter. Are we going to sit there and have our people running wild without saying nothing to them about their type of behavior? Are we not willing to die too to get rid of our sellers?
Good night, guys. This session is getting tougher. I don't want to go work late tomorrow.
Thank you for coming in there, Paul. Yeah, you got the bit spicy. Thank you for coming.
And then I can fire before I leave. I can fire before I leave. Please, I already took off my shirt. Let me put it on, please. No, that's my shirt.
When we don't see
it. Yeah. So I can fire before I leave. Yesterday, you came into the show. You came a little bit late into the show, and you were saying something before you came, and you take it out of context when I talk about weed, and you felt because of your Jamaican, and I'm talking about weed. Yeah. So somebody asked a question.
I just said it was a slight because I reminded you of that economic part of the world. You feel me?
No, I talk first. You've not even talking when I talk, and the show is already on for almost like 2 hours before you came in, and they asked the question. So when I talk about that weed, if you listen me very well, I even went that far to a presidential candidate in the last election who said Nigeria is losing $3 billion for us to.
Yeah, but it was I who reminded
you. So you have to know. So I just want to let you know there's another part again. Like we talk about the.
Wasn't it I who reminded you to about that parliamentarian?
No, like, you were not here then. I can fire. He is saying that. I can fire. He is saying that.
Hold on to Niger. I respect him. Hold on to Niger. I respect the man.
I can fire.
You're not listening to me.
You didn't even let me land. You don't want to listen.
Let him speak. Let him.
You don't want to listen.
Nobody. He's just listening.
I am listening.
I can fire. The conversation is on before you jump in, and when you jump in, you came in last. I finished my conversation and I left. I even begged to make that assertion before I leave.
Did you bring up already left? I'll apologize if you. Oh, I apologize then.
Yeah. So I just want to also let you know that in Nigeria, 3 states, we have a lot of very good weed that we can make very good money off. But we are just letting those things lie fallow.
Which state is it?
It's called Delta State, Edo State, and Ondo State.
Why not?
We have the real shit, like very, very good. Very, very good. If you send the snake into that farm, the snake going to sleep. The snake going to sleep for days. Just throw a snake in the farm.
Oh
God. So we have that thing. So I'm not throwing shade to you. I'm just saying that my country can use it to generate a $3 billion revenue. You understand? So I didn't throw shade on you the way you throw on me.
Hold on. Weed can make ropes for ship. It can make ropes.
That was the original use.
There is hemp. It can make clothing. It's hemp. You can make clothing.
It's stronger than rope.
But it's more worthy when you use it as weed, isn't it, for medication and all the
other So what I'm trying to say,
do you know they are burning it in Nigeria? They employ thousands of people to burn that thing in Nigeria.
I'm trying to say, don't be small-minded, because weed has a lot of properties that you can make money off.
And then you're all on the same page now. You're all on the same page. So
Okay.
let's this thing. And I can
Yeah,
fire.
I
Try to
respect it,
be
man.
patient with people sometimes. See, I
I
can
was
fire.
just saying something.
Let me finish
Oh,
what I'm saying. I can
Father,
fire.
I love
Okay,
this kind of stuff, man.
have a good evening.
You love
Bye.
this kind of stuff. Yeah, thank you, Paul. Thank you. I
Okay,
appreciate it.
follow.
So I think I have to say I noticed something. And it's a little bit. I wouldn't say downbeat. I don't know. When Akamfire came on, I noticed that some of us had some kind of attitude towards him because he's Rastafarian. I don't know why that is, because it's almost as if we are looking at him like expecting some
Today
kind
or
of
yesterday?
today and maybe yesterday too. Some of them, I don't think it's innate. It's like because we look at Rastafarian hair, we see it as negative somehow. I think, and that aspect.
I want to tell
Hold
you.
on, I can fire. Let me finish what I'm saying before you make me finish.
Hold on, brother. What I'm told no. Rock back.
Don't mind him. Let me finish. So, and I will say this about Rastafarians. Their loyalty to the continent is beyond what most continentals have for their own land. And they are not even on the continent. That's crazy, isn't it?
You can see that in Akafire, to be honest.
Yeah, they've always been like that. They can sometimes you can see them in Lagos. They don't have anything. They just be walking around from one town to another, going around the whole this continent because they cherish the continent. They are one of those people that even from outside they cherish the continent more than we on the continent. So if I was to go, I was going to a battle, and you want people that are 100% loyal.
You understand?
These are the people. These are the people, and you have to respect that to an extent, and we shouldn't be looking at them like, because what I saw, I didn't think about it like that, but from the conversation we are having over time, it just occurred to me that these guys, they are not even on the continent. Look at how loyal they are.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, if I may, guys. You know, growing up in the UK, when I land here, my fight was with Jamaicans all day long, mate. We used to fight hard until they understood who I was. However, friendship value, as I rose in age, college, university, work, I had friends at every level. But what I found when it comes to my best and most loving and most loyal and most real friends, they were the people that I began this life with in terms of friendship. And my primary school and secondary school, there were a lot of Caribbean people. At private school, as we went up, Nigerians became more my friends. As I began to work and grow into different levels, I had a lot of Nigerian friends. In business now Nigerians, apart from other international people, Nigerians gone. So with this, whilst as I was growing up, the friendships became more complex and complicated. And as I looked to it, my truest friends were the people I began with. The people who really love me, if you understand. Now, I don't know if it's because it's Jamaican or if it's because where I began, but there is something that has been much more simple. With my Niger friends, me and them, we're close, but it's complicated. We have a complicated friendship. My Jamaican and Caribbean friends, there's just no complication in it. It's just straightforward friendship. No mucking around with all these antics and there's nothing. And there's a lot to be said about simplicity. Now, a lot of, we like to call ourselves sophisticated, and we always using all these terms, and they mean very little in our growth. There's something sometimes we need simplicity in our lives, because taxing our brain all the time over personalities, it's a tough ask. It's hard work. I don't like working too hard over a friendship, for goodness sake. It should become more natural and more easygoing and more beneficial to each other. I think there's something to be said about the Caribbean and the way of life. We're all complex because we're human beings. But things down to a simple. I don't know how to really speak it.
Look
A
at
simple.
Akampa making friends. Sorry, jargon. Yeah, Akampa making friends. I don't see. I'm quite impressed by Nigerians to an extent, or maybe this is your Dr. Damages. The way they are also quite accepting, and I wish you guys accept each other a little bit more. And Akampa, I like the way you talk sometimes. I think maybe you talk so clear. That's why people admire you, because some of them are not happy that I'm saying that they were like not receiving you very well. That clearly I saw that they received you very well yesterday, but I felt like sometimes the questioning it came across as if, what is that all about? I just felt a little bit weird. So that's just why I should mention that anyway. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, Akafaya, like, he deserves a lot of credit because the way he's focusing on the whole. That's why I asked him a question today. I said, "Are you referring to Nigeria or Africa?" The way he focuses on all the blacks, he doesn't discriminate.
Yeah.
Like, look at us. Even we, Nigeria, we come here and discriminate ourselves. Like what Mr. Jagu said now, part of the problem is we think we are better than the other people. My tribe is more superior. My tribe is better. I'm more educated. I'm more this. I'm more this. I have more money. It doesn't matter.
Did you know that? Did you know that you didn't do that on your own? You know that white people is causing us to be that way? A lot of times we think we acting off our own will, and that's not the case. White people spend 500 years on you Nigerians. You feel me? From 1492, they land on your shores. Lagos. They sent missionaries to conquer you spiritually. So you are a spiritually conquered people. Even the voodoo man in Benin, he's spiritually conquered. He just don't know. Because he don't, hold on. He don't use voodoo on white people. He use voodoo on black people. Christians in Nigeria, they only love whiteness because God is white. In their mind, God is white.
You see how AY is laughing. Don't worry, when he comes from Muslims,
This Jesus boy, he's white. You see how he damaged Kenya? The last time a white boy come that look like their brothers. See, Jesus is their family. So when we are praising Jesus, we're actually praising the white man. And then when the white man actually comes, well, he's the closest man to Jesus on earth. So in a sense, 200 million people is giving homage to white people. No good, no bueno. Well, that's 200 million. Hold on. The Islam people, the Muslim people, they worship in an Arab. They worship in an Arab, and you a Negro. You feel me? Now look. I respect my people loving God and all that stuff. But why does God only work for the Arab? And why does God only work for the Europeans? Because it's their God. Our God is Ra, is the sun that we live under, the equator. That's where we live. And that's where we survive under. That's why we have large noses. You feel me? All that black skin to absorb ultraviolet rays. So we are the people of the sun. It's better we should just bow down to the sun every morning. We'd be a better people. Instead of bowing down.
Forefather is chief priest. Forefather, is that correct?
Bowing down to the sun. No, no. I think what he's basically saying is that we are of a different people, isn't it? And I've argued that case too. That if you have to have those religions, you have to Africanize it, take control of it, because they did. And we read that passage here where even you know, how do you say respect to the Quran? When God was saying it to Muhammad, he was like, move this thing, the prayer site you pray to Becca, and I know you will be pleased by it. You know, God knew that strategic move.
No,
was going
Fofana,
have you got the clarification of that? Yes.
There was a day you were discussing that, right? The person that was answering the question, I think I was driving that day, he was not giving you the correct answer.
Okay, you were not here. You were not here.
No, I wanted to come in to give you the correct answer, actually.
Don't worry now. Okay, this is on this message.
Ewan, I want to ask. Okay, I can fire. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were alluding some few minutes ago, or rather about 20 minutes ago, you were talking about how we need to change our ways, how the women need to dress in a certain way, behave in a certain way.
We need to correct our women. Go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. But you know that statement, someone is taking it out of context, or some people are taking it out of context, saying,
okay,
and that is why thinking, saying you don't have respect for women, blah blah rah 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 rah. So I just need you, because you know sometimes when you put things out, when people do not understand, because a lot of people, I tell people, and that's the problem with a lot of women, a lot of black women, you know, they don't understand the concept of respect, and some men don't even know their place with women. I know that they've become she-men. They have been dumbed down to be feminine.
Let me explain.
That's why I say with no without apologizing, I'm an alpha male. Any day, anytime. I'm an alpha male. Yeah, no woman will talk down on me and all that, but I will protect her when she behaves herself in a certain way. So
let me explain for the ladies. Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, let me explain to the ladies. It is love I have for my people, male and female, why I want to protect the woman and give them extra attention in terms of your whereabouts, in terms of if you want to go anywhere, in terms of who speaks to you, in terms of who you listen to. We need to be in control of that. You know why? Because we don't want them to kidnap you and have you in the bushes, and because you were always on your own, nobody don't know nowhere about you. I like the fact that in Nigeria, some places in Nigeria, women are not allowed to have a hotel room. I like that, because it could be a lot of damage to her. I think that the black woman's character has been demolished since slavery. Because, okay, we of the West, when the slave woman come over here, the white man is the beginning of the baby mama. That's how the baby mama stuff began. Because the white man turned her into a baby mama. You feel me? The white man took away our power as males and made her independent of our power. So she was left in the open to white people to do as they like. You feel me? And we, the men, had to just get with it. So what's going on is the reactions of those actions. You feel me? where it's even in Africa, but maybe on a smaller scale. But we know what you're coming to you. We know what's coming to you. We, the people over here, know what's coming to you. And if you don't listen, you're going to feel it. Because we've experienced these things.
I think when we want to, I'm beginning to think that, like, when we say the white man did something or took the power of the black man away or something like that, the way I try to flip it on his head, that we gave it away. And I think there's something to be said for that, because we gave it away, it puts us in the position of being able to take it back. And because the idea of them taking it, in a way you're giving them power. That's why, in my mind.
So that's what I'm trying to say to Niger. Since we gave the power, we have the power to take it back. So that means part of it is getting back control of our women.
Part
you
of
understand?
It, yeah. But I must say, you're coming across as like Saudi Arabian men or something like that. That's how you're coming across.
This is what it is. You see, communication. Wait. Let me just say something quick. You see, I always take my time before I speak. So just give me a moment. You see, the way we communicate, I don't know if it's because we're doing it in English at times, that we are heavy on our connotation. The connotations that we give out, if we're not explaining, if we're not using English correctly, we would not communicate well. We won't get our message across in the way we want to get it across. Now, I saw that what you spoke about, Tom. It was Chioma said, ICANN Fire needs to give women more respect. Now, looking at that just off, you can look at it and think, you know what, that sounds very
misogynistic.
No, it sounds very feminist, coming from a female point of view. And when you look at it, feminism, it's not an African ideology. But we as Black people have taken on all these stupid ideologies and are using it and not really understanding how we're speaking. So when we're speaking to ourselves, we've got to use a lot of caution to be accurate. This is just something I take my time with, is accuracy. If we're not going to be accurate, it's almost like we're just miscommunicating. Which is why when you're speaking about Dada, Tone, I knew that you weren't speaking it in the way that lent authority to what you know. You have to be authoritative about what it is that you know. So you didn't have to query. If you understand Rastafarianism, you didn't have to query ICANN about if he's Rastafarian, show me your hair. That was nonsense. It wasn't necessary. All you needed to say was like, look, in Africa, in Nigeria particularly, we have this tradition of that, and this is how it is. It's a spiritual thing, and when we see it, then you're lending real information. You're educating somebody as to what you already know about this hair type.
Manzi Ovi here Dada.
Mazi
Ovi. So. Ovie.
Oh, Ovie. I don't think he's a Dada. I think he did that for himself. Okay. But how his thick, the way how his hair is thick, and how you can see how it's locks. That's how Dada looks. Because from birth, it's the way that the child comes through. We have in Yoruba land, we have different connotations. We give different names to the way children are born. There's Ojo and there's Oke. If Ojo is when you have the umbilical cord tied around your neck when you are born. Okay, is when you are born with the bag. You are born with the whole bag. Dada is when you come out in a certain way, and when your hair is in a certain way. They'll call that child Dada. You understand? So there are all these natural ways that we have in Yoruba land as to the birth of a child and what gifts that child comes with. You see, we have to be able to really get to the nub of things. And all this fishing around when we don't know, we should leave it alone. If we don't know, we should leave it alone.
Some kids born with a lot of hair. It's not locks, but it's a lot of hair. You see, man, some kids don't born with no hair on their head. So I understand what you're saying. You feel me?
All right, so we need to be rounding up because this is Monday of the week.
Yeah,
I can fire. I really appreciate you coming in, and I'm sure a lot of people appreciate you here. But the way
come on, man.
He's gonna come. He's gonna come. Akamfire has been steady, and given how long he has been doing this, he's one of the most loyal people that you can find, and he speaks his mind. Believe in me, you're gonna hear some controversial stuff like invading North Africa. Invading North Africa, and all the rest of it. So, that kind of stuff. But he's a very, very nice guy.
I think that Nigeria. I think that Nigeria.
Oh, look at your Dada brother here.
But I want to say this: something controversial. I think that Nigeria. We need to get Nigeria out of United States hands and France hands. This is the reason. You are 200 million strong, the most populated country in Africa. It is not to be played with. You can be either a big development or a big mess. You feel me? And I'm thinking that if you stay with America and you are a big mess for the rest of the continent, you feel me? Nigeria needs to control the continent.
Yeah.
Nigerian people need to you need a strong president to guide the people, to teach the people about their real stuff, because we need to depopulate to Nigeria in terms of we need 2 million or 3 million to own Morocco. We need 2 or 3 million to own.
You want to start now?
You want to take over
Morocco?
No. You see, you see, my brother, the thought that you have is my thought, actually. You see, the amounts that we have in Nigeria, we have enough for at least 1 million country. That's 53 million people. If we have 1 million Nigerians in each African country, we don't control the whole continent with that. We control the whole.
Oh, that's what you're saying there.
We don't have the consciousness for it.
No, so what I'm saying is Nigerian people. Someone need to be preparing Nigerian people to take over our North Africa.
I hear what you're saying. We don't have to know more, okay? It is controversial.
North Africans are already worried about it now. Was it not the Tunisian president that was complaining that?
And why wouldn't he be worried? Why would before the Umayyad took over North Africa, they were pushing Africans down into all kinds of all this has happened before, but because we don't know history, we just miss it out. We think that they belong there. There was an argument with the one Egyptian girl, one white Egyptian girl, saying that the first time I've heard the word black, because my parents didn't teach me the word black or white. You know, it was from a certain aspect, and talking about these people from West Africa and the Americans thinking that they were the ones who owned Egypt. They said, no, I reject that. We are Egyptians. It's our history that we're playing with. Yeah. And she did what she doesn't know. She doesn't know her own Arabic history, because
that brings me to something. I will let you carry on. Sorry. That brings me to something about that Egypt, so I don't get past it. I think we need to do just one show, with definitive evidence of whom the true Egyptians were. We need to establish if it's Arabs. We need to give it to them.
If Arabs black, at the beginning.
Okay, we have to do that one, so it settles it in the mind of our Nigerian crowd.
Look at Mali, Timbuktu. Morocco destroyed it. Do we forgive that? Is that forgiven in Africa?
See, my priority is our survival right now, and that I think maybe that should be our priority. Not worrying about enemies that we want to go and take revenge from.
Those countries are rich. If you go take that shit over your people, good. People, that's more money, more life, more gold. What are you talking about? You know how money comes? How you think you do it? You might have to take it.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. But first, we need to be strong here. But to take it, you need to be strong. And I'm not looking at taking right now. We need to survive. We need to be strong.
But I'm talking about teaching our people to have an African consciousness, African black consciousness. So willpower can take over people's country, not just guns. Willpower.
Yeah, that's the video I have. That's what I was saying. This is not a black white man thing. It's just about belief. And if you believe in yourself, you can do all kinds of things. That video I put on my channel was about how
I want to hear from the Bingy man though, the Rasta man.
Loco, he wants your
input.
Loco has got to chill out. Loco has got to chill out. Don't worry. When he troubles you, you will know. Loco is a troublemaker, you know. Right now he troubles you twice, you will know that. You say, "Oh no, he's here." I thought he wasn't here. He wasn't around.
Loco, the castle bottle. You know.
Loco, your fellow Dada is looking for you. Your fellow Dada wants to hear from you.
What do you want to know? What does he want to do? What do you want to know?
Were you listening to what was happening before when we were discussing these things?
He said, "Are you a Rasta man?"
Egyptian stuff or what?
No, Rasta
about
man.
that bits and pieces.
Yeah. I wasn't because I was, trying to do some office work anyway before I go to bed. But like the little thing I think about that, right? Is
do you know about Rasta?
Rasta is it's a culture that was developed, not like it's not original. It's a culture that was developed, and the people have a certain lifestyle that they want to live, and they just have to give it a name, like religion. Christians want to live a way and they call it Christianity. Islam want to live a way, they call it Islam. So
you're right. You're right.
They call it Rastafarian.
No, you're right.
He understands you. He understands. Personally, I will find that a little bit this year.
Yeah, Rastafari is
having a
Are you saying Rastafari is a religion?
Naturally,
it can be seen as such.
Listen, Rastafari is a concept of liberation developed out of because of oppression. It's an anti-oppression movement. It's an anti-white movement, an anti-European movement, anti-Queen, anti-Pope Paul, anti-Queen, anti-Pope Paul, pro-African.
You're going to give it a historical context, which is between Marcus Garvey, Bogle, and Emperor Haile Selassie. Yeah, these things have been come because Emperor Haile Selassie was Ras. Haile Selassie.
True that.
Ethiopian Orthodoxy within Christianity. Don't get it twisted. You get me? That this thing stems from. But the Rastafarianism is a lineage in terms of the Ethiopian Rastafarianism. It's a lineage of kingship. But the speech, if you let it, for me, is the greatest speech ever given. And Bob Marley put it to record.
Until the philosophy that holds one race.
That speech is so deep. And for me, for a speech like this to be given, I think it was the 1920s, for this speech to have been given so long ago, and for it to be so powerful.
What speech was that again? What song was that?
It was at the UN. It was at the UN that he gave this speech.
The League of Nations, you mean?
The League of Nations at that time. Thank you.
Okay, which of the song did Bob Marley? Which song in Bob Marley did he?
It's just say again. It's until a man
It says until the philosophy that hold one race inferior.
That's right, and the other superior,
and another inferior is permanently and discredited and abandoned, and until the color of a man's skin is of no more significance than the color of his eyes, there be war. But until
everything is war,
he said, until the ignoble and unhappy regime that holds our brothers in Angola and in Mozambique, you feel me, in subhuman bondage, shall be utterly destroyed. Everywhere will be war.
You see, my concern. I'm one of those people that are a little bit skeptical
of what?
Of some of the things that has happened since then, because their presence in the League of Nations alone tells you something, and they are.
What does it tell us?
Let me explain now. Then you go on in history to find some of the things that has happened on the continent. Like I know that African Americans, which were technically Niger Congo branch, went to Ethiopia to fight with them against invaders.
Back then.
They did all those things. But on the continent itself, the Ethiopians don't support most things on the continent itself.
That is complex.
That is complex, but you can ask how many things have you seen them support?
Bro, they've done a lot. Ethiopia.
I would like to know. I would like to know.
You just have to look into the history. We have to understand that the African Union is in Ethiopia and is there for a reason.
But it seems like Nigeria has actually done physically more than they have.
It's not altogether true.
I'm just bringing it out there. What have they done for African countries?
Listen, Ethiopia is part of the liberation of South Africa. In case you didn't know. Hold on. Michael, what's his name? What's his name? Mandela. Mandela went to visit Ethiopia. You feel me? And they sent him back with some guns. You feel me?
But the same goes for this in Nigeria. The reason why I say this is because since then, if you look at their what they've done on the continent, I don't see them treating like Nigerians are dying in Ethiopian prisons right now.
Yeah,
and when look at when Nigerians try to escape from Sudan.
Why?
Let me explain now. When Nigerians tried to escape from Sudan because of the war, they didn't let Nigerians cross the border.
I was surprised, They
didn't let, and just last year, our former president Obasanjo helped them strike a peace deal between their warring groups in their country. In South Africa, Obasanjo was the one that led the team to do that in Nigeria. But this year, they blocked Nigerians from crossing the border. And you know what that triggered in me? I started asking myself, what kind of treatment is this? This is the headquarters of the African Union. Why would they be doing this? Then I asked myself, what have they actually done? What have they done for us ever?
No, they've done a lot. I do understand what you're saying, forefather. I really commiserate with your position. But because I don't, Somalians, they will say we're not Africans, we're closer to North Africans, we're Asiatic.
And they do it too. Ethiopians do it too.
They all do it. On the Horn of Africa, they do it. But the thing is, whilst their personalities suggest certain things, at so many levels, they have supported heavily the African condition. But we just have to understand that we're all extremely complex, and all of our minds are muddled in such a way that we've got a job to fix it. We've got a job to fix it. And it's, to be mature, not to just point the finger, because I'm just a human being as well. And I and you, if anyone's coming against you, our position is to react against that. But sometimes we have to stay back. And this is why
AY, just before you go.
To be fair, I mean, Nigeria is no better.
Yeah.
So we have to be fair, bro.
Yeah, but
Hold on, man. I haven't finished. Now you expect Ethiopia to be casual and all that, but you chased out Ghana people.
Ours is because ours is due to retaliation.
Stop explaining stuff, bro. Let me speak.
I'm just trying to explain motivation behind it. Yeah,
Don't
okay.
explain away nothing. Just
Fair
let me
point.
speak.
Fair point. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is, all right. Look at God. Look at
Not yet, Tone. Not yet. You have to hang around, bro.
yeah. Ghana had the year of return. Well. How come
Nigeria
didn't invited nobody?
Let me tell you this. I can. There are more. I can. Make I tell you something. Make I tell you something, brother. You see, Nigeria, we don't pander, you know. We're not pandering people. We're quite different from Ghanaians. There are more Jamaicans, Americans, blacks in Nigeria. You see, if you come to Nigeria, come. And when you come, you know what it is. But we're not inviting no one. If you don't know where you belong, you can stay outside. It's Ghana who's on that thing. You're not on that thing there. You understand?
You didn't know that Jamaicans in Nigeria?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen them. So nobody needs to tell me I've seen them.
You know what I mean? And they've been there way before the year of return.
Yeah, way before. Way before. Like they've been around.
So all it is, where Nigeria is concerned, yeah, Nigeria, we don't advertise. We don't do that. And whether it's good or bad, I don't know. But we don't do it. But if you land in Nigeria, you're going to see enough depth as to how you as an individual can become more of yourself. You know, I don't know if you've ever seen African Think Tank. You know that brother there? There's one brother called African Think Tank.
Yeah.
He's in Ekiti State. He's not in Lagos. He's not in any of these big cities. He went to the village, and that's where he's living his life naturally. Nobody invited him. He came, and not only did he come, he's welcome. You understand? So we different, brother. You know what I mean?
Nigerians welcome you. I think they're very, very welcoming of
Nigeria
this
very
thing.
welcoming.
Yeah, and I think that episode with Ghana is a disgrace, but you know, Nigerians like tit for tat, so they had to give them back what they gave to us. But that is a different thing altogether. But that said, it's a pertinent question I asked. If somebody knows what Ethiopia did for Africans, they should let us know, because
how do people treat Dada? They treat him normal like any other Nigerian.
Who?
Can you say the question again?
How do Nigerian people treat Dada?
They know, they understand what Dada is now. They understand.
They understand it. I don't think they always associate it with smoking weed, though. Is that not true? Nigerians.
Well, I don't think so. When you see Dada from Rastafarian, firstly, Dada largely would either be Yoruba or Benin. I don't know if they have Dada in Igbo land. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely they do, definitely.
Oh, really?
They're everywhere.
I mean, Dada gone. I mean, Dada way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you don't. Dada is a Yoruba word. You understand?
Yeah, they have it everywhere. I can assure you, even in Rivers State, everywhere they have them. You can't escape it. I don't even know why. It must be present in the north, except they remove it.
I would not say they would have it in Rivers. I not say they would have it in Edo and every Yoruba state. I know they would have it there, but I wasn't sure about further.
Oh, definitely they have it in. Tone is Yoruba. Outside this in Igbo now, and he's Dada. He's original Dada. He removed his own. Yeah, Tone is original Dada now. Yeah.
You took it down?
Oh, now you know. Now you're looking at the original.
So why you took it down, man? Put it back up, so.
Put it back up, bro.
Come on, man.
So when we are little, right? The dada, if you remove one of their hair, they will not tell you. They usually say, "Oh, you gotta buy something for him, something like
Yes,
that."
so it's not easy
But
to just be removing the hair
yeah,
anyhow.
if they want to cut the hair, they need to kill some fowl or
Yes,
goat
now
or
it's a
something.
ceremony. To cut
Yeah,
the hair is a ceremony, man.
I don't know if that is still going on now, but they used
Yeah.
to do that. They say,
Anyway,
"Oh,
when
they
I
are
was
not
born,
married people," blah blah
so
blah.
when I was born, obviously, the white people didn't understand what was going on because my mom was saying that there's this because my mom had to stay in the hospital and I was there. So the fifth day, they started seeing this thing. They didn't understand what was going on. They thought it was like some messed up stuff going on in the baby's hair. So they had to
Oh,
run some
so
tests.
they know at that early age?
Yeah, it's from birth.
Country, they was confused that no, in this country, they didn't know what it is. They didn't know what it was, you know.
Wow, that's
And
interesting.
it was when
Yeah,
my dad
right?
came and said, "Yeah, it's okay. It's something." Was trying to explain to them what it was, you know, that it's normal that he knows. He runs in a family actually.
Oh,
Wow.
so before
I
you
was
cut it,
about
did you do
20.
anything like celebration?
Yeah, my hair was cut after 2 years. Obviously, I can't recall, but yeah, there was sort of kind of, you know,
Sacrifice.
yeah.
Oh,
I
Father,
won't
you
call
should
it
know about
sacrifice.
this. You are a chief priest, man. I don't know why you not
And now,
saying it
so
much.
When did you hear me, GP? Because you see the image behind me. Who said
see
I'm
that
a
guy
GP?
has
I'm a Londoner here. What are
I
you
just
talking
dey
about
find
me?
that trouble. I dey find that trouble.
I'm a
Anyway,
Londoner.
that's what I'm trying to explain. No, but there's some people that are gifted spiritually. Like my junior brother too is that as well. In fact, he's a man of God right now. I mean, thing is that everybody has got their spiritual gifts. If you don't do some certain things, you don't drink. For instance, I don't drink alcohol. I don't engage in alcohol. I don't drink. It's not because of my dada thing, but it's just a personal thing, you know.